This is an NBC News special report, the impeachment hearings. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to NBC News live coverage of the hearing on the impeachment inquiry of President Donald Trump. High drama about to unfold. In the hearing room is a key witness. A direct link to President Trump is set to give some explosive testimony that the president and his top aides did impose a quid pro quo on the release of millions of dollars of U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. I think we're at that moment we can safely say, fasten your seatbelts.
Absolutely. This is a witness who a lot of people have wondered what line he will take. He's already changed his testimony once, and we're going to hear more from him in just a few moments. His name is Gordon Sondland. He's probably the most anticipated witness yet. A hotel owner, a developer who donated $1 million to the Trump inaugural committee. He was then named ambassador to the European Union. He became the president's point person, or at least one of them, on Ukraine, and that has been described as kind of a diplomatic back channel. The connection to the president is at the heart of this inquiry, what he knew, what he talked to the president about, and whether or not there really was a bribery attempt, a quid pro quo, aid in exchange for a promise of investigation into political opponents.
We've had an advanced look at his remarks, and clearly there will be individuals who will be under the wheels of the bus firmly by the end of this testimony. All right, this all begins just moments from now, and with us to follow it all, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and former acting Solicitor General and now an NBC News legal analyst, Neil Katyal. But let's begin with Jeff Bennett on Capitol Hill. Jeff, lay out what Sondland is set to testify to.
Hey, Lester, good morning. Well, Ambassador Gordon Sondland is a key player in this impeachment inquiry because so far he is the only cooperating witness who has had a direct line to President Trump. And NBC News has learned, by way of obtaining his opening statement, that he is prepared to tell House investigators that in his view, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor, were fully aware of what he, former Ambassador Kurt Volker, and Energy Secretary Rick Perry, the so-called Three Amigos, were doing as they worked alongside Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's outside attorney, to help run the traps in Ukraine, in Democrats telling, to pressure Ukrainian officials to open the investigations that would have been politically beneficial to President Trump. So Sondland says this. He says that they were working at the express direction, I'm reading now from his opening statement, working at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we played the hand that we were dealt. Beyond that, Lester and Savannah, Sondland will tell this committee, according to his opening statement, that Giuliani's demands of the Ukrainians, this is a quote, were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing investigations of the 2016 election and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew that these investigations were important to the President. So this testimony clearly is compelling. It is apparently damaging to President Trump's case, but his appearance here today, Sondland's appearance here today, is still a jump ball in this push and pull, this contest between Democrats and Republicans to control the narrative of the overall impeachment inquiry. What will matter the most is if Sondland comes across as truthful and credible. If he doesn't, Republicans will certainly seize on that, and they will try to make the point that Sondland was presuming what it was that President Trump wanted, as opposed to working, expressly as a result of President Trump's direct orders. Savannah and Lester.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And as he notes, there is a credibility issue with Sondland as he goes before this committee.
Yeah, for every witness who comes before the committee, but all the more so for him because he's somebody who came in, gave a deposition behind closed doors, later amended his testimony significantly on this issue of whether or not there was a quid pro quo. And now we see this testimony, if not changing outright, being added to in a significant way. As I turn to former Solicitor General Neil Katyal on this, we look at Gordon Sondland. Now here's somebody, the president and the White House have derided some of these witnesses, even though they work at the White House and in the State Department, as never Trumpers. Right. Now, here's a guy who gave $1 million to the inaugural committee and was a clear Trump ally. He was appointed by President Trump. So how does that play into the Republican strategy today?
Right, that's the most important thing about this. I mean, Sondland is truly Trump's guy. He can't be dismissed the way others can. And indeed, Trump pointed to Sondland to exonerate him when this whole story unfolded. He said, read Sondland's September 19th text message saying there was no quid pro quo. Now you compare that text message and what Trump was relying on there to the testimony today, which literally has a section called "There was a quid pro quo." and you realize how much trouble Trump is in.
Sondland just entering the committee chamber, and Chuck Todd, this issue of the phone call, the July 26 phone call overheard with Sondland and the president, he's going to have to go into detail about that.
He is, and it's going to be uncomfortable, especially when he has to they're going to make him reiterate what he said.
Well, according to his advanced testimony, he's going to say he doesn't remember a lot of that colorful language. He doesn't deny it, but he says he doesn't remember it.
It is interesting when you put yesterday. Basically, yesterday was Gordon Sondland did it. Today, Gordon Sondland's going to be Rudy Giuliani did it, and it is interesting here. There's we went from nothing happened to, well, wait a minute, those guys ordered.
Well, this is going to be they all knew.
Those guys ordered. I will say this, Mike Pompeo is going to be the interesting new character here that gets surfaced. Gordon Sondland makes it clear he kept Mike Pompeo in the loop in ways that Mike Pompeo has not indicated he was in the loop.
Well, that's to Lester's point. I mean, there has been testimony to date, notably from Bill Taylor last week, saying there was a real channel, the official channel on Ukraine dealings, and then there was this back channel that was illegal and inappropriate.
Pompeo may have been part of both of them.
Well, what Sondland's about to tell this committee is there was not an irregular channel. We did exactly what President Trump told us to do, which is deal with Giuliani. We were assigned to it. And Bolton, the then National Security Advisor, and Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, knew full well what we were up to. So this notion of a back channel doesn't exist. This was all blessed by the national security officials at the highest level, including the president, it sounds like he's saying, Neil.
Exactly. I think Chuck is right to say that Sondland is pointing the finger at Giuliani in the testimony, but the first few pages of Sondland's testimony also make clear that Giuliani was acting at the behest of the president, and that's what Sondland understood. So there's a direct connection.
All right. Did I hear the gavel? Maybe not.
I think they're about to gavel in. If we have a moment, we could go to Hale real quick as he consults with presumably his counsel there. Hale, what's the White House expecting today?
Well, the president is heading to Texas later this morning, and I imagine that if he wants to talk about this, he'll take some questions on the White House South Lawn as you look at the ambassador there getting ready to begin. A couple of notes here. Yes, Lester, you mentioned at the top of this that somebody's going to get thrown under the bus. That somebody appears to be right now Mike Pompeo. I would note that multiple times Gordon Sondland says he did not want to work with Rudy Giuliani. He makes that very clear. He didn't want to do it. He was doing it because the president told him to do it, which is significant. And one other note here, when he talks about this quid pro quo, it is specifically for a White House meeting in exchange for these investigations the president wanted. Sondland does seem to stop short of saying that it was tied to security assistance. So I would watch for Republicans to push on that point today, and importantly, for Democrats to try to draw that out from Sondland. If he believes that there was a tit for tat or a quid pro quo related to a meeting for investigations, does he also believe that there was one for security assistance, this military aid money, for those investigations as well? And very importantly, did the president directly tell him to do that? He also does not dispute anything about that July 26th call, Savannah.
He doesn't, although, as mentioned, he says he doesn't recall a lot of the colorful language. He remembers certain things, including that there was a testimony that they talked about the case of a rapper accused in Sweden,
Not just
I believe.
any rapper. I mean,
Chuck, your knowledge of rap music may exceed mine.
I think you guys we all had to cover.
But in any event, so he remembers sort of broad details from the call. He doesn't get into the color of the call because there has been this testimony that suggests there was interesting language used on both sides of the call. He
hotelier language.
By the way, the July 10th meeting that was described again so dramatically by some of the previous witnesses, where Bolton supposedly abruptly says, this meeting's over. Sondland doesn't remember it that way. He says he doesn't remember himself. He says, I do not recall any yelling or screaming, as others have said. So we're going to get a different story this morning. Let's hear it.
Good morning, everyone. This is the fifth in a series of public hearings the committee will be holding as part of the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. There is a quorum present. We will proceed today in the same fashion as our other hearings. I'll make an opening statement, and then Ranking Member Nunes will have the opportunity to make a statement. Then we will turn to our witness for an opening statement, and then to questions. For audience members, we welcome you and respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with today's hearing. It is the intention of the committee to proceed without disruptions. As chairman, I'll make all necessary and appropriate steps to maintain order and to ensure the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. This morning we will hear from Gordon Sondland, the American ambassador to the European Union. We are here today as part of the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry because President Donald Trump sought to condition military aid to Ukraine and an Oval Office meeting with the new Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in exchange for politically motivated investigations that Trump believed would help his re-election campaign. The first investigation was of a discredited conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, was responsible for interfering in the 2016 election. The second investigation that Trump demanded was into a political rival that he apparently feared most, Joe Biden. Trump sought to weaken Biden and to refute the fact that his own election campaign in 2016 had been helped by a Russian hacking and dumping operation and Russian social media campaign directed by Vladimir Putin to help Trump. Trump's scheme undermined military and diplomatic support for a key ally and undercut U.S. anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. Trump put his personal and political interests above those of the United States. As Ambassador Sondland would later tell career Foreign Service officer David Holmes immediately after speaking to the president, Trump did not give an expletive about Ukraine. He cares about big stuff that benefits him, like the Biden investigations that Rudy Giuliani was pushing. Ambassador Sondland was a skilled deal maker, but in trying to satisfy a directive from the president, found himself increasingly embroiled in an effort to press the new Ukrainian president that deviated sharply from the norm in both terms of policy and process. In February, Ambassador Sondland traveled to Ukraine on his first official trip to that country. While in Kyiv, he met with then U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Ivanovich, and found her to be an excellent diplomat with a deep command of Ukrainian internal dynamics. On April 21st, Zelensky was elected president of Ukraine and spoke to President Trump, who congratulated him and said he would look into attending Zelensky's inauguration, but pledged to send someone at a very, very high level. Between the time of that call and the inaugural on May 20, Trump's attitude towards Ukraine hardened. On May 13th, the president ordered Vice President Mike Pence not to attend Zelensky's inauguration, opting instead to dispatch the self-dubbed Three Amigos, Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Kurt Volker, the Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations. After returning from the inauguration, members of the U.S. delegation briefed President Trump on their encouraging first interactions with the new Ukrainian administration. They urged the president to meet with Zelensky, but the president's reaction was decidedly hostile. The president's order was clear, however: talk with Rudy. During this meeting, Ambassador Sondland first became aware of what Giuliani and the president were really interested in. This whole thing was sort of a continuum, he testified at his deposition, starting at the May 23rd meeting, ending up at the end of the line when the transcript of the call came out. It was a continuum, he would explain, that became more insidious over time. The Three Amigos were disappointed with Trump's directive to engage Giuliani, but vowed to press ahead. Ambassador Sondland testified, "We could abandon the goal of a White House meeting for President Zelensky, which the group deemed crucial for U.S.-Ukrainian relations, or we could do as President Trump directed and talk to Mr. Giuliani to address the president's concerns. We chose the latter path." In the coming weeks, Ambassador Sondland got more clearly involved in Ukraine policymaking, starting with the June 4 U.S. mission to the EU Independence Day event in Brussels 1 month early. Secretary Perry, Ulbricht Breckbull, and the State Department counselor, and Sondland met with President Zelensky, whom Sondland had invited personally on the margins of the event. On June 10, 2019, Secretary Perry organized a conference call with Sondland, then National Security Advisor John Bolton, Volker, and others. They reviewed Ukraine's strategy with Bolton and decided that Perry, Sondland, and Volker would assist Ambassador Bill Taylor, the new acting ambassador in Kyiv, on Ukraine, and discuss Trump's desire for Rudy Giuliani to be somehow involved. At the end of the call, according to Sondland, we all felt very comfortable with the strategy moving forward. 2 weeks later, on June 27th, Ambassador Sondland called Taylor to say that, quote, Zelensky needed to make clear to President Trump that he was not standing in the way of investigations. On July 10th, Ambassador Sondland and other U.S. officials met at the White House with a group of U.S. and Ukrainian officials. Participants in the meeting have told us that Ambassador Sondland invoked acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney and said that the White House meeting sought by the Ukrainian president with Trump would happen only if Ukraine undertook certain investigations. National Security Advisor Bolton abruptly ended the meeting upon hearing this. Undeterred, Sondland brought the Ukrainian delegation downstairs to another part of the White House and was more explicit. According to witnesses, Ukraine needed to investigate the Bidens or Burisma and the 2016 election interference if they wanted to get a meeting at all. Following this meeting in July, Bolton said that he would not be part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. Sondland continued to press for a meeting, but he and others were willing to settle for a phone call as an intermediate step. On July 21, Taylor texted Sondland that, quote, President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument of Washington domestic re-election politics. Sondland responded, absolutely. But we need to get the conversation started and the relationship built, irrespective of the pretext, so that Zelensky and Trump could meet and all of this will be fixed. On July 25th, the day of the Trump-Zelensky call, Volker had lunch in Kyiv with a senior aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky and later texted the aide to say that he'd heard from the White House, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for a visit to Washington. Good luck. Ambassador Sondland spoke to President Trump a few minutes before the call was placed, but was not on the call. During that now infamous phone call with Zelensky, Trump responded to the Ukrainian expression of appreciation for U.S. defense support and request to buy more Javelin anti-tank missiles by saying, I would like you to do us a favor, though. Trump asked Zelensky to investigate the discredited 2016 conspiracy theory and, even more ominously, look into the Bidens. Neither had been part of the official preparatory material for the call, but they were in Donald Trump's personal interest and the interests of his re-election campaign. And the Ukrainian president knew about both in advance, in part because of Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Sondland's efforts to make him aware of what the president was demanding. Around this time, Ambassador Sondland became aware of the suspension of security assistance to Ukraine, which had been announced on a secure interagency video conference on July 18th, telling us that it was extremely odd that nobody involved in making and implementing policy towards Ukraine knew why the aid had been put on hold. During August, Sondland participated in conference calls and text messages with Volker and Giuliani and said that the gist of every call was what was going to go in the press statement. In an August 9 text message with Volker, Sondland stated, I think POTUS really wants the deliverable, which was, according to Sondland, a deliverable public statement that President Trump wanted to see or hear before a White House meeting could happen. On September 1, Ambassador Sondland participated in Vice President Pence's bilateral meeting with Zelensky in Warsaw, during which Zelensky raised the suspended security assistance. Following that meeting, Sondland approached the senior Ukrainian official to tell him that he believed what could help them move the aid was if the Ukrainian prosecutor general would go to the mic and announce that he was opening the Burisma investigation. Sondland told Taylor that he had made a mistake by telling the Ukrainians that an Oval Office meeting was dependent on a public announcement of investigations. In fact, everything was dependent on such an announcement, including security assistance. But even the announcement by the Prosecutor General would not satisfy the President. On September 7, Sondland spoke to the President and told Tim Morrison and Bill Taylor about the call shortly thereafter. The President said that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. Moreover, an announcement by the Prosecutor General would not be enough. President Zelensky must announce personally that he would open the investigations. Sondland told Taylor that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, he said the businessman asked that person to pay up before signing the check. The check referred to here was the U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, and Ukraine had to pay up with investigations. Throughout early September, Volker and Sondland sought to close the deal on an agreement that Zelensky would announce investigations. After Taylor texted Sondland on September 9, 2019, that "I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." 16 days later, the transcript of the July 25th call was made public, and the American people learned the truth of how our president tried to take advantage of a vulnerable ally. Now it is up to Congress, as the people's representatives, to determine what response is appropriate. If the president abused his power and invited foreign interference in our elections, if he sought to condition, coerce, extort, or bribe an ally into conducting investigations to aid his re-election campaign, and did so by withholding official acts, a White House meeting, or hundreds of millions of dollars of needed military aid, it will be up to us to decide whether those acts are compatible with the office of the presidency. Finally, I want to say a word about the President and Secretary Pompeo's obstruction of this investigation. We have not received a single document from the State Department, and as Ambassador Sondland's opening statement today will make clear, those documents bear directly on this investigation and this impeachment inquiry. I think we know now, based on a sample of the documents attached to Ambassador Sondland's statement, that the knowledge of this scheme was far and wide and included, among others, Secretary of State Pompeo, as well as the Vice President. We can see why Secretary Pompeo and President Trump have made such a concerted and across-the-board effort to obstruct this investigation and this impeachment inquiry. And I will just say this, they do so at their own peril. I remind the President that Article 3 of the impeachment articles drafted against President Nixon was his refusal to obey the subpoenas of Congress. And with that, I recognize Ranking Member Nunes for any remarks that he would wish to make.
Thank the gentleman. As we learned last night, story time last night, we get story time first thing this morning. Ambassador Sondland, welcome. Glad you're here. Well, I'm really not glad you're here, but welcome to the fifth day of this circus. As I've noted before, the Democrats on this committee spent 3 years accusing President Trump of being a Russian agent. In March 2018, after a year-long investigation, Intelligence Committee Republicans issued a 240-page report describing in detail how the Russians meddled in the 2016 elections and making specific recommendations to improve our election security. Denouncing the report as a whitewash and accusing Republicans of subverting the investigation, the Democrats issued their own report, focusing on their now debunked conspiracy theory that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia to hack the elections. Notably, the Democrats vowed at the time to present a further, quote, comprehensive report, unquote, after they finished their investigation into Trump's treasonous collusion with Russia. For some completely inexplicable reason, after the implosion of their Russia hoax, the Democrats failed to issue that comprehensive report. We're still waiting. This episode shows how the Democrats have exploited the Intelligence Committee for political purposes for 3 years, culminating in these impeachment hearings in their mania to attack the president. No conspiracy theory is too outlandish for the Democrats. Time and time again, they floated the possibility of some far-fetched malfeasance by Trump, declared the dire need to investigate it, and then suddenly dropped the issue and moved on to their next asinine theory. A sampling of their accusations and insinuations includes these. Trump is a longtime Russian agent, as described in the Steele dossier. The Russians gave Trump advance access to emails stolen by the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign. The Trump campaign based some of its activities on these stolen documents. Trump received nefarious materials from the Russians through a Trump campaign aide. Trump laundered Russian money through real estate deals. Trump was blackmailed by Russia through his financial exposure with Deutsche Bank. Trump had a diabolical plan to build a Trump Tower in Moscow. Trump changed the Republican National Committee platform to hurt Ukraine and benefit Russia. The Russians laundered money through the NRA for the Trump campaign. Trump's son-in-law lied about his Russian contacts while obtaining his security clearance. It's a long list of charges, all false. And I could go on and on and on, but I'll spare you for these moments. Clearly, these ludicrous accusations don't reflect committee members who are honestly searching for the truth. They are the actions of partisan extremists who hijacked the Intelligence Committee, transformed it into the Impeachment Committee, abandoned its core oversight functions, and turned it into a beachhead for ousting an elected president from office. You have to keep that history in mind as you consider the Democrats' latest catalog of supposed Trump outrages. Granted, a friendly call with the Ukrainian president wouldn't seem to rise to the same level as being a Russian agent, but the Democrats were running out of time. If they waited any longer, their impeachment circus would intervene with their own candidates' 2020 campaigns. So you have to give them points for creativity in selling this absurdity as an impeachable offense. All this explains why the Democrats have gathered zero Republican support in the House of Representatives for their impeachment crusade. In fact, the vote we held was a bipartisan vote against this impeachment inquiry. Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Schiff, and Chairman Nadler, the key figures behind this impeachment crusade, all proclaimed that impeachment is so damaging to the country that it can only proceed with bipartisan support. Are those declarations suddenly no longer true? Did impeachment become less divisive? Of course not. They know exactly what kind of damage they're inflicting on this nation, but they've passed the point of no return. After 3 years of preparation work, much of it spearheaded by the Democrats on this committee, using all the tools of Congress to accuse, investigate, indict, and smear the president, they stoked a frenzy amongst their most fanatical supporters that they can no longer control. Ambassador Sondland, you are here today to be smeared. But you'll make it through it, and I appreciate your service to this country, and I'm sorry that you've had to go through this. In closing, the Democrats have zeroed in on an anonymous whistleblower complaint that was cooked up in cooperation with the Democrats on this very committee. They lied to the American people about that cooperation and refused to let us question the whistleblower to discover the truth. Meanwhile, the Democrats lash out against anyone who questions or casts doubt on this spectacle. When Ukrainian President Zelensky denies anything improper happened on the phone call, the Democrats say that he's a liar. When journalists report on Ukraine election meddling and Hunter Biden's position on the board of corrupt Ukrainian companies, the Democrats label them conspiracy theorists. When the Democrats can't get any traction for their allegations of quid pro quo, they move the goalposts and accuse the president of extortion, then bribery, and at last resort, obstruction of justice. The American people sent us to Washington to solve problems, not to wage scorched earth political warfare against the other party. This impeachment is not helping the American people. It's not a legitimate use of taxpayer dollars, and it's definitely not improving our national security. Finally, the Democrats' fake outrage that President Trump used his own channel to communicate with Ukraine. I'll remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that our first president, George Washington, directed his own diplomatic channels to secure a treaty with Great Britain. If my Democratic colleagues were around in 1794, they'd probably want to impeach him too. Mr. Chairman, this morning we have transmitted to you a letter exercising our rights under HRS 660 to subpoena documents and witnesses. We take this step because you have failed to ensure fairness and objectivity in this inquiry. As such, we need to subpoena Hunter Biden and the whistleblower for closed-door depositions, as well as relevant documents from the DNC, Hunter Biden's firm, Rosemont Zeneca, and the whistleblower. In the interest of some basic level of fairness, we expect you to concur with these subpoenas. And I'll submit that letter for the record and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. We are joined this afternoon by Ambassador Gordon Sondland. This morning. It was a long day yesterday. Gordon Sondland is the U.S. representative to the European Union with the rank of ambassador. Before joining the State Department, Ambassador Sondland was the founder and CEO of Providence Hotels, a national owner and operator of full-service hotels. Also prior to his government service, Ambassador Sondland was engaged in charitable enterprises. Two final points before our witness is sworn. First, witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be held at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch on classified information will be addressed separately. Second, Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or any of your colleagues. If you would please rise and raise your right hand, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. The microphone is sensitive, so please speak directly into it. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record, and with that, Ambassador Sondland, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Nunes. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again to the members of this committee. First, let me offer my thanks to the men and women of the U.S. Department of State who have committed their professional lives to support the foreign policy work of the United States. In particular, I want to thank my staff at the U.S. Mission to the European Union. Your integrity, dedication, and hard work, often performed without public acclaim or recognition, serve as a shining example of true public service, and I am personally grateful to work beside you each and every day. It is my honor to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to the European Union. The U.S. mission to the EU is the direct link between the United States and the European Union and its members, America's longest-standing allies and one of the largest economic blocs in the world. Every day, I work to support a strong, united, and peaceful Europe. Strengthening our ties with Europe serves both American and European goals as we together promote political stability and economic prosperity around the world. I expect that few Americans have heard my name before these events, so before I begin my substantive testimony, please let me share some of my personal background. My parents fled Europe during the Holocaust. Escaping the atrocities of that time, my parents left Germany for Uruguay and then, in 1953, emigrated to Seattle, Washington, where I was born and raised. Like so many immigrants, my family was eager for freedom and hungry for opportunity. They raised my sister and me to be humble, hardworking, and patriotic, and I am forever grateful for the sacrifices they made on our behalf. Public service has always been important to me, As a lifelong Republican, I have contributed to initiatives of both Republican and Democratic administrations. In 2003, I served as a member of the transition team for Oregon Democratic Governor Ted Kulongoski. Governor Kulongoski also appointed me to serve on various statewide boards. In 2007, President George W. Bush appointed me as a member of the Commission on White House Fellows. I worked with President Bush on charitable events for his foundation's military service initiative, and I also worked briefly with former Vice President Joe Biden's office in connection with the Vice President's nationwide anti-cancer initiative at a local Northwest hospital. And of course, the highest honor in my public life came when President Trump asked me to serve as the United States ambassador to the European Union. The Senate confirmed me as an ambassador on a bipartisan voice vote, and I assumed the role in Brussels on July 9th, 2018. Although today is my first public testimony on the Ukraine matters, this is not my first time cooperating with this committee. As you know, I've already provided 10 hours of deposition testimony, and I did so despite directives from the White House and the State Department that I refuse to appear, as many others have done. I agreed to testify because I respect the gravity of the moment, and I believe I have an obligation to account fully for my role in these events. But I also must acknowledge that this process has been challenging, and in many respects, less than fair. I have not had access to all of my phone records, State Department emails, and many, many other State Department documents. And I was told I could not work with my EU staff to pull together the relevant files and information. Having access to the State Department materials would have been very helpful to me in trying to reconstruct with whom I spoke and met, and when and what was said. As ambassador, I've had hundreds of meetings and calls with individuals, but I'm not a note taker or a memo writer. Never have been. My job requires that I speak with heads of state, senior government officials, members of the cabinet, the president, almost each and every day. Talking with foreign leaders might be memorable to some people, but this is my job. I do it all the time. My lawyers and I have made multiple requests to the State Department and the White House for these materials. Yet these materials were not provided to me, and they have also refused to share these materials with this committee. These documents are not classified, and in fairness, should have been made available. In the absence of these materials, my memory, admittedly, has not been perfect. And I have no doubt that a more fair, open, and orderly process of allowing me to read the State Department records and other materials would have made this process far more transparent. I don't intend to repeat my prior opening statement or attempt to summarize 10 hours of previous deposition testimony. However, a few critical points have been obscured by noise over the last few days and weeks, and I'm worried that the bigger picture is being ignored. So let me make a few key points. First, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I worked with Mr. Rudy Giuliani on Ukraine matters at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we were playing the hand we were dealt. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose a very important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the President's orders. Second, although we disagreed with the need to involve Mr. Giuliani, At the time, we did not believe that his role was improper. As I previously testified, if I had known of all of Mr. Giuliani's dealings or his associations with individuals, some of whom are now under criminal indictment, I personally would not have acquiesced to his participation. Still, given what we knew at the time, what we were asked to do did not appear to be wrong. Third, let me say, precisely because we did not think that we were engaging in improper behavior, we made every effort to ensure that the relevant decision makers at the National Security Council and the State Department knew the important details of our efforts. The suggestion that we were engaged in some irregular or rogue diplomacy is absolutely false. I have now identified certain State Department emails and messages that provide contemporaneous support for my view. These emails show that the leadership of the State Department, the National Security Council, and the White House were all informed about the Ukraine efforts from May 23, 2019, until the security aid was released on September 11, 2019. I will quote from some of those messages with you shortly. Fourth, as I testified previously, Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President. Fifth, in July and August of 2019, we learned that the White House had also suspended security aid to Ukraine. I was adamantly opposed to any suspension of aid. I was adamantly opposed to any suspension of aid, as the Ukrainians needed those funds to fight against Russian aggression. I tried diligently to ask why the aid was suspended, but I never received a clear answer. Still haven't to this day. In the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe that the resumption of security aid would not occur until there was a public statement from Ukraine committing to the investigations of the 2016 elections and Burisma, as Mr. Giuliani had demanded. I shared concerns of the potential quid pro quo regarding the security aid with Senator Ron Johnson, and I also shared my concerns with the Ukrainians. Finally, at all times, I was acting in good faith. As a presidential appointee, I followed the directions of the president. We worked with Mr. Giuliani because the president directed us to do so. We had no desire to set any conditions. On the Ukrainians. Indeed, my own personal view, which I shared repeatedly with others, was that the White House and security assistance should have proceeded without preconditions of any kind. We were working to overcome the problems given the facts as they existed. Our only interest, and my only interest, was to advance long-standing U.S. policy and to support Ukraine's fragile democracy. Now let me provide additional details specifically about Ukraine and my involvement. First, my very first days as ambassador to the EU, which was starting back in July of 2018, Ukraine has featured prominently in my broader portfolio. Ukraine's political and economic development are critical to the long-standing and long-lasting stability of Europe. Moreover, the conflict in eastern Ukraine and Crimea remains one of the most significant security crises for Europe and the United States. Our efforts to counterbalance an aggressive Russia depend in substantial part on a strong Ukraine. On April 21st, 2019, Vladimir Zelensky was elected president of Ukraine in an historic election. With the express support of Secretary Pompeo, I attended President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20th as part of the U.S. delegation, which was led by Energy Secretary Rick Perry. The U.S. delegation also included Senator Johnson, Ukraine Special Envoy Volker, and Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman of the National Security Council. My attendance at President Zelensky's inauguration was not my first involvement with Ukraine. As I testified previously, just 4 days after assuming my post as ambassador in July of 2018, I received an official delegation from the government of then Ukraine President Petro Poroshenko. The meeting took place at the U.S. mission in Brussels and was prearranged by my career EU mission staff. And I've had several meetings since then in Brussels. Later, in February of 2019, I worked well with U.S. Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch in making my first official visit to Ukraine for a U.S. Navy visit to the strategic Black Sea port of Odessa. And the reason I raise these prior Ukraine activities, the meetings in Brussels, my visit to Odessa, is to emphasize that Ukraine has been a part of my portfolio from my very first days as the U.S. ambassador. Any claim that I somehow muscled my way into the Ukraine relationship is simply false. During the Zelensky inauguration on May 20th, the U.S. delegation developed a very positive view of the Ukraine government. We were impressed by President Zelensky's desire to promote a stronger relationship with the United States. We admired his commitment to reform, and we were excited about the possibility of Ukraine making the changes necessary to support a greater Western economic investment. And we were excited that Ukraine might, after years and years of lip service, finally get serious about addressing its own well-known corruption problems. With that enthusiasm, we returned to the White House on May 23rd to brief President Trump. We advised the President of the strategic importance of Ukraine and the value of strengthening the relationship with President Zelensky. To support this reformer, we asked the White House for two things. First, a working phone call between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, and second, a working Oval Office visit. In our view, both were vital to cementing the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, demonstrating support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression, and advancing broader U.S. foreign policy interests. Unfortunately, President Trump was skeptical. He expressed concerns that the Ukrainian government was not serious about reform, and he even mentioned that Ukraine tried to take him down in the last election. In response to our persistent efforts in that meeting to change his views, President Trump directed us to, quote, talk with Rudy. We understood that talk with Rudy meant talk with Mr. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer. Let me say again, we weren't happy with the president's directive to talk with Rudy. We did not want to involve Mr. Giuliani. I believed then, as I do now, that the men and women of the State Department, not the president's personal lawyer, should take responsibility for Ukraine matters. Nonetheless, Based on the President's direction, we were faced with a choice. We could abandon the efforts to schedule the White House phone call and a White House visit between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, which was unquestionably in our foreign policy interest, or we could do as President Trump had directed and talk with Rudy. We chose the latter course, not because we liked it, but because it was the only constructive path open to us. Over the course of the next several months, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I were in communication with Mr. Giuliani. Secretary Perry volunteered to make the initial calls with Mr. Giuliani, given their prior relationship. Ambassador Volker made several of the early calls and generally informed us of what was discussed. I first communicated with Mr. Giuliani in early August, several months later. Mr. Giuliani emphasized that the president wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing Ukraine to look into the corruption issues. Mr. Giuliani specifically mentioned the 2016 election, including the DNC server, and Burisma as two topics of importance to the president. We kept the leadership of the State Department and the NSC informed of our activities, and that included communications with Secretary of State Pompeo, his counselor Ulrich Brechtbull, his executive secretary Lisa Kenna, and also communications with Ambassador Bolton, Dr. Hill, Mr. Morrison, and their staff at the NSC. They knew what we were doing and why. On July 10th, 2019, senior Ukrainian national security officials met with Ambassador Bolton, Ambassador Volker, Dr. Hill, Secretary Perry, myself, and several others in Washington, D.C. During that meeting, we all discussed the importance of the two action items I identified earlier. One, a working phone call, and two, a White House meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. From my perspective, the July 10th meeting was a positive step toward accomplishing our shared goals. While I am now aware of accounts of the meeting from Dr. Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, their recollections of those events simply don't square with my own, or with those of Ambassador Volker or Secretary Perry. I recall mentioning the prerequisite of investigations before any White House call or meeting, but I do not recall any yelling or screaming or abrupt terminations as others have said. Instead, after the meeting, Ambassador Bolton walked outside with our group, and we all took some great pictures together outside on the White House lawn. More important, those recollections of protests do not square with the documentary record of our interactions with the NSC in the days and weeks that followed. We kept the NSC apprised of our efforts, including, specifically, our efforts to secure a public statement from the Ukrainians that would satisfy President Trump's concerns. For example, on July 13th, and this is 3 days after that July 10th meeting, I emailed Tim Morrison. He had just taken over Dr. Hill's post as the NSC Eurasia Director, and I met him that day for the first time. I wrote to Mr. Morrison with these words: the call between Zelensky and POTUS, President of the United States, should happen before 7/21, which is the parliamentary elections in Ukraine. Sole purpose is for Zelensky to give POTUS assurances of new sheriff in town, corruption ending, unbundling moving forward, and I emphasize, any hampered investigations will be allowed to move forward transparently. Goal is for POTUS to invite him to Oval. Volker, Perry, Bolton, and I strongly recommend. Mr. Morrison acknowledged and said thank you, and specifically noted that he was tracking these issues. Again, there was no secret regarding moving forward and the discussion of investigations. Moreover, I've reviewed other State Department documents, some of which are not currently in the public domain, detailing Mr. Giuliani's efforts. For example, on July 10th, the very same day that Ambassador Volker, Secretary Perry, and I were meeting with the Ukraine officials in Washington, Ambassador Taylor received a communication that Mr. Giuliani was still talking with Ukrainian prosecutor Yuri Lutsenko. In WhatsApp messages with Ambassador Volker and I, Ambassador Taylor wrote to us as follows: "Just had a meeting with Andrei and Vadim," referring to Ukraine Foreign Minister Vadim Prystaiko. Taylor said the Ukrainians were, quote, very concerned about what Lutsenko told them, that according to RG, meaning Rudy Giuliani, the Zelensky-POTUS meeting will not happen. Volker responded, "Good grief, please tell Vadim to let the official U.S. government representatives speak for the U.S. Lutsenko has his own self-interest here." Taylor confirmed that he had communicated that message to the Ukrainians, and he added, "I briefed Ulrich this afternoon on this," referring to State Department Counselor Ulrich Brechtbull. Again, everyone's in the loop. Three things are critical about this WhatsApp exchange. First, while the Ukrainians were in Washington at the White House, Mr. Giuliani was communicating with the Ukrainians without our knowledge. Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Volker, and I were all surprised by this. Second, Mr. Giuliani was communicating with the reportedly corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor Lutsenko and discussing whether a Zelensky-Trump meeting was going to happen, again without our knowledge. And third, with this alarming news, Ambassador Taylor briefed Ulrich Brechtbull, who is the counselor to Secretary of State Pompeo. And even as late as September 24th of this year, Secretary Pompeo was directing Kurt Volker to speak with Mr. Giuliani. In a WhatsApp message, Kurt Volker told me in part, "Spoke with Rudy per guidance from S." S is the State Department's official designator for the Secretary. "Spoke with Rudy per guidance from S." Look, we tried our best to fix the problem while keeping the State Department and the NSC closely apprised of the challenges we faced. On July 25th, Presidents Trump and Zelensky had their official call. I was not on the call, and I don't think I was invited to be on the call. In fact, I first read the transcript on September 25th, the day it was publicly released. All I had heard at that time was that the call had gone well. Looking back, I find it very odd, that neither I, nor Ambassador Taylor, nor Ambassador Volker ever received a detailed readout of that call with the Biden references. Now, there are people who say they had concerns about the call, but no one shared any concerns about the call with me at the time, which frankly would have been very helpful to know. On July 26th, Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Volker, and I were all in Kiev to meet with President Zelensky. The timing of that trip, immediately after the call between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, was entirely coincidental. The Kiev meetings had been scheduled well before the date that the White House finally fixed the call. During our Kiev meeting, I do not recall President Zelensky discussing the substance of his July 25th call with President Trump, nor did he discuss any request to investigate Vice President Biden, which we all later learned was discussed on the July 25th call. And this is consistent with the reported comments from Ambassadors Volker and Taylor. After the Zelensky meeting, I also met with Zelensky's senior aide, Andrei Yermak. I don't recall the specifics of our conversation, but I believe the issue of investigations was probably a part of that agenda or meeting. Also, on July 26th, shortly after our Kiev meetings, I spoke by phone with President Trump. The White House, which has finally shared certain call dates and times with my attorneys, confirms this. The call lasted 5 minutes. I remember I was at a restaurant in Kiev, and I have no reason to doubt that this conversation included the subject of investigations. Again, given Mr. Giuliani's demand that President Zelensky make a public statement about investigations, I knew that investigations were important to President Trump. We did not discuss any classified information. Other witnesses have recently shared their recollection of overhearing this call. For the most part, I have no reason to doubt their accounts. It's true that the president speaks loudly at times, and it's also true, I think we primarily discussed ASAP Rocky. It's true that the president likes to use colorful language. Anyone who has met with him for any reasonable amount of time knows this. While I cannot remember the precise details, again, the White House has not allowed me to see any readouts of that call, and the July 26th call did not strike me as significant at the time. Actually, I would have been more surprised if President Trump had not mentioned investigations, particularly given what we were hearing from Mr. Giuliani about the president's concerns. However, I have no recollection of discussing Vice President Biden or his son on that call or after the call ended. I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us. We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements. Within my State Department emails, there is a July 19th email. This email was sent to Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Perry, Brian McCormick, who is Secretary Perry's chief of staff at the time, Ms. Kenna, who is the executive secretariat for Secretary Pompeo, Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and Mr. Mulvaney's senior advisor, Rob Blair. A lot of senior officials. Here is my exact quote from that email. I talked to Zelensky just now. He is prepared to receive POTUS's call. We'll assure him that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. He would greatly appreciate a call prior to Sunday so that he can put out some media about a friendly and productive call, no details, prior to Ukraine election on Sunday. Chief of Staff Mulvaney responded, I asked the NSC to set it up for tomorrow. Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call. As I communicated to the team, I told President Zelensky in advance that assurances to run a fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone were necessary in his call with President Trump. On July 19th, in a WhatsApp message between Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Volker, and me, Ambassador Volker stated, "Had breakfast with Rudy this morning." That's Ambassador Volker and Rudy Giuliani. "Teeing up call with Yermak Monday." That's Senior Advisor Andrei Yermak. "Must have helped. Most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help investigation and address any specific personnel issues, if there are any." On August 10th, the next day, Mr. Yermak texted me, "Once we have a date," which is a date for the White House meeting, "we will call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for the reboot of the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling in investigations." This is from Mr. Yermak to me. The following day, August 11th, and this is critical, I sent an email to Counselor Breckbull and Lisa Kenna. Lisa Kenna was frequently used as the pathway to Secretary Pompeo, as sometimes he preferred to receive his emails through her. She would print them out and put them in front of him. With the subject Ukraine, I wrote, "Mike," referring to Mike Pompeo, "Kurt and I negotiated a statement from Zelensky to be delivered for our review in a day or two. The contents will hopefully make the boss happy enough," the boss being the president, "to authorize an invitation. Zelensky plans to have a big press conference on the openness subject, including specifics next week," all of which referred to the 2016 and the Burisma. Ms. Kenna replied, "Gordon, I'll pass to the Secretary. Thank you." Again, everyone was in the loop. Curiously, and this was very interesting to me, on August 26th, shortly before his visit to Kiev, Ambassador Bolton's office requested Mr. Giuliani's contact information from me. I sent Ambassador Bolton the information directly. They requested Mr. Giuliani's contact information on August 26th. I was first informed that the White House was withholding security aid to Ukraine during conversations with Ambassador Taylor on July 18th, 2019. However, as I testified before, I was never able to obtain a clear answer regarding the specific reason for the hold, whether it was bureaucratic in nature, which often happens, or reflected some other concern in the interagency process. I never participated in any of the subsequent DOD or DOS review meetings that others have described, so I can't speak to what was discussed in those meetings. Nonetheless, before the September 1st Warsaw meeting, the Ukrainians had become aware that security funds had yet to be dispersed. In the absence of any credible explanation for the hold, I came to the conclusion that the aid, like the White House visit, was jeopardized. In preparation for the September 1 Warsaw meeting, I asked Secretary Pompeo whether a face-to-face conversation between Trump and Zelensky would help to break the logjam. And this was when President Trump was still intending to travel to Warsaw. Specifically, on August 22nd, I emailed Secretary Pompeo directly, copying Secretary Kenna. I wrote, and this is my email to Secretary Pompeo, "Should we block time in Warsaw for a short pull-aside for POTUS to meet Zelensky? I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place in mid-September, that Zelensky should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS in the U.S. Hopefully that will help break the logjam. The Secretary replied, yes. I followed up the next day asking to get 10 to 15 minutes on the Warsaw schedule for this. I said we'd like to know when it's locked so that I can tell Zelensky and brief him. Executive Secretary Kenna replied, I will try for sure. Moreover, given my concerns about the security aid, I have no reason to dispute that portion of Senator Johnson's recent letter in which he recalls conversations he and I had on August 30th. By the end of August, my belief was that if Ukraine did something to demonstrate a serious intention to fight corruption, and specifically addressing Burisma and the 2016, then the hold on military aid would be lifted. There was a September 1st meeting with President Zelensky in Warsaw. Unfortunately, President Trump's attendance at the Warsaw meeting was canceled due to Hurricane Dorian. Vice President Pence attended instead. I mentioned to Vice President Pence before the meetings with the Ukrainians that I had concerns that the delay in aid had become tied to the issue of investigations. I recall mentioning that before the Zelensky meeting. During the actual meeting, President Zelensky raised the issue of security assistance directly with Vice President Pence, and the Vice President said that he would speak to President Trump about it. Based on my previous communication with Secretary Pompeo, I felt comfortable sharing my concerns with Mr. Yermak. It was a very, very brief pull-aside conversation that happened within a few seconds. I told Mr. Yermak that I believed that the resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine took some kind of action on the public statement that we had been discussing for many weeks. As my other State Department colleagues have testified, this security aid was critical to Ukraine's defense and should not have been delayed. I expressed this view to many during this period, but my goal at the time was to do what was necessary to get the aid released, to break the logjam. I believe that the public statement we had been discussing for weeks was essential to advancing that goal. You know, I really regret that the Ukrainians were placed in that predicament, but I do not regret doing what I could to try to break the logjam and to solve the problem. I mentioned at the outset that throughout these events, we kept State Department leadership and others apprised of what we were doing. State Department was fully supportive of our engagement in Ukraine efforts and was aware that a commitment to investigations was among the issues we were pursuing. To provide just two examples, on June 5th, the day after the US-EU mission hosted our Independence Day, we did it a month early, Acting Assistant Secretary Phil Reeker sent an email to me, to Secretary Perry, and to others, forwarding some positive media coverage of President Zelensky's attendance at our event. Mr. Reeker wrote, and I quote, "This headline underscores the importance and timeliness of Zelensky's visit to Brussels and the critical, perhaps historic role of the dinner and engagement Gordon coordinated. Thank you for your participation and dedication to this effort." Months later, on September 3rd, I sent Secretary Pompeo an email to express my appreciation for his joining a series of meetings in Brussels following the Warsaw trip. I wrote, "Mike, thanks for schlepping to Europe. I think it was really important and the chemistry seems promising. Really appreciate it." Secretary Pompeo replied the next day on Wednesday, September 4th, quote, "All good. You're doing great work. Keep banging away." State Department leadership expressed total support for our efforts to engage the new Ukrainian administration. Look, I've never doubted the strategic value of strengthening our alliance with Ukraine. And at all times, At all times, our efforts were in good faith and fully transparent to those tasked with overseeing them. Our efforts were reported and approved, and not once do I recall encountering an objection. It remains an honor to serve the people of the United States as their United States ambassador to the European Union. I look forward to answering the committee's questions. Thank you.
We will now proceed to the first round of questions. As detailed in the memo provided to committee members, there will be 45 minutes of questions conducted by the chairman or majority counsel, followed by 45 minutes for the ranking member or minority counsel. Following that, unless I specify additional equal time for extended questioning, we will proceed under the 5-minute rule, and every member will have the chance to ask questions. I recognize myself or majority counsel for the first round of questions. Mr. Sondland, there's a lot of new material in your opening statement for us to get through, but I want to start with a few top-line questions before passing it over to Mr. Goldman. In your deposition, you testified that you found yourself on a continuum that became more insidious over time. Can you describe what you mean by this continuum of insidiousness?
Well, Mr. Chairman, when we left the Oval Office, I believe on May 23rd, the request was very generic for an investigation of corruption in a very vanilla sense and dealing with some of the oligarch problems in Ukraine, which were longstanding problems. And then as time went on, more specific items got added to the menu, including the Burisma and 2016 election meddling specifically, the DNC server specifically, and over this continuum, it became more and more difficult to secure the White House meeting because more conditions were being placed on the White House meeting.
And then, of course, on July 25th, although you were not privy to the call, another condition was added, that being the investigation of the Bidens.
I was not privy to the call, and I did not know that the condition of investigating the Bidens was a condition, correct?
You saw that in the call record, correct?
It was not in any record I received.
But when you did see...
Yes, I saw that in September, correct.
So on this continuum, the beginning of the continuum begins on May 23rd when the president instructs you to talk to Rudy?
Correct.
And you understood that as a direction by the president that you needed to satisfy the concerns that Rudy Giuliani would express to you about what the president wanted in Ukraine?
Not to me, to the entire group, Volker, Perry, and myself, correct.
Now, in your opening statement, you confirm that there was a quid pro quo between the White House meeting and the investigations into Burisma and the 2016 election that Giuliani was publicly promoting. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you say that other senior officials in the State Department and the Chiefs of Staff's office, including Mick Mulvaney, Secretary Pompeo, were aware of this quid pro quo, that in order to get the White House meeting, there were going to have to be these investigations the president wanted.
Correct.
And those, again, are investigations into 2016 and Burisma / the Bidens.
2016 Burisma, the Bidens did not come up.
But you would ultimately learn that Burisma meant the Bidens when you saw the call record, correct?
Of course, today I know exactly what it means. I didn't know at the time.
And then on July 26th, you confirm you did indeed have the conversation with President Trump from a restaurant in Kyiv that David Holmes testified about last week. Is that right?
Correct.
And you have no reason to doubt Mr. Holmes' recounting of your conversation with the president?
The only part of Mr. Holmes' recounting that I take exception with is I do not recall mentioning the Bidens. That did not enter my mind. It was Burisma in 2016 elections.
You have no reason to believe that Mr. Holmes would make that up if that's what he recalls you saying? You have no reason to question that, do you?
I don't recall saying Biden. I never recall saying Biden.
But the rest of Mr. Holmes' recollection is consistent with your own?
Well, I can't testify as to what Mr. Holmes might or might not have heard through the phone. I don't know how he heard the conversation.
Are you familiar with his testimony?
Vaguely, yes.
And the only exception you take is to the mention of the name Biden?
Correct.
And I think you said in your testimony this morning that not only is it correct that the president brought up with you investigations on the phone the day after the July 25th call, but you would have been surprised had he not brought that up. Is that right?
Right, because we had been hearing about it from Rudy, and we presumed Rudy was getting it from the president. So it seemed like a logical conclusion.
Mr. Holmes also testified that you told him President Trump doesn't care about Ukraine. He only cares about big stuff that relates to him personally. I take it from your comment you don't dispute that part of the conversation.
Well, he made that clear in the May 23rd meeting that he was not particularly fond of Ukraine, and we had a lot of heavy lifting to do to get him to engage.
So you don't dispute that part of Mr. Holmes' recollection?
No.
In August, when you worked with Rudy Giuliani and a top Ukrainian aide to draft a public statement for President Zelensky to issue that includes the announcement of investigations into Burisma, you understood that was required by President Trump before he would grant a White House meeting to President Zelensky?
That's correct.
And the Ukrainians understood that as well?
I believe they did.
And you informed Secretary Pompeo about that statement as well?
I did.
Later in August, you told Secretary Pompeo that President Zelensky would be prepared to tell President Trump that his new justice officials would be able to announce matters of interest to the president, which could break the logjam. When you say matters of interest to the president, you mean the investigations that President Trump wanted. Is that right?
Correct.
And that involved 2016 and Burisma or the Bidens?
2016 and Burisma.
And when you're talking here about breaking the logjam, you're talking about the logjam over the security assistance, correct?
I was talking logjam generically because nothing was moving.
But that included the security assistance, did it not?
Correct.
And based on the context of that email, this was not the first time you had discussed these investigations with Secretary Pompeo, was it?
No.
He was aware of the connections that you were making between the investigations and the White House meeting and security assistance?
Yes.
Did he ever take issue with you and say, no, that connection is not there or you're wrong?
Not that I recall.
Now, you mentioned that you also had a conversation with Vice President Pence before his meeting with President Zelensky in Warsaw, and that you raised the concern you had as well that the security assistance was being withheld because of the president's desire to get a commitment from Zelensky to pursue these political investigations. What did you say to the vice president?
I was in a briefing with several people, and I just spoke up and I said, it appears that everything is stalled until this statement gets made, words to that effect, and that's what I believe to be the case based on the work that the three of us had been doing, Volker, Perry, and myself. And the vice president nodded like, he heard what I said, and that was pretty much it, as I recall.
And you understood that the Ukrainians were going to raise the security assistance with the vice president at this meeting?
I didn't know what they were going to raise, but they in fact did raise it, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it was public by that point that there was a hold on the security assistance, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't know what they were going to raise. I didn't get a pre-brief from the Ukrainians.
Well, you knew, certainly they were concerned about the hold on the security assistance, right?
They were concerned, obviously.
And you wanted to help prepare the vice president for the meeting by letting him know what you thought was responsible for the hold on the security assistance.
That's fair.
Do you recall anything else the vice president said other than nodding his head when you made him aware of this fact?
No, I don't have a readout of that meeting, so I can't remember anything else.
And it was immediately after this meeting between the vice president and Zelensky that you went to speak with Yermak, and you told him similarly that in order to release the military assistance, they were going to have to publicly announce these investigations.
Yeah, much has been made of that meeting, and it really wasn't a meeting. What happened was everyone got up after the bilateral meeting between President Zelensky and Vice President Pence, and people do what they normally do. They get up, they mill around, they shake hands, and I don't know if I came over to Yermak or he came over to me, but he said, what's going on here? And I said, I don't know. It might all be tied together now. I have no idea. I was presuming that it was, but it was a very short conversation.
Well, in that short conversation, as you would later relay to Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor, you informed Mr. Yermak that they would need to announce these investigations in order to get the aid, did you not?
Well, Mr. Yermak was already working on those investigation, or on the statement about the investigations.
And you confirmed for him that he needed to get it done if they were going to get the military aid?
I likely did.
Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor have also related a conversation you had with the President following the Warsaw meeting, in which the President relayed to you that there was no quid pro quo, but nevertheless, unless Zelensky went to the mic and announced these investigations, there would be a stalemate over the aid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was an accurate reflection of your discussion with the President?
Well, that email was not artfully written, I'm the first to admit. What I was trying to convey to Ambassador Taylor after his frantic emails to me and to others about the security assistance, which, by the way, I agreed with him. I thought it was a very bad idea to hold that money. I finally called the President. I believe it was on the 9th of September. I can't find the records, and they won't provide them to me. But I believe I just asked him an open-ended question, Mr. Chairman. What do you want from Ukraine? I keep hearing all these different ideas and theories and this and that. What do you want? And it was a very short, abrupt conversation. He was not in a good mood. And he just said, I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. Something to that effect. So I typed out a text to Ambassador Taylor, and my reason for telling him this was not to defend what the President was saying, not to opine on whether the President was being truthful or untruthful, but simply to relay, I've gone as far as I can go. This is the final word that I heard from the President of the United States. If you're still concerned, you, Ambassador Taylor, are still concerned, please get a hold of the Secretary. Maybe he can help.
I'm not asking about your text message. I'm asking about your conversations with Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor after you spoke with the President, either in that call or in a different call.
I'm confused, Mr. Chairman. Which conversations with Mr. Morrison and Mr. Taylor?
Well, Mr. Morrison testified that you related a conversation you had with the President in which the President told you no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky must go to a microphone and announce these investigations, and that he should want to. Similarly, you told Ambassador Taylor that while the President said no quid pro quo, unless Zelensky announced these investigations, they would be at a stalemate, presumably a stalemate over the military assistance. Do you have any reason to question those conversations that Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor took notes about?
Well, I think it's tied to my text, Mr. Chairman, because in my text, I think I said something to the effect that he wants Zelensky to do what he ran on, I believe, is transparency, et cetera, which was my clumsy way of saying he wanted these announcements to be made.
Again, Ambassador, I'm not asking about your text message. I'm asking about what you relayed to Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Morrison about your conversation with the President. Do you have any reason to question their recollection of what you told them?
All I can say is that I expressed what I told, or what the President told me in that text. And if I had relayed anything other than what was in that text, I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
You have no reason to question Ambassador Taylor or Mr. Morrison of what they wrote in their notes about your conversation with them.
Could you kindly repeat what they wrote?
I'll have Mr. Goldman go through that with you.
That'd be great.
But let me get to the top line here, Ambassador Sondland.
Okay.
You've testified that the White House meeting that President Zelensky desperately wanted, and that was very important to President Zelensky, was it not?
Absolutely.
You've testified that that meeting was a quid pro quo for what the President wanted, these two investigations. Is that right?
Correct.
And that everybody knew it?
Correct.
Now, that White House meeting was going to be an official meeting between the two presidents, correct?
Presumably.
It would be an Oval Office meeting, hopefully?
A working meeting, yes.
Working meeting, so an official act,
Yeah.
correct? And in order to perform that official act, Donald Trump wanted these two investigations that would help his reelection campaign, correct?
I can't characterize why he wanted them. All I can tell you is this is what we heard from Mr. Giuliani.
But he had to get those two investigations if that official act was going to take place, correct?
He had to announce the investigations. He didn't actually have to do them, as I understood it.
Okay. President Zelensky had to announce the two investigations the president wanted, make a public announcement, correct?
Correct.
And those were of great value to the president. He was quite insistent upon them, and his attorney was insistent upon them?
I don't want to characterize whether they are value or not value. Again, through Mr. Giuliani, we were led to believe that that's what he wanted.
Well, and you said that Mr. Giuliani was acting at the president's demand, correct?
Right. When the president says, talk to my personal lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, we followed his direction.
And so that official act of that meeting was being conditioned on the performance of these things the president wanted as expressed both directly and through his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, correct?
As expressed through Rudy Giuliani, correct.
And you've also testified that your understanding, it became your clear understanding, that the military assistance was also being withheld pending Zelensky announcing these investigations, correct?
That was my presumption, my personal presumption based on the facts at the time. Nothing was moving.
And in fact, you had a discussion, communication with the Secretary of State in which you said that logjam over aid could be lifted if Zelensky announced these investigations, right?
I don't recall saying the logjam over aid. I recall saying the logjam. I don't know that.
That's what you meant, right, Ambassador?
I meant that whatever was holding up the meeting, whatever was holding up our deal with Ukraine, I was trying to break. Again, I was presuming.
Well, here's what you said in your testimony a moment ago.
Okay.
Page 18. But my goal at the time was to do what was necessary to get the aid released, to break the logjam. Okay, that's still your testimony, right?
Yeah.
So the military aid is also an official act, am I right?
Yes.
This is not President Trump's personal bank account he's writing a check from. This is $400 million of U.S. taxpayer money, is it not?
Absolutely.
And there was a logjam in which the president would not write that U.S. check, you believed, until Ukraine announced these two investigations the president wanted, correct?
That was my belief.
Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your opening statement, Ambassador Sondland, you detailed the benefits that you have gained from obtaining some additional documents over the past few weeks. Is that right?
In terms of refreshing my recollection. That's
right, because reviewing these documents has helped you to remember the events that we're asking about. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because you acknowledge, of course, that when you can place a document and a date and a context, it helps to jog your memory.
That's correct.
And so you would agree that for people unlike yourself who take notes, that is very helpful to their own recollection of events, right?
I think you asked your question backwards. Are you saying people that take notes, it's helpful to have those documents, or people that don't take notes, it's helpful to have those documents?
No. You are not a note taker, right?
I'm not a note taker, never have been.
But you would agree that people who do take contemporaneous notes generally are more able to remember things than people who don't.
Some, yes.
And there are additional documents that you've been unable to obtain, is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you even said in your opening statement that the State Department prevented you and your staff from trying to gather more documents, is that correct?
Certain documents, yes.
Which documents?
Documents that I didn't have immediate access to.
And who at the State Department prevented you from doing that?
You'll have to ask my counsel. He was dealing with them.
But certainly based on the additional memory that you have gained over the past few weeks from reading the testimony of others based on their notes and reviewing your own documents, you have remembered a lot more than you did when you were deposed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you now remember is the discussion that you had with President Trump on July 26th in that restaurant in Kiev, right?
Yeah, what triggered my memory was someone's reference to ASAP Rocky, which was, I believe, the primary purpose of the phone call.
Certainly. So that's one way memory works, isn't it? And you were sitting in a restaurant with David Holmes in Kiev, right, having lunch?
I think I took the whole team out to lunch after the meeting, yeah.
And it was a meeting, a one-on-one meeting you had with Andrei Yermak?
Again, trying to reconstruct a very busy day without the benefit, but if someone said I had a meeting and I went to the meeting, then I'm not going to dispute that.
And particularly if that person took notes at that meeting?
Correct.
Or sat outside the door when you didn't let them in?
I have no control over who goes into a meeting in Ukraine. That was the Ukrainians that didn't let him in.
And you had also met with President Zelensky, among others, that day, is that right?
That's correct.
And you called President Trump from your cell phone from the restaurant, is that right?
That's right.
And this was not a secure line, was it?
No, it was an open line.
Did you worry that a foreign government may be listening to your phone call with the President of the United States?
Well, I have unclassified conversations all the time from landlines that are unsecured and cell phones. If the topic is not classified, and it's up to the president to decide what's classified and what's not classified, and we were having, he was aware that it was an open line as well.
And you don't recall the specifics of holding your phone outside, far away from your ear, as Mr. Holmes testified, but you have no reason to question his recollection of that, do you?
I mean, it seems a little strange I would hold my phone here. I probably had my phone close to my ear, and he claims to have overheard part of the conversation, and I'm not going to dispute what he did or didn't hear.
Well, he also testified that you confirmed to President Trump that you were in Ukraine at the time, and that President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass, unquote. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, it sounds like something I would say. That's how President Trump and I communicate, a lot of four-letter words. In this case, three-letter.
Holmes then said that he heard President Trump ask, quote, is he, meaning Zelensky, going to do the investigation? To which you replied, he's going to do it. And then you added that President Zelensky will do anything that you, meaning President Trump, ask him to. Do you recall that?
I probably said something to that effect because I remember the meeting, President Zelensky was very, solicitous is not a good word. He was just very willing to work with the United States and was being very amicable. And so putting it in Trump speak by saying he loves your ass, he'll do whatever you want, meant that he would really work with us on a whole host of issues.
He was not only willing, he was very eager, right?
That's fair.
Because Ukraine depends on the United States as its most significant ally. Isn't that correct?
One of its most, absolutely.
So, just so we understand, you were in Kiev the day after President Trump spoke to President Zelensky on the phone. And you now know, from reading the call record, that in that phone call, he requested a favor for President Zelensky to do investigations related to the Bidens and the 2016 election, right?
I do now know that, yes.
And you met with President Zelensky and his aides on the day after that phone call. And then you had a conversation with President Trump from your cell phone from a restaurant terrace, and he asked you whether President Zelensky will do the investigations. And you responded that he's going to do them, or it, and that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to do. Is that an accurate recitation of what happened there?
It could have been words to that effect. I don't remember my exact response.
But you don't have any reason to dispute Mr. Holmes' recollection, correct?
I won't dispute it, but again, I don't recall.
After you hung up with the president, Mr. Holmes testified about a conversation that you and he had, where he says that you told Mr. Holmes that the president does not care about Ukraine, but the president used the more colorful language, including a four-letter word that you just referenced. Do you recall saying that to Mr. Holmes?
Again, I don't recall my exact words, but clearly the president, beginning on May 23rd, when we met with him in the Oval Office, was not a big fan.
But he was a big fan of the investigations.
Apparently so.
And in fact, Mr. Holmes said that you said that President Trump only cares about the, quote, big stuff that benefits himself. Is that something that you would have said at the time?
I don't think I would have said that. I would have honestly said that he was not a big fan of Ukraine, and he wants the investigations that we had been talking about for quite some time to move forward. That's what I would have said, because that's the fact.
Mr. Holmes also remembers that you told him, in giving an example of the big stuff, the Biden investigation that Rudy Giuliani was pushing. Do you recall that?
I don't. I recall Burisma, not Biden.
But do you recall saying, at least referring to an investigation that Rudy Giuliani was pushing? Is that something that you likely would have said?
I would have, yes.
Now, even if you don't recall specifically mentioning the Biden investigation to David Holmes, we know that it was certainly on President Trump's mind. Because just the day before, in his call with President Zelensky, he mentions specifically the Biden investigation. And I want to show you that exhibit, or that excerpt from the call on July 25th, where President Trump says, the other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. President Zelensky then responds with a reference to the company that he's referring to, and two witnesses yesterday said that when President Zelensky actually said the company, he said Burisma. So you would agree that regardless of whether you knew about the connection to the Bidens, at the very least that you now know that that's what President Trump wanted at the time through the Burisma investigation.
I now know it all, of course.
And at this time, you were aware of the president's desire, along with Rudy Giuliani, to do these investigations, including the 2016 election interference investigation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said President Trump had directed you to talk, you and a couple the others, to talk to Rudy Giuliani at the Oval Office on May 23rd. Is that right?
If we wanted to get anything done with Ukraine, it was apparent to us we needed to talk to Rudy.
Right. You understood that Mr. Giuliani spoke for the president, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, President Trump also made that clear to President Zelensky. In that same July 25th phone call, he said, Mr. Giuliani is a highly respected man. He was the mayor of New York City, a great mayor, and I would like him to call you. I will ask him to call you along with the Attorney General. Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. And after this, President Trump then mentions Mr. Giuliani twice more in that call. Now, from Mr. Giuliani, by this point, you understood that in order to get that White House meeting that you wanted President Zelensky to have, and that President Zelensky desperately wanted to have, that Ukraine would have to initiate these two investigations. Is that right?
Well, they would have to announce that they were going to do it.
Right, because Giuliani and President Trump didn't actually care if they did them, right?
I never heard, Mr. Goldman, anyone say that the investigations had to start or had to be completed. The only thing I heard from Mr. Giuliani or otherwise was that they had to be announced in some form, and that form kept changing.
Announced publicly?
Announced publicly.
And you, of course, recognize that there would be political benefits to a public announcement as opposed to a private confirmation, right?
Well, the way it was expressed to me was that the Ukrainians had a long history of committing to things privately and then never following through. So President Trump presumably, again, communicated through Mr. Giuliani, wanted the Ukrainians on record publicly that they were going to do these investigations. That's the reason that was given to me.
But you never heard anyone say that they really wanted them to do the investigations, just that they wanted to announce them.
I didn't hear either way.
Now, your July 26th call with the president was not the only time that you spoke to the president surrounding that Ukraine trip, was it?
I believe I spoke to him before his call.
And that would be on July 25th, the day before.
Yeah, I think I was flying to Ukraine, and I spoke with him, if I recall correctly, just before I got on the plane.
So that's 2 private telephone calls with President Trump in the span of 2 days. Is that right?
Correct.
You had direct access then to President Trump, correct?
I had occasional access when he chose to take my call. Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Well, he certainly took your call twice as it related to Ukraine on these 2 days, is that right?
He did.
Now, the morning of July 25th, you texted Ambassador Volker, and we could bring up the next text exchange, at 7:54 a.m., and you said, call ASAP. Ambassador Volker did not respond to you for another hour and a half, and he said, hi, Gordon, got your message, had a great lunch with Yermak, and then passed your message to him. He will see you tomorrow. Think everything in place. Volker, though, an hour before that, and about a half an hour before the phone call, had texted Andrei Yermak, a top aide for President Zelensky. And he wrote, good lunch, thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck, see you tomorrow. Ambassador Sondland, was this message that Kurt Volker passed to Andrei Yermak the message you left for Kurt Volker on that voicemail that he referenced?
You know, I don't remember, Mr. Goldman, but it very well could have been.
You don't have any reason to think it wasn't, right?
Again, I honestly don't remember, but seems logical to me.
And if Ambassador Volker testified that he did get that message from you, you have no reason to doubt that,
No, if he testified that he got that message from me, then I would concur with that.
So is it fair to say that this message is what you received from President Trump in that phone call that morning?
Again, if he testified to that, to refresh my own memory, then yes, likely I would have received that from President Trump.
But the sequence certainly makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does.
You talked to President Trump. You told Kurt Volker to call you. You left a message for Kurt Volker. Kurt Volker sent this text message to Andrei Yermak to prepare President Zelensky. And then President Trump had a phone call where President Zelensky spoke very similar to what was in this text message, right?
Right.
And you would agree that the message in this that is expressed here is that President Zelensky needs to convince Trump that he will do the investigations in order to nail down the date for a visit to Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to move ahead in time to the end of August and early September when you came to believe, I believe, as you testified, that it wasn't just the White House meeting that was contingent on the announcement of these investigations that the president wanted, but security assistance as well. You testified that in the absence of any credible explanation for the hold on security assistance, you came to the conclusion that, like the White House visit, the aid was conditioned on the investigations that President Trump wanted. Is that what you said in your opening statement?
It is.
So let me break this down with you. By this time, you and many top officials knew that that coveted White House meeting for President Zelensky was conditioned on these investigations, right?
The announcement of the investigations, correct.
Thank you. Yeah. And that includes Secretary Pompeo, right?
Many people.
And, well, Secretary Pompeo?
Yes.
And Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney?
Yes.
And you testified that this was a quid pro quo, is that right?
I did.
And you, at this point, by the end of August, knew that the aid had been held up for at least 6 weeks. Is that correct?
I believe I found out through Ambassador Taylor that the aid had been held up around July 18th is when I heard originally.
And even though you searched for reasons, you were never given a credible explanation. Is that right?
That's right.
And no one you spoke to thought that the aid should be held, to your knowledge. Is that right?
I never heard anyone advocate for holding the aid.
And now, by this point, at the end of August, it went public and the Ukrainians knew about it, right?
I believe there was some press reports, presuming or who knows, but I think at that point it became sort of common knowledge that everything might be tied together.
And in fact, President Zelensky brought it up at that September 1st meeting with Vice President Pence that you were at, right?
I don't know if he brought it up specifically, but asked where the aid was, I think was more, I think he sort of asked, again, very vague recollection, because I don't have a readout of the bilateral meeting, but why don't I have my check, essentially?
And you understood the Ukrainians received no credible explanation. Is that right?
I certainly couldn't give them one.
So is this kind of a 2 + 2 = 4 conclusion that you reached?
Pretty much.
Is the only logical conclusion to you that, given all of these factors, that the aid was also a part of this quid pro quo?
Yep.
Now, I want to go back to that conversation that you had with Vice President Pence right before that meeting in Warsaw. And you indicated that you said to him that you were concerned that the delay in the aid was tied to the issue of investigations. Is that right?
I don't know exactly what I said to him. This was a briefing attended by many people, and I was invited at the very last minute. I wasn't scheduled to be there. But I think I spoke up at some point late in the meeting and said, it looks like everything is being held up until these statements get made, and that's my, personal belief.
And Vice President Pence just nodded his head?
Again, I don't recall any exchange or where he asked me any questions. I think it was sort of a duly noted.
Well, he didn't say, Gordon, what are you talking about?
No, he did not.
He didn't say, what investigations?
He did not.
Now, after this meeting, you discussed this pull-aside you had with Mr. Yermak, where you relayed your belief that they needed to announce these investigations prior to the aid being released. Is that right?
I said I didn't know exactly why, but this could be a reason.
And obviously you had been speaking with Mr. Yermak for quite a while about a public announcement of these investigations, right?
We had all been working toward that end, yes.
And so you indicated to him that in addition to the White House meeting, security aid was now also involved in that.
As I said it could have been involved, yes.
Now, I'm going to show you another text exchange you had on September 1st. Where Ambassador Taylor says to you, are we now saying that security assistance and White House meeting are conditioned on investigations? And you respond, call me. Ambassador Taylor recalls that he did call you, and you did have a conversation. And in that conversation, you told Ambassador Taylor that the announcement of these investigations by President Zelensky needed to be public, and that announcement was conditioned on, that announcement would ultimately release the aid. Do you recall that conversation with Ambassador Taylor?
Again, my conversation with Ambassador Taylor, my conversation with Senator Johnson were all my personal belief, just based on, as you put it, 2 + 2 = 4.
Well, in his testimony, Ambassador Taylor says that you said that President Trump had told you that he wanted President Zelensky to state publicly as of September 1st. Do you have any reason to doubt Ambassador Taylor's testimony, which he said was based on his meticulous contemporaneous notes?
President Trump never told me directly that the aid was conditioned on the meetings. The only thing we got directly from Giuliani was that the Burisma and 2016 elections were conditioned on the White House meeting. The aid was my own personal guess based, again, on your analogy, 2 + 2 = 4.
So you didn't talk to President Trump when Ambassador Taylor says that that's what you told him? Is that your testimony here?
My testimony is I never heard from President Trump that aid was conditioned on an announcement of elections.
So you never heard those specific words?
Correct.
Right? But
never heard those words.
And well, let's move ahead because you have another conversation in a little bit later that both Tim Morrison and Ambassador Taylor recount. But in this September 1st conversation, Ambassador Taylor also testified under oath that you said that President Trump wanted Zelensky in a public box. Do you recall using that expression?
Yeah, it goes back to my earlier comment that, again, coming from the Giuliani source, because we didn't discuss this specifically with President Trump, that they wanted whatever commitments Ukraine made to be made publicly so that they would be on the record and be held more accountable, whatever those commitments were.
You also testified, or Ambassador Taylor rather testified, that you told him that you had made a mistake in telling the Ukrainians that only the White House meeting was conditioned on the announcement of the investigations, and that in fact everything was, including the security assistance. Do you remember saying that?
When I referenced a mistake, what I recall was I thought that a statement made by the new Ukrainian prosecutor that these investigations would be started up again or commenced would be sufficient to satisfy Mr. Giuliani / President Trump. As I recall, my mistake was someone came back through Volker or otherwise and said, no, it's not going to do if the prosecutor makes these statements. The president wants to hear it from Zelensky directly. That's the mistake I think I made.
Do you have any reason to question Ambassador Taylor's testimony based on his meticulous and careful contemporaneous notes?
I'm not going to question or not question. I'm just telling you what I believe I was referring to.
Let me fast forward a week and show you another text exchange which may help refresh your recollection. On September 8th, you sent a text to Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Volker. Can you read what you wrote there?
Guys, multiple convos with Zelensky, POTUS, let's talk.
And so this was September 8th at 11:20 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And Ambassador Taylor responds immediately, now is fine with me. And if we could go to the next exchange. Ambassador Taylor then 15 minutes later says, Gordon and I just spoke, or 20 minutes later rather, I can brief you if you and Gordon don't connect, speaking to Ambassador Volker. Then Ambassador Taylor an hour later says, the nightmare is they give the interview and don't get the security assistance. The Russians love it and I quit. You would agree that in this text message, after you had spoken an hour earlier with Ambassador Taylor, that he is linking the security assistance to this interview, this public announcement by President Zelensky. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And in fact, Ambassador Taylor testified that you did have a conversation with him at that point, and that you told him that, just as your text message indicates, you did have a conversation with President Trump prior to that text message. Does that help to refresh your recollection that you, in fact, spoke to President Trump at that time?
Again, I don't recall President Trump ever talking to me about any security assistance, ever. What this tells me, refreshing my memory, is that by the 8th of September, it was abundantly clear to everyone that there was a link and that we were discussing the chicken and egg issue of should the Ukrainians go out on a ledge and make the statement that President Trump wanted them to make, and then they still don't get their White House visit and their aid. That would be really bad for our credibility. I think that's what he was referring to.
So you do acknowledge you spoke to President Trump as you indicated in that text, right?
If I said I did, I did.
And that after that conversation, you were still under the impression that the aid was contingent on these public announcements.
I did not get that from President Trump, but I was under the impression that absolutely it was contingent.
Well, you weren't dissuaded then, right? Because you still thought that the aid was conditioned on the public announcement of the investigations after speaking to President Trump.
By September 8th, I was absolutely convinced it was.
And President Trump did not dissuade you of that in the conversation that you acknowledge you had with him?
I don't ever recall, because that would have changed my entire calculus. If President Trump had told me directly, I'm not...
That's not what I'm asking, Ambassador Sondland. I'm just saying, you still believed that the security assistance was conditioned on the investigation after you spoke to President Trump. Yes or no?
From a time frame standpoint, yes.
Now, Ambassador Taylor also testified that, and Mr. Morrison, both of them testified, that you told them that President Trump said there was no quid pro quo, which you also included in that text message that you referred. But then you went on, and they had slight variations as to what you told them, but then you said that to Ambassador Taylor that President Zelensky himself, not the prosecutor general, needed to clear things up in public or there would be a stalemate. And Mr. Morrison recounted something similar. You don't have any reason to doubt that both of their very similar recollections of the conversations they had with you, do you, Ambassador Sondland?
Let me break that down, Mr. Goldman. The text, as I said, about the no quid pro quo was my effort to respond to Ambassador Taylor's concerns, to go to President Trump. Apparently, Ambassador Taylor had access to Secretary Pompeo. He did not have access to President Trump. So I made the phone call. I said, what do you want? President Trump responded with what I put in the text. And then I strongly encouraged Ambassador Taylor to take it up with the Secretary. And he responded, I agree, when I said that. As far as the other part of your question relating to whether or not the prosecutor could make the statement or Zelensky could make the statement, I don't recall who told me, whether it was Volker, whether it was Giuliani, or whether it was President Trump, it's got to be Zelensky, it can't be the prosecutor. But that's what I relayed. Whoever I got that information from, I relayed that to, I believe, both Ambassador Taylor and to Mr. Morrison.
But as of September 9th, you understood, did you not, that President Trump, either himself or through his agents, required that President Zelensky make a public announcement of the two investigations that President Trump cared about in order to get both the White House meeting and to release the security assistance. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
That concludes our 45 minutes. I now recognize Mr. Nunes. Oh, okay. Why don't we take a 5 or 10 minute break?
Thank you.
Well, Gordon Sondland, clearly the man of the hour there, as we are halfway through the questioning, at least the 45-minute sessions, but he dropped a lot of bombshells. Among the things you'll hear quoted, he worked with Giuliani at the express direction of the president. He followed the president's orders. There was a quid pro quo for the White House meeting. I followed the direction of the president. Any number of quotes, Savannah, in which he is clearly, had direct communications with the president and is now implicating the president directly.
Well, most importantly, this is someone who was a Trump supporter who donated to his inaugural and now is telling a dramatically different story than the one he told back in October when he was deposed behind closed doors. And he's now saying that, yes, there was a quid pro quo, as you mentioned, that this notion of a White House visit by President Zelensky that was very important to the Ukrainians was, in fact, conditioned on these investigations being done into the president's political opponents. And he went pretty far in saying there was a quid pro quo for the security aid as well, saying he came to believe that that security aid was being withheld for one reason and one reason only, waiting for an announcement by the Ukrainians that these investigations would be done.
And significantly, he mentioned Mike Pompeo. He basically said everybody was in the loop, that everybody knew what was going on, that the president wanted Giuliani to kind of lead this effort, and you were to take your directions from him, speaking for the president.
Absolutely. And we bring in Chuck Todd and Neil Katyal, both watching the testimony with us. How does this strike you, Chuck? I mean, now we've had a few days of testimony, and this is in some ways the culmination of it, because Sondland had been mentioned in so much of the witness testimony at the very heart and the center of these matters.
Look, I mean, just the substance of the case. The Democrats said that this is what happened, and all of their witnesses continue to reinforce what happened, that there was a quid pro quo attached to the security assistance, this presidential meeting, and every witness they brought forward has only added to the case, brick by brick. It's only done it. Gordon Sondland today, I think, here's what you learn from him. He's basically saying, whoa, you don't get to call this a side channel. I didn't think it was a side channel. I was talking with the President of the United States. I was talking with the Secretary of State. I was putting everybody. It is clear he's basically saying, you don't get to throw this off on me and Rudy as some sort of side drug deal. Everybody in government knew this. And I think that is what's so significant about this testimony is he basically says, well, if this was a side deal, it was the most public side deal because everybody in government knew it. Oh, by the way, go ask the Secretary of State.
It's also significant because in the early going as this came along, Professor Katyal, the president pointed to the text message from Gordon Sondland that said there's no quid pro quo. And now this is the very person coming before Congress and saying, well, yes, there was.
Right, Savannah. That's why today was so explosive, because this was supposed to be the guy who was to defend Trump. And yesterday, Volker was supposed to be the guy who was to defend Trump, both people handpicked by Trump. Both circumstances in which they're coming forward today and saying, no, Trump was in the loop and orchestrating in some ways. Now, I think the delta here is that, and what we'll hear about in the next 45 minutes, is that Sondland never said that Trump directly ordered him to withhold the aid or to withhold the White House meeting. It was done through someone, a conduit, Giuliani. And I think that's where we'll hear for the next while.
Do you remember the Michael Cohen testimony? Michael Cohen had to... Well, he doesn't direct you to say anything, right? It was an implication, and I remember, and that was actually something that helped the president's defense, in that it was an assumed order.
But let's talk about
that is something that I think the Republicans are going to pounce on.
But let's talk about the phone call that occurred on the 26th. He's in Ukraine. Sondland is on the phone with the president. It's overheard, the president checking into the investigation. He's very careful on how he answers those questions, in as much as, yes, the call occurred, if that's what they said, but he's not pinned down.
Yeah, and as a lawyer, I see what's going on there. That is a highly scripted set of answers. He's represented by a phenomenal defense lawyer, Bob Luskin, and you can tell that preparation was going on. Very careful, but what he doesn't ever explain is what he is reported to have said after he hung up the call, which is the president doesn't care about small stuff. He cares about big stuff like Burisma.
But he did go on to say that the president said stuff like that before.
Well, I think some expletives like that before, but this was something in which I think it was pretty striking in the carefulness with the answer.
It was very lawyered because he said, maybe I said those colorful words, maybe this or that came up. I know I didn't talk about Biden's. I didn't say Biden's. And why is that so important?
Because in October, he testified to the contrary. So, in October... He
doesn't want to get knocked with perjury.
Exactly. In October 8th, his deposition said, I didn't actually discuss this stuff. And now, in the face of people saying, well, actually, you did.
This is the second time, by the way, second day in a row that there's a witness trying to separate Burisma and Biden.
Let's dip into Adam Schiff right now.
What we have just heard from Ambassador Sondland is that the knowledge of this scheme, this conditioning of the White House meeting, of the security assistance to get the deliverable the president wanted, these two political investigations that he believed would help his reelection campaign, was a basic quid pro quo. It was the conditioning of official acts for something of great value to the president, these political investigations. It goes right to the heart of the issue of bribery, as well as other potential high crimes or misdemeanors. But we also have heard for the first time that knowledge of this scheme was pervasive. The Secretary of State was aware of it. The acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney was aware of it. And of course, at the very top, Donald Trump, through his personal lawyer and others, was implementing it. And so this, I think, only goes to underscore just how significant the president's obstruction of this investigation has been. We now can see the veneer has been torn away, just why Secretary Pompeo and President Donald Trump do not want any of these documents provided to Congress, because apparently they show, as Ambassador Sondland has testified, that the knowledge of this scheme to condition official acts, a White House meeting, and $400 million in security assistance to an ally at war with Russia was conditioned on political favors the president wanted for his reelection. So I think a very important moment in the history of this inquiry.
Adam Schiff, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, who's presiding over these hearings of the last few days, weighing in. Chuck, you were just making a point about some of this testimony?
Well, it's interesting. 2 days in a row now, Volker said the same thing that Sondland is. They're trying to deny they didn't understand that Burisma was code for Biden. And it's interesting. Volker went on and on yesterday I didn't know. Obviously, now I do. Sondland did the same thing. Neil, I asked you about that. You said, are these witnesses listening to each other, or did they seem? It almost seemed as if they talked, because they're both agreeing. Oh, we didn't know Burisma and Biden were synonymous.
Yeah, I mean, the testimony today is in a dynamic environment. So Sondland is following the testimony yesterday by Volker, listening. And, one of the things that happens is that a future witness will tailor their testimony to a previous one. Here, actually, the word tailor is important because Sondland and Taylor had a text exchange on September, I think it was 9th, and in which Ambassador Taylor asked Sondland, is this about a political campaign? I can't believe we're withholding the aid for a political campaign, to Sondland. So Sondland's explanation now, which is, I didn't understand that Burisma was code for Biden or something, is a little too cute by half. Given
Isn't it reasonable to say that, if you don't know it's for Biden, you would want to know, why is this so important?
What is Burisma?
President, 2016 is important. I get that. So what is Burisma, and why is the president using that as something that's so critical to this White House meeting?
Absolutely, Lester. I mean, either this is the most uncurious ambassador in charge of, de facto in charge of
Not the only
Ukraine
uncurious person. Both Volker and Sondland would both have to be uncurious.
Exactly.
Here.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Richard Engel right now, our chief foreign correspondent, who spent a lot of time in Ukraine talking to some of the key players here. Explain Burisma to us as clearly and succinctly as you can, and why that Biden's name might not be associated with that initially.
I think it would be associated with that. Anyone who knew that President Trump wanted to look into Burisma, there's only one reason why he would want to look into Burisma, and it is because of the connection to Hunter Biden. So it is not plausible to think that Sondland is meeting with Rudy Giuliani, who all day long was talking about Hunter Biden and Burisma, and suddenly Sondland doesn't know that there is a connection between the two. What happened with Burisma is Burisma was an oil and gas company. It had a long corrupt history. It was associated with the previous regime before Ukraine had its revolution. And so Ukraine went through an important transition over the last several years. It was a Russian country. It was a pro-Russian satellite, if you will, and it was firmly in the Kremlin's orbit. And then when they had the revolution in 2014, while all of us were in Sochi watching the Olympic Games, suddenly there was a shift and the country became pro-American. And there was a massive change in the political culture there. So Burisma wants to clean up its act. It wants to find a new patron, so to speak. So this company, which had Russian patronage and protection from pro-Russian camp, suddenly decides that it needs to change its board around. And that is when Burisma starts to go around and look for protection. And they brought Hunter Biden on. They paid him tens of thousands of dollars a month because they thought, okay, now this is becoming a pro-American country. We better find some people who are politically connected and can provide cover to this company. And this is from reporting I've had with numerous sources about Burisma and why it hired Hunter Biden to be on the board. No allegations that Joe Biden or Hunter Biden engaged in any illegal activity, but they were put on the board after this political transition in order to give Burisma some top cover, some political cover, which is a common practice throughout the world, but particularly in Russia and former Soviet states. The company moves on. Hunter Biden eventually leaves, but to go back and which is what the whole thing is, that Giuliani wanted to go back and look at Burisma and look at this Hunter Biden connection. It seems implausible that Sondland and others would not have known about the Hunter Biden connection.
Just to be the devil's advocate, could they have thought to themselves, maybe this is just one of a number of companies in Ukraine that have had corruption problems, and that was what the investigation was about?
So that President Trump just wanted to look into one particular privately held gas company in Ukraine because he was particularly interested in fighting corruption. It's possible, but when you look at what Giuliani was focusing on how he was often talking about Hunter Biden, often talking about Burisma. I think it was pretty clear to anyone that was the focus. And by the way, when Hunter Biden first joined the board of Burisma and this political transition was taking place after 2014, it was talked about in the United States. There are press conferences that were held in the U.S. in which people raised the question, are there concerns that the vice president has that his son, Hunter, was put on this board of a, let's call it controversial company?
I was going to say, the State Department official George Kent just last week said he was at State at that time and raised questions about the propriety. Not that there was something that actually had happened with Hunter Biden, but he questioned whether or not there was an appearance of a conflict.
Can we single something else out that Sondland kept doing? He kept saying, to announce an investigation, to publicly announce an investigation. He didn't say that the investigation itself was necessary. And he kept saying it was needed to be a public. I think that is, of all the things that Sondland's testified to, I think that's among the most damaging.
Right. If you care about corruption, the last thing you do is force a public announcement of the investigation. Law enforcement
It's a foundation of our rule of law.
Exactly.
Okay.
Law enforcement investigations are done in secret for good reason, so that you can do this and have people not coordinate their stories and the like. And what Sondland testified to, he said, this is only about the announcement. It didn't even matter whether Ukraine actually carried it out.
But he did note that sometimes in the past, Ukrainians have said they're going to do something privately and then didn't follow through.
Absolutely. But I still think it's very telling that what they asked for here at the end of the day was not as much the investigation, but the announcement.
It was for a statement.
And again, that, to me, gives away the ball.
Well, and back to Richard's point about, I asked the question, devil's advocate, could it just be about an investigation into corruption? I mean, Ukraine has a history of corruption. Actually, Marie Yovanovitch was one of the anti-corruption crusaders. But the problem for the White House, when they, for example, point to the rough transcript of the July 25th call, they say, oh, look, he's talking about corruption in general. But again and again through the testimony, the only company ever singled out by name happens to be Burisma, which has the Hunter Biden
Absolutely.
connection.
And there's another problem with it, or two other problems with it, which is the president has been asked, hey, did you ever single out any other country, let alone company, for an anti-corruption investigation? And he hasn't been able to name one. So we're led to have to believe that this was the only time ever he's cared about it. And number two, he himself, his administration certified in May that Ukraine had met the anti-corruption standards and that the aid could flow. So, he made a private determination later. It doesn't the facts don't add up.
He also has a lot of his officials saying, hey, Zelensky, this new guy, he's the new sheriff in town, he's a good guy, he's committed to anti-corruption. So then you have to ask yourself, why then at that moment is the aid being withheld when there's a new political day?
And magically it resumes 2 days after the whistleblower report on September 11th.
Yeah, let's preview what we're about to see. The Republicans now will get 45 minutes to question him. Observing what has just happened over the previous 45 minutes, how do you expect them to handle him? He's certainly not a never Trumper. He's a Trump donor.
Yeah. So I think the first thing I would do is really seize on this question. What were your interactions with Trump? What did he say? Because there's a lot of implication in the statement that I thought Trump was directing this and so on. But at the very end of the testimony in the direct examination, he basically said, I just inferred this. I didn't know it. And I think the Republicans are going to seize really hard on that delta between those two things.
It's interesting because we heard Devin Nunes, the ranking member, so the leading Republican on this committee, tell Sondland, you're going to get smeared today. So far, the Democratic questioning has not smeared him. Adam Schiff hasn't gone on after him because right now this testimony is helping their side of the case. Will Republicans want to go after Sondland for his shifting stories? There's no question he has changed his story repeatedly.
Well, he has, and he has provided. The question I have is, do they go after Sondland or do they take Sondland's offering? Sondland has offered them somebody to throw on the roster here. It's Rudy. I didn't want to work with Rudy. Nobody wanted to work with Rudy. The president told us we had to work with Rudy. Will the Republican defenders of the president decide, well, we can't defend the president's actions here? Rudy's the one that went off the reservation.
He went rogue.
Rudy's the one that went rogue. Rudy was feeding bad information. I remember a month ago when you saw Rudy's role in this, you thought, well, he's preparing to become the starring role of the fall guy on this. let's see what Republicans
So
do.
far,
Do
Trump
they
has
discredit Sondland?
Yeah.
That's a way to protect everybody here and Rudy himself. Or do they accept some of Sondland's testimony and just make it Rudy?
Does the president so far seem to continue to embrace Rudy Giuliani? I mean, he doesn't seem to have gone after him publicly so far with regard to this.
Rudy himself said he had some insurance. When he was asked about this. I assume the president's being very careful here. I think he continues to embrace Rudy. I think he's got a lot to worry about with Rudy.
And Chuck, I would think it's a pretty high stakes game for the Republicans to go and attack Rudy, because Rudy's probably got receipts on the president. And if they start attacking him, they have to worry about what Rudy's going to do.
I know. The risk, though, of trying to discredit him is that they make him more credible.
All right, Gordon Sondland taking his seat. Things are about to resume. Let's see if we can get to Peter Alexander very quickly. What are you hearing from the White House?
To hear from the president. He was supposed to depart here on the White House South Lawn aboard Marine One about 35 minutes ago. He has not yet been seen there, but be reminded the president's in a public box of sorts in terms of his comments about Gordon Sondland. Just a month ago, he said that he would love Sondland to testify. He said he was a really good man and a great American. Lester?
All right, Peter Alexander, and we look inside that room, and then they're back at it.
I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes and Minority Counsel for 45 minutes of questions.
Thank the gentleman. For those of you watching at home, that was not a bathroom break. That was actually a chance for the Democrats to go out and hold a press conference, Ambassador, for all the supposed bombshells that were in your opening testimony. I want to get back to the facts of the matter here. And the thing that the Democrats have been unwilling to accept is that their operatives got campaign dirt from Ukrainians in the 2016 election. Now, they know it. They know it's true because we have financial records that show it. So the Democrats were heavily involved working with Ukrainians to dirty up the Trump campaign in 2016. So, Ambassador, I want to go through just a few of the incidents that we know. I know you may not know all about them. You may know about them now. But I want to walk through some of those examples of why the president may be very upset with Ukraine and think that they're a country that's out to get him, as I think both you've said that and Ambassador Volker have said that from that May 23rd meeting. The first question I have is, were you aware of the anti-Trump efforts by DNC operative Alexandra Chalupa?
I'm not aware of it.
So in 2000, there was a 2017 article that also quotes a Ukrainian parliamentarian, Artemenko, saying, quote, "It was clear that they were supporting," meaning Ukraine, "supporting Hillary Clinton's candidacy. And they did everything from organizing meetings with the Clinton team to publicly supporting her to criticizing Trump. I think that they simply didn't meet with the Trump campaign because they thought Hillary would win." Do you know that Ukrainian official by any chance that stated that? Were you aware that then Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Chalet, wrote an op-ed in The Hill during the 2016 presidential campaign criticizing then candidate Trump?
Not aware.
But you know that now in the last few months.
Correct.
So probably one of the more disturbing ones is the Ukraine Internal Affairs Minister, Avakov, mocked and disparaged then candidate Trump on Facebook and Twitter. Were you aware that Serhiy Lyshenko, a Ukrainian parliamentarian, admitted that part of his motivation in spreading the information about the so-called Black Ledger, a disputed document purporting to reveal corruption by a former Trump campaign official, was to undermine the Trump candidacy?
I wasn't aware.
So you may be familiar, the Black Ledger was used in the 2016 election to dirty up a campaign associate, and later Mueller didn't use that as evidence in his report on election meddling. So knowing all these facts from high-ranking Ukrainian officials, Ambassador, probably makes a little more sense now as to why the president may think that there's problems with Ukraine and that Ukraine was out to out to get him. Is that correct?
I understand your point, yes, Chairman.
Because you said in your deposition, and I'm just going to make sure this was just read it back to you, on page 279 for your legal team. Quote, "They are all corrupt." This is what you said about your conversation with the president. So this is your words about what the president told you.
This is the May 23rd meeting?
That's correct. "They are all corrupt. They are all terrible people, and I don't want to spend any time with that." And he also said, "They tried to take me down."
That's correct.
When they try to take him down, I think any logical person that wants to do 2 + 2 = 4 games would say that was in the 2016 election, wasn't it?
I believe that's what he was referring to, yes,
right.
Ranking Member.
So during all this time, and remember, in the spring, the Democrats' Russia hoax witch hunt is still ongoing. They're still claiming that President Trump is a Russian agent. They're out to get President Trump at the time. His personal attorney is then interested in trying to figure out, okay, who are these Ukrainians that are trying to get to my candidate? As those of us, the Republicans on this committee, who are also trying to get to the bottom of who were the sources in the Steele dossier that the Democrats had paid for. The House Republicans wanted to know that all through the spring and even the summer and even as of today, we'd still like to know. That's why we've subpoenaed the DNC operatives that they refused to subpoena. We sent a letter this morning. I doubt we'll see those subpoenas. We want to know exactly, get to the bottom of it, exactly who were these Democratic operatives that were dirtying up the Trump campaign in 2016. And they just can't get over that the president would send his personal attorney over there to try to get to the bottom of that. And Ambassador, you had very few dealings with Rudy Giuliani, a few text messages.
A few text messages and a few phone calls.
Right. So the whistleblower trying to put together here with their timeline, they seem to have a timeline problem because the whistleblower that only they know, who they won't subpoena, who clearly Mr. Vindman knows, who they blocked testimony yesterday from and would not allow Mr. Vindman to answer our questions. That whistleblower says on July 25th that there were all these promises being made. Yet I forget what they call it, the drug deal that the three amigos were cooking up seems to be their latest. You're part of the three amigos in the drug deal, Ambassador. Were you aware of any drug deal on July 25th when the phone call actually occurred?
I don't know about any drug deal.
Right. And did you know you were part of the three amigos?
I am. I'm a proud part of the three amigos.
And that's the same thing Ambassador Volker said yesterday. Because by the time the phone call that supposedly the whistleblower claims was the original quid pro quo, has now got down to, we're now a month later where you're involved and their quid pro quo has gotten down to the low level of, well, they want a statement. And you didn't even know about anything to do with, on July 25th, you knew nothing about military aid being withheld.
I knew military aid was withheld beginning, I believe, on July 18th when Ambassador Taylor told both of us that that was the case.
But you don't know about, you were not on the July 25th call.
I was not.
Where the aid doesn't come up at all.
Again, I just read the readout when everyone else did.
Well, we've had everybody's testified that was on the July 25th call, that there was no aid discussed on the July 25th call. So then you're in the process, you have no idea that this is tied to Burisma or anybody else. You say you don't realize that until the end of August.
I didn't realize that aid was tied. The Burisma in 2016 piece was much earlier, Ranking Member.
I'm glad you bring up Burisma, because this is another issue that the Democrats don't want to go into. They refused to call in Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden to get to the bottom of all of this. He could come in and talk about whether or not it was appropriate for him to receive over $50,000 a month while his dad was vice president. And when they actually were able to stop and get an investigator fired, they could call in Hunter Biden, but they don't want to do it. But let's talk about Burisma, Ambassador. Now, I know you're the ambassador to the EU, and I think some of the members later will get into whether or not it was appropriate for you to be in Ukraine or not. I believe it was. I think you have a clear mandate to do it. But you wouldn't be the first ambassador to actually be interested in Burisma. Did you know that in September 2015, then Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, publicly called for an investigation into Slavitsky, the president of Burisma? This was the Ukrainian ambassador appointed by President Obama in Ukraine.
I wasn't aware of that, no.
You were not aware of it?
No.
So you would not be the first one to be mentioning that investigations should be done on Burisma because it happened during the Obama administration. Did you know that financial records show Burisma routed more than $3 million to the American accounts tied to Hunter Biden?
I did not know that.
Did you know that Burisma's American lawyers tried to secure a meeting with the new state prosecutor the same day as predecessor Victor Shokin, who the vice president wanted fired, was announced?
Did not know that.
Well, we're not going to get to the answer to many of these questions because the witnesses that need to come in and clarify exactly what the Democrats were doing in 2016, we're not going to be able to visit with those witnesses. And so it's an inconvenient truth that the Democrats don't want to admit. They're operatives that were dirtying up the Trump campaign using Ukrainian sources in 2016, and they do not want us to get to the bottom of it. They don't want you, Ambassador, to get to the bottom of it. They don't want the president's personal attorney, even though he's under a special counsel investigation that they fed into the FBI, that we've dealt with for over 3 years. They don't want to get to the bottom of that, Ambassador. I think Mr. Castro has some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. Good morning, Ambassador. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Castor.
Welcome back. You're here all day on the 17th, late into the night, so thank you for your cooperation with the investigation. Did the president ever tell you personally about any preconditions for anything?
No.
Okay, so the president never told you about any preconditions for the aid to be released?
No.
The president never told you about any preconditions for a White House meeting?
Personally, no.
You said you didn't have your records or your documents from the State Department, but if you did, there wouldn't be any document or record that ties President Trump personally to any of this, correct?
Boy, I don't want to speculate what would be on...
Your documents or records?
I don't recall anything like
that.
Okay. No.
Good heavens, okay. You testified Mr. Giuliani's requests for a quid pro quo for the White House meeting, and you indicated that you believe that he was evincing President Trump's interests, correct?
My contact with Mr. Giuliani began, as I said, very late in the process, after August 1st, when I was first introduced to him by a text from Ambassador Volker. Right. So we had already begun those discussions, I believe, with the Ukrainians prior to August 1st, so everything was being funneled through others, including Mr. Volker.
Okay. But you testified that Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the president, correct?
That's our understanding, yes.
But how did you know that? Who told you?
Well, when the president says, talk to my personal attorney, and then Mr. Giuliani, as his personal attorney, makes certain requests or demands, we assume it's coming from the president. I'm not testifying that I heard the president tell Mr. Giuliani to tell us, so if that's your question.
Right, but at your deposition, you said the question was at the May 23rd meeting when the president said, go talk to Rudy. You responded, he didn't even say go talk. He said, talk to Rudy. You subsequently said it was sort of like, I don't want to talk about this. So it wasn't an order or a direction to go talk with Mr. Giuliani, correct?
Our conclusion, and the conclusion of the three of us, was that if we did not talk to Rudy, nothing would move forward on Ukraine.
Okay. And then that was May 23rd, and then you never had any personal communications with Giuliani until August, right?
That's correct.
And Volker was handling, Ambassador Volker was he
Volker,
the primary?
Volker, Perry, and others.
Okay. Ambassador Volker, you testified he's a professional diplomat, correct?
Yes, he is.
And you said you had a great relationship with him?
I do, yes.
You said he was a very smart guy?
Yes.
Ambassador Ivanovich said he's a brilliant diplomat, in fact. You agree with that?
He's pretty smart.
You stated that he's one of those people I'd hand my wallet to?
I would.
And so, did you hear his testimony yesterday?
I did not.
Okay, because
I was busy getting ready for you.
He didn't have any evidence of any of these preconditions. And he was the one most engaged with the Ukrainians, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you testified, and this was his full-time job, although he was doing it for free.
He was the special envoy.
And you testified you came in and out of the events, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At your deposition, we asked you about your communications with the president, and we asked you whether there were so many that it would be impossible to chronicle. And you said no, it wasn't that many, and we went down the path of building a list of communications you remember with the president, right?
Correct.
We talked about May 23rd in the Oval Office.
Yes.
You mentioned on July 25th, before you went to Ukraine, you called the president, but there was no material information on the 25th call, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay, then the last Friday, Mr. Holmes came in, and I guess his testimony refreshed your recollection?
Yeah, what refreshed my recollection was when he mentioned ASAP Rocky, then all of a sudden it came back to me.
And talking about Mr. President Zelensky loving the president and so forth?
Well, the whole thing sort of came back to me after he mentioned ASAP Rocky.
And then the next time, we tried to unpack this, the next time you talked with the president was on the telephone, was September 9th, according to your deposition, right?
I may have even spoken to him on September 6th, but again, I just don't have all the records. I wish I could get them. Then I could answer your questions very easily.
Okay, but on September 9th, at least at your deposition, you were extremely clear. You called the president, you said he was feeling cranky that day, right?
He seemed very cranky to me.
And you said, in no uncertain terms, and this is on the heels of the Bill Taylor text, right?
Right.
And why don't you tell us, what did the president say to you on September 9th that you remember?
Well, words to the effect, I decided to ask the president the question in an open-ended fashion because there were so many different scenarios floating around as to what was going on with Ukraine. So rather than ask the president 9 different questions, is it this, is it this, is it that, I just said, what do you want from Ukraine? I may have even used a 4-letter word. And he said, I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I just want Zelensky to do the right thing, to do what he ran on, or words to that effect. And that gave me the impetus to respond to Ambassador Taylor with the text that I sent. As I said to Mr. Goldman, it was not an artfully written text. I should have been more specific, put it in quotes, something like that. But basically, I wanted Mr. Taylor, Ambassador Taylor, to pick up the ball and take it from there. I had gone as far as I could go.
And you believe the president, correct?
You know what? I'm not going to characterize whether I believed or didn't believe. I was just trying to convey what he said on the phone.
Okay, and at that point in time, the pause in the aid was paused for 55 days. There was a news article in Politico on August 28th talking about it. So by that point in time, the president had been receiving calls from senators. He had been getting pressure to lift the aid, correct?
That's what I understand, yes.
I want to turn back to your opener on page 5 when you talk about, in the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe that the resumption of security aid would not occur until there was a public statement from Ukraine committing to the investigations, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that this is speculation, right?
It was a presumption.
Okay, that it was a guess. In fact, I think you even said this morning.
Well, I want to say that it goes back to Mr. Goldman's point or Chairman Schiff's 2 + 2 = 4 in my mind at that point.
Okay, but you didn't have any evidence of that, correct?
Other than the aid wasn't being released and we weren't getting anywhere with the Ukrainians.
Okay, but did Ambassador Volker clue you in that that was the issue? I mean, this is a pretty high, this is a pretty serious conclusion you've reached without precise evidence.
Well, I sent that email to Secretary Pompeo to set up a potential meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky in Warsaw. And when I referred to the logjam, I referred to the logjam in a very inclusive way. Everything was jammed up at that point, and Secretary Pompeo essentially gave me the green light to brief President Zelensky about making those announcements.
Okay, we can turn to that. And then that was your email dated what date?
Do you have the page there?
Well, your email to Secretary Pompeo. Was that August 11th?
August 22nd.
Okay, so you're asking Secretary Pompeo whether we should block time and I mean, is there any discussion of specific investigations? Is there any discussion of Biden or Burisma or anything linking to aid in this email that you sent to Pompeo?
No, this was a proposed briefing that I was going to give President Zelensky. And I was going to call President Zelensky and ask him to say what is in this email, and I was asking essentially President Pompeo's permission to do that, right, which he said yes.
But at that point in time, we're talking about investigations into the origins of the 2016 election. We're not talking about anything to do with Joe Biden.
Joe Biden did not come up.
Okay. Stepping back a page to your email to the State Department on August 11th, you email Secretary Pompeo and you say, Kurt and I negotiated a statement from Zelensky to be delivered for our review in a day or two. And the question I have here is that, I mean, that statement never was issued. And in fact, Ambassador Volker has testified that he didn't think it was a good idea, and ultimately the Ukrainians didn't think it was a good idea. And so the statement never reached a finalized state.
That's correct.
But even if it had, it doesn't talk about Biden's or Burisma or anything insidious, correct?
Well, the statement, as I recall, would have mentioned the 2016 election/DNC server and Burisma.
Okay.
It would not have mentioned the Bidens.
And have you heard Ambassador Volker, how he talks about what might be an investigation into Burisma?
No.
Okay. I mean, he has said that if there were Ukrainians engaged in violations of Ukrainian law, then the prosecutor general with the new administration ought to investigate that. Did Ambassador Volker ever relate that to you?
No, we just talked in generic terms about, quote, investigating Burisma.
Okay. But it had nothing to do with Vice President Biden.
I had never heard Vice President Biden come up until very late in the game.
When?
I don't recall the exact date, but when it all sort of came together, maybe after the transcript of the July 25th call. I don't know the exact date when I made the connection.
Okay.
Apparently a lot of people did not make the connection.
Okay. I want to turn to the letter from Senator Johnson. When he heard about some of these issues in the whole of the aid, he called the president. He called the president on August 31st. It's page 6 of his letter. Senator Johnson states, or he writes, I asked him, the president, whether there was some kind of arrangement where Ukraine would take some action and the hold would be lifted. Without hesitation, President Trump immediately denied such an arrangement existed. Senator Johnson quotes the president as saying, no, and he prefaced it with a different word. No way. I would never do that. Who told you that? Senator Johnson says, I have accurately characterized the president's reaction as adamant, vehement, and angry. Senator Johnson's telephone call with the president wasn't a public event. It was capturing a genuine moment with the president. And he had, at this point in time, on August 31st, he was adamant, vehement, and angry that there was no connections to aid. There were no preconditions.
Yeah, I had my meeting with Senator Johnson where, again, I had made the presumption that I had made to both Mr. Yermak and the email I had sent to Secretary Pompeo. And we were sort of ruminating about what was going on. And Senator Johnson, I believe, said, I'm going to call President Trump, and find out. And then he obviously had that phone call. I wasn't involved in that phone call.
Okay. But you have no reason to disbelieve that wasn't the way it went down, right?
No reason to disbelieve Senator Johnson.
And now that you've had some time since your deposition and you submitted an addendum relating to the Warsaw get-together with Mr. Yermak, as you sit here today, are we missing a lot of your communications with the president?
I haven't had that many communications with the president, and in fact, a bunch of the call records that I have had access to, just the short period of time on the call indicates I never got through. In other words, I was put on hold for 1 or 2 minutes and the call never connected. So I really can't give you an accurate count of how many conversations. Plus, Mr. Castor, I've had a lot of conversations with the president about completely unrelated matters that have nothing to do with Ukraine.
But you don't think we're missing any material conversations that you have with the president?
I don't recall any material conversations today as I'm sitting here.
Or with Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah, my memory about the conversations with Rudy Giuliani, whether they were direct, whether they were conference calls with Ambassador Volker or Secretary Perry, is really vague without seeing the call logs.
Are there any other key fact witnesses that would help us, get to the bottom of whether there was any link to the aid and the?
Maybe Brian McCormack, the chief of staff for Secretary Perry, who was involved in and out as well.
Okay. Now, the aid was ultimately lifted on September 11th, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And Senator Johnson, in his letter on page 6, quotes the president on August 31st. Ron, I understand your position. We're reviewing it now, and you'll probably like my final decision. So even on August 31st, and this is before any congressional investigation started, the president was signaling to Senator Johnson that he was going to lift the aid.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Okay. And most of the other witnesses we talked to, whether it's from the Department of Defense or OMB or have told us that all along during this 55-day period, they genuinely believed the hold would be lifted. Was that your feeling too at the time?
I didn't know, because every time I asked about the hold, I was never given a straight answer as to why it had been put in place to begin with.
Now, what do you know about the Ukrainians' knowledge of the hold?
Oh, that's very vague. I don't know if the Politico article triggered it. I don't know if they were told by Mr. Giuliani. It would be pure guesswork on my part, speculation. I don't know.
Okay. During your deposition, you testified that you did not believe the Ukrainians believed were aware of the hold until the Politico article.
Yeah. Again, I think I testified that I was not clear on the exact dates of when the light went on. There were a lot of conversations going on with the Ukrainians by a lot of people, so I don't know who communicated what to them.
We have testimony from several witnesses that the president was concerned about foreign aid generally, and so he had an appetite to put holds on aid because he was trying to be a good steward of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Do you agree with that?
I'm aware that that's been his position on aid and other matters, yes.
And are you aware that he was also interested in better understanding the contributions of our European allies?
That I'm definitely aware of.
And there was some back and forth between the State Department officials trying to better understand that information for the president?
Yes, that's correct.
And how do you know that wasn't the reason for the hold?
I don't.
But yet you speculate that there was, you know, a link to this announcement.
I presumed it, yes.
Okay. I want to turn quickly to the July 10th meeting. The July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office involving Ambassador Volker, Mr. Daniluk, Mr. Yarmak, has been the subject of some controversy. Ambassador Volker yesterday testified that it wasn't until the end of the meeting, Mr. Daniluk, he said, was going through some real detailed information about some of the plans he had. But it wasn't until the end of the meeting, Ambassador Volker recollects that you mentioned something general about investigations. What do you remember from that meeting?
Well, again, I'm not going to dispute Ambassador Volker's recollection, particularly if he had notes. I know that the desire to have the 2016 election DNC server in Burisma were already being discussed by then. Again, I had no direct contact with Mr. Giuliani on July 10th, but through Ambassador Volker. And I probably mentioned that this needs to happen in order to move the process forward. That seemed to be the conventional wisdom at the time. I don't recall any abrupt ending of the meeting or people storming out or anything like that. That would have been very memorable if someone had stormed out of a meeting based on something I said.
Okay, and nobody accused you at that point in time of being involved with some sort of drug deal?
No.
Did Dr. Hill ever relate to you her concerns about you being involved in a drug deal?
Never.
Okay. So you were surprised when testimony emerged that she thought there was a drug deal going on?
I was shocked.
Okay. And in fact, after the meeting, you went out and you took a picture, right?
Yeah, Ambassador Bolton or his assistant indicated that he was out of time, that he had another meeting to attend, and we all walked out of the White House. Everyone was smiling, everyone was happy, and we took a picture on the lawn on a nice sunny day.
Okay. Then did you retire to the wardroom?
I think Secretary Perry asked to use the wardroom to continue the conversation, and the real subject that was under debate, and it wasn't an angry debate, it was a debate, is should the call from President Trump to President Zelensky be made prior to the parliamentary elections in Ukraine or after the parliamentary elections? And there was good reason for both. We felt, Ambassador Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I thought it would help President Zelensky to have President Trump speak to him prior to the parliamentary elections, because it would give President Zelensky more credibility, and ultimately he would do better with his people in the parliamentary elections. Others, I believe, pushed back and said, no, it's not appropriate to do it before, it should be done after. And ultimately it was done after.
Okay. There was no mention of Vice President Biden in the wardroom?
Not that I remember, no.
Or any specific investigation?
Just the generic investigations.
Okay.
Yeah.
When again did the Vice President Biden nexus come to your attention?
Very late. Again, I can't recall the exact date the light bulb went on. It could have been as late as once the transcript was out, but it was always Burisma to me, and I didn't know about the connection between Burisma and Biden.
And to the best of your knowledge, you never understood that anyone was asking Ukrainians to investigate U.S. persons, correct?
Ukrainians to investigate U.S. persons?
Right.
No.
Okay.
No.
And just to sort of be clear here, ultimately the aid was lifted on September 11th. There was never any announcement by the Ukrainians about any investigations they were going to do, correct?
Correct.
The Ukrainians never, to your knowledge, started any of these investigations, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Consequently, these allegations that there was a quid pro quo that had to be enforced before the aid was released, and it never came to fruition, right?
I don't believe so.
I want to just step back a little bit and just verify with you that the president had some genuinely deep-rooted concerns about corruption in Ukraine, correct?
That's what he expressed to us, yes.
Okay, and you believed him, right, given his business dealings in the region?
When we had the conversation, I did.
And when you first started discussing the concerns the president had with corruption, Burisma wasn't the only company that was mentioned, right?
It was a generic, as I think I testified to Chairman Schiff, it was a generic corruption, oligarchs, just bad stuff going on in Ukraine.
But other companies came up, didn't they?
I don't know if they were mentioned specifically. It might have been Naftagaz because we were working on another issue with Naftagaz, so that might have been one of them.
At one point in your deposition, I believe you said, yeah, Naftagaz comes up at every conversation. Is that fair?
Probably.
Okay. You had, I guess Dr. Hill at one point attributed to you the terminology that the president has given you a large remit. You familiar with her assertion of that?
I didn't understand what she was talking about.
Okay. But you have, and we got into this a little bit in your deposition, you know, you said that the president gave you a special assignment with regard to Ukraine, correct?
Well, when the president appointed me to as the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, Ukraine was part of my portfolio. What made my assignment larger than just being part of my portfolio were the unique circumstances where there was no current sitting ambassador in Ukraine, and there was a new president in Ukraine. And the discussions that we had, the three amigos, Perry, Volker, and I, was that Ukraine needed extraordinary, as high a level support as it could get from the United States during this period, which we cleared with both Ambassador Bolton and with Chief of Staff Mulvaney to continue working on it. So by extension, yes, if the National Security Advisor and the Chief of Staff approve your remit, it really is coming from the president.
Okay. When we asked you that at the deposition, you said I was spinning a little bit.
I was spinning about something else, I think, in the interview in Kiev.
Okay. And you further testified, so when I said the president gave me an assignment, it wasn't really the president, it was the secretary through the president. And that's where I received my direction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did Ambassador Taylor ever bring any concerns to your attention about the so-called, the channel he dubbed irregular?
No, in fact, the opposite. When he came to post, I know I called him, or he called me. I think he spoke with Secretary Perry and Ambassador Volker separately. And in the course of the first few weeks, he was highly appreciative that a new ambassador coming to post like himself was getting the kind of support he was getting from all three of us, having a cabinet member, a special envoy, and a fellow ambassador all helping to raise the profile of Ukraine. He was highly appreciative and highly complimentary.
And you maintained an open line with him, correct?
Correct. I think there are a number of texts, some of which I have and some of which I don't, where he is reaching out constantly to me and to the others for advice and help.
Okay, we had, I think, tried to count them up. There's 215 or something text messages between you, Volker, and Ambassador Taylor, you know, during the early August timeframe. Does that make sense to you? Is that?
Yeah, I think Taylor started in late June or early July was when he first took post, and I think we began communicating fairly shortly thereafter.
Okay, and he never communicated any concerns to you during this time frame that he had issues with what was going on?
What do you mean by what was going on?
This request for some sort of investigation.
Not in the early stages. He, you know, as time went on, his emails began to be a little more pointed and frantic. And that's when we had very little visibility as to what was going on either. I think it had to do more with the aid and as to why the aid was suspended.
Right. And ultimately you put a period on that issue by having the September 9th communication with the president, correct?
That's correct.
And when you shared that feedback with Ambassador Taylor, was he satisfied that this issue is now behind him?
I don't really know, because he responded when I said, you know, get a hold of the secretary. He said, I agree, and I never knew whether he reached out to the secretary or not. Okay. That was sort of the end of that.
At one point in your text, you said, let's get on the phone, right? And you said you're an individual that doesn't like to walk through these issues on text when you can talk about it on the telephone, correct?
I say that to everybody when something becomes more substantive than just a few lines of text. I say, let's talk.
Okay, and did you talk with Ambassador Taylor?
I don't recall. Okay. I mean, I don't recall whether we spoke right after that, whether he called the secretary. I basically, Mr. Castor wanted to get the notion across that I've gone as far as I can go with this. You need to pick up the ball. You're the ambassador. You need to pick up the ball and run with it at this point.
Okay. Just getting back to the irregular channel, did anyone else express any concerns to you about this, the so-called irregular channel?
I'm not sure how someone could characterize something as an irregular channel when you're talking to the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Staff of the White House, the Secretary of Energy. I don't know how that's irregular. If a bunch of folks that are not in that channel are aggrieved for some reason for not being included, I don't know how they can consider us to be the irregular channel and they to be the regular channel when it's the leadership that makes the decisions.
And so the concerns, you know, raised were never brought to a head.
Well, they were never raised.
Okay.
They were never raised. No one said, back off of Ukraine, this is dangerous, you're doing something that's untoward, we have concerns, there was a bad phone call on July 25th, there's talk about a drug cocktail or something. No one ever said that to me, by phone, by text, by email. I don't remember anybody sounding any alarm bell, because of course, had someone mentioned it, I would have sat up and taken notice. Everyone's hair was on fire, but no one decided to talk to us.
You know, when you talk in your statement about in the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe, it was your speculation, it was your guess, that the resumption of security aid would not occur until there was a public statement from Ukraine committing to the investigations of 2016. And I believe you said that at this point, you believed everyone knew this. Is that correct?
I think once that Politico article broke, it started making the rounds that, you know, if you can't get a White House meeting without the statement, what makes you think you're going to get a, you know, $400 million check? Again, that was my presumption.
Okay. But you had no evidence to prove that, correct?
That's correct.
You know, you've stated that you haven't been able to access your records. Is that correct?
Not all of them. And there are lots of notes, records, readouts of calls. Can't get to them.
But you've also stated that you don't take notes, right?
I don't take notes, but there are a lot of others out there.
And you freely admit that you know, when last I asked at your deposition, we put together a list of all the times you said you don't recall. It's like 2 pages long. So
is that all?
So, you know, you don't. on a lot of these questions, I mean, there's nuance, there are ambiguities, and we don't have records, we don't have notes, and we don't have recollections, correct?
Right. I mean, it's situational things that sort of trigger memory, especially when I'm dealing with the European Union, I'm dealing with the 28 member countries, I'm dealing with other countries that are not in the European Union that are part of my mandate, I'm dealing with the White House leadership. There's a lot of stuff to juggle. And as I said in my opening statement, a phone call for me with the President of the United States or the President of fill-in-the-blank country, while people who get a call like that maybe once in a lifetime, a call like that might be very memorable. They might remember every single thing about it. I'm doing that all day long, and I'm not saying it in a way of being braggadocio or anything like that, but it's part of my routine day. So all of these calls, these meetings with very important people tend to sort of blend together until I have someone that can show me what we discussed, what the subject was, then all of a sudden it comes back.
I mean, we're trying to get to the facts here. We're trying to find out what actually happened, what's reliable, what's accurate. Bill Taylor kept notes. He brought a little notebook in his pocket at his deposition, and he held it up, and he says, when I'm not at my desk, and I'm on the phone, I use this notebook. When I'm at my desk, I use a notebook. George Kent said he wrote just innumerable memos to the file. Catherine Croft, she testified that she didn't believe George Kent's notes would be accurate. And so, we have all this, back and forth, but, as we get to the end here, you don't have records, you don't have your notes because you didn't take notes, you don't have a lot of recollections. I mean, this is the trifecta of unreliability, isn't that true?
Well, what I'm trying to do today is to use the limited information I have to be as forthcoming as possible with you and the rest of the committee. And as these recollections have been refreshed by subsequent testimony, by some texts and emails that I've now had access to, I think I filled in a lot of blanks.
But a lot of it's speculation. A lot of it is your guess, and we're talking about, an impeachment of the President of the United States. So the evidence here ought to be pretty darn good.
I've been very clear as to when I was presuming, and I was presuming on the aid. On the other things, Mr. Castro, I did have some texts that I read from. So when it comes to those, I'll rely on those texts because I don't have any reason to believe that those texts were, falsely sent or that there's some subterfuge there. They are what they are. They say what they say.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. We'll now move to a second staff-led round of 30 minutes. Mr. Volker, I just have a few questions before I turn it back to Mr. Goldman. You testified in response to my colleagues in the minority something along the lines of a lot of people did not make the connection between Burisma and Biden. I think a lot of people have real difficulty understanding that. Tim Morrison testified that I think it took him all of doing a Google search to find out, oh, this is the significance of Burisma. It involves the Bidens. Are you saying during all this time up until the call you never made the connection between Burisma and the Bidens? You just thought that the president and Rudy Giuliani were interested in this one particular Ukrainian company?
Again, my role, Mr. Chairman, was just to get the meeting.
Well, I understand that, but my question is, are you saying that for months and months, notwithstanding everything Rudy Giuliani was saying on TV and all the discussion with Rudy Giuliani, that you never put Burisma together with the Bidens?
I didn't, and I wasn't paying attention to what Mr. Giuliani was saying on TV. We were talking to him directly.
Let me ask you this. Ambassador Volker testified yesterday to a similar epiphany, for lack of a better word. This is what he said. In hindsight, I now understand that others saw the idea of investigating possible corruption involving the Ukrainian company Burisma as equivalent to investigating former Vice President Biden. I saw them very different, the former being appropriate and unremarkable, the latter being unacceptable. In retrospect, I should have seen that connection differently, and had I done so, I would have raised my own objections. Does that sum up your views as well?
It does.
Now, I think you were asked a question with a bit of a incorrect premise by my colleagues in the minority about Fiona Hill saying that, referring to a drug deal between you and Mr. Mulvaney. It was Ambassador Bolton who made the comment that he didn't want to be part of any drug deal that Ambassador Sondland and Mulvaney were cooking up. No one thinks they're talking about a literal drug deal here or a drug cocktail. The import, I think, of the ambassador's comments is quite clear, that he believed that this bargain, this quid pro quo, as you've described it, over a meeting, the investigations to get the meeting was not something he wanted to be a part of. What I want to ask you about is, he makes reference in that drug deal to a drug deal cooked up by you and Mulvaney. It's the reference to Mulvaney that I want to ask you about. You've testified that Mulvaney was aware of this quid pro quo, of this condition that the Ukrainians had to meet, that is, announcing these public investigations to get the White House meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of people were aware of it,
including Mr. Mulvaney.
Correct.
And including the Secretary of State.
Correct.
Now, have you seen the acting Chief of Staff's press conference in which he acknowledged that the military aid was withheld in part because of a desire to get that 2016 investigation you've talked about?
I don't think I saw it live. I saw it later, yeah.
So you saw him acknowledge publicly what you have confirmed too, that Mr. Mulvaney understood that 2 + 2 = 4. Is that right?
Well, again, I didn't know that the aid was conclusively tied. I was presuming he was in a position to say yes it was or no it wasn't, because...
And he said yes it was, did he not?
He said yes it was.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Ambassador Sondland. We do appreciate your efforts to refresh your recollection through the documents, and we understand, we share your frustration in not having the documents to help guide this investigation. So we do appreciate those efforts. One of the documents that you provided to us goes back to the conversation you and the chairman were having about Mr. Mulvaney. And you had been trying for some time before the July 25th call to set up that call, is that right?
To set up the call between President Trump and President Zelensky, yes.
Correct, yes. And I want to show you an email that you reference in your opening statement that is a July 19th email. And who is this from?
It looks like is it from me? I don't know.
It's from you, I believe.
Yeah, it's from me to the group.
Now, who is the group?
People mentioned on the email: Blair, Kenna, McCormack, Mulvaney, Perry, Pompeo.
And who's Robert Blair?
I believe he's a deputy chief of staff or a advisor to the chief of staff.
And you've already told us that Lisa Kenna is the executive secretary for Secretary Pompeo. Who's Brian McCormack?
The chief of staff he was the chief of staff for Secretary Perry.
And then we see Mr. Mulvaney, Secretary Perry, and Secretary Pompeo. Can you read what you wrote on July 19th to this group, please?
He is prepared to receive POTUS call, will assure him that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation, will turn over every stone. He would greatly appreciate a call prior to Sunday so he can put out some media about a friendly and productive call, no details, prior to Ukraine election on Sunday.
So Sunday was the 21st, which was the date of the parliamentary elections in Ukraine, is that right?
That's right.
When you say will assure him that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will, quote, turn over every stone, unquote, what do you mean there?
I'm referring to the Burisma and the 2016/DNC server investigations.
Later that evening, Secretary Perry responds, just to you and Brian McCormick, saying, Mick just confirmed the call being set up for tomorrow by NSC, RP. And then a little later, Mr. Mulvaney replies to all, saying, I asked NSC to set it up for tomorrow. Were these the only responses that you received to this email?
I don't know. If I have them, I would show them. I don't know.
No one wrote back to you and said, what are you talking about in terms of these investigations and turning over every stone?
No, there was a chain, and I don't know if it's part of this email or a subsequent email, where I believe Ambassador Bolton pushed back and said he did not want a call to President Zelensky made by President Trump until after the parliamentary elections.
So that would explain why it was moved from the next day, July 20th, to the 25th, right?
That's right.
But Ambassador Bolton is not on this email, is he?
I don't think he is, no.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Castor if there are any other key witnesses who might be able to help with our investigation. And you mentioned Brian McCormick, right, the Chief of Staff for Secretary Perry?
I did.
You are aware that the committee subpoenaed him, are you not?
I wasn't aware of that.
And that he refused to come testify? Are you also aware that Mr. Mulvaney was subpoenaed by the committee and refused to come testify?
I did read that in the newspaper, yes.
Are you also aware that Robert Blair was subpoenaed and refused to come testify?
I think I'm aware of that.
And that Secretary Perry was asked to come testify and refused?
I am aware of that as well.
So would you include them, as well as Secretary Pompeo, as key witnesses that would be able to provide some additional information on this inquiry?
I think they would.
Now, this was not the first time, as you indicated, that Mr. Mulvaney heard about these investigations into Burisma and the 2016 election. Is that right?
I don't know what Mr. Mulvaney heard or didn't hear. I think there's been a huge amount of exaggeration over my contact with Mr. Mulvaney. It was actually quite limited.
Well, he certainly he certainly indicated a familiarity with what you were talking about in this July 19th email. Is that right?
Because I think Mr. Mulvaney was in the May 23rd briefing with President Trump. I don't remember because there were people sitting behind us that were coming and going when we were sitting in front of President Trump's desk.
Okay. Now, you've said that you don't have a recollection of referencing Mulvaney in the July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office. Is that right? Or
I don't recall.
So when both Fiona Hill and Colonel Vindman testify that in response to a question from Ukrainian officials at that July 10th meeting about scheduling a White House visit, that you said, well, I spoke with Mr. Mulvaney and it will be scheduled after they announce these investigations. Do you have any reason to dispute that characterization?
I don't have any reason to agree or dispute. I just don't remember.
So if they both remembered it and they both then went and spoke to the NSC legal advisor about it, you would trust that whatever they relayed to the NSC legal advisor would likely be an accurate reflection?
Again, I trust that they related to the NSC legal advisor. I don't know whether I said it, and I don't know which conversation. Again, I've had very, very limited conversations with Mr. Mulvaney.
This email indicates that you spoke to President Zelensky and were relaying what he said to very senior officials. Is that right?
Which email again?
Sorry, the July 19th email, where you say, the subject is, I talked to Zelensky just now.
I've got it.
Was there some sort of assurance that President Zelensky needed to provide about what he would say to President Trump in order just to get the phone call?
I think that part was verbal, and then there were a lot of communications going around back and forth with the Ukrainians, and that's when someone, and I don't remember who, came up with the idea of a draft statement so there would be no misunderstanding about what, in fact, the Ukrainians would say and would be willing to say, that we could rely on and negotiate something on a piece of paper.
So just to place you in time, we're going to get to that draft statement, which was in August. This is July 19th, before the July 25th call. Do you remember whether there was a need from any of the White House officials or other national security officials for President Zelensky to provide some assurance of what he would say to President Trump before a phone call, not the meeting, but a phone call was scheduled?
There was initially apparently a condition, but that condition was obviously dropped because the phone call took place and there was no such statement made. The phone call took place, as you said, on the 25th of July.
And when you say there was no such statement that took place, what do you mean?
Well, the Ukrainians never made their public statement prior to the phone call on the 25th of July.
Right, but we're not talking about a public statement. What I was asking is whether President Zelensky needed to relay to you or the other American officials that he would assure President Trump that he would do these investigations in a phone call.
In my email, I obviously had just spoken with him, and he being Zelensky, and he said that he was prepared to receive the call and he would make those assurances to President Trump on that call, and then presumably that would then lead to the White House meeting.
And you had been discussing this phone call for several weeks now, is that right?
Yes, I think with Volker, with Perry, with Giuliani through Volker and Perry.
And then right after you sent this email assuring the others that he will discuss the investigations and will turn over every stone, the Burisma in 2016 election investigations, Mr. Mulvaney responded that he asked to set up the call for the next day. Is that right?
That's what it says.
Now, let's go to that press statement that you were discussing in August. And you testified, I believe, that you understood that Rudy Giuliani was representing the president's interests with regard to Ukraine. Is that right?
That's what we all understood.
And when you all, who do you mean we all?
Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, myself.
In August, you and Ambassador Volker were coordinating with Andrei Yermak, the Zelensky aide, about a press statement. And I want to pull up some of the text exchanges that you were referring to, which, as you acknowledge, helps you refresh your recollection. Is that right?
And I think Taylor was involved in those initial discussions as well.
Well, he's not on any of these text messages, so perhaps he was. He does not remember that. But let's go to the first one. Is it working? On August 9th. There's an exchange between Ambassador Volker and you where you are discussing setting up, we'll try to bring it up in a second, but I'll just summarize for you. You're discussing trying to set up a White House meeting, here it is, and you say to Morrison ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms. Mr. Volker, or Ambassador Volker says, excellent, how did you sway him? You said, not sure I did, I think POTUS really wants the deliverable. What did you mean there?
The commitment to do the investigations.
And how did you know that the president wanted the deliverable?
I don't recall. I may have had a conversation with him, or I may have heard it from someone else, but I don't recall, again, without all these records.
Going to the next exhibit, Exhibit 10, where, or August 10th, rather, this is between you and Andrei Yermak. What did you say initially in this exchange?
Hello, good. Oh, no, that's Yermak. How was your conversation?
And Mr. Yermak responds, hello, good. My proposal, we receive date, and then we make general statement with discussed things. Once we have a date, we'll call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for the reboot of U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling and investigations. And you respond, got it. That was your understanding of what this statement had to say to satisfy Mr. Giuliani, is that right?
Yes.
And then ultimately to satisfy the POTUS deliverable?
Yes.
Now, the next day you write an email to Ulrich Breckbull and Lisa Kenna. Are you able to see that on your
Yeah, I can see
screen?
it on the screen, yeah.
Okay. What is the subject of the email?
Ukraine.
And can you read what you wrote there?
Mike, and I'm referring to Secretary Pompeo, Kurt and I negotiated a statement from Zelensky to be delivered for our review in a day or two. The contents will hopefully make the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation. Zelensky plans to have a big presser on the openness subject, including specifics next week.
And in your opening statement, you said that the specifics, what did the specifics represent?
The 2016 and the Burisma.
And when you say the boss, who do you mean by that?
President Trump.
And the invitation is what?
To the White House meeting.
And Lisa Kenna responds, Gordon, I'll pass to S, and S is Secretary Pompeo?
Correct.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, 2 days later, you have a text exchange with Ambassador Volker again. And this is at the end of it, but the earlier text, which we don't have here, you may recall, includes the press statement, the revised press statement that includes Burisma and the 2016 election. Do you recall that?
Yes, if I could see it, that would be helpful, but yes.
But you ultimately remembered that after your conversation with Mr. Giuliani, you did pass along a statement to the Ukrainians that included Burisma in the 2016 election. Is that right?
I think there were statements being passed back and forth between Volker, the Ukrainians, and others to try and negotiate acceptable language.
Mm-hmm. And ultimately, that statement was not issued, was it?
Correct.
And the White House meeting did not.
Still hasn't occurred.
Still hasn't occurred. But you certainly understood at that time, did you not, that it was the president's direction and instruction that a White House meeting with President Zelensky would not occur until President Zelensky announced publicly the investigations that the president wanted. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you now know that the investigations the president wanted was an investigation into the Bidens and an investigation into the 2016 election.
I know that now, yes.
I'm going to move ahead to August 22nd. And you wrote an email to Secretary Pompeo, directly to Secretary Pompeo, CCing Lisa Kenna, with the subject of Zelensky. And could you please read what you wrote to Secretary Pompeo?
Mike, should we block time in Warsaw for a short pull-aside for POTUS to meet Zelensky? I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place mid-September, Zelensky should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS and to the U.S. Hopefully that will break the logjam.
And Secretary Pompeo responds to you 3 minutes later, yes. Now, I want to unpack this a little bit. You said that in the middle, once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place. What did you mean by that?
The new prosecutor that was going to be working for President Zelensky, the old prosecutor, I believe his term was up or he was being let go. He was the Poroshenko prosecutor, and Zelensky wanted to wait until his person was in place.
So once that new prosecutor was in place, then President Zelensky, should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS. What did you mean by those issues of importance to POTUS?
Again, the 2016 election and Burisma investigation.
Were you aware at this time that Secretary Pompeo had listened in to the July 25th phone call?
I was not.
If he had, do you believe that he would fully understand what the issues of importance to POTUS related to Ukraine would be?
I mean, I can't characterize his state of mind. He listened in on the phone call and he concluded what he concluded.
But now that you've read the phone call, it's quite clear what the issues of importance to POTUS are.
Yes.
Biden investigation and
Yes.
the 2016 election investigation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then it says, hopefully, that will break the logjam. Now, by this point, you were aware that security assistance had been on hold for about 5 weeks. Is that right?
I became aware on the 18th of July.
And you understood that there was a lot of activity within the State Department and elsewhere to try to get that hold lifted. Is that right?
That's right.
Just about everybody in the interagency, meaning the national security apparatus, wanted to lift the hold and wanted the aid to go to Ukraine?
Correct.
So what did you mean here when you said logjam?
Well, as I said to Chairman Schiff, I meant inclusively anything that was holding up moving forward on the meeting and the Ukraine-U.S. relationship.
And what was holding that up?
At that point, it was the statements about Burisma and the 2016 elections.
But what was being held up?
Well, the aid was being held up, obviously.
4 days later, you said in your opening statement that you sent Rudy Giuliani's contact information to John Bolton. Is that right?
I did.
Did you know why he asked for that?
No idea.
Did you know that he was going to Ukraine the next day?
I knew he was about to go to Ukraine. I didn't know exactly when his trip was, but I thought it was kind of an odd request, given that the White House can pretty much get anyone's phone number they want.
Now, in this email to Secretary Pompeo, you reference a trip to Warsaw. Ultimately, the vice president went on that trip?
That's correct.
And that was the conversation that you talked about, where you testified earlier to, that where you said that we really need to get these investigations from Ukraine in order to release the aid in the pre-meeting?
That's right.
And Vice President Pence just nodded?
He heard what I said.
And didn't respond in any way?
I don't recall any substantive response.
Okay. But you never specifically referenced the Bidens or Burisma in that meeting, did you?
I don't remember ever mentioning the Bidens. I may have mentioned Burisma.
And that meeting was with a group. You were not alone with Vice President Pence.
That's
Is that
correct.
Right? And you know that at that bilateral meeting with President Zelensky, I believe you testified earlier, that Vice President Pence did not mention these investigations at all, right?
I don't recall him mentioning the investigations.
So that your testimony is just simply in a pre-meeting with a group of Americans before the bilateral meeting, you referenced the fact that Ukraine needed to do these investigations in order to lift the aid. Right?
I think I referenced, I didn't say that Ukraine had to do the investigations. I think I said that we heard from Mr. Giuliani that that was the case.
So that helped inform your presumption, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't really a presumption. You heard from Mr. Giuliani.
Well, I didn't hear from Mr. Giuliani about the aid. I heard about the Burisma in 2016.
And you understood at that point, as we discussed 2 + 2 = 4, that the aid was there as well.
That was the problem, Mr. Goldman. No one told me directly that the aid was tied to anything. I was presuming it was.
Right. Well, I want to go ahead to, I'm going to go back on September 1st, or I'm going to jump actually ahead to September 7th, okay? When we discussed those text messages where you said there were multiple convos with President Zelensky and POTUS, you recall that?
Do you have the email by any chance?
We could try to pull it up in a second, but you don't remember I showed it to you this
go
morning?
ahead, though, with your question.
And you confirmed that that likely meant, as you said it did, that you spoke with President Trump. Is that right?
Again, if my email said I spoke with President Trump, presumably I did.
You are relying pretty heavily in your testimony on the texts and emails that you were able to review. Is that right?
That's right.
So certainly if someone else had contemporaneous texts, emails, or notes, you would presume that what they were saying was accurate. Is that correct?
Well, if they had texts or emails, I would. If they had notes, I don't know. Some people's notes are great, some people's aren't. I don't know.
But certainly it would be a helpful refresher to anyone's memory.
Including my own.
Now, you had a conversation on September 7th, according to both Ambassador Taylor and Tim Morrison, with Tim Morrison, where you told Mr. Morrison that President Trump told you that he was not asking for a quid pro quo, but that he did insist that President Zelensky go to a microphone and say that he is opening investigations of Biden and 2016 election interference, and that President Zelensky should want to do this himself. You don't have any reason to dispute both Ambassador Taylor's and Mr. Morrison's testimony about that conversation, do you?
No.
On September 8th, you then had a conversation directly with Ambassador Taylor about this same phone call, where Ambassador Taylor said that you confirmed that you spoke to President Trump, as he had suggested earlier to you, and that President Trump was adamant that President Zelensky himself, meaning not the prosecutor general, had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public, unquote. Do you recall, you don't have any reason to think that Ambassador Taylor's testimony based on his contemporaneous notes was
I don't know if I got that from President Trump or I got it from Giuliani. That's the part I'm not clear on.
Well, Ambassador Taylor is quite clear that you said President Trump. Mr. Morrison is also quite clear that you said President Trump. You don't have any reason to dispute their very specific recollections, do you?
No, if they have notes and they recall that, I don't have any reason to dispute it. I just personally can't remember where I got it from.
And then you also told Ambassador Taylor in that same conversation that if President Zelensky, you told President Zelensky and Andrei Yermak that although this was not a quid pro quo, as the president had very clearly told you, it was, however, required for President Zelensky to clear things up in public or there would be a stalemate. You don't have any reason to dispute Ambassador Taylor's recollection of that conversation you had with President Zelensky, do you?
No.
And that you understood the stalemate referenced the aid, is that correct?
At that point, yes.
Ambassador Taylor also described a comment that you made where you were trying to explain what President Trump's view of this was. And you said that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks the person to pay up before signing the check. Do you recall saying that to Ambassador Taylor?
I don't recall it specifically, but I may have.
And Ambassador Volker also said that you did.
Okay.
So just to summarize here, by the end of the first week of September, before the aid had been released, you had expressed twice to the Ukrainians that you understood that the investigations needed to be publicly announced on CNN in order for the aid to be released. Do you recall that?
I didn't say that they had to be announced on CNN. The Ukrainians said to me or to Ambassador Volker, or both of us, that they had planned to do an interview anyway on CNN and they would use that occasion to mention these items.
And that even though at some point you had calculated 2 + 2 to equal 4, and therefore you believed that the aid was conditioned on the investigations, that you had a phone call with President Trump that you relayed to both Tim Morrison and Ambassador Taylor, whose accounts of that conversation you do not dispute, where President Trump confirmed that President Zelensky needed to publicly announce the investigations, or otherwise the obvious implication of the stalemate would be that the aid would not be released. Is that correct?
Again, the implication, I did not hear directly from President Trump that the aid would be held up until the statement was made. I did not hear those words.
Oh, you agree that with whatever Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor testified to about the conversation you had with President Trump. Is that right?
Remind me again. I don't want to misspeak.
Well, you just said you have no reason to dispute their accounts based on their detailed notes.
Were they saying that I told them that President Trump said that the aid would not be released until the statements were made? Because I said repeatedly, I don't recall President Trump ever saying that to me.
Okay.
I think what they said, if I could just finish this line of questioning, was that President Trump was adamant that President Zelensky himself had to clear things up, quote, clear things up and do it in public, unquote. So what they related was, although President Trump claimed to you there was no quid pro quo,
he also made it clear to you in that call that President Zelensky had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public. You don't have a reason to dispute that's what you
I don't have any reason to dispute the clear things up and do it in public. What I'm trying to be very clear about was President Trump never told me directly that the aid was tied to that statement.
But in that same conversation you had with him about the aid, about the quid pro quo, he told you that President Zelensky had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public, correct?
I did not have a conversation with him about the aid. I had a conversation with him, as referenced in my text, about quid pro quo.
Well, the quid pro quo you were discussing was over the aid, correct?
No. President Trump, when I asked him the open-ended question, as I testified previously, what do you want from Ukraine? His answer was, I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. That's all I got from President Trump.
Did you also get from President Trump, as reflected by Ambassador Taylor, that he said he was adamant that President Zelensky had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public?
That part I can agree to, yes.
Time is now with the minority for 20 minutes. I'm sorry, 33 minutes.
33 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambassador, you've been in business for a long time.
I have.
So if you want to get to the bottom of something, somebody that's running a department or one of your buildings or something, who do you go to?
The boss.
The manager of whatever company it is. Right?
Correct.
So if you want to get to the bottom of foreign aid, probably go to the people that are in charge of foreign aid here in this town, wouldn't you? Because you're not in charge of foreign aid.
I'm not in charge of foreign aid.
And you've had to testify that you've presumed foreign aid was this or that, and you're guessing that this was tied to foreign aid. But there are people in this town who are in charge of the foreign aid. And in fact, I don't think it's very fair to you at all, or to us, or to the American people. You might be surprised that we had that person here in the Capitol, in a secret deposition, in the basement, last Saturday. Now, that testimony might be pretty important to you before you're here to testify. If you could have read that, your lawyers could have went through that, because it may have clarified some more things for you about your recollection about the foreign aid. So, we've heard earlier, we heard about we had the chair looking at the cameras, telling American people, talking about Watergate with their Watergate fantasies that they continue to, I guess they fantasize about this at night. And then they come here and talk about obstruction of justice because they're not giving you documents that you think you should have. So now they've laid out their clear Watergate argument or articles of impeachment. So I just have to remind the gentleman, I know we're not in a court of law because you wrote the rules, the chair here did, but I would think it's obstruction of justice to not give the American people and give the ambassador the right to look at the transcript of the man who's in charge of the foreign aid in this town. Now, I could get into what he said, but the chair could release what he said. And we're not even allowed to call that witness here today. So let's talk about things that we do know are facts. Okay, as best as I think you and I and most people know them. President Trump does not like foreign aid to start with. Is that correct, Ambassador?
I've heard that, yes.
And you've testified that watching over the EU, you have 28 countries, you have neighboring countries that you work with. One of his biggest complaints is the lack of participation that those countries participate in programs around the world. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Especially NATO.
Yes.
Right? That's one of your, when you go down the list of the jobs that when you get directions from the White House, when you first became ambassador, probably one of the number one things, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but on the top of the list was making sure countries pay their fair share, especially with NATO.
Yeah, and we have a very capable ambassador to NATO, so I'm not going to take her lane.
But it's one of the, but you work with those countries, it's one of the issues that you bring up in your meetings, correct?
It is.
So now I know you weren't on the July 25th phone call, but one of the first things that the President of the United States brings up is Germany's lack of participation. I think he names the President of Germany directly, that they're not participating in helping out Ukraine, who's one of their neighbors. Is that what you read in the transcript?
I've heard that, yes.
So the whole idea that the president starting out with he doesn't like foreign aid, he doesn't think countries pay their fair share, that's looking out for the taxpayer. But there's more, and we talked about this in your deposition. We talked about it, about how we have requirements. The Congress writes requirements into the law that require you and all the diplomats to carry out the foreign policy of this country for the President of the United States. Before the President can certify foreign aid and send foreign aid, there has to be certification that there's no corruption. You're aware of that now?
I am now, yes.
So being that you learned about that in your deposition, now looking back at clearly the challenges and concerns the president had with the involvement of high-level Ukrainian government officials, including the ambassador here in the United States that attacked him during his presidential campaign, the concerns of leaks that were leaks or just made up stories and conspiracy theories that were spun in the Steele dossier that the Democrats on this committee own. They paid for it. Other DNC operatives that were working with the Ukrainian ambassador here in Washington, D.C. to dirty up your boss, the President of the United States. We're not going to hear from those witnesses. Just like we're not going to hear from the person we deposed on Saturday. We're not going to hear about what the real reason, the person who's in charge of making sure that foreign aid is delivered, we're not going to hear about what actually happened with the foreign aid. Wouldn't that have made it a lot easier for you to testify instead of guessing and doing little funny math problems up here? 2 + 2 = 4. It's great for all the viewers to hear that. Wouldn't it be easier if you just knew exactly why the foreign aid wasn't given?
It would have been easier to testify if I had a totality of the record.
And would you trust the person who's in charge of cutting the checks for foreign aid, the top career diplomat or the top career official?
I'd have no reason not to.
Thank you. Well, Ambassador, I don't know if we'll get to speak again if we have some more magical minutes, but I'm done with the questions with you. I know the rest of our members have more questions. And let me turn to, I know Mr. Castor has some more questions.
Hello again, Ambassador.
Hi.
We'll try not to use all of this time as a courtesy to you. Just want to go through some distinctions between your opener and your deposition and some other witnesses. In your opening statement today, you said President Trump directed us to talk with Rudy, correct?
Correct.
But then you and I had a little bit of a back and forth about the president just said, talk to Rudy. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you took that to mean if we wanted to move forward with these types of things, Rudy was the place to go? Rudy was the guy. Okay. But President Trump didn't direct you to talk to Rudy, correct?
It wasn't an order. It was, if you want to work on this, this is the guy you got to talk to.
Ambassador Volker in his deposition said, I didn't take it as an instruction, but just as a comment. Talk to Rudy. You know, he knows these things. And you've got some bad people around him. I mean, that, referring to the Ukrainian. So, I mean, Ambassador Volker hasn't testified that there's any sort of order or direction to talk to Rudy.
I don't know what he testified. It became very clear to all three of us that if we wanted to move the relationship forward, President Trump was not really interested in engaging. He wanted Rudy to handle it. And as I said in my opening statement, Secretary Perry took the lead and made the initial contact with Rudy, and that's when we began working with him.
And as to the question of whether Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desire specifically of the President of the United States, in your deposition, you said, I don't know. I don't know if this was coming out of Rudy Giuliani, irrespective of the president. Correct?
I'm not going to dispute what I said in my deposition.
Okay.
That's true, yeah.
And we walked through all your communications with Rudy Giuliani, and they're not a lot, right?
Correct.
Ambassador Volker, in his deposition on the same question, said, I did not have that impression. I believe Mr. Giuliani was doing his own communications. And, you know, granted, Mr. Giuliani had business interests in Ukraine, correct?
Now I understand he did. Okay. I didn't know that at the time. With
Messrs. Parnas and Fruman, correct?
A lot of new names I've learned.
Okay, and you had never met with those folks?
No.
Okay. And then in your September 9th communication with the president, during your deposition, that was a striking moment when you walked us through your telephone call with President Trump on September 9th.
And by the way, I still cannot find a record of that call because the State Department and the White House cannot locate it, but I'm pretty sure I had the call on that day.
Whether it was the 9th or the 8th, you had this call. It was extremely memorable, right?
It was.
And you've been very honest, and we're not trying to give you a hard time on all the times you don't recall. We're just trying to say that there's a lot of important events that have happened that the committee's asked you about, and you've honestly said, I don't recall. But the call with President Trump on September 9th or the 8th, you recall it vividly, right?
I recall it vividly because it was keyed by the sort of frantic emails from Ambassador Taylor. I had, again, prior to that call, had all kinds of theories as to why things weren't moving, why there was no White House meeting, why there was no aid, why there was no this, why there was no that. And I was getting tired of going around in circles, frankly. So I made the call, and I asked, as I said, the open-ended question, what do you want from Ukraine? Right. And that's when I got the answer.
He was unequivocal, nothing.
What I said in the text is what I heard.
And I'm curious, was that vignette in your opener today?
I don't think so.
How come? It's so memorable, so striking.
I don't know. It was in my previous testimony, and I assumed if people had questions, they would bring it up.
Okay. I mean, this is an example. You know, a lot of witnesses during the course of this investigation have dealt with ambiguities in different ways, and some have resolved them in the light least favorable to the president over and over again. This is an exculpatory fact shedding some light on the president's state of mind about the situation about the, you know.
And I'm happy to discuss it.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering why you didn't mention it in your opener.
There were so many things I wanted to include in my opening, and my opening was already, I think, 45 minutes or something. It would have been an hour and a half. There are a lot of things I'd like to have mentioned.
Okay, but you only had a couple conversations with the president, and we're trying to evaluate whether
it was not purposeful. Trust me.
Talking about striking conversations, Mr. Holmes, when he came here last Friday in the basement, I'll tell you, he thought your conversation that you had with the president was like the most memorable thing he's ever experienced.
How many conversations has he had with the president?
He probably hasn't had any. But he was energized, enthusiastic about telling us about this conversation. And
so not only did I buy him lunch, but I also provided entertainment?
Yeah, and he conferred with us that he regaled anyone that he came across with this story. And that's, I guess, a great discussion for Thursday. But other than the colorful language, and he was definitely moved by the color, but he was unequivocal that you brought up the Bidens in the post-call discussion. And he said something to the effect of the president's only interested in big things, and Mr. Holmes said that, there's a lot of big things going on in the Ukraine, like there are. There's a war. Ukraine's under attack from the east by Russia. And he puts words in your mouth to the effect of, no, the president only cares about investigations like Rudy is pitching about the Bidens. And what's important about this is the day after the 725 call. And what's reported by Mr. Holmes, and you, to the extent you've confirmed it, isn't anything different than happened on the 725 call. Agreed? From the president's standpoint?
With 2020 hindsight, now that we've had the transcript of the call, the Bidens were clearly mentioned on the call, but I wasn't making the connection with the Bidens.
Right, but with regard to the president, it was just mentioning investigations.
That's all he said on the phone was investigations, I think.
But you told us time and again that you never realized the Bidens were part of any of this, the Burisma, and you talked about a continuum, and you never came to understand that until maybe as late as September 25th, correct?
I don't know the exact date, but it was pretty late.
Okay. And Ambassador Volker said the Bidens never came up after his one breakfast meeting with Mayor Giuliani, where he testified that he tried to disabuse the mayor of anything relating to the Bidens.
And I think Secretary Perry publicly stated that he never heard Biden either until the end.
So when you testify here today that you have no recollection of mentioning the Bidens to Mr. Holmes, that's not just a recollection, that's based on your state of mind at that point in time and your state of mind up to September 25th, correct?
I wasn't into investigating the Bidens.
Okay. So it's very surprising to you that he would mention that, right?
It was very surprising to me.
I want to go back to a couple things in your statement. This July 26th meeting with President Zelensky, earlier in the day from this lunch time event we've been talking about. During the course of the meeting with President Zelensky, did any of the parties discuss what came up on the telephone call?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So President Zelensky didn't express any concerns about the content of the call, right?
I mean, all I heard about that call was that it was a good call. It was friendly, everyone was happy, I was delighted to hear that so that we could now move to the next phase, which was the meeting.
Okay. So you can tell us with certainty that nobody talked about demands in that meeting or fulfilling the president's demands?
I don't remember exactly. Again, this is a great example, Mr. Castor, of where I would have loved to have seen the notes from the meeting. I didn't take any notes, but I know there were notes taken. But I don't remember any heated conversation in the meeting. I remember it being a really, really friendly, good meeting. And that's why I said what I did to the president the next day, which was, Zelensky will do whatever you want. He's very happy.
And you don't remember any discussion by President Zelensky of lamenting how he had to navigate this difficult situation, right?
I don't know. I know that was in the whistleblower complaint, something about navigating something. I didn't remember anything like that.
I want to get back to your...
Gentlemen, yield a second.
Of course.
Which would be another helpful thing also, Ambassador, is if we actually had heard from the whistleblower and we had testimony of the whistleblower. Then you wouldn't have to be up here speculating as much and guessing, because you would have a source that would have been interviewed. We have his complaint. We could have matched it up with your testimony along with the people from OMB that would have made it very easy for you to testify, so you wouldn't have to just try to remember all this stuff and chase conspiracy theories around that the Democrats have continued to lay out for the last 6 weeks, moving from quid pro quo to extortion to bribery to where we at today, obstruction of justice, and now back to quid pro quo. We wouldn't have to do all that if the whistleblower would have testified. You wouldn't have to speculate about what the whistleblower only had in his or her complaint that nobody seems to know. Yield back to Mr. Castor.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. I want to turn to a couple of times in your opener, you said everyone was in the loop. And I just want to, these televised proceedings, sometimes we lose track of things, and everyone was not in the loop with your speculation or your guess that in the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe that the resumption of security aid would not occur without public statement from the Ukraine. Everyone wasn't in the loop with that, right?
Well, the secretary was, because that's why I sent my email.
But your emails, let's look at your emails. There's 2 emails that you sent to the secretary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Better here?
August 22nd?
Right, and August 11th?
August 11th.
So the August 11th email, we went through this before. I'm sorry to go through it again. You said to the secretary, Kurt and I negotiated a statement from Z to be delivered for our review in a day or 2. The contents will hopefully make the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation. Z plans to have a big presser on the openness subject next week. A couple things here. This is only relating to the White House meeting, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And this is only, this is just investigations generally, making a public statement of openness generally, right?
Well, I think by August 11th, Mr. Castor, I think we were talking about 2016 in Burisma. The investigations generally was really early in the...
Okay, but do we know that Secretary Pompeo knows that?
I think so. I think...
Why?
Well, only because I think Counselor Breckbull was briefed on all of these things. And
by who? By you?
By, I believe, Ambassador Volker, by myself.
That's not what he testified to. I mean, did you...
Ambassador or Counselor Breckbull testified? I didn't know he had testified.
No, Ambassador Volker.
Oh, okay.
He didn't testify that he briefed Mr. Breckbull. I mean, this email to the secretary is talking about this statement, which, by the way, I mean, you said Kurt and I negotiated a statement, and the statement never went.
Didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, Ambassador Volker said it wasn't a good idea. Mr. Yarmark said it wasn't a good idea. But what you're writing to the secretary here is just it relates to a generic openness subject, right?
Yeah, but I think the secretary, though, was on the July 25th call, which obviously I wasn't on and I didn't know about.
Okay, but you used this email to suggest that everyone was in the loop, that like security sector assistance was tied to some sort of act by the Ukrainians.
No, I don't think I said that. I don't think I said that this assistance was involved here.
Okay.
I think
so what was everyone in the loop about then?
Well, the secretary was in the loop that we had negotiated a statement.
Okay.
I'm fairly comfortable that the secretary knows that where the statement was at that point. In other words, the 2016 in Burisma, and that Lisa passed that along to him and kept him informed.
Okay, so we can agree that at this point in time, the secretary wasn't in a loop, that there was a conditionality on the security sector assistance.
Hold on a second. Are you asking about July 19th, Exhibit 4?
I was asking about your email to the secretary on August 11th.
Oh, okay.
Well,
on July 19th, which the secretary was on, I talked about fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone, and the secretary was on that.
Okay.
So
but you testified at your deposition that on July 19th, in this continuum you talked about, at that point in the continuum, it was just a generic investigation. Wasn't anything involving...
I think it went, again, I'm not trying to put words in anywhere. I think it went from the original generic from, May 23rd when we left the Oval Office. We're talking about corruption and oligarchs until Mr. Giuliani started to become involved, and then it transitioned into the Burisma.
You hadn't even talked to Giuliani by that time. This is July 19th.
Mr. Castro, with all respect, will you allow him to finish his answer, please?
Sorry, use the mic.
Will you allow him to finish his answer?
Of course, I apologize.
We were communicating with Mr. Giuliani through Secretary Perry and through Ambassador Volker. I wasn't talking to Mr. Giuliani directly until after August 1st.
But as of July 19th, weren't we still on the generic part of the continuum?
I don't know. I believe by then we were talking about Burisma in 2016, to be candid.
But not Biden?
No, not Biden.
Okay.
No.
And then turning to your email of August 11th?
Yeah, got it.
I'm sorry, we just dealt with that. August the 22nd.
22nd?
Yeah, it's page 23 of your opener.
Yeah, I got it.
And this is where you were requesting a pull aside for the president. And this is when the president was...
He was still going to go.
He was going to
yes.
go. It was before the hurricane.
Right.
Bump that off his schedule. I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place, Zelensky should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to the president and the United States. Hopefully that'll break the logjam. And at this point in time, the issues of importance to the president of the United States were what?
The 2 investigations.
Okay. But nothing to do with Vice President Biden, right?
Again, I didn't make the connection.
Okay. I want to just pivot briefly to the president's concerns about foreign assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Undersecretary Hale, who will be with us later today, testified that during this relevant time frame, there was a real focus to re-examine all federal aid programs. Are you aware of that interest of the president?
I'm generally aware of the president's skepticism toward foreign aid and, conditioning foreign aid on certain things. I'm generally aware of that, yes.
And Ambassador Hale testified, and his testimony's been public, almost a zero-based concept that each assistance program and each country that receives the program be evaluated. The program made sense, that we avoid nation building, and that we not provide assistance to countries that are lost to us in terms of policy, whether it's because corruption or another reason. Is that something you were aware of at the time?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And you're certainly aware that the president was concerned about the European allies' contributions to the region?
Exactly why I was involved.
Okay. So, as we get down to September 11th, right before you're advocating that the pause be lifted, correct?
Yeah, I personally didn't think the pause should have ever been put in place. Yeah.
But as we get down to September 11th and you're talking with Senator Johnson and so forth, you don't know with certainty that the genuine reason the president was implementing the pause wasn't because of his concerns about the allies or his concerns about foreign assistance generally, or that he wasn't just trying to hold the aid as long as he could to see what he could, what type of information he could get about those two subjects.
Fair enough.
Okay. I am really trying to finish up before so I can yield some time back. Do we have anything else, Mr.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. Yield back.
Chairman yields back.
Yield back the balance of our time.
Let's take a 30-minute recess to allow Ambassador Sondland get a bite to eat. I think the members of the committee might like to get a bite to eat. And then we will resume with the member rounds of questioning of 5 minutes. If we could allow the witnesses to have the opportunity to leave the room first.
Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Sondland had intended to fly back to Brussels to resume his duties at the end of the day, and so It would be a great convenience to us if we could have a shorter break now and resume with the members' questions and try and wrap up in time that he might be able to make his flight.
I appreciate that, Counsel. We all have a busy schedule these days. The member round of questions should take, I think, slightly less than 2 hours, so I think you should be good depending on the time of your flight. But we will endeavor to make the break as short as possible. If you'd like to excuse yourself from the room before the rest of the crowd.
Well, this has certainly been the longest session we've seen of the public hearings in this impeachment inquiry, and for good reason. Ambassador Gordon Sondland delivering what some would argue are bombshells today with regard to laying the coordination of efforts to pressure Ukraine to launch politically advantageous investigations at the White House door, essentially denying that there's any back channel, that this was an operation or something that was in the light of day, and that, in his words, everyone knew. Let me quickly go around the table to Chuck Todd. Republicans tried to shake him. How do they do?
Well, look, the problem the Republicans have is every time they try to shake him, he says, yeah, oh, no, and he'll sometimes reiterate, to me, damaging testimony. You know, they wanted to get at, oh, well, nobody seemed to know what investigations were during the July meeting. He goes, oh, no, that was July. We knew by August that investigations was code for Burisma in 2016. And that stuff didn't work. Look, here's the bottom line. Democrats have a witness that basically said, not basically, there was a quid pro quo. Their one problem with this witness is that while he brings it to the president, he also has directly quoted the president as saying there is no quid pro quo. So I will say this is, I think, obviously very damaging testimony. I think this probably cements the impeachment as far as Democrats are concerned. But they could use a few more witnesses to back up Gordon Sondland. Now, Gordon Sondland has made it clear. I'll tell you who those witnesses should be. John Bolton and Mike Pompeo. Start there.
And they're among the many who are not going to. Chuck Rosenberg joins us now, former U.S. Attorney, senior FBI official. It's notable that Sondland also said he finally went to the president and said, what do you want? And he says the president said, I want nothing. I just want them to do what they should do. Does that help repair some of the damage?
Well, if you believe it, if you credit what the president said, if you really think that the president's denial to Ambassador Sondland was genuine, then maybe. But there seems to be a lot of evidence stacking up on the other side. Nothing that happened today, in my opinion, Lester, undermined what Mr. Sondland said in his opening statement, that there was a quid pro quo, that it was clearly tied to a White House meeting in return for opening investigations on Burisma and the Bidens, and that military aid, security assistance, was later made a part of that quid pro quo. The cross-examination never undermined those fundamental points. So we do have the president's denial supplied to the ambassador that we heard today. We've heard it before. I'm just not sure it's credible.
And the president certainly heard some things that in this testimony that he liked. Let's get that now from Hallie Jackson at the White House. Hallie, what is the president saying about all this?
A couple of things here, Lester. I just returned from the other side of the White House from where I'm standing, where the president spoke briefly with myself, with a group of my colleagues in the press corps before making his way to Texas. He walked out, I should note, clearly engaged in this testimony. He had written down in what looked like black Sharpie and, frankly, what appeared to be his own handwriting, key pieces of Gordon Sondland's testimony. You can see this picture here, written on Air Force One stationery, exactly the lines that you and Chuck have just discussed. I want nothing, I want nothing, I want no quid pro quo. That is not only an indication of where the president's head is at, but an indication of just how directly involved he is in watching this, he himself taking these notes. I want to play for you what the president had to say for us. Watch.
Just a quick comment on what's going on in terms of testimony with Ambassador Sondland. And I just noticed one thing, and I would say that means it's all over. What do you want from Ukraine? He asks me, screaming. What do you want from Ukraine? I keep hearing all these different ideas and theories. This is Ambassador Sondland speaking to me. Just happened. To which I turned off the television. What do you want from Ukraine? I keep hearing all these different ideas and theories. What do you want? What do you want? It was a very short and abrupt conversation that he had with me. They said he was not in a good mood. I'm always in a good mood. I don't know what that is. He just said, now he's talking about what my response. So he's going, what do you want? What do you want? I hear all these theories. What do you want, right? And now, here's my response that he just gave. Ready? You have the cameras rolling? I want nothing. That's what I want from Ukraine. That's what I said. I want nothing. I said it twice. So he goes, he asked me the question, what do you want? I keep hearing all these things. What do you want? He finally gets me. I don't know him very well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well. Seems like a nice guy, though. But I don't know him well. He was with other candidates. He actually supported other candidates. Not me. Came in late. But here's my response. Now, if you weren't fake news, you'd cover it properly. I say to the ambassador in response, I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky, President Zelensky, to do the right thing. So here's my answer. I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. Then he says, this is the final word from the President of the United States. I want nothing. Thank you, folks. Have a good time. I'm going to bed.
So that is what you heard from the president just moments ago, Lester. The president at the top of those remarks said this is all over. It is obviously not all over from here, as much as the president perhaps hopes that that would be the case. I can tell you that based on sources that we've talked to, I've talked to folks here at the White House who are pointing to the fact that Sondland, as you have noted, did repeat that he did not directly hear that military aid was linked to those investigations that the president wanted from the president himself. Officials close to the Trump messaging campaign are focusing on that, and our sources are also telling our team that Trump allies had to revise their talking points this morning, scrambling to put those out once they heard what Ambassador Sondland had to say. As for the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, he is somebody who obviously was implicated in this by Ambassador Sondland. Giuliani appeared to be distancing himself from Sondland today in a tweet, writing that he had spoken with Sondland very few times. That said, you can see he says, I came into this at Volker's request. Sondland is speculating, repeating no quid pro quo. I should tell you, it looks like that tweet has been deleted at this point. We're trying to figure out why, but that is what Rudy Giuliani had to say, I think just within the last hour, 45 minutes or so. So again, here's the bottom line. While Ambassador Sondland and the folks in and around the White House seem to understand this, has pointed the finger directly not just at the president, but at the people in his closest inner circle, the Vice President Pence, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. The point that Republicans have been seizing on, and you will continue to hear that from the White House, is the idea that Sondland never heard directly from the president linking this aid to the investigations into the Bidens and into the 2016 campaign. I would also note that moments ago, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo spoke with reporters. He is overseas right now. He did not address Ambassador Sondland's testimony. He said he's been working all day. He has not seen any of this, Lester.
Yeah, it would be, hard to imagine that he wouldn't be certainly aware of what is being said about him. But nonetheless, let me go to Juan Zarate now. Juan is a former Deputy National Security Advisor to President George W. Bush and an NBC News senior national security analyst. Juan, as I'm watching here, I'm thinking, it appears that Sondland is delivering on the essential Democratic themes and talking points, but you also get the impression he's only going so far. What have you wanted to hear? What do you think more he might be able to tell this committee?
Well, Lester, I would want to hear from him and other witnesses or a collection of witnesses greater precision around what they know, what they heard from the president. Obviously, the president's focusing on this particular conversation, which in his mind exonerates him and lays clear what his intentionality was. But what's interesting, having worked at the White House, Lester, is the idea that this is a little bit of a policy in chaos. You've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. You've got different folks hearing different things, assuming perhaps different things. And what you have the Republicans trying to do, it seems, is to drive
through that ambiguity, the presumption and assumptions being made about what the president may or may not want. And all of that ambiguity perhaps throwing some shadow over the accusations over the president. And so I would have liked to have heard a bit more precision, a bit more confidence from Ambassador Sondland around what he actually heard and knew about the policy and why things were being decided when they were. The Republicans are clearly keen on this ambiguity of who's in charge, what was the policy, what was the president actually directing, and that's why the president is going to key on that conversation, because that seems to be the one thing that was clear from the president through Sondland's testimony today. So that lack of precision is really important here. Frankly, it's a symptom of this administration, it appears, where sometimes it's not altogether clear what the policy is, who's speaking for the president, or how even his policy aides are divining what the president wants to do. And so the Republicans are going to take advantage of that.
All right, let me turn to Chuck Rosenberg one more time. This is a witness who already changed his testimony once. He comes in with more information today. There were even rumors and speculation he might come in and plead the Fifth today. So that understandably would make him somewhat skittish to be fully forthcoming, or at least in terms of committing to what happened and what he thinks might have happened or what he may or may not remember.
I think that's right, Lester. And by the way, what we're seeing is fairly typical. I was a federal prosecutor for a long time. You see an evolution in someone's story. If you imagine a spectrum of truth to falsity, right? 10 being truth and 0 being falsity. Most folks come in at a 4 or 5. You confront them with other documents. You confront them with prior versions of their own story. You confront them with what other witnesses said, and maybe they move up a bit to a 6 or 7, then over time it becomes an 8 or 9. I think to Juan's point, you're not getting everything from Mr. Sondland. You're just getting more. There is a lack of precision. Juan is exactly right.
Is that purposeful?
Well, I don't know.
Do you think he's negotiating here? Meaning Sondland, like going, look, I got more to say and I got more to tell, but number one, I need more information. I'm going to hang my hat on that, hey, I didn't get to, I'm going to hang my hat on, but I clearly have a lot more information. You guys decide how you want to get it.
Well, it could be legitimate. One thing Mr. Sondland has said today is that he doesn't have access to his notes and to other records that might help refresh his recollection. I'll take that at face value. But I don't think we're seeing everything yet. And to Ambassador Sondland's point, there are a whole bunch of other people who can get us closer to the truth. I don't credit much what the president just said on his way to the helicopter. The way we test information in federal court is to subject people under oath to cross-examination. That's how you get to the truth. Making assertions, as the president did, I don't find particularly compelling.
And Sondland also, in his testimony today, making clear that Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, was in the loop, knew what was going on. Pompeo has been asked about all this. As Hale mentioned, he is in Brussels today, and we have video of him answering that question. Here it is.
Mr. Secretary, Ambassador Sondland testified today in Washington that there was a clear quid pro quo over Ukraine and that everyone was in the loop, including you. Is that true? And do you think you should consider recusing yourself from decisions involving documents provided to Congress on Ukraine? Thank you, sir.
I didn't see the testimony. I'm not going to recuse myself from this. I know precisely what American policy was with respect to Ukraine. I was working on it, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've accomplished. We delivered remarkable outcomes for the Ukrainian people, and I hope that we're able to continue to do so.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo answering questions there in Brussels. Let's go to Richard Engel right now in our London newsroom, who has, as we've noted many times, has covered Ukraine extensively. Give me your thoughts about what we've heard today so far.
So it seemed like Ambassador Sondland was very strong in his opening statement and then tried to couch it a bit while he was under questioning. He said in his opening statement there was a quid pro quo, that there was this parallel track that he was part of, that all the senior leaders in the White House knew about this track, that it was official Ukraine policy. But then when under questioning, he made these claims saying that he didn't know that the Bidens were linked to Burisma, that President Trump told him that he didn't want anything from Ukraine, even though it was clear that Rudy Giuliani and Ambassador Sondland himself were pushing a variety of demands that were coming from the White House. So I think we've been left with almost two testimonies. One, a quite clear opening statement, and then a longer sort of meandering, very lawyered series of questions that Ambassador Sondland clearly didn't want to resume. He was trying to get out of the room and say he has a flight to catch tonight. So he had his opening statement. He appeared comfortable with it. And then I think he's been trying to give a lot of very lawyered answers about what he knew, what he was told, and by whom he was told. And then you just heard from Secretary of State Pompeo effectively saying that there was just one policy for Ukraine and that he's quite proud of it, when we know from previous testimonies there were multiple policies, that the ambassador to Ukraine, his own ambassador working for the State Department as the president's envoy, felt sidelined and was removed, and that there were others, including the Charge d'Affaires, who felt that there was a parallel policy going on with regards to Ukraine.
Yeah, good point there. There's a huge daylight, what we have heard today and what we've previously heard about this idea of these two channels, or these essentially two operations going on in terms of relationship with Ukraine. Just to keep you up to date here, they're in a break right now. We've gone longer than any other hearing so far because there was a second round of staff questioning, as you may have noted. What will happen next is we'll go into those sections now where the members of the Intelligence Committee will each get to ask their questions. So we're looking at probably another couple of hours. Then there's a whole other section, new witnesses later on today. So we're certainly into the meat of all this. Democrats arguably have their most important witness on the stand right now. Let me go to Jeff Bennett, who is on Capitol Hill and kind of getting the pulse of things right now. Jeff, what are you hearing?
Well, Lester, beyond the substance of what Ambassador Gordon Sondland told House investigators, one of the reasons why Democrats feel that he's so key to their case and so good for them overall, at least so far, is because he has offered them what they see as a top-to-bottom deconstruction and dismantling of all of the Republican talking points offered up till this point. So you've heard Republicans say previously that Democrats are building their case based on hearsay evidence. Well, clearly Gordon Sondland is a first-hand fact witness. They've tried to say that previous witnesses were in some way biased against President Trump. Well, Gordon Sondland cannot be described as a never-Trumper. He, in fact, was a Trump donor. He donated $1 million to President Trump's inauguration by way of 4 LLCs that he set up, and he was, in effect, repaid for that donation by President Trump giving him one of the most highly coveted diplomatic posts there is, being ambassador to the EU. Sondland, of course, readily admitted to being part of a conspiracy, really, and in so doing, the language that he used, I'm told, Democrats plan to seize upon as they consider 2 potential articles of impeachment. One on bribery, which is connected to the quid pro quo, but the other on obstruction. And this is important because Gordon Sondland, in his opening statement, before he even really got to the meat of it, said that one of the reasons why he had to amend his testimony was because the State Department didn't give him the documents that he needed, and that the State Department would not allow him to work with EU staff. Well, House Democrats have been making that same point for months now, that they themselves don't have the access to the documents and to the evidence that they need because they have been dealing with this wall of obstruction and stonewalling from the White House. So Congressman Eric Swalwell, the Democrat from California, has made clear that in his view, Sondland's testimony really backs up those 2 key points. One other thing I think is worth noting. When President Trump on the South Lawn reiterates that he told Gordon Sondland that he didn't want a quid pro quo, he wanted nothing of his Ukrainian counterpart, it's worth noting that Sondland in his testimony said he believed he had that conversation with President Trump on September 9th. Well, September 9th is the same day that the Intelligence Community Inspector General alerted the White House counsel of the existence of this whistleblower complaint. So expect to see Democratic lawmakers, when they get a chance to question Sondland in about, 15 minutes or so, they are probably going to make that point clear, Lester.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And let's talk for a moment, Chuck Rosenberg, about this idea of the whistleblower coming forward to testify. Republicans want that. They keep mentioning it. But ultimately, that would be hearsay evidence. And they have spoken out against the idea of hearsay. Can they get it both ways?
Well, so let me just back up a little bit, Lester. Typically, protection of whistleblowers has been a bipartisan issue. We want men and women who see something that's wrong to come forward and tell us about it so we can fix it. The notion that we would expose a whistleblower for political gain on either side is abhorrent to me. To your point about hearsay, there's been a lot of objections about hearsay during these hearings. There's also been a lot of hearsay adduced. Two things. First, there are no federal rules of evidence that govern this proceeding. So if you want to adduce hearsay, that's perfectly okay. Second, hearsay almost always gets admitted in federal trial because right next to the hearsay rule are about 345 exceptions to the hearsay rule, exaggerating only slightly. And so I think we need to be a little bit more consistent and logical about what's happening. Sometimes the best information we have is something we hear from someone else. And if, oh, by the way, the White House is precluding people from coming and giving information that they know more directly, then it's hard for them to also argue that the information we're getting is hearsay.
Could the whistleblower add anything at this point, given what the Democrats have already amassed?
I imagine not very much. My understanding is that much of what the whistleblower told the Inspector General for the intelligence community has been adduced publicly, has been corroborated. And so it's possible that this man or woman would have a little bit more. But I think we're hearing what happened, and we're hearing it from people who either know or learn from someone who knows.
Would you want to hear from the Inspector General, since they did some of the corroboration?
They did some of the investigation. Yeah. Look, and I think it's always useful to hear from investigators. But again, to Lester's question, if you're hearing from the Inspector General, you're probably hearing a good bit of hearsay. But people ought not be afraid of that word. Hearsay just means that you told me something, and now I'm repeating it. You can cross.
Where would Devin Nunes be without hearsay right now?
Well, and there's an irony here, because they keep complaining about hearsay, and then Republicans keep introducing into the record newspaper articles that benefit them. Newspaper articles typically are rank hearsay. It's just a journalist repeating what someone else told them. It doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean it's not valuable.
But it falls under the same definition they're trying to use on hearsay.
And you shouldn't be able to have it both ways. I think we should stop worrying about hearsay, the technical definition of it, and make sure we're just getting information that's reliable.
Yeah. And Chuck Todd, right now, as we know, we've been living in these alternate universes for a long time. Right. Given that, give me the two headlines that we're going to hear depending on what end of the spectrum.
I still think that the Republicans are going to lean on what is essentially the Elise Stefanik defense, right? Which she has said over and over again. Did the aid make it? Yes. Did they open an investigation in the Bidens? No. Enough, right?
So nothing happened.
Nothing happened. And they're going to continue to go down that line. The problem is, it's sort of like you can almost tell they're like, yeah, nothing happens, but it's like, my God, every day there's more evidence.
What's the soundbite that gets played?
Quid pro quo. You have a witness. You've been accusing the president of committing a quid pro quo. And essentially one of the central players says, oh, yes, there was a quid pro quo. Done. Like I don't think they ever thought they were going to get a headline that easy.
But then you heard the president quoting Sondland on
and that's what they're going to.
Nothing.
This is. I will say this. I think this sets up. Democrats still need more witnesses here, and politically they may not break through the bubble. Okay, there is an alternative universe bubble that may not want to be broken through, but I do think this sets up John Bolton. If they get him here to testify, that if you're asking me, could the politics of this change at all? I think if a John Bolton ended up confirming large parts of Gordon Sondland's testimony, if that doesn't penetrate the bubble, nothing will. But I would want to see what would happen in a situation like this, because he is now suddenly, he and Pompeo will never hear from him. But Bolton is somebody we could hear from.
But to both of you, are the articles of impeachment there now? Has he laid them at the feet of this committee?
If you want them. I think they're there. They have them. They have enough now. The question is, do they want to make them politically tougher? And what I mean by that is take a little more time and see if they can get convince some Republicans to climb on board.
Try to make some
senators
in a very difficult.
Exactly. Make it. I think they have enough now. They could vote it out. But I'm sure they don't want it to be as partisan as it looks.
Yeah, Chuck, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, so to the defense that the aid was eventually released, I mean, remarkably illogical and unavailing, and here's why. I mean, imagine if I told you, Chuck,
It's not a good defense. It's all they got, right?
I walked past bank number 1, and I walked past bank number 2, and then I ultimately robbed bank number 3. So I should get some credit for those banks I didn't rob. What happened here is that the aid was released because they got caught, right?
That was the Adam Schiff point last night.
Right. And I think people have to look at the timeline to understand why that defense just doesn't work. They got caught. And so, there's a lot of ways to sort of think about this. And there are some defenses, perhaps. Maybe Ambassador Sondland offered a part of one when he said the president told him no quid pro quo. Some people might credit that. I don't.
And if the investigations are as important as they're laid out, why wouldn't they be going forth today, irregardless of aid?
That's exactly right. And,
or why did we release the aid if we were so concerned?
And again, another thing that I think people should think carefully about, according to Ambassador Sondland, what the president wanted with respect to investigations was an announcement of an investigation, not an actual investigation. To the extent they're trying to style themselves as, rabidly anti-corruption, it didn't seem like the actual investigation mattered as long as one got announced. That makes me think it's really for political purposes and not for anti-corruption purposes.
And Sondland also testified today about the Vice President Pence, and Poland. Let me go to Hallie Jackson on that, who can fill in some of the details and some of the clarification, I guess, we're hearing. Hallie?
Because Ambassador Sondland was repeatedly asked about this and talked about it a couple of times here, that in a conversation with the vice president, he expressed what he described as his concerns about this military aid being linked to the investigations. What you're seeing right now is a shot of Vice President Pence. He is traveling right now. He's obviously not in Washington. He ignored questions about this just moments ago. We're just getting this into our newsrooms here. The vice president choosing not to engage, but his chief of staff is. The vice president's chief of staff essentially accusing Ambassador Sondland of making that up, of fabricating that interaction. They are saying that is not the vice president's recollection. That is not the way that Vice President Pence remembers it, and that it simply did not happen the way that Sondland describes it, creating a little bit of a he said, insisting that there was never a one-on-one conversation between these two men at the time that Sondland says it happened. Now, when you pull back a little bit, Lester, you said something at the top of our coverage this morning that I think is worth coming back to here. The idea that Ambassador Sondland may be throwing some folks under the bus with his testimony here. The vice president is not just one of them, right? You've also got the Secretary of State, who is not responding today. You also have the Energy Secretary, Rick Perry. His office is now telling NBC News that Sondland described a misrepresentation of the interactions between Perry and Sondland. What you are seeing now are these administration officials, I believe, based on the reporting that we're seeing, starting to circle the wagons here, trying to protect themselves, in a way, trying to protect President Trump as Sondland continues with his testimony.
Hallie, thank you. And so many individuals that the White House has prevented from testifying or cooperating with this investigation. And to both of my panelists here, let's talk about running out the clock and the clock here in terms of any chance of getting these individuals. Chuck Rosenberg, what's the chance of getting anyone on that list on this stand?
So, for instance, if the president were to say, I've done nothing wrong, my people have done nothing wrong, and I want to help you get to the bottom of this, he could make all these people available. We could hear from Pompeo and Bolton and Pence and everyone else. They could release documents. They could drop the litigation where they're contesting subpoenas. I don't imagine we're going to hear that, which is unfortunate. If we really want to get to the core of the truth, and I think we're getting closer all the time, the president could help us do that. It's really sort of, just now, Hallie reported that the vice president's folks are pushing back on the notion that Sondland and the vice president had that exchange. You know who could help clear that up? Mr. Pence. I'm not going to hold my breath.
Well, they put out a statement, but that's not the same thing. But is there,
Lester, the big thing that has happened here, though, is exactly what Democrats thought would happen. Once you start laying out the story and people's names, then suddenly people start worrying about themselves, almost more so. Look, Gordon Sondland changed his testimony today because he's worried about himself. You know, he's looking around, and here's the thing. This is where everybody close to the president getting investigated or potentially sent to jail, Manafort, Stone, Cohen, throw in Rudy Giuliani now. Gordon Sondland struck me like a guy going, I ain't going to become one of those. So I'm going to tell my full story. Volcker, I'm not going to become one of those. Whoa, 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 whoa. So I would just say this, almost each day of testimony seems to have motivated somebody else either to testify or to tell a little bit more of what they know. And that to me, if you're Democrats, you actually now have incentive to keep this going.
But do Democrats...
Keep the investigation going. And if they let the political clock dictate when they end
That's where I was going.
if they let the political clock, I think they hand Republicans an easier talking point. That's the thing they got to be careful of.
But what about legally leveraging people to testify? Is there anything that can be done in a timely manner?
It's very hard, and here's why. If you contest a subpoena, the House doesn't have the ability to enforce it without going to court. And if you go to court, right, you start off at the federal district court level, the lowest trial court level.
They're still in the middle of one now with Don McGahn.
Right. And if you win or lose, the other party takes it up to the Court of Appeals. You're talking about months and months.
By comparison, if I ignore a subpoena to a federal grand jury, that's enforceable?
It is enforceable, but we would still have to go to court to do it. In other words, we need the courts to act as the arbiters for these contests.
And they don't decide these things overnight?
And they don't decide them overnight.
All right, there's Ambassador Sondland taking his seat once again as we are still well into this, and another long day of the impeachment hearings. After this break ends here in just a moment, we are going to hear the members of the Intelligence Committee who will individually ask their questions, as we've seen over the last few days. That's a couple of hour process, but clearly there's a lot to chew on, a lot of unanswered questions.
We'll get a clue from Jim Jordan about what the new White House defense strategy is when he goes on his monologue.
Yeah, he's one of the more artful interrogators on the Republican side, and we will hear from him. There's Adam Schiff, the chairman, getting ready to gavel in this session here. And keep in mind, this is only part of our day. A couple more witnesses will be up. Laura Cooper, the Department of Defense Deputy Assistant Secretary. She will talk about the status of that $400 million as the U.S. had earmarked for Ukrainian aid. Also, David Hale, Undersecretary of Political Affairs at the State Department. We're gavelled in. Here we go.
Questioning. First, I wanted to recognize myself for 5 minutes. First of all, I wanted to clarify something for the record. With respect to the witness who testified on Saturday, that is Mr. Sandy. He is a career official with the Office of Management and Budget. He is today reviewing his transcript, an opportunity we give all the witnesses before their transcript is released to make sure that it's accurate and correct. As his deposition was only taken on Saturday, this was the soonest we could arrange that. We did inform the minority yesterday that if they wish to use any of the questioning from Mr. Sandy's deposition, they could do so, and we would happily take whatever excerpts they needed even prior to the witness having the chance to go through it. They chose not to take advantage of that opportunity. But I would make this far more significant point, which is he is not the top official at the Office of Management and Budget responsible for releasing foreign assistance. Those individuals are named Vaught and Duffy. And both of those political appointees have been subpoenaed to testify, and both of those political appointees have refused. In fact, as the deposition will make clear when the transcript is released, at a certain point, Mr. Sandy was taken out of at least one significant part of the process. But that transcript will be made available as soon as he finishes the review, and we can redact any personal information from it. I want to ask you just a few questions, and our staff, because the expanded round had time to get through much of what I wanted to ask you, Ambassador. But with respect to the statement, you are going back, and I mean by you and others, Ambassador Volker and others, we're going back and forth with the Ukrainians to figure out what statement they would have to make to get the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And they understood they were going to have to make this statement publicly in order to get the meeting?
Correct.
Similarly, you testified that pretty much everyone could put 2 and 2 together and make 4, and understood that the military assistance was also conditioned on the public announcement of these 2 investigations, correct?
That was my presumption, yeah.
You put 2 and 2 together and you got 4. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're capable of putting 2 and 2 together, and so are the Ukrainians. They can put 2 and 2 together. As well, they understood there was a hold on security assistance. There's testimony that they understood that in July or August, but it was without a doubt understood when it was made public in the newspaper. They understood that the security assistance was being held up, right?
I don't know when they understood it, but presumably they did.
Well, certainly once it was public, they understood the security assistance was withheld, right?
Once it was public, I assume so, yes.
And indeed, that was one of the issues that was brought up in that meeting between Zelensky and Pence in Warsaw.
I think, as I testified previously, Chairman, I think Zelensky, if I recall, asked the question more open-ended, like, when do we get our money?
Well, okay. So they understood they didn't have the money yet. It had been approved by Congress. There was a hold on it. Yep. You couldn't give them any explanation.
I couldn't.
Is that right?
That's right.
They asked, you couldn't tell them why it was being withheld, right?
I could not.
And if they couldn't put two and two together, you put two and two together for them because you told them in Warsaw they were going to need to make that public statement likely to get that aid released. Is that right?
I said I presume that might have to be done in order to get the aid released.
Because we've had a lot of argumentation here. Well, the Ukrainians didn't know the aid was withheld, but the Ukrainians found out, and then it was made abundantly clear, if they hadn't put two and two together themselves, that if they wanted that aid, they were going to have to make these statements, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Nunes.
Yield to Mr. Ratcliffe.
Ambassador Sondland, I'm going to try and quickly move to summarize all of your direct communications with President Trump as it relates to this inquiry, and of course you can correct me if I get it wrong. On May 23rd, you had a group meeting that included what you called a vanilla request about ending corruption involving Ukrainian oligarchs, correct?
Correct.
On July 25th, you called President Trump to say you were on your way to Ukraine, but nothing of substance occurred on that call, correct?
Correct.
On July 26th, you had a 5-minute call at a restaurant that you didn't originally remember because it, according to your statement this morning, quote, did not strike me as significant at the time, end quote, but once refreshed, recalled that the primary purpose was a rapper named A$AP Rocky, correct?
Correct.
And on September 9th, and most importantly, reading from your deposition, you called President Trump to ask him, what do you want from Ukraine? He responded, I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do the right thing. I want him to do what he ran on. And what he ran on was fighting corruption, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly, on October 2nd, in a random in-person meeting that you had at an event for the Finnish president, you ran into President Trump and advised him that you'd been called to testify before Congress, and he said to you, good, go tell the truth.
That's correct.
All right, and that is the entirety of your recollection of your direct communications with President Trump about these matters.
I may have had another call or meeting or two. I wish, Mr. Ratcliffe, I had the record.
I understand, but this is what you recall.
This is what I recall.
Okay, so stop me if there's anything sinister or nefarious in any of this. A vanilla request about corruption, a call to say I'm on my way to Ukraine, a 5-minute call you didn't remember as significant, but its primary purpose was to discuss a rapper, a call that you made where the president said, I want nothing, I want no quid pro quo, I want Zelensky to do the right thing, I want him to do what he ran on, and him telling you to go tell Congress the truth. Anything sinister or nefarious about any of that?
Not the way you present it.
Okay, and that is the truth as you've presented it, correct?
Correct.
All right, why that's important, Ambassador Sondland, is because none of that is hearsay. None of that is speculation. None of that is opinion. That is direct evidence. And ultimately, that is what, if this proceeds to the Senate, they're going to care about. Unlike this proceeding, which has been based on largely speculation and presumption and opinion, this is direct testimony and direct evidence. And to that point, none of that included evidence about the Bidens, and none of that included evidence about military assistance, because President Trump never mentioned either of those to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So going back to the July 26th call, because it's going to be a spectacle tomorrow, you didn't remember it because it didn't strike you as significant at the time. Is it fair to say that if the President of the United States was asking you to do or say something improper or unlawful, that would have been significant to you?
Yes.
All right. And if that call was part of a bribery or extortion scheme that you were part of, as Democrats have alleged, you'd remember that as significant, wouldn't you?
I was not a part, and I would have remembered.
I understand that, and I agree with you. Let's turn to the quid pro quo, because it's been reported in the papers that this was blockbuster testimony today about quid pro quo and new evidence. To be fair to you, Ambassador Sondland, according to your statement today, as you say on page 14, as you testified previously, this was your opinion that there was a quid pro quo, correct?
The 2016 Burisma and the 2016 election and Burisma in return for the White House meeting. That's
Right.
correct.
So you've shared that before. To that point, to be clear again, on the part of it that relates to military assistance, though, you don't have any direct evidence from President Trump about that part of it. That's your 2+2 part of the equation, right? The presumption, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you understand also that others disagreed. Yesterday we heard from Mr. Morrison, Ambassador Volker. They testified that they didn't see a quid pro quo. Do you understand that?
I understand that. That's what they said.
That reasonable people could look at all of this and come to different conclusions. Correct?
Correct.
I yield back.
Mr. Himes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thank you for testifying. Ambassador, a couple things jumped out at me in your testimony. In your opening statement, you say, Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing investigations of the 2016 election DNC server in Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew that these investigations were important to the President. That last sentence is interesting. No conditionality, no modifiers. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States. Mr. Giuliani communicates in colorful and memorable terms. What did Mr. Giuliani say to you that caused you to say that he is expressing the desires of the President of the United States?
Mr. Himes, when that was originally communicated, that was before I was in touch with Mr. Giuliani directly. So this all came through Mr. Volker and others.
So Mr. Volker told you that he was expressing the desires of the President of the United States?
Correct.
And subsequently, when you saw the transcript of the July 25th conversation with President Zelensky, you put it all together, and yeah, this is the desire of the President of the United States.
After I saw the July 25th readout.
Right, okay. Other thing that is interesting here, the theme of your testimony today is that everybody knew and signed off, which is a little different from what we've heard, right? We've heard this from others saying that your effort out there was irregular, it was shadow foreign policy, characterized as a drug deal. And by the way, that was not a Democratic characterization, despite what Mr. Nunes says. That, of course, was the National Security Advisor of the United States characterizing it as a drug deal. What confuses me is that you have said and testified, and it's in here, that the Secretary of State was not only aware, but that he applauded you. Good work. Keep banging away. The Secretary of State, if this had been irregular or a drug deal or a shadow foreign policy, he would have been the one to put an end to it, and yet he did not, right?
Well, the Secretary of State, I think, was taking into account the totality of what I've been working on, globally, and saying you're doing a great job, including this.
Right, okay, so he was aware of what you were doing, and you're doing a great job, includes this.
Yes.
So in some sense, he was validating it rather than saying this was irregular or shadow or a drug deal.
We never thought it was irregular. We thought it was in the center lane.
And why do you think the Secretary of State thought that?
Why did he think
Why did he think that this was a worthy thing to do when so many senior people, including the National Security Advisor, thought it was a drug deal?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he have communications with the President about this?
I have no knowledge of his communications with the President.
Okay. Let me take you to the July 26 call that we've talked a little bit about. You basically haven't disputed Mr. Holmes's characterization of that report, although perhaps the mention of Biden, you don't recall that. I'm actually pretty confident we'll get a transcript of that call. A conversation in public between a high-profile ambassador and the President of the United States will be the top target, not for one, but for many foreign intelligence services. And because it's pretty sensitive stuff to this inquiry, and pretty sensitive stuff because this information could be used to embarrass the president or leverage public officials, My guess is we're going to see the transcript. Our people are pretty good, and if other people have it, we're going to see this transcript. Until then, all we've got is your recollection and the testimony of the other people there. So I'm curious about your frame of mind. This statement, the Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give a fig, not the word used, about Ukraine. Is that a statement you might make? Do you believe that the president doesn't give a fig about Ukraine?
Are you, Congressman, are you referring to the call or are you referring to my conversation?
So Mr. Holmes recounts, and I'll read it to you. Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give a fig about Ukraine. Fig was not the word used there. And I'm asking you whether it's plausible that he might have heard that, because I'm asking you whether you believe that the president does not give a fig about Ukraine.
I think that's too strong. I think that based on the May 23rd meeting, the president was down on Ukraine for the reasons mentioned and would need a lot of convincing, and that's why we're pushing so hard for the meeting between the president and President Zelensky, because we thought once the two of them would meet, his impression of Ukraine, his stock about Ukraine would go up.
And what about this line, and Ambassador Sondland replied that he meant, quote unquote, big stuff that benefits the president. That's what you meant by big stuff. So again, we don't have the transcript. I suspect we will. But is that something you might say? Do you believe that the president really considers big stuff to be that which benefits him?
I don't recall saying benefits him.
No, I understand that. I'm not asking what you recalled. I'm asking whether it's plausible that you might have said that because you believe, I'm asking you what you believe right now, that the president doesn't give a fig about Ukraine and in fact cares about the big stuff that benefits the president. Do you believe that now?
I really can't opine.
Wait, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking for your beliefs.
I don't understand your question. I want to answer your question. I just don't understand.
Let me try one more time.
Okay.
Do you believe what is alleged that you said on this phone call, that the president cares primarily about stuff, the big stuff that benefits the president? Is that a belief?
I don't think the president said that on the phone call. I don't think the president said that to me on the phone call. I was talking about
the time of the gentleman.
ASAP Rocky, and he mentioned investigations. I don't know why you're.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 6 minutes to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Ambassador, when did it happen?
When did what happen?
The announcement. When did President Zelensky announce that the investigation was going to happen? On page 14, you said this: was there a quid pro quo? Today's your opening statement. As I testified previously, with regard to a requested White House call, White House meeting, the answer is yes, that there needed to be a public statement from President Zelensky. When the chairman asked you about the security assistance dollars, you said there needed to be a public announcement from Zelensky. So I'm asking you a simple question. When did that happen?
Never did.
Never did. They got the call July 25th. They got the meeting, not in the White House, but in New York on September 25th. They got the money on September 11th. When did the meeting happen again?
Never did.
You don't know who was in the meeting?
Which meeting are you referring to?
The meeting that never happened. Who was in it? You know how you know how Zelensky announced it? Did he tweet it? Did he do a press statement? Did he do a press conference? You know how that happened? I mean, you got all three of them wrong. They get the call, they get the meeting, they get the money. It's not 2 + 2, it's 0 for 3. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And you told Mr. Castor that the president never told you that the announcement had to happen to get anything. In fact, he didn't just not tell you that, he explicitly said the opposite. The gentleman from Texas just read it. You said to the President of the United States, what do you want from Ukraine? The president, I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do the right thing. I want him to do what he ran on. What did he run on, Ambassador Sondland?
Transparency.
And dealing with corruption, right?
That's right.
Mr. Castor raised another important point. Why didn't you put that statement in your opening statement? I think you said you couldn't fit it in. Is that right? Said we might be here for 46 minutes instead of 45 minutes.
It wasn't purposeful, trust me.
Wasn't purposeful?
No.
Couldn't fit it in a 23-page opener. The most important statement about the subject matter at hand, the President of the United States in a direct conversation with you about the issue at hand, and the President says, let me read it one more time. What do you want from Ukraine, Mr. President? I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want this new guy, brand new guy in politics. His party just took over. I want Zelensky to do the right thing. I want him to run on and do what he ran on, which is deal with corruption. And you can't find time to fit that in a 23-page opening statement. You know what a quid pro quo is?
I do.
This for that, right? Looks to me like Ukraine got that 3 times, and there was no this. We didn't do anything. Or excuse me, they didn't have to do anything. I've never seen anything like that. And this is when the call came out. Y'all remember this? When the call came out, everyone said we're gonna quid pro quo. There's gonna be that was what was in the call, and of course that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Remember what the complaint said? Remember what the memo said of the whistleblower? This call was frightening. This call was scary. All those things. None of that materialized. None of that materialized. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to dig a little deeper in this quid pro quo. Did you not say in your opening statement and in previous testimony in closed-door hearing that you thought there was a quid pro quo?
I thought the quid pro quo was the White House visit in return for the 2016 DNC server and Burisma investigation.
So when you heard Burisma, you did not see that as code for the Bidens?
I did not.
When did you even know that? Is your testimony that you only realized that Burisma included the Bidens when the readout came out in September 25th?
No, my testimony wasn't specific as to the date because I really don't recall the date. It was very late in the game, though.
September?
I don't recall the date.
So if I told you that the legal definition of bribery was an event of offering, giving, soliciting, or receiving of any item of value as a means of influencing an action of an individual holding a public or legal duty, do you believe that not only was it quid pro quo, but it was bribery?
I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to characterize what something was or wasn't legally.
You also said in your opening statement that Secretary Perry and yourself, as well as Ambassador Volker, worked with Giuliani on the Ukraine matter as an express direction of the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
You also go on to say that we did not want to work with Giuliani. Simply put, we played the hand that we were dealt. What did you mean by that? And more importantly, what did you think would happen if you did not play that hand?
I think what you're asking me is, well, you asked it.
I did ask it.
What would happen if we didn't? It was very fragile with Ukraine at the time. There was no new ambassador. The old ambassador had left. There was a new president, and we thought it was very, very important to shore up the relationship.
In fact, you actually said, you go on to say, we all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose an important opportunity to cement relationships with the United States and Ukraine. So quote, we followed the president's orders. Did you see it as a directive?
I saw it as the only pathway to moving forward on Ukraine.
So you would say that the efforts that Mr. Giuliani was undertaking became a part of the formal Ukraine-U.S. policy?
I can't opine on that. All I can tell you is the president wanted us to communicate with Mr. Giuliani.
But you went on to say that you, in your opening testimony, that the suggestion that you engaged in some, quote, irregular or rogue diplomacy is absolutely false. So if in fact what Giuliani was doing was okay and proper, which is actually what you said, initially you all thought that what he was doing was not improper, right?
We did not think it was improper, and when I referred to the fact that I was not engaging in rogue diplomacy, by definition, rogue diplomacy would have meant I would not have involved the leadership of the State Department and the White House.
So you're saying that everyone in the chain of command knew about Giuliani's efforts to try to get the investigations into Burisma and to, so I'm just trying to figure out what you thought you were actually opining to.
Look, the president directed us to work with Mr. Giuliani, and the leadership of the State Department were knowledgeable, as was the NSC, that we were working with Mr. Giuliani.
Well, what's interesting is that Ambassador Taylor testified that he knew nothing about it, and clearly he would be in the chain of information if he was the ambassador to Ukraine. At the end of the day, sir, with all due respect, you're the ambassador to the European Union. Why would he not know about it?
I don't know.
He was the one who said that there was both a regular and irregular channel.
He should have known about it.
So although we don't want, although you said that you did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani, you in fact did work with him.
That's correct.
And do you think that the essence of what he was trying to achieve was accomplished?
I don't know what he was trying to achieve.
You clearly had to have known, sir. If you think that this was actually going down the center lane, is what you said, it was clearly important that we work with Mr. Giuliani to get what the president asked for because it was a directive and an order. Surely you must know whether or not mission was accomplished.
Well, I know what Mr. Giuliani communicated to us.
And you thought that that was totally fine? Did you really think that it was okay for...
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
You asked what Mr. Giuliani was trying to achieve.
No, I asked whether you thought that it was right for Mr. Giuliani to want to accomplish the efforts that he was involved in, which was to get them to investigate Burisma and the 2016 election, as you said.
All I can testify to is what I know that Mr. Giuliani either told me directly or told Ambassador Volker and others that was relayed to me.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Turner.
Ambassador Sondland, I want to walk through some of the portions of your testimony because sometimes you seem to make direct connections and sometimes they seem to be dead ends. I kind of want to clear up what are the dead ends and what are the direct connections. Yesterday, Ambassador Volker, who I consider to be very talented and a man of integrity, and I believe you think he's a man of integrity, correct?
I do.
He testified that the President of the United States did not tie either a meeting with the President, a phone call, or any aid to investigations of Burisma 2016 or the Bidens, that the President did not do that. And you've testified that the President did not tell you that he tied them either, correct?
I did testify to that, although when Ambassador Volker and I were working on the statement and negotiating with the Ukrainians, it was clear to Ambassador Volker that a meeting would not happen without the Burisma in 2016. That was very clear to Ambassador Volker.
And how do you know that? What did he say to you? Because he says that was not clear to him. In fact, he says that's not the case. He was working on that. He knows that that's what the President wanted, but he didn't have it as this was a requirement.
Oh, I strongly disagree with that portion of his testimony. It was absolutely a requirement, or we would have just had the meeting and been done with it.
What about the aid? He says that they weren't tied, that the aid was not tied.
And I didn't say they were conclusively tied either. I said I was presuming it.
Okay, and so the President never told you they were tied. So your testimony, his testimony is consistent, and the President did not tie aid to investigations.
That's correct.
Okay, he also testified that he spoke to Giuliani and that Giuliani did not relate that he was tying on behalf of the President or on the President's behalf aid, and that in fact Giuliani never said to him that aid was tied to investigations. Now, the question I have for you is, did you ever have a conversation with Giuliani that did not involve Volker? Because your testimony is a lot of we's and us's. So do you and Giuliani have a separate conference, separate phone call where Giuliani told you that the aid was tied? Because Volker says, and if he was on all your phone calls, Volker says that never happened.
No, I did have a few conversations. I don't recall how many because I don't have the records with Mr. Giuliani directly when Mr. Volker wasn't available.
And did Giuliani say to you, go ahead, what were you going to say?
I don't believe I testified that Mr. Giuliani told me that aid was tied.
Oh, I think, see, this is part of the problem, Ambassador Sondland, and I just want to walk you through this, is you've said to us everyone was in the loop, and everyone knew. Now, hold on a second. I've listened to you today, as have a lot of people, and not only are your answers somewhat circular, frequently you've contradicted yourself in your own answer. Now, the text messages and emails that you put up there, Kurt Volker walked us through, and he has a completely different understanding of what you were saying than what you're saying you were saying. So I'm a little confused as to how everyone's in the loop, because if Giuliani didn't give you any express statement, then it can't be that you believe this from Giuliani. Now, let me tell you right now, because is Donald Trump your friend?
No, we're not friends.
Okay. Do you like the president?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, after you testified, Chairman Schiff ran out and gave a press conference and said he gets to impeach the President of the United States because of your testimony. And if you pull up CNN today, right now, their banner says, Sondland ties Trump to withholding aid. Is that your testimony today, Ambassador Sondland, that you have evidence that Donald Trump tied the investigation to the aid? Because I don't think you're saying that.
I've said repeatedly, Congressman, I was presuming. I also said that President Trump.
So no one told you, not just the president. Giuliani didn't tell you. Mulvaney didn't tell you. Nobody, Pompeo didn't tell you. Nobody else on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying aid to these investigations. Is that correct?
I think I already testified.
No, answer the question. Is it correct? No one on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying this aid to the investigations? Because if your answer is yes, then the chairman's wrong and the headline on CNN is wrong. No one on this planet told you that President Trump was tying aid to investigations. Yes or no?
Yes.
So you really have no testimony today that ties President Trump to a scheme to withhold aid from Ukraine in exchange for these investigations.
Other than my own presumption.
Which is nothing. I mean, that's what I don't understand. So you know what hearsay evidence is, Ambassador? Hearsay is when I testify what someone else told me. Do you know what made-up testimony is? Made-up testimony is when I just presume it. I mean, you're just assuming all of these things, and then you're giving them the evidence that they're running out and doing press conferences, and CNN's headline is saying that you're saying the President of the United States should be impeached because he tied aid to investigations, and you don't know that, correct?
I never said the President of the United States should be impeached.
Nope, but you did. You have left people with the confusing impression that you were giving testimony that you did not. You do not have any evidence that the President of the United States was tied to withholding aid from Ukraine in exchange for investigations. I yield back.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador Sondland, I really want to better understand Mr. Giuliani's role in carrying out the President's demand for investigation. So, on May the 23rd, sir, during a meeting in the Oval Office to discuss the future of U.S.-Ukraine relations, President Trump told you and others to, quote, talk to Rudy. Do I have that right, sir?
Correct.
Mr. Ambassador, did you listen to the President and talk to Rudy, sir?
Did I talk to Rudy?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
What did you understand to be Mr. Giuliani's relationship with President Trump?
I understood he was the President's personal lawyer.
What did you believe to be Mr. Giuliani? What did you believe Mr. Giuliani was doing in Ukraine for President Trump, sir?
I don't know.
Ambassador Sondland, in August of this year, you and Ambassador Volker spoke with Mr. Giuliani about a draft statement to be issued by President Zelensky. During those discussions, it was Mr. Giuliani who suggested, in fact, insisted that the statement include specific language about Burisma. Correct, sir?
Correct.
And he insisted that the statement include the mention of the 2016 elections. And Mr. Volker transmitted this message to a top Ukrainian official, right, sir?
Correct.
Mr. Ambassador, and this statement was part of the deliverable that President Trump wanted, correct, sir?
Correct.
To your knowledge, sir, was pushing the Ukrainians to investigate Burisma 2016 on the Biden's part of some official State Department policy, sir?
I never testified that we were pushing anyone to investigate the Bidens. I said Burisma.
You were involved in Ukrainian policy, right, sir?
I told you what my role was, which was quite limited and focused.
Was it your understanding, Mr. Ambassador, that Ukraine policy should involve investigations into Americans or debunk conspiracy theories about the 2016 election, sir?
What I testified was that in order to get President Zelensky a White House visit, Mr. Giuliani conveyed the notion that President Trump wanted these announcements to happen.
Of course it was not. It was a part of the president's political agenda, and it was done to benefit the president personally and politically. Were you following the president's orders, Mr. Ambassador?
I was following the president's direction to speak with Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Just want to point out a couple things, Ambassador, in response to my colleagues. My colleagues seem to be under the impression that unless the president spoke the words, Ambassador Sondland, I am bribing the Ukrainian president, that there's no evidence of bribery. If he didn't say, Ambassador Sondland, I'm telling you I'm not going to give the aid unless they do this, that there's no evidence of a quid pro quo on military aid. But nonetheless, Ambassador, you've given us a lot of evidence of precisely that conditionality of both the White House meeting and the military assistance. You've told us, Ambassador, have you not, that you emailed the Secretary of State and said that if these investigations were announced, the new justice person was put in place, that the Ukrainians would be prepared to give the president what he wants, and that would break the logjam. You've testified and showed us documents about this, have you not, Ambassador?
I have.
And in your written statement, you say that the logjam you're referring to includes the logjam on security assistance, correct?
Correct, as my presumption.
Yes, and we also have seen, and you testified, that you have also seen Ambassador, or rather Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney himself acknowledge that the military aid was withheld in part over the investigation into 2016 that you've talked about. You referenced that as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, they also seem to say that, well, they got the money. The money may have been conditioned, but they got the money. Yes, they got caught. They got caught. Now, they still don't have the White House meeting. They made no statement. They got no meeting. The statement on the investigations was the condition to get the meeting. They didn't make the statement. They got no meeting. But they got caught. You're aware, aren't you, Ambassador, that 2 days before the aid was lifted, this inexplicable aid was lifted, Congress announced it was investigating this scheme. You're aware of that, aren't you, Ambassador?
I am now, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address something, a claim that you made this morning, claiming that Republicans deny Russian attempts to influence our elections. That is false, and you know it. In this committee, the Intel Committee, not the Impeachment Committee, but in this committee, time and time again, we all agreed that Russia has tried to influence American elections as far back as the Soviet Union. So I wish you would quit making that comment. Yesterday, we established with Mr. Volker something quite obvious. More than one country can try to influence our elections. See, Mr. Schiff, we didn't agree with your Russian collusion narrative, your DNC Clinton campaign coup attempt that occurred in conjunction with members of the FBI and DOJ and foreign sources, something that you have conveniently ignored as chairman of the Intelligence Committee, as you became the chairman of the Impeachment Committee. But in this process today, I'm interested in facts. I'm not a prosecutor or a defense attorney. I'm not an attorney like Mr. Turner. Ambassador Sondland, you honestly have used the words presumed, presumption, presuming, some form of the verb to presume repeatedly today. And today you said that was the problem, Mr. Goldman. No one ever told me the aid was tied to anything. I was presuming it was. You see, in mathematic fact, 2 + 2 does equal 4. But in reality, 2 presumptions plus 2 presumptions does not equal even 1 fact. And the fact is, the president did tell you, Ambassador Sondland, no quid pro quo. That's a fact. And another fact, no quid pro quo occurred. This time I'd like to yield to Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to unanimously consent to enter into the record a Washington Post article from today that headline, Schiff's claim that the whistleblower has a statutory right to anonymity received 3 Pinocchios. Pinocchios meaning that, well, we all know what Pinocchios mean. The interpretation of that would be that, 2 interpretations. The one that my colleagues on the other side would argue is that we're trying to protect the whistleblower. An equally valid and credible interpretation is that there's something to hide, and that this unlevel playing field that's been created by the chairman's insistence that there is a statutory right to anonymity maintains that unlevel playing field and the advantages that gives them. Now, the chairman also announces at every hearing that he will not tolerate, and I agree with him, any witness intimidation, any threats, or any issues of trying to bully a witness. Ambassador Sondland, have you, your family, or your businesses received any threats or reprisals or attempts to harm you in any way?
Many.
Could you give us an example or 2?
We have countless emails, apparently, to my wife. Our properties are being picketed and boycotted.
Let's explore that one. Our own colleague, Congressman Earl Blumenauer from Oregon, has in fact called for a boycott of your hotel chains or your hotels in Oregon. I'm assuming he believes that that will harm you to the point that you will then be bullied into doing whatever he wants done. Now, my colleagues and I know that using the word bully and Earl Blumenauer in the same sentence is a bit over the top. But nevertheless, he intended to harm you and your businesses. Is that what you would surmise?
That's my understanding.
And that the boycotts, his call for boycott gave rise to demonstrations in front of your hotels that made your customers have to weave in and out of the demonstrators to try to actually get into the hotels?
As I understand, they're going on as we speak.
Well, the words are better put by a couple of other Oregonians. It says, Congressman Blumenauer's irresponsible attempt to hurt a homegrown business that supports hundreds of jobs in our local economy is just shameful and ought to be an outrage to all Oregonians. Some fellow named Dermott. And then a lady named Ellen Carmichael, who I believe works for you, said, we are saddened to have our Congressman Earl Blumenauer call for a boycott that would put the livelihoods of thousands of his constituents in peril. The attack on our employees is unwarranted. And I couldn't agree more, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Blumenauer should not be using the vast influences that we as members of Congress have to bully you and your businesses and to harm the hundreds or thousands of employees that operate in your business by trying to take business away from you, to force you into doing something that they wanted you to do, which is actually testify, and you actually done that. But that's a shame for that. And I'm hopeful that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join me in saying, Mr. Blumenauer, you really shouldn't be using your congressional influence to try to bully and threaten a witness before these proceedings. That is just wrong. And I'm going to look forward to my colleague's response, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
Ms. Spear.
I was somewhat humored by your request that Mr. Blumenauer not bully to get something done when all we're talking about is the president bullying to get something he wants done. But having said that, I'd like to clarify one point about the whistleblower protection from the article that Mr. Conway just provided. The law reads, expressly restricts the Inspector General's office from disclosing whistleblowers' identities. It says, quote, the Inspector General shall not disclose the identity of the employee without the consent of the employee unless the Inspector General determines that such disclosure is unavoidable during the course of the investigation or the disclosure is made to an official of the Department of Justice responsible for determining whether a prosecution should be undertaken. Unquote. That appears to be the lone statutory restriction on disclosing a whistleblower's identity, applicable only to the Inspector General's office. We found no court rulings on whether whistleblowers have a right to anonymity under the ICWPA or related statutes. Vladeck said it is nonetheless a best practice to avoid disclosure of the Ukraine whistleblower's identity, given the concerns about retaliation. McCulloch said, we've stepped into bizarro land when senior policymakers are trying to yank a CIA employee into the public spotlight in retaliation for making a whistleblowing complaint, especially when they are credible threats to that employee's personal safety. And I don't know why our colleagues on the other side of the aisle
Does the lady yield?
No, I'm afraid I only have 3 minutes, and I have some other issues, but thank you.
Well, the end of the
Mr.
article does go through that and also says it's 3 Pinocchios in spite of that conversation.
Well, the President of the United States has 5 Pinocchios on a daily basis, so let's not go there. Ambassador Sondland, in your deposition, you lamented, quote, "I was truly disappointed that the State Department prevented me at the last minute from testifying earlier on October 8th, 2019. But your issuance of a subpoena has supported my appearance here today, and I'm pleased to provide the following testimony." So it is clear that the White House, the State Department, did not want you to testify at that deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And since then, you have on numerous occasions during your opening statement today indicated that you have not been able to access documents in the State Department. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you have been hampered in your ability to provide testimony to this committee. Is that correct?
I've been hampered to provide completely accurate testimony without the benefit of those documents.
In terms of your conversations with the President of the United States, what percentage of your conversations were about Ukraine as compared to your other duties?
I don't recall.
Well, you've only had 6 conversations or 7 conversations with the President, you said. So
About Ukraine, I think.
So you've had many other conversations?
Oh, yeah, about completely unrelated matters.
So how many conversations with the President of the United States have you had?
Again, I don't want to give you a number because it's going to be wrong if I don't have the records.
Is it less than 20?
It's probably in that range.
All right. Would you say that delay in military aid and the lack of a meeting in the White House works to the benefit of Russia?
Repeat the question again, please.
Would you say that the delay in military aid to Ukraine and the reluctance to have a White House meeting has a benefit to Russia?
I think it could be looked that way, yes. Looked at that way.
All right, I'm going to just speak very briefly about code. When Michael Cohen was before the Oversight Committee, he was asked, you suggest the President sometimes communicates his wishes indirectly. For example, you say, quote, "Mr. Trump did not directly tell me to lie to Congress. That's not how he operates." It would be different, he said, he doesn't give you questions. He doesn't give you orders. He speaks in code. And I understand the code because I've been around him for a decade. So do you think that the President was speaking in code when he would talk about wanting investigations?
I can't characterize how the President was speaking. Every conversation I've had with the President has been fairly direct and straightforward.
All right, with that I yield back.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
You may state your request.
The DOE responds to Ambassador Sondland's comments before the House Intelligence Committee attributable to the DOE Secretary of the Press Secretary. Ambassador Sondland's testimony today misrepresented both Secretary Perry's interaction and with Rudy Giuliani and direction the Secretary received from President Trump. As previously stated, Secretary Perry spoke to Rudy Giuliani only once at the President's request. No one else was on that call. At no point before, during, or after the phone call did the words Biden or Burisma ever come up in the presence of Secretary Perry. Again, I ask that that be entered into the record.
Without objection, although I would note that they've also refused to come and testify under oath.
The American people expect a lot of things out of politics. Arguments, protests, we certainly see that. Clash of principles and ideas. I think sometimes eventually they actually would like to see some compromise. But I think something they expect above everything else, fundamental, they expect there is a sense of fairness about it. And I want to read part of a text I received from someone that I have tremendous respect for. Just a few hours ago, she wrote, "Crafting a story to hurt another human being can never be right. The means of destroying and hurting another individual just does not justify the end, and politics does not give anyone free pass to destroy other people." Now, you can say a lot about the treatment of President Trump over the last 3 years, but I think one thing you cannot argue is that it has been fair. There were those calling for his impeachment literally before he was inaugurated. For 2.5 years, we were told every single day he has betrayed our country. He is a Russian asset. He has committed treason. Accusations that we know now are not true, and for which we never have any evidence to support that. He was accused of obstruction. And now here we are actually impeaching the president over, well, first, quid pro quo, until we found out that didn't poll very well with focus groups. And then it was bribery, until virtually every witness before us who was asked a question said they had no evidence of bribery, and now it's extortion. And again, the American people expect some sense of fairness. So when Nancy Pelosi goes before she has seen a shred of evidence, and she announces the president has betrayed his oath of office, he has betrayed the American people, he betrayed national security, without seeing any evidence, again, the American people say, well, what is fair about that? So the question before us now is, again, extortion. That's the latest version of the charges against the president. I'm not an attorney. Extortion sounds pretty scary. It's kind of serious. I had to look it up, what it means. It means obtaining money or property by threat to a victim's property or loved ones. Mr. Ambassador, I'm going to read you a couple quotes from President Zelensky and then ask you a question. First, from a Ukrainian press release, Donald Trump is convinced that the new Ukrainian government will be able to quickly improve the image of Ukraine, complete investigation of corruption, which inhibited the interaction with Ukraine and the USA. Does that sound like President Zelensky is being bribed or extorted in that comment?
As I testified previously, I'm not a lawyer either, and I don't want to characterize any legal terms. I really don't.
That's fine. I think most people would read that and say, that doesn't sound like he's under severe pressure. He makes it very clear in his own words then. Ukrainian President Zelensky told reporters during a joint press conference with Donald Trump that he was not pressured by the U.S. president. Again, I was not pressured. He used another time. There was no blackmail. I would ask you, do you think he felt like he was being extorted by the president based on these comments?
I really think that's for the committee and the Congress to...
Well, you know what, Mr. Ambassador, it's really for the American people.
I agree.
And the American people aren't stupid. And the American people can hear that, and they can say, I don't think he was under duress. I don't think he was being extorted. I don't think there was an exchange of a bribe. And I would conclude with this last observation. It is common for our national policy to withhold aid for various reasons. You know that's true as an ambassador. Is that not true?
That's true.
It's frequent, isn't it, that we will withhold aid for various reasons.
That's correct.
It is a policy. I mean, for example, President Bush did it. He suspended military aid to 35 countries over their lack of support for the International Criminal Court. I'll bet that helped his political standing back home. But I don't remember anyone suggesting we should impeach him for it. President Trump did it last year with Afghanistan over corruption. We did it with Pakistan over much the same thing. And no one suggested that we impeach them for it. This is a common occurrence in international relations. It is hardly an impeachable offense.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here today. You know, there are things we can agree with our colleagues on, things we can disagree. I can agree that with my colleague that we should turn over all the documents should be turned over. Mr. Ambassador, I think you agree that it would have helped your testimony, helped you understood that the State Department, the White House hasn't turned over a single document. The White House won the President's April phone conversation, but millions more out there. So on that we can agree. On others we can disagree as to, particularly as it relates to the whistleblower. It distresses me because I begin to wonder about the motivations. In the final analysis, the way I look at this is if we were investigating an arson, you all would indict the person who pulled the fire alarm. That person's job is done, and we've seen the smoke and we've seen the fire. Whatever the whistleblower did doesn't change the president's actions, doesn't change the president's own words, which are in our testimony, are in our body of evidence. It doesn't change Mr. Mulvaney's own words. It doesn't change the body of evidence here. All it does is put this person at risk. Back to the documents and what you know, and clearly, Mr. Ambassador, you seem to have your memory jogged by documents. Let's talk about May 23rd and see if this one helps you. Senator Johnson, in referencing the May 23rd meeting in his letter, sir, says, I have no recollection of the president saying that during the meeting. It is entirely possible he did because I do not work for the president. If made, the comment simply did not register with me. He also says, I also remember Sondland staying behind to talk to the president as the rest of the delegation left the Oval Office. Sir, do you recall this later conversation and what you and the president discussed?
I do.
And what was that?
Just again, recapping what, it was sort of a free-for-all conversation, and I wanted to tie down exactly what we agreed to do and what we didn't.
And in that subsequent, he reinforced, talk to Rudy. And
talk to Rudy, you guys should work on this.
Did he go into any more detail about what that meant?
No.
Just said, talk to Rudy.
It was a very short conversation.
And the second part, you said there was something besides just talk to Rudy?
Yeah, to reconfirm that the three of us would be working on the Ukraine file.
Yeah, and
so on.
Back to Rudy in this seemingly contradictory messages here. You now recall the prerequisite mentioned in the July 10th meeting, right? That when you were having this discussion, the first meeting in John Bolton's office, sir?
Yes.
That you referenced that there was a condition?
I believe someone else testified that I raised that, and I didn't dispute that testimony, that I said, it's my understanding that in order to get this visit done, there needs to be an announcement about, I don't know if I said investigations or said specifically Burisma and
Sure, but in your opening, you mentioned at the very same time that apparently there was a meeting with Rudy Giuliani, and the message you got was underscored, very concerned about what Lutsenko told them, that according to RG, Rudy Giuliani, the Z-POTUS meeting will not happen, which is not conditioned. It's just not going to happen. Your understanding of the difference here?
I think what you're saying is this meeting I was talking about in my opening statement was apparently a meeting that Rudy Giuliani was having
at the same time.
At the same time in Ukraine.
Right.
Unbeknownst to us.
Right. But he's saying something different. He's saying it's not going to happen. There's no notice in here that it's conditioned in any way.
Well, that was Ambassador Volker's point. This was really an exchange with Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Volker. Ambassador Volker is saying, don't let other people speak for the U.S. government. That was his point.
But if Rudy is following the directions and he's saying what he's saying here, and you're also following directions, right? And you're saying it's conditioned, who's giving you the instructions to say what you're saying?
That's why we thought it was problematic to work with Mr. Giuliani.
Exactly. But who did you work with to say the things that you said? Did you have conversations with the Chief of Staff, with Secretary Pompeo to say what you were saying? You didn't just say this on your own.
Are you talking about in the July 10th meeting?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah, with Ambassador Volker, because at that point, Ambassador Volker was the one in touch with Mr. Giuliani, not me.
But you had no direct conversations with Mr. Mulvaney about this or Secretary Pompeo to make this condition statement?
Only the texts and emails that I've already reviewed.
Thank you. My time is up.
Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Ambassador Sondland, for your service. And I also want to thank you for your recognition in your opening statement of your hardworking staff at the U.S. mission to the EU. Mr. Sondland, you testified that you never received any direct confirmation or specific information as to why there was a hold on aid.
That's correct.
And in fact, you testified, quote, President Trump never told me directly that the aid was conditioned on the investigations, end quote.
That's correct.
You said, quote, never heard those words from the president, correct?
Correct.
Instead, you testified that in your September 9th call with President Trump, the president said, quote, "No quid pro quo. I want nothing. I want nothing. I want President Zelensky to do the right thing, do what he ran on," end quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the fact is, the aid was given to Ukraine without any announcement of new investigations.
That's correct.
And President Trump did, in fact, meet with President Zelensky in September at the United Nations, correct?
He did.
And there was no announcement of investigations before this meeting?
Correct.
And there was no announcement of investigations after this meeting?
That's right.
And you've been very clear when Chairman Schiff has asked you broadly about investigations. You've corrected that to say specifically your understanding of investigations are investigation into the 2016 elections and investigations into Burisma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that during the Obama administration, the U.S. partnered with the UK and Ukraine on an investigation into the owner of Burisma as part of Ukraine's anti-corruption efforts?
I became aware of it today during the hearing.
Other witnesses have testified, but yes. And in fact, the Obama administration State Department was concerned about the potential appearance of conflict of interest with Hunter Biden serving on the board of Burisma because they raised this as they were preparing Ambassador Yovanovitch for her Senate confirmation. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of it.
She testified, when I asked her that question, both in the open hearing and the closed deposition. And I've asked most of our witnesses this, and every witness I've asked has said yes, and I want to ask you this today. Do you believe that Hunter Biden having a position on the board of Burisma has the potential appearance of a conflict of interest?
I don't want to characterize Hunter Biden's service on the board one way or another. I just don't know enough.
So you disagree with every other witness that has answered yes, there is a potential appearance of a conflict of interest?
Well, you asked if there was a conflict or an appearance of
potential, my quote was, the potential appearance of a conflict of interest.
I didn't hear the word appearance. Well, clearly it's an appearance of a conflict.
Correct. Clearly it is an appearance of conflict of interest. Again, this is something that every witness has answered yes to or agreed with it could have a potential appearance, and yet we are not allowed to call Hunter Biden to answer questions in front of this committee. Thank you again for your truthful testimony today, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Swalwell.
Ambassador Sondland, you were told by the president and others to not show up. You showed up. I think that says a lot about you, and I think history will look kindly on you doing that. But there are consequences to that, and just a couple hours ago, President Trump was asked about you, and he said, "I don't know him well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well." Is that true?
It really depends on what you mean by know well. We are not close friends. No, we have a professional, cordial working relationship.
And in that working relationship, he knows who you are?
Yes.
And he has spoken to you often?
What's often?
Well, you said at least 20 times.
Okay, if that's often, then it's often.
And you donated $1 million to his inaugural committee, is that right?
I bought a VVIP ticket to the inauguration.
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
It's a lot of money.
And after that, the president makes you ambassador to the European Union. Eventually, the ambassador to Ukraine is removed. And as you told us in your deposition, you become a central figure as it relates to Ukraine. That's a pretty big responsibility, right?
Well, I don't know that I said I was a central figure. I was one of several people who were tasked to work on the Ukraine file.
And would you ever, in that big responsibility, take any actions that were not authorized by President Trump?
Well, by President Trump or the leadership in the State Department.
Were you ever hauled into the leadership of the State Department for any actions you had taken around your work on Ukraine?
No.
As to Rudy Giuliani, on May 23rd, the president told you, talk to Rudy. You talked to him a couple times. You, as you told us in September, talked to the president a couple times. Did the president ever say to you, stop talking to Rudy?
No.
Did he ever say, don't any longer talk to Rudy?
No.
On Ukraine, you said that you were playing the hand you were dealt. President Trump was the dealer, wasn't he?
President Trump was what?
The dealer. In your metaphor, you were playing the hand you were dealt. The dealer is President Trump. Is that right?
I'll recharacterize your question by saying we followed the direction of the president because that was the only pathway to working with Ukraine.
On page 4 of your testimony, you said, given what we knew at the time, what we were asked to do did not appear to be wrong. And you would agree now, Ambassador, knowing what you know now, what you did not know at the time, there are some things around Ukraine that were wrong.
I agree.
So let's take out any leveraging of security assistance over the Ukrainians and a White House visit. Would you agree that it is wrong for the President of the United States to ask the leader of a foreign government to investigate the President of the United States' political opponent?
Yes.
Would you agree that in addition to making that request for an investigation, leveraging a visit at the White House that a foreign government leader desperately needs is also wrong?
Leveraging in what respect?
A meeting at the White House. If someone really needs a meeting at the White House to show their legitimacy to their people, that leveraging that meeting and asking for an investigation would be wrong.
Well, to be candid, Congressman, every meeting at the White House has conditions placed on it. I've never worked on a meeting at the White House that doesn't have a host of conditions placed.
But if one of those conditions is to investigate a political opponent, you would agree that would be wrong?
The political opponent, yes, but making announcements or investigations per se, no.
And if you asked a foreign government leader to investigate your political opponent, leveraged a White House meeting, and leveraged security assistance, in this hypothetical, you would agree all three of those are wrong?
In the hypothetical, yes, I would agree.
Now, you, before becoming an ambassador, worked as a businessman, and I presume you worked on a lot of deals, is that right?
Correct.
Involving millions of dollars?
Correct.
You work for a guy now who wrote a book called Art of the Deal, is that right?
I do.
And State Department employees have told us that they don't want to make legal definitions around what occurred with the White House meeting being leveraged against the investigations, but you plainly call it a quid pro quo, is that right?
I did.
And finally, one final hypothetical. If someone walks through those two doors wearing rain boots, a raincoat, and holding an umbrella with raindrops falling off of them, do you have to see outside that it's raining to presume or conclude that it might be raining outside?
I understand your hypothetical.
I yield back.
Thank you.
Ms. Hurd.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, good to see you.
Good to see you.
My colleague from California basically implied that you've been supportive of President Trump's campaign. Is that correct?
I'm having a very hard time hearing you, sir.
My colleague from California indicated that you were supportive of the president's campaign. Is that correct?
I actually donated to the inaugural committee in order to secure tickets.
So let me ask this question. Did you participate in or overhear any conversations about the potential information collected by Ukraine on the Bidens, collected by Ukrainians on the Bidens, would be used for political gain?
Did I personally hear that? No.
Did you participate in any conversations when this was being discussed?
Not that I recall.
In your statement on page 5, you said Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Then you also recounted your conversation with President Trump where he says, I want nothing, no quid pro quo. How do you reconcile these two statements?
They're hard to reconcile. We were working along Mr. Giuliani's direction for a period of time. We still didn't have a White House meeting. Aid was now held up. There were lots of reasons being given by various people as to why those weren't moving forward. And I finally got exasperated by receiving Ambassador Taylor's latest text, and I just picked up the phone. I got through the president, and I said, what do you want?
Sure. Are you aware of any specific conversations Mayor Giuliani had with the president between your May 23rd conversation and September 11th, 2019?
I don't recall if Mayor Giuliani, when I was directly talking to him, either through a conference call or on a direct call, whether he quoted from the president or said, I just talked to the president. Most of the communications, as I said, went through Ambassador Volker initially. So I don't want to opine on what may or may not have been said.
On page 11 of your testimony, you said Mr. Giuliani had been communicating with Ukrainians without our knowledge. I'm assuming you're believing you Mr. Volker, and Ambassador Taylor. Which Ukrainians was Rudy Giuliani communicating with?
Well, I was specifically referring to this text that I received from Ambassador Volker, where Mr. Giuliani was apparently telling the Ukrainians something that frustrated Ambassador Volker.
Sure. So who specifically? Right. We know that
Mr. Lutsenko, the old prosecutor.
And do you think Mr. Lutsenko has any gravitas within the Zelensky regime?
I don't know. He was the old attorney general and
ultimately got fired in August when the new group came in. Okay, so we know Rudy Giuliani has met with Mr. Yermak on the fringes of meetings in, I think it was Spain. Do you know any other Ukrainian official within the Zelensky regime that Mayor Giuliani was meeting with?
I don't know who Mr. Giuliani was meeting with.
Had you had any conversations with Ukrainian officials within the Zelensky regime that came to you and said, hey, I just got off the phone with Giuliani, what the hell is he talking about?
I don't recall.
Would that be normal? In all your interactions with ambassadors and heads of states and governments, if there is some element of the U.S. government that they have spoken to, isn't it usually the step that they come in, talk to the ambassador, try to clarify what that statement was? Is that a true characterization of how elements of diplomacy work?
I think that's a reasonable possibility. Things work all kinds of different ways these days.
When you met with President Zelensky after the July 25th phone call, so you met him on July 26th, did the investigations or Joe Biden come up in that meeting?
I don't recall Joe Biden coming up.
Was there any frustration expressed to you by the phone call that happened the day before?
No, as I testified, everyone said it was a good call.
Is, in your opinion, your interactions with President Zelensky, is he a straight shooter? Is he a liar? Or is he a liar?
He impressed me greatly, and that's why I wanted to get he and President Trump together as soon as possible.
And so when he makes express statements, you tend to believe them?
Yeah, with my limited interaction with him, he seems very honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I hope you make your plane
Thank
back.
you, Mr. Hurd.
I yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ambassador. Welcome. Hi. Others close to President Trump have made it clear that investigations were in fact part of the conditions for U.S. assistance to Ukraine, including Rudy Giuliani and Mick Mulvaney, the acting chief of staff. So, Ambassador Sondland, at a press conference on October 17th, acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney discussed his belief that it's entirely appropriate to politicize U.S. foreign policy. Ambassador, how often did you speak or meet with Mr. Mulvaney?
Again, based on my lack of records, I'm going by a bad memory.
Just based on your memory.
I only think I had one formal meeting with Mr. Mulvaney, and it had nothing to do with Ukraine. It had to do with a completely unrelated matter.
So did you have a chance to talk with Ms. Mulvaney about your efforts in the Ukraine?
I think most of our communication were through the stream of emails, which others were on generally. And I may have seen him at the White House casually and said hello and, kept in touch. But we didn't have a back and forth.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it your sense that Mr. Mulvaney had a direct line to President Trump? He must have as acting chief of staff, is that right?
Of course.
Let us look at what Mr. Mulvaney said during his October 17th press conference.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it, and that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
He said that President Trump, in that clip, had an interest in the investigations, did he not?
Apparently, yes.
He's the chief of staff. He's somebody that sees the president and has conversation with the president every single day. Wouldn't you expect that?
It's described as a quid pro quo.
I would expect he has a direct line to the president.
Ambassador Sondland, when did you first learn from Mr. Mulvaney that the investigations were holding up the security assistance, if at any time?
I don't know that I heard it from Mr. Mulvaney.
Okay. And Ambassador Sondland, I know that you're not a career Foreign Service officer. Is it your understanding that the U.S. government conditions security assistance on an investigation into a political rival all the time?
I've already testified I didn't think that would be proper.
All right. Well, let us also see what Mr. Mulvaney had to say about that at the same press conference.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now there was a report.
I'll just go ahead and read it for you because this thing. I'll read it. He says, and I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy. Knowing what you know now about what was intended with Ukraine, do you agree with Mr. Mulvaney that there's just going to be political influence in foreign policy, or that we should all just get over it and allow a president now or later to investigate a political rival and ask a foreign government to do that? Do you agree with Mr. Mulvaney?
I think there's a big difference between political influence and investigating a rival, because politics enters into everything relating to foreign policy.
So, but you disagree that you agree that the president should not be allowed to ask for the investigation of a political rival?
In the context of what was going on in Ukraine, I believe that the president should not investigate a political rival in return for a quid pro quo.
And part of the way that you figured out that all of this stuff that was going on, that you were part of something that was basically wrong, is because in the July 25th phone call, the president himself, he didn't tell you, we don't know if he told Rudy Giuliani or not, because Rudy Giuliani won't come in here. He said directly to the president of Ukraine that he wanted the Bidens investigated. Wasn't that your reading of the call?
First of all, I don't believe that I was a part of something that was wrong, because based on what I knew, I thought we were operating well within the center lane of proper U.S. diplomacy.
I yield back.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Chairman, thank you. Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement issued this morning from the Office of the Vice President by Chief of Staff Mark Short.
Without objection.
Ambassador Sondland, I'll be brief. In anticipation of Mr. Holmes's testimony tomorrow about this July 26 phone call that he overheard at a cafe in Kiev that you had with President Trump, he overheard that even though the call was not on speakerphone, correct?
I don't believe so.
All right. Was it an open-air cafe?
It was outdoors.
One of the points that my Democratic colleagues keep making is that David Holmes's prior testimony, which he'll apparently confirm tomorrow, is that President Trump said that he doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. You heard that earlier?
That was not on the phone call. I don't think he testified that was on the phone call. I think he was testifying that I summarized the phone call, and I don't recall saying that.
And you have no recollection of that?
I don't.
Yeah. Even if it was true, there's nothing wrong with that, to have an opinion about.
He can have whatever opinion he wants about Ukraine.
It's all part of the narrative that President Trump is a bad guy, that he doesn't care about the Ukrainians. But it seems to me, Ambassador Sondland, that nothing says you care more about the Ukrainians than sending Javelin anti-tank missiles. Do you agree with me?
I agree that sending Javelin anti-tank missiles is something the Ukraine wanted and needed.
Certainly, those work a lot better in stopping Russian tanks than the blankets that were sent by the Obama administration.
Your point is taken.
I'll yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ambassador, thank you for your stamina, sir. I have a few quick, fairly easy questions. You would agree, would you not, sir, that foreign interference in our elections is or can be a threat to our democracy?
Under certain conditions, yes.
There are conditions under which their interference is not a threat?
I'm sorry, did you say foreign interference?
Yes.
Always, sorry.
And do you also agree that identifying and preventing that interference should be a priority of the federal government?
It should be one of its priorities.
And when you were assisting President Trump in his effort to obtain those investigations, did you at all realize that those investigations could in fact impact the 2020 election?
No.
Do you believe, sir, that it is appropriate, ever appropriate, to invite, press, bribe, or coerce foreign interference in our elections?
No.
Thank you. I want to refer to something that you said in your opening statement. As I previously testified, had I known of all of Mr. Giuliani's dealings or of his associations with individuals now under criminal indictment, I would not have acquiesced to his participation. It's hard to read that without believing that you thought that what he was doing was either wrong or that he was not reputable. Fair?
Well, with 2020 hindsight, that's fair.
Yes. You've testified here today that you also came to believe that the request for investigations into Burisma was in fact a request to investigate the Bidens, both former Vice President and Hunter. And indeed, the transcript of the July 25th call makes specific reference to that, including Hunter Biden. And today, even the ranking member said we could clear all this up if we could have Hunter Biden. And I have a simple question. What Ukrainian law did Hunter Biden violate?
I'm not aware.
What evidence is there that he may have violated any Ukrainian law?
I'm not aware.
That's because there is none, sir. Finally, also from your opening statement, you said, as you know, I have already provided 10 hours of deposition testimony. I did so despite directives from the White House and the State Department that I refused to appear as many others have done. I agreed to testify because I respect the gravity of the moment, and I believe I have an obligation to account fully for my role in these events. By obligation, you mean simply your legal obligation, or did you mean something bigger?
Well, both my legal obligation and my moral obligation.
Your moral obligation. I actually want to present an alternative theory. Your family came here escaping the Holocaust via Uruguay, and your parents moved Lucy and later you here, where, frankly, you've been an American success story. Through dint of hard work and innovation, good idea, a knack to hire the right people, and some luck, you've built a considerable successful business, one that I know for a fact would make your parents proud. They came here because they knew that it was here that they could have freedom that they had not enjoyed, security that they had not enjoyed, an opportunity that they had not enjoyed. And no doubt, on some level, you're grateful, and it's created a sense of patriotism in you. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
Why then, sir, with your courage to come before us, does that same standard not apply to Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Duffy, Mr. Pompeo, Mr. Bolton, Mr. Vogt, Mr. Giuliani? Why shouldn't those same sentiments beat within their hearts to do their patriotic duty and do what you have done, sir? Indeed, why doesn't that same standard apply to the President of the United States?
I wish I could answer.
I suspect you can't because there is no good answer. But I do appreciate your willingness to come here today. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney.
Without objection, we haven't seen all these statements, but I presume they are accurate and no objection.
Thank you. Ambassador, President Trump's not a big fan of foreign aid. Is that right?
I don't know if that's a fair characterization. I think he's careful.
He's expressed concerns about foreign aid going to certain countries. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. And he knew Ukraine was corrupt. Is that right?
He believed Ukraine was corrupt.
Yeah, and he wanted Europe to do more?
Definitely.
Definitely wanted Europe to do more. And the president had a belief that Ukrainian government officials, some senior Ukrainian government officials, supported his opponent in 2016. I won't go into all the details, but I think of the one member of parliament who said the majority of Ukrainian politicians want Hillary Clinton to win. So he had that belief as well. And obviously he understood what was happening. We got a brand new guy in Ukraine. This Zelensky guy wins, right?
Right.
And his party takes over, and President Trump wants to see, with all these other things that are of concern to him, he wants to see if this new guy is actually, as I like to say, the real deal, a real reformer, and actually going to deal with the corruption problem. So aid gets held up for 55 days. Gets held up on July 18th, and then is released on September 11th. But it seems to me more important than the 55-day pause is the 14 days. When Ukraine realized aid was held up on the 29th, we've now had you testify to that. The two witnesses yesterday testified that, the Politico article. So aid gets held up on Ukraine learns aid is held on August 29th, and then, of course, released on September 11th. In those 14 days, there are 3 important meetings with senior government officials and President Zelensky. There's the August 29th meeting between Ambassador Bolton and President Zelensky. There's the meeting September 1st that you're a part of. Vice President Pence meets with President Zelensky. And then there's the meeting on September 5th where U.S. Senators Murphy and Johnson meet with President Zelensky. None of those meetings did any linkage to security assistance dollars and an announcement or start of any investigation ever come up. None of them. But it seems to me the one that's the most important is probably the one we've talked least about, and that's the September 5th meeting. Because that's actually a meeting where there is no one, well, it's much more congressional focused than White House focused. This is the meeting where Senators Murphy and Johnson, bipartisan, meet with President Zelensky. And what's interesting is what both senators in the last 2 days have given us letters recounting what happened in that meeting. Senator Murphy said, I broached the topic of pressure on Zelensky from Rudy Giuliani and the president's other emissaries to launch investigations into Trump's political rival. Murphy brought it up. You got 2 senators who both strong supporters of money going to Ukraine. These guys are all for it. And Senator Murphy, the Democrat, even brings up the issue everyone's been talking about. It seems to me if ever there was going to be a time where the president of Ukraine says, guys, you don't know what I'm dealing with. I'm getting pressure from the president of the United States. He wants me to do this. I got to make it. It seems if ever there was a time that the president of Ukraine, the new guy, who now knows the aid has been on hold, if ever there was a time to bring it up, that would have been the time. But guess what? At no time, Senator Johnson tells us, at no time during this meeting or on any other meeting on this trip was there any mention by Zelensky or any other Ukrainian that they were feeling pressure to do anything in return for military aid. Not even, Senator Johnson says, not even after Murphy warned them about getting involved in the election. So Murphy gave this big deal on Giuliani and nothing. And guess what Murphy also said? I do not dispute any of Senator Johnson's factual representations regarding the meeting. If ever it was going to happen, September 5th was the day. No one from the White House there, not Ambassador Bolton, not Vice President, no one there. But even then it didn't happen. And we got all kinds of other meetings when it didn't happen. And of course, as you testified earlier, there was never an announcement. You said there were 3 quid pro quos, but there weren't, because there was never an announcement. I mean, this is as clear as it gets, but these guys want to keep stirring it up based on no direct evidence whatsoever. And the best direct evidence we have is actually what the president told you. I want nothing. There is no quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do exactly what he campaigned on. And when that became clear to us, guess what? They got the money. They got the money. God bless America. It all worked out, right? This is crazy what we're going through. because the facts are so darn clear. I yield back.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, I'm impressed with your career. Been very successful in business. I'm impressed with your commitment to public service. And I was very impressed with your forthright statement. So thank you for that. You said it was the highest honor for you to have this opportunity to have this appointment to serve as ambassador to the EU, correct?
Correct.
And you quickly became very involved in the Ukraine policy. And that policy has been described by you and others, was really very clear. Help Ukraine fight internal corruption and resist external aggression, correct?
Correct.
And this Congress, I think with the support of everybody up here, Republicans and Democrats, and in fact with a significant amount of Republican leadership, authorized the release of military aid, right?
Right.
And you and others who were working with you believed it was very important to the new government, President Zelensky, to have that White House meeting to show our support and send a signal to Russia, correct?
That's correct.
And from hearing you and from hearing our other witnesses, Ambassador Yovanovitch, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Taylor, there was a concerted team effort on your part to get that meeting and release that aid, correct?
Well, there was always a concerted effort on my part to get the meeting. That was my singular narrow focus, was to get the meeting.
Right, and that was shared by all of the colleagues I just mentioned, correct?
Yes.
All right, and incredibly urgent, Ambassador Taylor described going to the front where Ukrainians were dying at the Donbass. 14,000 had died. And it was an existential issue for them that they get the aid. And you were well aware of that and shared, I'm sure, Ambassador Taylor's concern. Is that correct?
I did.
Right. And in your forthright testimony, you've testified, and it's really with the benefit of hindsight because you couldn't piece it all together. You know, Giuliani knew in real time what you were trying to figure out as you went along. Is that a fair statement?
I think so.
One, you testified that you acted on the orders of the president. That was you acting on his orders, correct?
Correct.
And you said quite explicitly there was a quid pro quo.
Relating to the meeting and the Burisma DNC.
That's exactly right. No meeting unless there's an investigation, right?
That's what we were told by Mr. Giuliani.
All right. And Mr. Giuliani, you absolutely...
Wait, no meeting unless there was an announcement of investigation.
Okay, thank you. And I asked, by the way, did the efforts of Mr. Giuliani authorized by the president impede the efforts that you and others were making to try to advance what you thought was the Ukraine policy?
Not initially. We were just working toward...
Ultimately?
Well, ultimately nothing happened.
Right. And Giuliani was the one who was absolutely insistent on the meeting, correct?
Giuliani was insistent on the
investigation.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I asked this of Ambassador Taylor or Ambassador Volker. If the mayor of Portland said to the police chief, I'm not going to authorize your budget unless you agree to do an investigation into my political opponent, would that be wrong?
Of course.
And likewise, if it were the governor of the state of Oregon doing the same thing, correct?
Correct.
And would that same rule apply to the President of the United States?
To investigate a political opponent? Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
All right, so that's the question here. The President, in his phone call, he asked President Zelensky, who desperately needed the release of that aid, who desperately needed the White House meeting, to do an investigation, and it was focused on the Bidens and Hunter Biden in Burisma, in CrowdStrike. I mean, you don't have to answer that. The President's words speak for themselves. Do you feel, as a person who went into public service to serve, who had a team of people that shared your desire to help Ukraine, do you feel in any way betrayed by the double dealing of the President? It's a real question.
I don't want to characterize
You don't have to characterize him. I'm just, we all, if we get a chance to do something useful, we like to do it. And there's no better joy than when you're doing it with other people.
Mr. Welch, let me answer your question this way. I would have preferred that, and I'm sure everyone would have preferred, that the president simply met with Mr. Zelensky right away. Our assessment of Mr. Zelensky was that he and the president would get on famously. He was smart, he was funny, he was charming, he was the kind of person the president would like, and once the two of them got together, we thought the chemistry would take over and good things would happen between the U.S. and Ukraine relationship. That's why we were pushing for a quick, unconditional meeting.
So it's unfortunate that he was unwilling to meet without the commitment on the investigation. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Ambassador, let's pick up right there. You would have preferred if they just had the meeting with the president of Ukraine without these conditions. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But there were these conditions, and it involved an investigation, right?
Well, remember, the initial invitation that the president sent to President Zelensky had no conditions.
Well, but that didn't last very long, did it? And then there were conditions. This is not controversial at this point, I don't believe, sir. There were conditions that the president wanted investigations, right?
Right.
And you thought they were Burisma and the 2016 election.
Correct.
We now know, of course, that Burisma means Biden's, right?
Today we do.
And we can probably, from today until the end of time, set aside any confusion that when somebody's asking for an investigation of Burisma over the summer, what they really meant was Biden's, right?
With 2020 hindsight, yes.
Right, with hindsight. And of course, on the day after the president's famous call, you're having lunch with David Holmes, we've covered this, and he overhears your conversation. And I know you said you have no reason to dispute what Mr. Holmes said. And I think you said you wouldn't have any reason to believe to think he didn't speak about investigations with the president. The president raised investigations with you, right?
Correct.
On the 26th.
Correct.
And we now know, of course, that was about the Bidens and Burisma in 2016, right? I mean, I know you didn't know that at the time. That's your testimony, but we now know that, right?
I understood it meant to mean Burisma.
Mr. Holmes says you said Biden's right after that, but I know you don't recall that, right?
That's correct.
Do you dispute it?
I do.
Okay, but you don't recall it. But we know that that's what the president meant, right? And you do confirm that he wanted to talk about investigations with you.
Well, now with the complete picture of what he said 24 hours before, yes,
I understand.
It makes sense.
And you said it's wrong to investigate political opponents. We've agreed on that today, haven't we, sir?
Yes.
And yet, of course, that's what we know the president was asking for. Let me ask you something. Who would have benefited from an investigation of the president's political opponents?
I don't want to characterize who would have and who would not have.
I know you don't want to, sir. That's my question. Would you answer it for me?
Restate your question.
Who would benefit from an investigation of the president's political opponent?
Well, presumably the person who asked for the investigation.
Who's that?
If the president asked for the investigation, it would be he.
Well, it's not a hypothetical, is it, sir? We just went around this track, didn't we? The president asked you about investigations. He was talking about the Bidens. When he asked you about the Biden investigation, who was he seeking to benefit?
He did not ask me about the Biden investigation.
When he asked you about
About
investigations,
19 times, Mr. Malone.
Sir, we just went through this. When he asked you about investigations, which we all agree now means the Bidens, we just did this about 30 seconds ago. It's a pretty simple question, isn't it? I guess I'm having trouble why you can't just say.
When he asked about investigations, I assumed he meant.
I know what you assumed.
Company.
But who would benefit from an investigation of the Bidens?
They're two different questions.
I'm just asking you one. Who would benefit from an investigation of the Bidens?
I assume President Trump would benefit.
There we have it, see? Didn't hurt a bit, did it? Didn't hurt a bit. But let me ask you something.
Mr. Maloney?
Hold on, sir.
Excuse me. I've been very forthright, and I really resent what you're trying to do.
Fair enough. You've been very forthright. This is your third try to do so, sir. Didn't work so well the first time, did it? We had a little declaration come in after, you remember that? And now we're here a third time, and we got a doozy of a statement from you this morning. There's a whole bunch of stuff you don't recall. So all due respect, sir, we appreciate your candor, but let's be really clear on what it took to get it out of you. So my question is, when the president's putting pressure on the Ukrainians with holding a meeting to get this investigation that you and I agree would benefit him politically. What kind of position does that put the Ukrainians in, sir?
A terrible position.
Terrible position. Why?
Why does it put them in a terrible position?
Why?
Well, obviously, they're not receiving ultimately what they thought was coming to them, and they're put in a position that jeopardizes their security.
A position that jeopardizes their security, and they're being asked to do an investigation to help their security, essentially, that would benefit the president politically. In other words, you might say they're being asked to give him a personal benefit in exchange for an official act. Is that a fair summary?
In your hypothetical, that's correct.
It's not a hypothetical, sir. This is real life. Were they asked to give him a personal benefit in exchange for an official act?
Sir, I am not going to go around in circles with you. Please be clear about what you're asking me.
My time's expired, sir. Thank you for your appearance.
Ms. Demings.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Do you have any knowledge of a possible meeting on or around May 7th involving then President-elect Zelensky and several of his aides to discuss how to handle pressure from President Trump and Mr. Giuliani about investigating the Bidens?
I don't recall such a meeting.
You don't recall such a meeting? You don't recall hearing anything about such a meeting?
Again,
if you don't have firsthand knowledge?
If I don't have record schedules, right now I don't recall anything about such a meeting.
Ambassador, in the May...
Is this a meeting among the Ukrainians?
It's a meeting among the Ukrainians involving then President-elect Zelensky. So this would have been early on in his presidency with several aides to discuss how to handle pressure from President Trump and Mr. Giuliani about investigating the Bidens.
Yeah, I don't recall such a meeting.
You don't remember that. Ambassador, in the May, I believe it was the May 23rd meeting, you talked about how the president categorized Ukraine, what he thought about Ukraine. I believe that meeting was on May 23rd. Did you ever hear President Zelensky relay any concerns about you, about how he felt, about how the United States viewed him, whether he was being taken seriously, or any concerns about being used as a tool for political reasons?
Well, I saw that in an email from Ambassador Taylor. We obviously tried to relay to President Zelensky the glass half full version of how the United States felt about Ukraine, not the glass half empty version, which is we're here for you, we support you, and we're trying very hard to get you the meeting with President Trump.
So after hearing that from Ambassador Taylor, you tried to reassure President Zelensky that America was truly on their side. Is that what you
I think we've been
said?
trying to assure President Zelensky throughout his entire term as a president.
Ambassador, I know you said you don't quite remember exactly when you came to the realization that Burisma actually meant Biden's. But back on May 6th, when asked about a news report about the role of former Vice President's son on Burisma, President Trump told Fox News that it was, and I quote, a major scandal, major problem. On May 9th, the New York Times reported that Rudy Giuliani planned to travel to Ukraine and, quote, shortly to meet with President Zelensky to urge him to pursue the 2016 election and the involvement of Hunter Biden in Burisma, unquote. Are you saying that you did not realize at that time, we're talking about on May 9th of this year, that Mr. Giuliani wanted to urge President Zelensky to pursue the 2016 election and the involvement of Hunter Biden of Burisma?
I do now, but I did not then.
You did not know that, and I believe you said earlier that you did not pay any attention or much attention at all to any of the numerous news reports of the person you were directed by the president to work with when he was on television over and over and over again talking about Hunter Biden and Burisma.
No, I did not.
On September 9th, In a text from Ambassador Taylor, he said something to the effect, are we now saying that aid is tied to investigations? And I believe you text back, call me. Then you had a conversation with President Trump. And President Trump said something to the effect that there is no quid pro quo. Do you know what prompted him to say that? You asked him, what do you want? And he goes directly to, there is no quid pro quo, as opposed to going directly to the list of things that he wanted. What prompted him to use that term?
I have no clue.
Did you discuss your conversation or your text from Ambassador Taylor with President Trump before he made that statement?
I did not. I asked a very open-ended question. What do you want from me?
And you remember that directly, although there are several other conversations that you cannot recall because you don't have your notes or your documents or your emails or other information. But you remember that call specifically, exactly what the president said to you in response to your question about what do you want. Why is that?
I remember the first girl I kissed. I mean, I remember certain things.
Well, I won't say that, but anyway.
I remembered that conversation because, as I said, it was a pretty intense, short conversation.
And tell me again about the conversation you had at the restaurant that was overheard by Mr. Holmes, because that was a conversation with the president. Tell me about that conversation with the president. What was said on the phone?
Again, I don't remember the specifics. I'm being guided by what Mr. Holmes testified to. I said I didn't dispute the basic subject of the conversation. As I said, we were talking primarily about ASAP Rocky. That was a completely unrelated matter, and I think the president may have brought up, how did it go with Zelensky, or is he going to do the investigations, which we'd been talking about for weeks. And then, as I said, I dispute the Mr. Holmes' characterization of what I said afterwards.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. I'm just going to pick up on that September 9th conversation, which the president allegedly said, I want nothing, I don't want a quid pro quo. I presume that on this September 9th conversation, the president did not mention that that was the same day that we launched a congressional investigation into whether there was a quid pro quo. Did he say that to you?
Again, I know all of that today, but he did not. We didn't have a time to talk about things like that.
And I presume he also didn't mention the whistleblower complaint that also alleged that there was a quid pro quo that day.
He did not.
Okay. So you can't rule out the possibility that the reason why he started talking that way on that day is because of the congressional investigation.
I can't rule that out.
The inauguration of President Zelensky was on May 20th, correct?
Correct.
As you stated, you attended this inauguration with Senator Johnson, Secretary Perry, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and others, right?
Correct.
But Vice President Pence was supposed to originally attend that, correct?
I believe so.
We learned from Jennifer Williams, a witness who testified, that it was at the president's direction on May 13th that the vice president not attend. She said, quote, that according to the vice president's chief of staff, the president determined that the vice president would not go. Do you know why the vice president did not attend the inauguration?
No clue.
I want to point to a New York Times article from last week that says that Lev Parnas' attorney, you've heard of this gentleman, Lev Parnas, an associate of Rudy Giuliani. Who's
only what I've read very recently.
He's recently indicted.
Yeah.
Mr. Parnas told a representative of the incoming government, the Zelensky government, that it had to announce an investigation into Trump's political rival, Joseph R. Biden and his son, or else Vice President Mike Pence would not attend the swearing-in of the new president and the United States would freeze aid. Did the Vice President not attend possibly because this investigation had not yet been initiated by the Zelensky government?
I have no idea.
You can't rule it out, right?
Again, I have no idea.
You have no basis for ruling it out, however, correct?
All I know is that the leader of the delegation was Secretary Perry, who invited me along.
Interestingly, Ambassador Sondland, since you came forward in these proceedings, others in the administration have tried to distance themselves from you. On October 14th, Rudy Giuliani told the Washington Post that Sondland, quote, seemed to be in charge, close quote, of the effort to get Ukrainian officials to publish or to publicly announce investigations. Of course, that's false, correct?
If I had been in charge, I would have asked President Trump to have the meeting without preconditions, and the meeting would have occurred a long time ago.
That's exactly right. The president is the one that wanted these investigations, as we learned later on in reading the July 25th call transcript. Isn't that right?
The president, through Mr. Giuliani, is conveyed through Mr. Giuliani, wanted the investigations.
Mr. Tim Morrison came in yesterday and in his deposition testimony, as well as yesterday, disparaged you too. He called you, quote unquote, the Gordon problem.
That's what my wife calls me. Maybe they're talking.
He,
Should I be worried?
Maybe. You know, on October 8th of this year, the president tweeted that you are a really good man and a great American. And of course, on November 8th, 1 month later, he said, let me just tell you, I hardly know the gentleman.
Easy come, easy go.
You know, what I'm concerned about, you were part of the three amigos. But what I'm really concerned about, Ambassador Sondland, is that the president and the good folks over here, my Republican colleagues, are now casting you as the one amigo. The one lonely amigo they're going to throw under the bus. But the truth is that, as you said in your opening statement, the suggestion that you were engaged in some rogue diplomacy or irregular channel of diplomacy is, quote unquote, absolutely false. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
The presumption that military aid was conditioned on investigations was based on Mulvaney's statement that we saw on the video. Isn't that right?
Well, I didn't have the benefit at that time of Mulvaney's statement.
But you would stand by the presumption that you had based on what you know now, right?
Correct.
And on September 1, when you told Andrei Yermak your presumption, which you've told us about military aid being conditioned on the investigations, you then told Mr. Morrison what you told Yermak, and Morrison did not try to dispute your presumption, correct?
I don't recall him disputing it. I think I went right over to him and just repeated the conversation.
And when you told Vice President Pence your concerns, he did not dispute that as well?
He didn't respond. He just listened.
And when you told Secretary Pompeo, that wasn't disputed as well?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
That concludes the member questioning. Mr. Nunes, do you have any closing remarks?
Just briefly, Ambassador, I know you want to get on a plane, so I want to thank you for your indulgence today. Once again, the American people have seen another failure of their preposterous conspiracy theory, which that's if their conspiracy theory doesn't change between now and our next hearing, which is in a few hours from now or another hour or so, and it keeps changing every day. The claim, Ambassador, that you had you were accused of having an irregular channel, drug deals, now supposedly you're one amigo. Nobody on this side of the aisle claimed that you were one amigo.
I lost my amigos?
Yeah, not from us, not from us. No bribes given to, that you made any bribes to the Ukrainian people or to the Ukrainian president. Your co-conspirator, Kurt Volker. I find it remarkable and troubling how the Democrats and their collaborators in the press have been able to vilify Ambassador Volker, who was supposed to work on these matters in Ukraine, like you, Ambassador. It was a very regular channel, and no amount of storytelling by the left and the Democrats on this dais will change that. It was the regular channel. Testimony received today was far from compelling, conclusive, and provides zero evidence of any of the crimes that have been alleged. In fact, Ambassador Sondland testified that he presumed the temporary pause in military aid was conditioned on Ukraine carrying out the investigations the Democrats are desperate to portray as nefarious. The Democrats have, as their custom, seized on this presumption as proof they can use it against the president. However, Ambassador Sondland testified in his deposition that when he asked President Trump, "What do you want from Ukraine?" President Trump replied, "I want nothing. There is no quid pro quo." Let me repeat. President Trump said, "I want nothing. There is no quid pro quo." This comes on the heels of the testimony by Ambassador Volker that he saw no evidence of bribery, extortion, quid pro quo, or treasonous actions. We didn't get to ask him about obstruction of justice because we didn't know that was on the table until today. Like the president's call with President Zelensky, Democrats want the American people to believe, as one Democrat on this committee put it, that hearsay is much better than direct evidence. And I think Mr. Ratcliffe from Texas laid out the direct evidence that we have from your testimony today. Nothing we have heard establishes a claim that the president acted improperly in his dealings with Ukraine, and certainly nothing has been presented to support anything near impeachment. In the meantime, Mr. Chair, we continue to have no answers to the questions that only you know. Starting with, who is the whistleblower who gave birth to this hoax, and what was the nature of his coordination with the Democrats on this committee? Second, what is the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign in 2016? And finally, why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden? What did he do for them? And did his position impact any U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? Another hearing in the books and no answers to basic three material, factual questions that we need answers to. Yield back, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here.
Thank you.
I thank the ranking member for his remarks. Ambassador Sondland, thank you for your testimony today. This is a seminal moment in our investigation, and the evidence you have brought forward is deeply significant and troubling. It's been a long hearing, and I know Americans watching throughout the country may not have had the opportunity to watch all of it. So I'm going to go through a few of the highlights, and I'm not going to try to paraphrase what you've said. I'm going to refer to your opening statement. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose an important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the president's orders. Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew that these investigations were important to the President. Later, you testified, I tried diligently to ask why the aid was suspended, but I never received a clear answer. In the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe that the resumption of security aid would not occur until there was a public statement from Ukraine committing to the investigations of the 2016 election and Burisma, as Mr. Giuliani had demanded. I shared concerns of the potential quid pro quo regarding the security aid with Senator Ron Johnson, and I also shared my concern with the Ukrainians. So much for the Ukrainians didn't know. You can't have a quid pro quo unless the Ukrainians know, and you have testified today, Ambassador, the Ukrainians knew. You further testified Mr. Giuliani emphasized that the president wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing Ukraine to look into corruption issues. Mr. Giuliani specifically mentioned the 2016 election, including the DNC server and Burisma, as two topics of importance to the president. In reference to the July 10th meeting at the White House, which you attended with Ambassador Bolton and others and the Ukrainian delegation, you said, I recall mentioning the prerequisite of investigations before any White House call or meeting. You further testified, again, Mr. Giuliani's demand that President Zelensky make a public statement about investigations. I knew that the topic of investigations was important to President Trump. You testified later, I know that members of this committee have frequently framed these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously with regard to the requested White House call and White House meeting, the answer is yes. We all understood these prerequisites for the White House call and White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements. Later, on the subject of security aid, you testified, in the absence of any credible explanation for the hold, I came to the conclusion that the aid, like the White House visit, was jeopardized. In preparation for the September 1 meeting in Warsaw, I asked Secretary Pompeo whether a face-to-face conversation between Trump with Zelensky could help break the logjam. And this is from an email that the State Department refuses to provide to us, but you have provided to us, Ambassador. It reads, should we block time in Warsaw for a short pull-aside for POTUS to meet Zelensky? I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye, that is the president, and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place in mid-September, that Z should be able to move forward publicly with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS and to the United States. Hopefully, that will break the logjam. And Secretary Pompeo's reply, yes. Not what issues of importance to the POTUS, not what are you talking about, Ambassador Sondland, because Secretary Pompeo was on the July 25th phone call. He knew what issues were important to POTUS, and there were two of them, the investigation into 2016 and the DNC server, and the investigation into the Bidens. By the end of August, you testified, my belief was that if Ukraine did something to demonstrate a serious intention to fight corruption, specifically addressing Burisma and the 2016 server, then the hold on military aid would be lifted. I mentioned to Vice President Pence before the meetings with Ukrainians that I had concerns that the delay in aid had become tied to the issue of investigations. And as you testified, he gave you no response. No, what are you talking about, Ambassador? How could that be, Ambassador? How do we clear this up, Ambassador? He merely nodded his head or took it in. And of course, the record of that 25th call between President Trump and Zelensky was in the Vice President's reading book earlier. Then you testified, my goal at the time was to do what was necessary to get the aid released, to break the logjam. I believe that the public statement we had been discussing for weeks was essential to advancing that goal. Now, my colleagues seem to believe, and let me add too about this call you had with the President, you have confirmed today, in addition to claiming there was no quid pro quo, the President was adamant that President Zelensky had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public. That's what you have confirmed. That is what you also told Ambassador Taylor. So he would deny there was a quid pro quo, but he was adamant that Zelensky had to, quote, clear things up and do it in public. Now, I've said a lot of things about President Trump over the years. I have very strong feelings about President Trump, which are neither here nor there. But I will say this on the President's behalf. I do not believe that the President would allow himself to be led by the nose by Rudy Giuliani or Ambassador Sondland or anybody else. I think the President was the one who decided whether a meeting would happen, whether aid would be lifted, not anyone who worked for him. And so the answer to the question, who was refusing the meeting with Zelensky that you believe should take place and Ambassador Volker believes should take place and everybody believes should take place? The only question was when. Who was the one standing in the way of that meeting? Who was the one refusing to take that meeting? There's only one answer to that question, and it's Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States. So who was holding up the military assistance? Was it you, Ambassador Sondland? No, it wasn't. Was it Ambassador Volker? No. Was it Ambassador Taylor? No. Was it Deputy Secretary Kent? No. Was it Secretary of State Pompeo? No. Who had the decision to release the aid? It was one person, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, my colleagues seem to think unless the President says the magic words, I hereby bribe the Ukrainians, that there's no evidence of bribery or other high crimes or misdemeanors. But let's look to the best evidence of what's in the President's head. What's his intent? What's the reason behind the hold on the meeting and on the aid? Let's look at what the President has to say. Let's look at what's undisputed about what the President has to say. And you know how we know what the President has to say? Not because what you have represented or others have represented, but because we have a record of his conversation. And with who? The one who really matters. With the other president, Zelensky. And this is what he says. He says, Rudy very much knows what's happening. And he is a very capable guy. This is after he says he wants a favor. And he goes into CrowdStrike in 2016. He says, Rudy very much knows what's happening and is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The former ambassador from the United States, the woman was bad news. And the people she was dealing with in Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know that. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General, that would be great. Biden went about bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you could look into it, it sounds horrible to me. So what's in the President's mind when he has placed this otherwise inexplicable hold on the aid, when he refuses to take the meeting? What's on his mind? Biden. He makes that abundantly clear. I understand, Ambassador, you said you didn't make the connection between Burisma and Biden. I will let the American people judge the credibility of that answer. But there's no mistaking what Donald Trump's interest was. There's no mistaking about what Donald Trump meant when he had that call with you on an unsecure phone as you're sitting there in an outdoor terrace in Ukraine. When the President said investigation, he meant Biden. He made that abundantly clear to the President of Ukraine the day before. The question is not what the President meant. The question is not whether he was responsible for holding up the aid. He was. The question is not whether everybody knew it. Apparently they did. The question is, what are we prepared to do about it? Is there any accountability? Or are we forced to conclude that this is just now the world that we live in, when a President of the United States can withhold vital military aid from an ally at war with the Russians, an ally fighting our fight too, to defend our country against Russian aggression? Are we prepared to say, in the words of Mick Mulvaney, get over it or get used to it? We are not prepared to say that. We're not prepared to say that. And I appreciate Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, I appreciate the fact that you have not opined on whether the President should be impeached or not be impeached, or whether the crime of bribery or the impeachable offense of bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors has been committed. That is for us to decide in consultation with our constituents and our conscience. That is for us to decide. And much as my colleagues have said otherwise, this is not an easy decision for any of us. And much as my colleagues may say otherwise, this is not something we relish. For over a year, I resisted this whole idea of going down the road to impeachment. But it was made necessary, and not by the whistleblower, but by the actions of the President. I'm continually struck how my colleagues would suggest that because the President got caught, we should ignore the fact that he was conditioning official acts in order to get political favors, in order to get an investigation against his rival. Getting caught is no defense.
not to a violation of the Constitution or to a violation of his oath of office, and it certainly doesn't give us a reason to ignore our own oath of office. We are adjourned.
Well, what a day it has been. Ambassador Gordon Sondland, if he was not the Democrat star witness before today, he certainly emerges that way after about 5 hours of testimony when you subtract some of the breaks today, basically saying that there, yes, indeed, there was a quid pro quo regarding Ukraine and investigations that the president wanted and directed, he says, by the president himself. He goes on to further implicate others, saying Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, and others knew. He says everybody knows. There was something, however, for Republicans because Sondland was somewhat sketchy on some of the details regarding what the president said about this quid pro quo. Let me bring on Chuck Todd right now, and also joining us, Andrew Weissman, NBC News legal analyst. Chuck, let me begin with you. I said there's a little something for everybody here.
No, there is. I mean, the headline is Gordon Sondland said there's a quid pro quo. Hard stop, right? You don't need anything else. You now have a witness who was involved in the scheme saying, yes, this is the scheme. Now, here's the downside for Democrats. He doesn't have a lot of receipts. Other than, well, it now is pretty clear to me this was a quid pro quo, and given everything else, there was no other explanation. 2 and 2 is 4. The lack of receipts is something I thought the Republicans exploited at times really well, at other times not so well. But I do think they're hanging their hat on something that they need to be careful of. They're hanging their hat on the fact that Sondland quoted the president as saying, no, I want nothing, no quid pro quo. The problem is, as with everything with this president, there's always another Trump quote. I believe we have Donald Trump on October 3rd saying exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, so what they're litigating today, the president has already spoken.
The president said it in the public. We should play that sound.
Let's play it.
What exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens.
So,
mystery solved, Andrew?
That is what is known in the law as an admission. So that is a direct statement from the person who is being investigated by the Democrats.
So Sondland's comment, though, that Trump said to him no quid pro quo, which of course the president himself has said, so you just ignore all that?
Well, so you have the president himself saying this directly. I think that the Republicans were on surer footing when they pointed to emails with the president saying, I'm not saying a quid pro quo, I just want him to do the right thing. The Republicans will look at the first part of that statement, and the Democrats will look at the second part, which is to say, well, then why would he possibly say, I just want him to do the right thing? What does that mean? Other than, I want an investigation into the Bidens. And you combine that with the tape that we just played, which is the president directly saying what he intended.
You could argue that Sondland filled in a lot of the talking points, a lot of the themes that Democrats want. At the same time, we heard an awful lot of, I don't know, I don't recall. Well, if that's what they say I said, then I probably said it. What does that speak to you as someone with a prosecutorial experience?
So I can't get this out of my training of 25 years of being a prosecutor, which is that particularly in this situation when you've got so many other witnesses and documents that have yet to come out, every time I heard, I don't recall, particularly when it had to do with the Bidens, your antenna go up. You're sitting there going, why is he saying that? Now, of course, it is possible that he doesn't recall.
It's very specific recall. I mean, he's being told to use that specific phrase, right?
That is what you would say either because you honestly don't recall, or, which could be more likely in this situation, you're being told to say it because you don't want to be charged with perjury.
But your lawyer would coach you on that, right? That would be standard.
Absolutely. If you're not sure, say you don't recall, and it makes it much harder to bring a perjury case.
All right, I want to bring in Hale Jackson to the White House. And Hale, as I mentioned, I think both Republicans and Democrats will find something here beneficial. Yeah. The president clearly latched onto something today, literally latched onto it.
Held it in his hands, Lester, quite vividly, scratched out in his distinctive handwriting in that signature, what appeared to be black Sharpie, at least from the looks of it. The president citing, and you can see it there, that testimony from Gordon Sondland, recounting their conversation in which the president said, I want no quid pro quo. The president seems to think this means case closed. Everything's done. Everybody can go home. Nothing to see here. He made that point very clear on Twitter. And I want to pull up a tweet that he issued, we believe, when he was on Air Force One heading to Texas. The timing works out, saying this witch hunt must end now. So bad for our country, citing Sondland's own words here. And the White House Twitter account is really underscoring this, putting a fine point on this, saying it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks or felt the president could have meant. It matters what he actually said. At the bottom of that tweet there. And that, I think, encapsulates the way that my sources and people close to this White House have been talking to us about their strategy today. This morning, I think they were scrambling, based on our reporting, to come up with some messaging, some strategy to get out there based on how potentially damaging Ambassador Sondland's testimony is. You called him, Lester, the star witness, essentially, this afternoon, and I think everybody recognizes and understands that. But I think by this afternoon, they are specifically pointing to a couple of exchanges in which Sondland repeatedly said he presumed the president wanted the aid tied to these investigations, not that he knew directly for sure from President Trump. Congressman Turner, for example, had that moment where he pressed Sondland on that I know that White House officials are already seizing on and pointing out to help bolster their case. So I expect that will be the line that you continue to hear from the White House. Now, stepping back for some context here, does that mean that this is, as the president says, game over? That everybody can go home now? Absolutely not. Because as you and Chuck and Andrew have pointed out there on set, there is plenty for the Democrats to point to here. A witness, somebody who is directly involved in multiple conversations with President Trump saying, this is what I think happened, is still going to be something that may potentially be very damaging to President Trump and this White House. The president's in Texas now. He's actually touring an Apple manufacturing facility. This is the other part of the White House messaging strategy, to say, look at all these things President Trump is doing. He came out, for example, and started talking about the economy. He's down touring this plant. He's focusing on things that matter to the American people. The Democrats are not. That said, the president is very clearly quite engaged in all this, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And one of the things I found myself scratching my head about was, why would the president say there was no quid pro quo? Who introduced the idea to him that he would make that statement?
So if you're the Democrats, what you say is the president here clearly knew what the line was. He knew that he couldn't actually say there was a quid pro quo. He couldn't say, I will only give you a meeting if you do X. I will only give you the aid if you do Y. So that is, if you're a prosecutor, you use that as consciousness of guilt.
Well, I hate to say, the president has this habit. Literally, someone will say, well, the one thing you can't admit to is a quid pro quo. So the president, okay, no quid pro quo. Like that's the type. He literally will repeat what the advice is on a talking point. So this is certainly the president's habit. It is odd to me that he would just voluntarily use that phrase without somebody having introduced it.
It's just one of the little things that stuck out. I think anybody watching all day probably has their own questions, like, why don't they ask this and why don't they ask that? That was one that stuck in my mind.
But it definitely shows you, if you're trying to understand, did somebody understand that what they were doing is wrong? To say, I'm not asking for a quid pro quo, I only want you to do X and I'm not going to do Y for you until you do X, that is a quid pro quo. So you can start by saying, I'm not asking for a quid pro quo, but if you then do it, it doesn't, in fact, change anything that you started by saying, I'm not asking for it.
Sean Patrick Maloney, New York Democrat, the exchange of the day. I know we don't have time to, but that was actually something you pointed out, which is, he wanted credit for being there, and he says, no. You've changed your testimony a whole bunch of times. That was an interesting, sobering moment for Sondland.
It was good that somebody called him out. It is absolutely true that Sondland deserves some credit for actually testifying. There are a whole lot of people who didn't do what he did, so he deserves some credit. But for him to show up and pretend that this is the first time that he has told this story and he came clean all at once, it was good for someone to say, wait a second, let's just remember how you got here.
Were you looking for contrition?
If I were putting him on the stand as a witness, absolutely. I mean, he was really not a good witness on that. I mean, this
is somebody... You think he thinks it's wrong today? Like, I don't get this. I think he was told to say it was wrong. I don't get the sense. Volker struck me as contrite yesterday. Like, I don't know what I've gotten myself into. I didn't get that from him.
No, you definitely got the sense that he was told, you need to say you're contrite. that doesn't work unless you actually are contrite. And his demeanor was really not one of understood the seriousness of what was going on.
As we noted along the way, the whistleblower has been brought in and out. Early in this whole thing, he was being dismissed by Republicans. Now they want to put him on the stand. I want to go to Pete Williams now, our justice correspondent. Pete, that whistleblower is getting looked at from a different avenue today. What can you tell us about that?
A couple of ones. Not only did the Republicans on the House committee want to talk to him, the Republicans and the Senate Intelligence Committee want to talk to him for a different reason, to talk about whistleblower protection. But now we've learned, Lester, that the FBI has reached out and has sought to interview the whistleblower as well, contacting the whistleblower's lawyer, according to people who are familiar with this, that we've talked to a number of different sources about. It's not entirely clear what they want to talk to him about. It does seem, though, pretty clear that they're not investigating the whistleblower. They want the whistleblower's testimony in looking at something else. What is the something else? We're not sure. We've been told by some folks, however, that some people at the FBI were a little concerned about how quickly the door was slammed shut after this exchange, the transcript of the phone call became public, that the Justice Department concluded that there was nothing criminal about it. What we were told at the time was that DOJ lawyers looked at this about whether it was a potential campaign finance violation. Would this have been a thing of value? And they concluded that it was not, and that was the end of the matter. And apparently there were some people across the street at the FBI who thought, well, wait a minute, maybe we should be looking at other things too. So in any event, they sought last month, we've been told, to interview the whistleblower. That hasn't happened yet, Lester.
All right, Pete Williams, thanks very much. And it's important to note that a lot of names were raised here today, and we saw a lot of statements coming in from the Vice President's office, from Secretary Perry's office. It's important to note, Chuck, in the last few seconds we have, that a lot of folks are not cooperating.
No, they're not. And I think in some ways this is the pressure that Sondland's just appearance has put on everybody, whether it's John Bolton, whose name was referred to a few times. And interesting, Sondland seems to be shocked that he's the one that had to provide Bolton with contact information for Rudy Giuliani. Methinks John Bolton was making a point by asking him and not the White House staff about this. Right. But that, I do think Bolton in particular is still the one that I wonder the most about.
Chuck and Andrew Weissman, thanks to both of you for being here for our coverage. That concludes our coverage for now. Today's impeachment hearing will continue when the committee returns at about 5:30 Eastern Time with testimony from Laura Cooper, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russian, Ukrainian, and Eurasian Affairs, and David Hale, Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. Coverage will be available on NBCNews.com and our streaming network, NBC News Now. We want to remind you that tonight MSNBC and the Washington Post will host the next Democratic debate. Live from Atlanta, that's coming up at 9 Eastern Time on MSNBC. Just another slow news day. I'll see you back here for Nightly News, the complete wrap-up. Until then, so long, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Sabalas. You're watching NBC News Now's special coverage, Day 4 of the public testimony in the impeachment hearings.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky.
President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass, unquote. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, it sounds like something I would say. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma.
It's all over. What do you want from Ukraine? He asks me. Ready? You have the cameras rolling? I want nothing. That's what I want from Ukraine. That's what I said.
He is linking the security assistance to this interview, this public announcement by President Zelensky. Is that right?
Absolutely. I don't recall President Trump ever talking to me about any security assistance, ever. What this tells me, refreshing my memory, is that by the 8th of September, it was abundantly clear to everyone that there was a link.
Knowledge of this scheme was pervasive. The Secretary of State was aware of it, Mulvaney was aware of it, and of course at the very top, Donald Trump, through his personal lawyer and others, was implementing it.
Thank you, folks. Have a good time. I'm going to bed.
A bombshell day in the impeachment inquiry as U.S. Ambassador to the EU Gordon Sondland dramatically changed the testimony he gave just last month and implicated the very highest levels of the White House in a quid pro quo with Ukraine. Sondland said more bluntly than he had before that President Trump and his personal lawyer Rudy Giuliani held up an Oval Office visit for the Ukrainian president in exchange for investigations that would be politically beneficial to Trump. He also said he believed military aid for Ukraine was also being held up until the investigations were launched.
First, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I worked with Mr. Rudy Giuliani on Ukraine matters at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we were playing the hand we were dealt. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose a very important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the President's orders. I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us. We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements. Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret.
Republican leaders are already responding. Let's listen in.
He was pushing investigations that could help the president politically. That's okay?
That's not accurate.
Democrats are going to impeach him. Rudy Giuliani wasn't pushing investigations that could help the
As
president
Ambassador
politically?
Sondland testified today, his understanding of the investigations were into Burisma and to the 2016 elections. And Ambassador Sondland specifically said that he did not understand that as meeting into Biden. And let's be clear, Manu, the one investigation that has been done into Burisma was done under the Obama administration. The Obama administration had concerns with Hunter Biden sitting on the board of Burisma, as we know from Ambassador Yovanovitch, when she testified and said that she was prepared with that information before her Senate confirmation hearings. So when we talk about investigations, the fact of the matter is the one investigation into Burisma was done in during the Obama administration.
Biden investigation.
Mr. Jordan,
I'll take one more.
what's the strongest piece of exculpatory evidence that you've heard that exonerates the president? The strongest piece that you've heard. The president's own words.
The president's own words.
Just said to Mr. Sondland. We've said it, I think, 3 times here in the last 10 minutes. That's the strongest piece. And the fact that President Zelensky never announced any investigation. Remember what Mr. Sondland said. He said to get a meeting, to get a call, to get the security assistance, there would have to be an announcement. They got the meeting, they got the call, they got the security assistance without an announcement. That's it right there.
We've had strong rebuttals from the White House today. Do you think it would help to hear them testify so the public can hear their defense?
That's their call. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Would you like to hear from them?
To break down what has happened so far today, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill. Leanne?
I'm here. Hey, Danny.
Hi, how are you? All right, what was the biggest takeaway from today's testimony?
Hey, Danny. So this is the hearing that Democrats wanted. This is the witness they wanted. They wanted a witness with knowledge and with direct knowledge, and a witness to say that there was, in fact, a quid pro quo. And they got that today. So Gordon Sondland, he was the unpredictable witness. Neither side really knew what he was going to come in and say. And he delivered a big one for Democrats. He said that a meeting at the White House for President Zelensky was, in fact, conditioned on until President Zelensky opened up announced the opening of an investigation into the 2016 election and into Burisma. He also said that he later learned, he went on to realize that also $400 million of security aid was also conditioned on the announcement of opening these investigations. But that is where Republicans think that they won the day. They are saying that a presumption is a lot different than Sondland hearing it directly from the president. So what started out to be a really incredible day for Democrats, they got a little bit of air sucked out of them when Republicans coming from the White House all the way to House Republicans are really honing in on this part that Sondland says he didn't hear, that it was directly connected, that the aid was not directly mandated from the president, but that is just what he believed. Danny.
Yeah, Leanne, take us inside the room. What is the mood like in there?
So it's interesting because the audience seems to be very pro-Democrats. So there's the public audience who have come to watch, and there's about 70 or about 40 to 50 seats for the audience. And there were some moments where the audience erupted in applause, including one time when Representative Jackie Speer, she shot back at a Republican Congressman Conaway by saying the president delivers 5 Pinocchios, meaning lies, every single day. The room erupted in applause. But the room is full, mostly full of journalists. It's full of members of Congress. The Democrats really had a pep in their step today. Republicans appeared pretty deflated until toward the end of the hearing when they could get Sondland to say specifically that he did not hear that there was a quid pro quo regarding the military aid directly from the president.
Well, how did Sondland address his credibility issue in changing his testimony from his previous deposition?
That was a big issue, especially for Republicans. They tried to paint him as someone who's unreliable. They said at one point that they have 2 pages of evidence of Sondland's deposition where he said there were instances of him saying that he couldn't recall. Now Sondland says that his memory has been refreshed. He says testimony from other people has refreshed his memory and said that now he's able to understand much better. This really played into Republicans' argument, though, that he's someone that can't be trusted and someone who is not a blockbuster witness for the Democrats.
Now, Sondland also pointed fingers today at former National Security Advisor John Bolton and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Could his statements today push those folks to testify in their defense?
And Vice President Pence as well. He said that Pence was involved, and he had a discussion with Pence about this. He noted that Pence wasn't the one doing any talking, but that Sondland told him about how everything was conditioned on the opening of these investigations. As far as Pompeo and Bolton is concerned, it very well could lead Democrats to call them in to testify. We haven't gotten any update from them yet, but we do know that there were discussions perhaps with Bolton already coming in to testify. Those have not panned out. There has not been an attempt, a direct ask from Democrats for Pompeo to appear, and we could very well see that. Their names have been brought up multiple times, and perhaps both of them want to come and clear their name. Democrats also say, though, that it would behoove of them to come and do that, especially if they have evidence clearing themselves or the president. Danny.
Thanks so much, Leanne, from Capitol Hill. President Trump spoke to reporters earlier today about Ambassador Sondland's testimony, reading from handwritten notes. Take a listen.
So he's going, what do you want? What do you want? I hear all these theories. What do you want, right? And now Here's my response that he just gave. Ready? You have the cameras rolling? I want nothing. That's what I want from Ukraine. That's what I said. I want nothing. I said it twice. So he goes, he asked me the question, what do you want? I keep hearing all these things. What do you want? He finally gets me. I don't know him very well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well. Seems like a nice guy, though.
Kelly O'Donnell's on the ground at the White House. Kelly, now, we just heard Ambassador Sondland testify under oath that he was following the president's orders when it came to dealing with Ukraine. We just heard the president dispute that. Talk to me about Trump's response here.
Well, certainly the president is pushing back hard, saying that he had no quid pro quo. And Gordon Sondland was, in effect, the president's best alibi witness, if I can use that phrasing, because from the very beginning, when Sondland did his closed-door testimony, he had said there was no established this for that, no quid pro quo, no conditions on the military aid for Ukraine announcing an investigation of the Burisma company or the Bidens. So for President Trump, Gordon Sondland began in this drama as a very critical, favorable witness to the president. Then we go through hours of testimony today where he is saying essentially everyone knew that there were, in fact, conditions and that it took him some time to sort of figure that out in the day-to-day experience of dealing with the White House, the State Department, the Ukrainians directly, and particularly Rudy Giuliani. And he came to understand that the aid wouldn't flow, that the White House meeting was conditioned on these requests from the president for the Ukrainian leaders. So the picture has changed dramatically for the president. And that's also when Republicans interceded today and tried to hone in on specifics, these discrepancies between the perceptions, the comments, the testimony of Gordon Sondland, which was not always precise, and again got him to say that, no, the president never personally directed him to put those kinds of conditions on the interactions with Ukraine, and that, in fact, Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, did not either. What Sondland had been saying is that he was directed by the president to work with Giuliani, and then over the course of time working with Giuliani, it became clear to him, the ambassador to the EU, that Giuliani did see that there had to be these conditions. And so it was more inference on the part of Gordon Sondland that he came to experience it differently than his initial impressions. But what Republicans are trying, and certainly the White House is trying to focus on, is that the president himself did not ask for or condition these events, and that is really the best wall they can build around the president. Now, Sondland is saying just about everybody knew who was involved in this, including the vice president, whose chief of staff came out and said that simply didn't happen. That was not discussed. It was not his understanding, and he never met one-on-one with Gordon Sondland, that being Vice President Pence, who's in Wisconsin today on separate kind of campaign matters. Also, the president is traveling in Austin, Texas. Again, separate schedule, trying to go about his business, and at the same time, fiercely defending this. What was really notable, Danny, and how the president came out is we often don't see him holding his own notes or referring to things that way when he's interacting on the soft lawn. We don't see that often. It was important enough for him to have his notes, to say he wanted to speak to those points effectively in real time while Gordon Sondland was still testifying. He didn't do the Twitter attack that we saw with Ambassador Yovanovitch, but again came out and undercut part of what Sondland was saying in his own defense. Danny?
Now, we just heard President Trump try to distance himself from Ambassador Sondland. In a humorous moment, Ambassador Sondland replied, "Easy come, easy go." In this morning's testimony, Counsel Daniel Goldman was clearly drawing a line between Trump and Sondland. Take a listen.
You had direct access then to President Trump, correct?
I had occasional access when he chose to take my call. Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Well, he certainly took your call twice as it related to Ukraine on these 2 days. Is that right?
He did.
How can the president try to distance himself from Sondland now?
Well, I think in the big picture, the president can say that this is not someone he knew well. That is also something supported by Sondland in saying that not really friends, but acquaintances. Now, we also know that Sondland was a big donor to the Trump inaugural, more than $1 million to the inaugural committee, which really opened the pathway to him becoming an ambassador. That doesn't mean they're personal friends, doesn't mean they're talking all the time, but clearly what makes Sondland so important is that of all the witnesses we've been watching in this public phase and those behind closed doors, many have said they had no personal contact with the president. Some hadn't even interacted or met the president, even though they work in government at the State Department or the National Security Council. Gordon Sondland is someone who has spoken to the president, has the president's phone number, could get him on the phone, and would have direct contact with the president, as well as direct contact with Ukrainians, with State Department officials, and so forth. That makes Sondland so particularly interesting here because of his proximity and his interaction with effectively all of the key players. And that's why Democrats were seizing upon what he had to say as helpful to their argument, and why Republicans were as rattled by his change of story as they appeared to be today. Danny?
Sondland is a connection to the key players, and one of those key players is Rudy Giuliani. Gordon Sondland implicated Rudy Giuliani in his testimony. The president's personal lawyer tweeted in response, saying, "The record shows, quote, definitively no quid pro quo." Talk to me about that.
Well, it almost as if that the president's lawyer, and others are latching on to the phrase quid pro quo, the this for that, and saying that didn't exist because no one expressly uttered that to Sondland or others. Whereas others, like Democrats, are saying it's the bigger picture. It's not actually stating the intended crime. It's talking about what was wanted from Ukraine. What was the holdup? How much time passed before the military aid was sent forward? The fact that the military aid was ultimately released 2 days after a whistleblower complaint became known to the White House. So Rudy Giuliani is sticking to what he is arguing as the most explicit piece, that he was not told that there was a quid pro quo. And Sondland says Giuliani didn't tell him that, and he's also saying the president didn't tell him that. But Democrats are saying there's all kinds of other testimony, circumstantial evidence, and kind of how events played out over time that supports the idea that there were these conditions, that there was a quid pro quo. And Sondland gave both parties something to latch onto today, telling Democrats everybody knew, and it was a quid pro quo, and then telling Republicans, well, the president didn't say that, and ultimately defending the president and the president's culpability here are the key issues that lawmakers have to decide and the public has to decide.
All right. One name we heard a lot this morning, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. There have been reports he's been looking to leave his role in the Trump administration. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I don't cover the State Department specifically, so I don't know the ins and outs of that. We have seen published reports that the president's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, might want to run, for example, for Senate in his home state of Kansas, or he might be ready to leave the administration. He's not said that publicly. He is in Brussels right now at NATO and talked today about being very proud of what was ultimately accomplished with the United States and Ukraine, giving military support to them, standing up for them against Russia, and building on the relationship. He would not discuss any of the comments and the testimony from Gordon Sondland, and he also said he would not recuse himself from the important decision about whether or not the State Department would provide documents, things like emails and call records and so forth, that Sondland was saying he could really benefit from in understanding his own recollections and recounting the meetings that he had and communications. So Secretary Pompeo is saying he won't recuse himself from that decision, and so far that information has not been forthcoming to these committees who would really like to have those documents. So it's a question about the future of Secretary Pompeo. There's been some reporting that he might be looking for a way toward the exit, but nothing firm that NBC News has.
Thanks so much, Kelly O'Donnell. Now let's break down some of the most important takeaways from Sondland's questioning this morning. Alan Barron, former special impeachment counsel, joins us now from Washington. Alan, welcome.
Good to be here.
You were an attorney on House Judiciary for 4 judicial impeachments. You have called impeachment a, quote, long-distance game. What are the Democrats' long-distance goals here?
Well, initially, it's to put together enough of a case so that there is an impeachment coming out of the House. Their long-term goal here could be one of two things. If they have any sense that they have a chance to really put on their case in the Senate, I mean, they obviously want to put that case together. And I suppose another aspect to this is there is an election coming up. And to the extent that they paint a picture of President Trump as unworthy of holding the office, inevitably that will be a part of the election campaign.
Given your experience in these investigations, did you hear evidence of an impeachable offense today?
Oh, absolutely. I think Sondland's testimony was devastating to the Republicans. I was thinking if Trump were a turkey, we'd say stick a fork in him because I think he's done. This was a devastating testimony. There clearly is a quid pro quo. There clearly he was going to hold up in terribly necessary support for Ukraine being faced by the Russians, and it wasn't going to go unless he got the deal that he wanted with President Zelensky. The only reason that support moved was because the whistleblower complaint came out, and at that point, I'm sure there was a huge scramble in the White House to get that aid to Ukraine out the door.
You mentioned that the aid resumed, and a lot of the things, these allegations, didn't actually come to fruition. So what difference does it make to you for impeachment purposes whether the quid pro quo was for investigations of Burisma generally or Biden specifically? Does it matter?
Not really. Not really. It's a question of whether the president has abused the powers of his office, whether he has, in effect, abused his role as the commander-in-chief in favor of his personal political destiny. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. It's not going to talk on the minutia. It's going to talk on a bigger picture. And I think the Democrats have done a very good job, particularly Chairman Schiff, of painting that picture.
What does it make a difference that some of these acts weren't completed? In other words, could the president be impeached for attempted acts, attempted conduct that never came to fruition?
Absolutely. This is not a criminal case. And indeed, even in the criminal sector, it can be a crime to attempt to commit a crime. But here, an impeachment is not a criminal proceeding. It is an inquest into the conduct of federal public officials as to whether they abuse or misuse the powers of the office. And I think the Democrats today really got very close to their objective of showing that on the part of President Trump.
Thanks so much, Alan Barron.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
One is at a standstill. Good afternoon from the Spin
It's
Room.
news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleagues.
Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleagues.
Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire. Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince a skittish passenger to get on this airplane? We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth can shake the world.
Exclusive report from NBC News.
This is exclusive to us.
NBC News is out today with some exclusive new reporting.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Now to a new NBC News exclusive report. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee, is requesting a new investigation from the State Department. That probe will look into the use of personal cell phones by senior U.S. diplomats in the wake of revelations in the impeachment hearings. This, as Ambassador Gordon Sondland says he spoke to President Trump by phone about investigations into the Biden family. NBC News national political reporter Josh Letterman broke this story and joins me now. Josh, let's take a listen to part of Ambassador Sondland's testimony from this morning.
On July 26, shortly after our Kiev meetings, I spoke by phone with President Trump. I remember I was at a restaurant in Kiev, and I have no reason to doubt that this conversation included the subject of investigations. Again, given Mr. Giuliani's demand that President Zelensky make a public statement about investigations, I knew that investigations were important to President Trump.
Josh, break this down and tell us about this new investigation.
Yeah, so Danny, in national security, we often talk about OPSEC, which is operational security. This is bad operational security, as any national security professional would tell you. And if we didn't have enough evidence that there was reason for concern when we broke this story early this morning, we got more of it today in that hearing that you were just playing part of, when Sondland also said that he had phone calls all the time on personal cell phones, on cell phones that were not classified, not encrypted in the way that they could be able to conduct classified conversations. And he basically said, look, I wasn't talking about classified information when you're talking to the president, because the president is the final arbiter of what is or is not classified. Basically, by default, anything that you talk about with him, it's totally fine. Well, that's not going to be sufficient for a lot of members of Congress who are very concerned about this pattern of use of private cell phones and poor security for communications by senior diplomats in the Trump administration, particularly those political appointees like Ambassador Sondland, who don't come from a long experience of working in the national security world and seem to have a more laissez-faire approach to dealing with this. And so we know that in addition to Sondland, there have been concerns about other officials communicating on their cell phones, personal cell phones, sending messages often via WhatsApp or SMS message, which is even less protected than WhatsApp, which is encrypted. So this investigation, if it happens, we're now waiting to see whether the State Department is going to agree to this formal request from Senator Bob Menendez. He's the top Democrat on the Senate's Foreign Relations panel, and he's written to the head of diplomatic security at the State Department saying, you need to review this, not only about your policies, but also to see if there's punishment that's merited for anyone who might have constituted a violation of procedures that led to a breach in cybersecurity.
Yet Sondland appeared to be saying when the president says it, it's not classified, but Senator Bob Menendez sent a letter to the Assistant Secretary of State who's responsible for diplomatic security. He writes, This incident is a serious security breach that raises significant counterintelligence concerns. This episode is staggering in its recklessness. Why weren't security measures already in place to regulate the use of personal cell phones?
They do have some regulations in place, and it varies oftentimes from agency to agency. But one of the concerns here is that the guidelines that they do have were not being enforced particularly well or consistently, and that there was a lax atmosphere that has allowed diplomats to be using these kinds of devices without really getting into any trouble for it. And, you know, to the point that you were raising earlier, yes, it is true that the president can declassify anything he wants as the commander-in-chief. But that's, and we saw that, for instance, with the phone call between himself and Zelensky, that he agreed to declassify and release that transcript. But that's not to say that anything that you talk about with the president, it's totally fine for it to be taking place on an unclassified line when it could be listened to by others. And that's the concern that Menendez and others have, particularly when it comes to sensitive foreign policy and national security matters.
I mean, isn't it the case that some communications are presumptively classified? I mean, I get that the president can wave his hand and declassify something, but aren't some communications just automatically classified from the outset?
That is the case, and beyond the issue of whether it's strictly speaking classified or not, the fact of the matter is these are sensitive conversations at a minimum. They're not things that you want to be broadcasting out there to the world when you're talking about, for instance, negotiations with a foreign leader about what they will or will not do. So the idea that it all comes down to, whether it was formally classified or the president could declassify it kind of misses the point of the concerns that a lot of these lawmakers have with the fact that things that need to be kept within the domain of the U.S. government might be getting out there because these political appointees are not taking a particularly strict approach.
It's something to be concerned about. Now, last week, Ambassador Bill Taylor testified that one of his aides overheard Ambassador Sondland speak with President Trump about investigations into the Bidens. Let's revisit that.
Your staff member could overhear Mr. Sondland on the phone, could overhear the president on the phone with Mr. Sondland. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the president must have been speaking loud enough on the phone. This was a cell phone, I take it?
It was a cell phone.
The president must have been speaking loud enough for your staff member to be able to overhear this?
It was.
And what your staff member could overhear was President Trump asking Ambassador Sondland about, quote, the investigations. Is that right?
That's correct.
What do we know about the security risks, particularly in Ukraine?
We know that Ukraine is a top intelligence target for the Russian government. In fact, another person who testified behind closed doors before the House, David Holmes, who was actually that diplomat that was described by Taylor as overhearing this conversation, he testified that when you're a diplomat and you're working in Ukraine, you just assume that if you're using a regular cell phone that you're being listened to by the Russians because the majority, if not all, of the cellular networks in Ukraine are at least partially owned by Russian entities, meaning that it's not a far stretch of the imagination to assume that they may have the ability to listen in. And in fact, Danny, we know that that has been the case in the past because there was an incident in 2014 that was very embarrassing for the United States when a very senior diplomat at the time, Victoria Nuland, was speaking to the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine at the time, and she was disparaging the European Union. Well, a recording of that conversation was then leaked publicly in an incident the U.S. had to really clean up, and the U.S. intelligence community has said that Russian intelligence was behind that. So we know Ukraine is an intelligence risk, and we know that it's a place where most of the time diplomats take additional cautions, even beyond what you might take if you were in the United States, for instance. But what we see from the description of how Sondland conducted himself, as well as the fact that others like Fiona Hill have testified that Sondland was regularly giving out her cell phone number, that she considered him to be a counterintelligence risk, that some of these folks in the administration are being looser with their communication security than national security professionals are comfortable with.
What are the next steps, and can we expect this investigation to reach beyond those players that are involved in this impeachment inquiry?
So the next steps are for the Assistant Secretary of State, who's responsible for diplomatic security, to respond to Senator Menendez, and he gave them a deadline of December 2nd. Menendez wants to know whether they're going to launch this investigation and whether it will cover reviewing what the current policies are, any deficits there, as well as any punishment, basically, that needs to be carried out for people who have already violated that. And we do expect that this is not going to be limited to Ambassador Sondland. It will be looking at other senior diplomats, particularly political appointees who have been known to use their personal cell phones or conducting other types of communications in insecure ways that could potentially put U.S. national security information at risk.
So much from a loud call at an outdoor cafe. Thanks so much, Josh Letterman.
Thanks, Danny.
Sondland's testimony has put a spotlight on the role of ambassadors in international diplomacy and how their credibility is built on a global stage. NBC News Now's Dasha Burns explains for us just how the ambassador appointment process works and how political connections play into it.
U.S. ambassadors represent the United States around the world and help maintain diplomatic relationships with other nations and organizations. Some ambassadors are career diplomats. They spent their lives working in foreign affairs, gaining deep expertise on a certain region, learning the language, and becoming an expert in the field. But that's not necessarily a prerequisite for the job. So then how do U.S. ambassadors get appointed? And why does it seem like these appointments have become so political? First, some basics. The president can nominate ambassadors, and the Senate confirms them. But beyond that, there aren't a whole lot of rules or requirements for who can or can't be an ambassador. And over the last 40 years, the amount of ambassadors with no diplomatic experience have increased, along with the amount of money they've contributed to the campaigns of the presidents who appointed them. I want to talk to someone who has studied this, so I'm going to call Ryan Scoville. He has spent a lot of time looking at documents and data around U.S. ambassador appointments.
So the political appointees are not only more common, but they are contributing more money, and their credentials are weaker. The average campaign contribution from career appointees, individuals who come from the Foreign Service, over the last 40 years is $33. In contrast, the average campaign contribution from political appointees is over $85,000. If we were to compare political appointees under the Reagan administration, for example, to political appointees under Trump, there's been a nearly 1,400% increase in the average campaign contributions by political appointees. Yeah, and that's after adjusting for inflation.
Some say the way ambassadorships are set up enable politicians to use them as rewards for powerful connections. Former co-owner of the Texas Rangers and St. Louis Cardinals, Mercer Reynolds, was nominated as ambassador to Switzerland under George W. Bush. And Shirley Temple Black, yep, that iconic American child star, was an ambassador to Ghana under President Gerald Ford, an ambassador to Czechoslovakia under President George H.W. Bush. And while those appointments may seem unexpected but relatively harmless, there are other appointments that have warranted much harsher criticism. For example, Obama was one of several presidents criticized for appointing supporters of his campaign with little diplomatic experience. Like Louis Sussman, his ambassador to the UK. The investment banker had raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Obama's 2008 campaign. Ambassadors with political connections are also usually sent to more stable, well-developed countries, whereas career diplomats tend to be sent to less developed areas. And the Trump administration is no exception to this trend. Robert Woody Johnson IV is co-owner of the New York Jets and grandson of the co-founder of Johnson & Johnson. He's a GOP donor and endorsed Trump for president in 2016. He's the ambassador to the UK.
The political appointees have become weaker in the sense that they're less likely to have language abilities, less likely to have experience in the receiving state, less likely to have experience in foreign policy, in organizational leadership as well.
In fact, right now, 64 of the 188 U.S. ambassador positions are held by political appointees, not career diplomats. And 29 positions aren't filled at all, including ambassadorships to countries like Syria and Venezuela.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways the trends predate Trump, but they have become particularly acute during the Trump administration.
This practice has come into focus as the ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, has become a key figure in the Ukraine controversy. He is not a career diplomat, but a businessman who was a major donor to the Trump campaign, leaving many wondering why the U.S. seems to have this practice of awarding ambassadorships as political favors. Still, others argue that having a direct line to the president and a non-political perspective could actually help international diplomacy. Why is this something that the American public should maybe be concerned about?
People who have weaker credentials and who are entering into office, largely, it seems, due to the influence of their financial contributions, are quite likely to perform in a way that is inferior in comparison to those who have, decades of experience and background in foreign policy and a long time of service in the foreign service itself. So it's primarily an issue insofar as credentials foreshadow and predict performance.
The historic public impeachment hearings continue. Will the witnesses' testimony sway public opinion and convince Republican lawmakers to consider impeaching the president? Watch live starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. on NBC News Now.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleagues.
Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation. Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop
It's been
today.
an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire. Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince some skittish passenger to get on this airplane? We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth can shake the world.
Exclusive report from NBC News.
This is exclusive to us.
NBC News is out today with some exclusive new reporting.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Here are some of the most heated moments from the hearing today that you might have missed.
Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I worked with Mr. Rudy Giuliani on Ukraine matters at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we were playing the hand we were dealt. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose a very important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the president's orders. The suggestion that we were engaged in some irregular or rogue diplomacy is absolutely false. Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President. I was adamantly opposed to any suspension of aid, as the Ukrainians needed those funds to fight against Russian aggression. Also, on July 26, shortly after our Kiev meetings, I spoke by phone with President Trump. The White House, which has finally shared certain call dates and times with my attorneys, confirms this. The call lasted 5 minutes. I remember I was at a restaurant in Kiev, and I have no reason to doubt that this conversation included the subject of investigations. I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us. We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements. Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call.
You've testified that the White House meeting that President Zelensky desperately wanted, and that was very important to President Zelensky, was it not?
Absolutely.
You've testified that that meeting was a quid pro quo for what the president wanted, these two investigations. Is that right?
Correct.
And that everybody knew it?
Correct.
So you didn't talk to President Trump when Ambassador Taylor says that that's what you told him? Is that your testimony here?
My testimony is I never heard from President Trump that aid was conditioned on an announcement of elections.
And you understood the Ukrainians received no credible explanation. Is that right?
I certainly couldn't give them one.
So is this kind of a 2 + 2 = 4 conclusion that you reached?
Pretty much.
Is the only logical conclusion to you that, given all of these factors, that the aid was also a part of this quid pro quo?
Yep.
President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass, unquote. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, it sounds like something I would say. That's how President Trump and I communicate, a lot of 4-letter words. In this case, 3-letter.
I forget what they call it, the drug deal that the three amigos were cooking up seems to be their latest. You're part of the three amigos in the drug deal, Ambassador. Were you aware of any drug deal on July 25th when the phone call actually occurred?
I don't know about any drug deal.
Right. And did you know you were part of the three amigos?
I am. I'm a proud part of the three amigos.
And that's the same thing Ambassador Volker said yesterday.
You know, we have all this, back and forth, but, as we get to the end here, you don't have records, you don't have your notes, because you didn't take notes, you don't have a lot of recollections. I mean, this is the trifecta of unreliability, isn't that true?
Well, what I'm trying to do today is to use the limited information I have to be as forthcoming as possible with you and the rest of the committee. And as these recollections have been refreshed by subsequent testimony, by some texts and emails that I've now had access to, I think I filled in a lot of blanks.
Are you also aware that Mr. Mulvaney was subpoenaed by the committee and refused to come testify?
I did read that in the newspaper, yes.
Are you also aware that Robert Blair was subpoenaed and refused to come testify?
I think I'm aware of that.
And that Secretary Perry was asked to come testify and refused?
I am aware of that as well.
So would you include them, as well as Secretary Pompeo, as key witnesses that would be able to provide some additional information on this inquiry?
I think they would.
And then lastly, on October 2nd, in a random in-person meeting that you had at an event for the Finnish president, you ran into President Trump and advised him that you'd been called to testify before Congress, and he said to you, good, go tell the truth.
That's correct.
Stop me if there's anything sinister or nefarious in any of this. A vanilla request about corruption, a call to say I'm on my way to Ukraine, a 5-minute call you didn't remember is significant, but its primary purpose was to discuss a rapper, a call that you made where the president said, I want nothing, I want no quid pro quo, I want Zelensky to do the right thing, I want him to do what he ran on, and him telling you to go tell Congress the truth. Anything sinister or nefarious about any of that?
Not the way you present it.
Okay, and that is the truth as you've presented it, correct?
Correct.
I'm just trying to figure out what you thought you were actually opining to.
Look, the president directed us to work with Mr. Giuliani, and the leadership of the State Department were knowledgeable, as was the NSC, that we were working with Mr. Giuliani.
When did the meeting happen again?
Never did.
You don't know who was in the meeting?
Which meeting are you referring to?
The meeting that never happened. Who was in it?
So no one told you, not just the president. Giuliani didn't tell you, Mulvaney didn't tell you, nobody, Pompeo didn't tell you, nobody else on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying aid to these investigations. Is that correct?
I think I already testified.
No, answer the question. Is it correct? No one on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying this aid to the investigations? Because if your answer is yes, then the chairman's wrong and the headline on CNN is wrong. No one on this planet told you that President Trump was tying aid to investigations. Yes or no?
Yes.
So you really have no testimony today that ties President Trump to a scheme to withhold aid from Ukraine in exchange for these investigations.
Other than my own presumption.
Which is nothing. I mean,
let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Mimi Rocha. Mimi, you just heard someone say no one said that Trump tied aid to investigations. And when Sondland said that's true, he said, well, that's the end of the Democrats' argument. Is it?
No, absolutely not. And here's the thing. They want to call it a presumption. What it really is it's circumstantial evidence, but it's evidence. I mean, you know, what the Republicans are trying to do with Sondland and with everybody else is sort of isolate each witness, what they heard or what they knew at that one moment in time, and say, well, you weren't told in that one phone conversation by Trump that, you know, you had to demand the aid in exchange for demand the investigations in exchange for the military aid. Or at that moment, you supposedly didn't know it was an investigation about Biden, not Burisma. Putting aside whether any of those things are believable, it's not about one moment in time. It's about what all of the witnesses taken together knew and what was clearly sent, the message that was sent by Trump and Giuliani. I mean, just by Trump saying, go talk to Giuliani, he knows everything. And then Giuliani's the one who is very explicit about it. And second, you have the fact that you have Trump on the phone call saying it. And there are people listening to the call, so they don't need to be told explicitly in a phone call themselves with Trump what he wants the condition to be. They heard him say it to the president of Ukraine themselves. They heard him say it has to be investigation into Biden into 2016. So they want to discount evidence just because it's not, I heard this in a phone call at, 8:04 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah, the Republicans appear to be saying, because you Democrats don't have one witness who heard and saw everything personally, you have no case. But in trial work as a former federal prosecutor, that's not the case. You often have an array of witnesses, right?
Right, especially when you're talking about big, sprawling conspiracies, which is really what this is. So you have different people who knew different things at different points in time, partly because it takes a lot of people to sort of carry something this complex out, but also because it insulates Trump. I mean, he wanted to be as far away from it as he possibly could, but also getting it done. That's the way it seems to me. And he was smart enough, especially on the day that the investigations were announced, to say to Sondland, no quid pro quo, even though that's not what Sondland had asked. That, as you know, not admissible in a court of law, what somebody who's under investigation, a subject, says when they make these self-serving denials. What is admissible is what he said when he didn't know he was being investigated to the president of Ukraine, which was, I need a favor, though. And you take all of the other evidence that makes sense, that fits together with that statement in that phone call. We can call it circumstantial evidence. That sounds complicated, but it's not. It's essentially someone walks in the door, they're soaking wet, they're, carrying an umbrella.
That analogy was used today, in fact.
Maybe, okay, and I didn't even hear that. But, I don't have to look outside to see that it's raining. I know that it's raining because I see the person walk in and I see the effects of it. That is what Sondland is saying he understood. He did that sort of gathering in real time. He was adding things up between things that Trump was saying and Pompeo were saying and other people were saying and doing. And he was drawing the conclusion. It's not a presumption. It's a conclusion he drew in real time. And so it's very relevant.
Sondland, going back to what you just said about the denial of a quid pro quo, Sondland testified today that when he thought there might be something a little odd about what it was Trump exactly wanted, he picked up the phone, called Trump, and Trump said, no quid pro quo. But it was revealed that was long after everybody was starting to say, oh my gosh, something is fishy here. So, do we even care that Trump denied a quid pro quo after everybody was accusing him of something odd in Ukraine?
No, not only don't we care, but I actually think it shows a guilty state of mind.
Right, exactly.
It's the when I ask my kids, what are you doing? Nothing. I wasn't eating any cookies, right? It's a denial of something that wasn't asked. So it's on his mind. I'm surprised he knew the term, but obviously it heard it somewhere. Maybe someone had advised him at that point, that and he knew that people were starting to talk about it. And we know that I believe that was on the day that the committees it was starting to come out that they were investigating it. So I think it not only isn't helpful to him, but it hurts him. But certainly in a court of law, and Republicans love to talk about hearsay, and they think they understand the hearsay rule, which they don't. That kind of self-serving statement at that point in time would absolutely not be admissible. Why? Because for the reasons we're talking about, it's not reliable.
Yeah.
Somebody who knows they're being looked at, who knows their actions are coming under suspicion, of course they're going to make self-serving statements. I did a trial against John Gotti Jr., who went around, after he was already in jail saying, I've withdrawn from the mob, to anyone who would listen. Why? So that when he was on trial, those statements would arguably come in. And they did, and they helped him. They shouldn't have come in, but they did. But the point is, this is what people who are under suspicion do. They put out there this sort of mantra, this idea, of what they want people to hear. And that's why it's not reliable and shouldn't even, be admitted.
As a criminal defense attorney, I would love if criminal defendants could just announce, I didn't have any intent. I'm out. It's over. Case over, right? Okay, after today's testimony and confirmation of Sondland's direct conversations with Rudy Giuliani and President Trump, what should the next steps be for Giuliani amid his participation pushing for investigations in Ukraine?
Well, Giuliani is the one in the hot seat, even more now today than he was before, right? We were saying last night, what's Sondland going to do? Is he going to take the fifth? Is he going to come clean? And he basically came clean. I think held back on a few things to try and give himself some still plausible deniability about what he knew when. But he essentially said, especially in his opening statement, I am not taking the fall for this. Everybody knew. Well, one of the people who he really pointed the finger at was Giuliani. Now, Giuliani, though, is in a different position because he's under criminal investigation in the Southern District of New York. We don't know exactly how much that relates to this, but it sure seems like there's some interplay there. So Giuliani, he really, if you're his defense lawyer, you're probably going to advise him not to come and testify to Congress, take the fifth. But meanwhile, he's on Twitter tweeting all sorts of things that are, I think, going to come back to bite him eventually if he is indicted.
Yeah, Twitter and social media has been the greatest thing for prosecutors ever. In your Washington Post op-ed, you write, Sondland could, quote, concretely tie a bribery scheme to President Trump. Did he?
He did. So he did, and it will be even more clear, I think, after this afternoon when Hale testifies, right? Because one of the ways in which Sondland could and did tie him that we were thinking of when we wrote that is that the phone call where Trump, says, what is Zelensky going to do it, basically? Is he going to do the investigations? He didn't remember the exact words, I think, but he testified that was the essence of his conversations with Trump. But he testified that, he left himself a little bit of wiggle room by saying, I was never told by Trump that it was a condition. More, that was my conclusion. But as we've just been discussing, it's a relevant conclusion. And now when you have David Hale, and this is why it's smart for them to have him testify now, come in and he's going to say, yeah, here's how I remember the conversation much more clearly. And why would Hale, what incentive does he have to lie? I think it's going to be even more clear that Trump is, I think, already 10 times over, but even more so after today, directly tied in.
It sounds like it so far, at least. Thanks so much, Mimi Rocha. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Savalas. You're watching NBC News Now's continued special coverage, Day 4 of the public testimony in the impeachment hearings. Today, explosive new testimony from EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland revealed new details under oath. Sondland said a White House meeting with the president of Ukraine was linked to Ukraine launching investigations requested by Trump, pointing the finger directly at the president and those closest to him, saying, quote, everyone was in the loop. It was no secret.
It was clear to Ambassador Volker that a meeting would not happen without the Burisma in 2016. That was very clear to Ambassador Volker.
And how do you know that? What did he say to you? Because he says that was not clear to him. In fact, he says that's not the case. He was working on that. He knows that that's what the president wanted, but he didn't have it as this was a requirement.
Oh, I strongly disagree with that portion of his testimony. It was absolutely a requirement, or we would have just had the meeting and been done with it.
How did it get back to MS?
Let's go right to NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who joins us live from Capitol Hill. Lee, how are the Republicans and Democrats spinning today's statements?
Well, Democrats say that it was a fantastic day for them. The fact that they had one of their witnesses say that there was, in fact, a quid pro quo, that this really kind of locks everything in for them. And so they think that it was an incredible day. The Republicans, on the other hand, at the beginning of this hearing, they thought they looked extremely dejected. But the fact that they got Sondland to say that about holding with military aid in the hopes of a public announcement of investigations did not directly come from the president, and that was just his presumption based on what everyone thought at the time. Republicans are saying, okay, case is not closed. There is no wrongdoing from this president. And so Republicans think that they can live another day to fight. Danny.
How could today's statements impact future testimony?
Well, with Democrats, this is a really critical witness for them and a critical testimony. Everything else they're going to use is supporting evidence. So now that they have this statement from Sondland saying that there was, in fact, a quid pro quo, and the fact that they have the president's own transcript from this July 25th phone call where he talks specifically about the Bidens, these are two things that are going to be critical as they move forward in this case, and perhaps they're going to release some sort of comprehensive report at the end of this. But they're also really looking forward to the testimony tomorrow of David Holmes. He's the late addition to all of this, where he said that he overheard a conversation between Sondland and the president, where he heard the president say, are the Ukrainians going to do the investigation? So everything else is going to be supporting evidence, Danny. They really got a lot of what they needed today.
Now, Gordon Sondland today shed some light on what the actual expectation was from Ukraine with regard to investigating the Bidens. What did we learn today?
Well, we learned what Sondland said is that he came over time to believe that Burisma was synonymous with the Bidens. And then throughout the hearing, he kind of went back and forth on that. Republicans, members of Congress really pressed him on that. We also know from the days of testimony as well that people have come out and said over and over again who are working in Ukraine that there was perhaps this conflict, this appearance of wrongdoing by Hunter Biden, but that there was no wrongdoing by Joe Biden and that he was not corrupt. And so really Biden has come out of these hearings pretty scot-free.
Now, there was a tense back and forth with Democratic Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney. What did he press Sondland on?
So, and that's another part of the Biden's component that is really important here. What Sean Patrick Maloney said is he asked Sondland, who would it benefit if there was an investigation into the Bidens? Here's how Sondland answered that question.
They're two different questions.
I'm just asking you one. Who would benefit from an investigation of the Bidens?
I assume President Trump would benefit.
There we have it, see? Didn't hurt a bit, did it? Didn't hurt a bit. But let me ask you something.
Mr. Maloney?
Hold on, sir.
Excuse me. I've been very forthright, and I really resent what you're trying to do.
Fair enough. You've been very forthright. This is your third try to do so, sir. Didn't work so well the first time, did it? We had a little declaration come in after, you remember that? And now we're here a third time, and we got a doozy of a statement from you this morning. There's a whole bunch of stuff you don't recall. So all due respect, sir, we appreciate your candor, but let's be really clear on what it took to get it out of you.
So Sean Patrick Maloney not only got to the point of the fact that if the president did investigate the Bidens, it's his political rival, it would have impacted him. But he also got into this bigger argument as well that Sondland has not been forthcoming with the committee. He gave his deposition behind closed doors. There were a lot of I don't recalls. He then, after other people were deposed and transcripts were released, he came and revised his testimony. And then today you have this bombshell where he's saying he now remembers more things. So Sondland was expected to be a very unpredictable witness, so both Republicans and Democrats really pressed them on that, but he ended up being pretty good for Democrats.
Thanks so much, Leanne.
Yep, thanks, Danny.
Now for the Trump administration's reaction to this afternoon's testimony. Kelly O'Donnell's on the ground at the White House. Kelly, Sondland today also repeatedly said in his testimony that he asked for documents from the State Department and the White House as well, and he was denied those documents. The GOP tried to use that to their advantage today. Talk to me about that.
Well, Danny, first of all, the president has been in Austin, Texas today and just reacted to the testimony, saying that it should be over now, that Sondland made clear that he did not instruct him to use any kind of quid pro quo or condition on the military aid and so forth. So the president is trying to bat this away and saying case closed. So that's part of what we're hearing from directly now the president and Republicans. Certainly the Republicans were trying to get at Sondland today after he gave testimony that appeared very favorable to Democrats for a long period of time during the hearing, where he talked about his understanding, his realization, his sort of progress in knowing what the facts were, that it ultimately occurred to him, or he learned through time, that there was this condition on the military aid on the White House meeting for the Ukrainian president unless he provided that public announcement of an investigation. Republicans then came back again and said, pressing him further to try to zero in on his comments. And he said that, no, the president never actually directed him that way, said that to him explicitly, but told him to work with his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. So Sondland gives something to both sides. There seemed to be more volume that favored Democrats today because Sondland was clearly saying that he was frustrated that he could not get the aid to Ukraine, could not resolve this issue of the White House meeting that the new president wanted, and he wanted to accomplish that as part of his ongoing work on behalf of the U.S. for Ukraine. So there was frustration he was expressing. At the same time, he also talked about the fact that he can't get his own emails, his own call records, his own information that is in the custody of the State Department. And Secretary Pompeo said today he will not recuse himself on that issue of deciding what documents can be turned over. So far, they haven't given any of the documents that Congress has wanted, and We learned through him not giving documents to even current State Department employees to prepare for their testimony. So that's certainly making things more difficult. And Republicans sort of seized upon that because it gave Gordon Sondland lots of I don't knows, I don't recalls, some questions in his answers, some sort of incomplete or inconsistent answers that they tried to make the most of. Danny?
Sondland, admittedly not a handwritten note taker himself, so even less to rely on. I want to turn to Vice President Pence. The VP's office is disputing Sondland's assertion that he told Pence about his concerns that aid to Ukraine had been frozen because of investigations into the Bidens and the 2016 election sought by the Trump administration. How is the vice president responding?
Well, they are saying it never happened, that there was never a conversation between the vice president and Ambassador Sondland explicitly about this issue of investigations. Sondland testified that he talked about that and that the vice president didn't say anything verbally, but just sort of a nod of the head kind of thing. And he was drawn out through the Democratic counsel in the back and forth that it wasn't a case where the vice president said, well, what investigations do you mean? He didn't ask any questions or express any lack of understanding of what he was saying. So Sondland was saying this was said in front of the vice president, and he sort of shrugged and acknowledged that this was an investigation tied to the things that Ukraine wanted. The vice president's office saying, nope, that didn't happen. And the vice president's also done an interview. He's in Wisconsin today traveling and spoke to a local reporter there and said it didn't happen. He never had that kind of conversation with Ambassador Sondland. So strong pushback, no recollection, according to the vice president, of any discussion of investigations related to the Bidens and these issues about what Ukraine wanted, the White House meeting and the military aid. Danny?
Some conflicting memories, to be sure. Thanks so much, Kelly. Let's bring in now Max Bergman, American Progress Senior Fellow. Welcome, Max. Now, you have said Gordon Sondland cannot be the, quote, fall guy. What did you mean when you said that?
Well, so he can't be the fall guy because as ambassador to the EU, he has literally no impact or input into the hold on security assistance. And when I was served in the State Department, this is an area that I helped overseeing security cooperation, security assistance. And any time an administration put a hold on security assistance, there was an entire process that went into it. And what's clear in this case is that the hold on the security assistance, that's the $400 million in aid to Ukraine, was done by the White House against the will, against the wishes of everyone else in government. So where did that come from? Well, it couldn't have come from Gordon Sondland. It had to come from the White House. I think specifically the president and also Mick Mulvaney. So that's where the order came from. So Sondland had no ability to control that. So if the Republicans are looking for a fall guy, if Trump is looking for a fall guy here, it cannot be Sondland and it cannot be Rudy Giuliani. It has to be someone in the White House.
Now, what have we learned today about Mike Pompeo or John Bolton?
I mean, I think that's one of the big takeaways from the testimony today. Look, is Sondland was telling us that everyone was in the loop, including Mike Pompeo. And we sort of knew this from the text messages that were released earlier in September, when he told Ambassador Taylor, if you have concerns about security assistance, talk to S. And what that means in State Department speak, talk to the Secretary of State. And we learned more today that Pompeo was fully in the loop, that Gordon Sondland was briefing him continuously. And as was just mentioned, that Gordon Sondland cannot get the documents and email records and other records that he requested from the State Department. He specifically states that these records are not classified. So what we have here is Mike Pompeo acting in service of effectively a cover-up of what happened. And so when the Republicans say, well, Democrats haven't been able to pinpoint the president's involvement, well, A, I think they did that today with Gordon Sondland, and then B, part of the reason they haven't been able to do it further is because the obstruction from the White House, the cover-up that people like Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, are furthering by blocking the release of documents.
Okay, today Gordon Sondland said that everyone was, quote, in the loop and knew about what was going on. Why is this just coming out now?
Well, I think what you have seen is that a lot of people are implicated in a potential crime. And Gordon Sondland refused to sort of come clean initially. He had to revise his initial deposition. And now, I think under the spotlight of the cameras, and this sort of reveals the importance of having congressional public hearings. And under the Mueller investigation, everything was behind closed doors. But there's a certain benefit to putting people in front of cameras. And so now he's revealed almost everything he knew. I think the one point I would make is this whole notion that Gordon Sondland and then Kurt Volker yesterday didn't know what Burisma meant is patently absurd. They read the New York Times on May 1st of this year, where it was a front page A1 story about how Giuliani was pushing for investigations into Biden in Burisma. They read that story. And so this notion that they didn't know what that meant is patently absurd.
Well, I want to follow up on that. I mean, to what degree are folks like these required or expected to be aware of what's on the A1 page of the New York Times as it relates to a company like Burisma? I mean, is Burisma small enough in the overall Ukraine landscape that you could just not know?
Well, yes, but so, oftentimes ambassadors and other U.S. officials are pretty unaware of what's happening in American politics. But when it comes on the front page of the New York Times, involves the country that you are working on in Ukraine. And that's what the story was. The story in May of this year outlined that Rudy Giuliani was pushing the government of Ukraine to open investigations into Hunter Biden. They read that story. You would have had to read that story. It was everywhere. And the notion that they didn't know it existed, didn't know it was there, is not plausible. It's not believable. They weren't asked about whether they read the New York Times. My guess is they would simply say, oh, they didn't recall. I think that is completely implausible. I think it's what we see here is that both the witnesses that we've seen in the last few days have been trying to cover their tracks, have been trying to minimize their involvement in what is an incredibly corrupt act, a potentially illegal act, and are trying to reduce their own personal exposure.
Not many people are talking about Ukraine's neighbor, Russia. Explain to us how all of this is playing out in Russia.
Well, I think it was Vladimir Putin today held sort of a massive press conference where he announced, well, now everyone has dismissed the idea of Russia interfering in the 2016 election, but because now everyone's saying it was Ukraine that interfered in the 2016 election. I think what we have to realize here is the talking point that House Republicans are making, that saying that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election, is literally a Russian intelligence talking point. And we know this because the FBI recently released 302's witness statements from the Mueller investigation, and they point out that Konstantin Kilimnik, an advisor to Paul Manafort, an alleged GRU Russian intelligence agent, pushed this theory that it was Ukraine that did it during the 2016 election. Manafort pushed it, it went to Trump, and then now House Republicans are effectively acting as vehicles for Russian disinformation. And now we see the Kremlin spiking the football with Vladimir Putin saying, see, we had nothing to do with the 2016 election, it was all Ukraine. And so this is a huge win for the Russians. And it's also a huge win in the sense that it shows that President Trump has no real support for the Ukrainian president, and that gives Vladimir Putin tremendous leverage over the government of Ukraine.
Now, taking a step back, as a whole, how did the revelations from these impeachment hearings impact U.S. foreign relations?
Well, I think it's incredibly embarrassing. I think what countries are seeing is that there's really two American foreign policies, and this is true. We're seeing it play out actually in negotiations in Korea right now over U.S. bases and U.S. force presence. Is that the Koreans don't really know who to deal with. That there's one, the official U.S. government channels, but then suddenly here comes the White House, here come the political appointees, here come the donor ambassadors pursuing an entirely different approach. So it's chaos in oftentimes in U.S. foreign policy. For many of my former colleagues in the State Department, they're frankly just hoping the president doesn't pay attention to their issue area, and that is incredibly rare. Normally, you would want presidential involvement. You want involvement in if the country you're working on, but not in this case. And so it makes the U.S. look like a laughingstock, like we're corrupt, like we are being run by a president that operates like an autocrat. And so this has been hugely damaging to the image of the United States, and it makes countries incredibly wary about partnering with us because they don't know who they're getting. They don't know where they're getting the official U.S. diplomats or an administration that's going to try to leverage them to extract something that can be of personal gain to the president.
The impact is global. Thanks so much, Max Bergman.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
San Juan is at a standstill.
Good afternoon from the Spin Room.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague...
Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here.
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague...
Exclusive video. The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this is the deadliest school shooting. The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here.
NBC News was first out with this scoop
today. It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire.
Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince some skittish passenger to get on this airplane?
We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth can shake the world.
Exclusive report from NBC News.
This is exclusive to us.
NBC News is out today with some exclusive new reporting.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
The House is now getting ready for the second half of impeachment hearings today, where we will see Laura Cooper. She's a Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Defense Department, and David Hale. He's an Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs at the State Department. They'll both be testifying. Now, here to respond to Sondland's testimony is Elise Jordan, NBC News political analyst. Elise, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Elise, you conjured up images of the classic musical Cats today when you said today's hearing is about memory. What do you mean?
Well, Ambassador Sondland had a lot of ground to recant, quite frankly. He had not been either as forthcoming or he, quote, did actually have a problem with his memory, as he said he did today. He complained that the State Department was not being transparent, was not allowing him access to notes and email that would have helped to jog his memory, and said that other testimony had indeed allowed him to remember a bit more, and so thus he was more forthcoming in today's testimony.
So his memory was refreshed sometimes, other stuff he couldn't remember. How did he compare to some of the other witnesses?
Well, frankly, Gordon Sondland's testimony was just a bombshell. He directly implicated Mike Pence. He directly implicated Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He made very clear that he was not part of an outside irregular channel. He was part of the channel that went directly to the president, that Mick Mulvaney, the chief of staff, was involved in holding up the funding. He really put out a lot of information directly connecting the strategy to withhold aid from Ukraine to Ukrainians' failure to pursue a political investigation for Donald Trump.
Now, Republicans have been focusing on the whistleblower, on Hunter Biden. Does today's testimony change their strategy?
You could tell the Republicans really were making it up on the fly, because there wasn't much of an expectation that Gordon Sondland was going to really come out and be as forthright as he was today. So indeed, there was so much emphasis on the old bag of tricks simply because it was all they really had to pull from to discredit Gordon Sondland, one of Donald Trump's own political appointees who donated $1 million to his inauguration. In the future, I think we're going to see more of the distancing from Sondland. Oh, this was just another rogue actor. This was Giuliani. But I think the Rudy Giuliani defense is problematic, given that if he was acting in a personal capacity, and you would know this better than I, wouldn't that mean that he could testify because he wouldn't be protected by attorney-client privilege?
No, there's no attorney-client privilege if he's acting, at least not vis-a-vis the government. He's a private attorney. And so if he's attorney-client privilege, it also won't apply if you communicate to a third party. So you're out. If you don't talk to the client and you let someone else hear it, you can destroy attorney-client privilege. Now, you have said that you think the whistleblower, in light of today's testimony, has to testify.
I am completely sympathetic to the argument that we need to do everything that we can to protect a whistleblower. I am not for outing whistleblowers for sport.
Yes,
I think that this is an incredibly extraordinary situation where the whistleblower's complaint has just triggered this whole series of events, and it's going to be used as a talking point against the veracity of these hearings until the whistleblower comes forward. I am so frequently frustrated, having worked in government, having had access to highly classified materials, by some of what we classify that doesn't really require such a level of classification. And also, remember the drone program, how for years we weren't allowed to say to any American government official that we had a drone program because it was highly classified, yet everyone knew that, yes, indeed, we're dropping drones all over the place. And so I feel like it's really painful at this point just to deny the obvious, that most people know who the whistleblower is. His or her life has been changed no matter what happens going forward. So I feel like we need to face reality and deal with reality as it actually is, unfortunately.
Yeah, reality on reality's terms. Thanks so much, Elise Jordan.
Thank you.
Today's public testimony from key witnesses could have a lasting impact on the Trump presidency. Alan Lichtman, American University presidential historian, joins us now from Washington, D.C. Professor Lichtman, in your book, which I own and have read cover to cover, you predicted this president's impeachment, but you define impeachable offenses broadly, so broadly that environmental policy was one of your examples of an impeachable offense. With that in mind, did you see impeachable offenses today?
Oh, absolutely, we saw impeachable offenses. We saw offenses that were impeachable for Richard Nixon, obstruction of justice, contempt of Congress, abuse of power. But I would take even a bigger picture here. You know, you heard commentators say we're now seeing the forest, not just the trees, and the forest of various impeachable offenses. But I would take it globally. Let's look at the global picture. Because what we're seeing here is an ego-driven, amateurish, politically driven foreign policy in Ukraine that actually gives us a window on how Trump and his administration has conducted foreign policy all over the world. And it's much more than just creating uncertainty. What we've seen in Ukraine has created devastating crises all over the world that we need to reckon with. NATO is faltering. Iran is now again building nuclear weapons. We've turned over Syria to Russia and Iran, validating Russian ambitions for a foothold in the Middle East that go back hundreds of years. That murderous dictator, Kim Jong-un, is taunting our president and building a rocket force, perhaps capable of reaching the United States. We have forfeited our leadership on the catastrophic climate change that threatens the survival and well-being of humanity. That is the bigger picture. Whether that is impeachable or not, it is something that threatens the security and well-being of every American and indeed people around the world.
That may be true, Professor, but I mean, those are policy-type decisions, and even if an impeachable offense doesn't necessarily need to be a crime, it has to be more than maladministration. The framers explicitly rejected just being horrible at your job. They required something more. So is this global policy, even if it's immature or ego-driven, is it still impeachable?
Absolutely. I don't think it's a policy decision. Anything more than Nixon's illegal bombing of Cambodia was a policy decision. And the House Judiciary Committee very seriously considered making that one of the impeachable defenses. I am not talking about policy decisions. I am talking about the same thing we have seen in the Ukraine, the sacrifice of American national interests to satisfy the president's ego and his political interests, withdrawing from the Iran nuclear agreement simply because that was something that had the brand of Barack Obama on it. And now we see the possibility of a nuclear arms race in the most unstable part of the world. Same thing with catastrophic climate change. Withdrawing from that agreement simply, again, because it had Barack Obama's imprint and he thinks it satisfies his base. Don't take my word for it. In 2009, a businessman's letter to Barack Obama said the science is irrefutable that unless we take the strongest action against climate change, the consequences are catastrophic for humanity and our planet. You know who signed that letter? Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump. What has changed is only the president's political calculations. I think it is a dereliction of duty to look only at the small picture and not the much bigger picture of Donald Trump's abuses of power, which, as Alexander Hamilton said, harms the society itself and in very severe ways. These are not just policy differences.
Your prediction record speaks for itself, Professor. Thanks so much, Professor Alan Lichtman. Now let's bring in former Georgia Congressman Jack Kingston, a Trump campaign surrogate. What is your reaction to Sondland's testimony today?
Oh, he's got to be the most flakiest witness we've seen so far. He was all over the place. I heard by one count, he said, I don't recall, or I do recall, or I think this is what happened 359 times. He left the most material fact of the entire hearing out of his opening statement, in which was a specific conversation, a fact that he asked the President of the United States, what do you want from Ukraine? And or Zelensky, and he said, I want him to do what he ran on, and I don't want anything out of it. I mean, in exchange, that's a material fact. And when you're a witness on an impeachment trial, if you leave that out of your opening statement, to me, then your credibility is gone. But, you know, when cross-examined by Congressman Mike Turner or Radcliffe or Jordan about was there a quid pro quo, were there preconditions, he said no, there wasn't, which is exactly what other witnesses have said as well. So I would say this from a Republican standpoint, he is probably, I'm not going to say strong, but probably the most likable if you want to impeach the president, witness that they've had today. But frankly, I think he was very flaky. He wouldn't stand in really tough cross-examination. So let me say this. We all know what is going to happen. I've been on the Hill all week long, talked to lots of members, bipartisan. If I could predict the stock market the way I can predict this impeachment charade, then I'd be a very wealthy man. This isn't any new bombshell. They've been trying to impeach the president since he was elected. And so this was just one more day at the office as far as I think members of Congress are concerned. Well, and I don't want to take that lightly, but I mean, he was just not a very good witness, in my opinion.
So on the whole, do you think the Republicans won the day or the Democrats?
Well, I will say this. I'm going to give the Democrat, don't know what's going to happen in this next set of hearing, but I would say, yes, they got points on the board today. We got points on the board yesterday and the day before. So, so far, you know, things are just kind of going as they are. We're very limited, as you know, not just in having witnesses, but cross-examination. We heard from two yesterday, Morrison and Voltner. We're going to hear from one in a few minutes, Mr. Hale, which will be good, I think. But, you know, the fact is that I just don't see a fair process and one that the Senate is going to act on. And really, one of your previous guests had spoken about the need to get the whistleblower up there. Why not? Everybody in town does know who he is, and I think it's relevant. Did you talk to the committee members beforehand? Were you coordinated with them? Who was advising you? And if the answer is, oh, no, I'm just a good patriotic American, well, then why wouldn't Chairman Schiff have him on there? There's no downside for this whistleblower. He's not going to be threatened or fired. I mean, no more than the rest of us who are maybe in public office and making statements on TV and so forth. And I think most of that's rhetoric. You got to take any threat serious. But I think the whistleblower should absolutely testify in a case of impeachment. And I also think Hunter Biden should. Every single witness, Democrat or Republican, every single witness so far has said, yes, there is the potential for an appearance of a conflict because of Hunter Biden. Even the Obama ambassador said that. So to me, let's have Hunter Biden come up there. And as long as the Democrats aren't going to let that happen, we as Republicans have the opportunity to say, hey, listen, this is relevant. This underscores why the process isn't fair. And people can understand that.
So you mentioned having Hunter Biden testify. What would be the objective? What would that be probative of, Jack? I mean, what would Hunter Biden tell us about whether or not President Trump wanted an investigation of him? He couldn't have known about that.
Well, I think in terms of if we're talking about bribes, and remember up until this week there was no mention of bribes. 3,500 words. The mention of bribery was only used once, and that was actually in the context of Hunter Biden. But if we are talking about corruption in Ukraine, well, then why not have somebody who may have been involved in it? I saw a number today that his firm received something like $1.6 million, a tremendous amount of money over a very short period of time. And he was hired right when Joe Biden was in charge of working on corruption, on Burisma and other issues in the Ukraine. But again, let me say this. I'm going to back up I was there for the impeachment of Bill Clinton. It's very complicated. You couldn't really understand it until there was the blue dress and the gifts and the hiring of her or getting the job for her. But until then, it was very complicated. This thing is more complicated than whatever Colin Kaepernick was doing with the NFL this week. You know, you couldn't follow his game plan. You can't quite follow this thing. There's still no proverbial smoking gun that the Democrats can say, this is why there was corruption. And we haven't seen that yet. So to me, I think this is an inside baseball game. It's political. It started in January 2017, and today's just one more day at the office.
All right, Jack, we're seeing the room there fill up, but we may have time for one more question. Jack, so it sounds like for you, if Hunter Biden came and testified, if there is evidence that Hunter Biden and Burisma, there was corruption afoot there, then everything else President Trump wanted was warranted. Is that your position?
Not really. I think that the Burisma situation was just part of the Ukrainian corruption. And frankly, I would like to know, did they interfere in the election? Were they working for Hillary Clinton? Were they working for Donald Trump? Articles have suggested that they were pulling for Clinton. But besides that, the big question, I think, for taxpayers is, do you want foreign aid going to corrupt officials in other lands and other countries? And I think all of us would agree, Democrat or Republican, you know what? We work too hard for our tax dollars to be going to corrupt officials no matter where the country is. So I think there's a legitimate cause to withhold aid when you have to. Well, we've done it in Pakistan. President Obama did it in Yemen. And President Bush held up aid for 35 different countries because of a Christian prosecution issue. So this isn't the first time it happened, but I think as watchdogs of the tax dollars, we should all be very aware that, look, if we're spending money on foreign aid, shouldn't it be going to allies? Shouldn't it be going to countries that have the rule of law? In President Obama's case, he held it up because if the countries weren't fair on GLBT, then no foreign aid. Right. And I think people understood that. So to me, being a watchdog of those dollars is not necessarily a bad thing, and it's possible that Democrats and Republicans could actually come together on that.
Yep. Jack Kingston, thank you very much. Now let's bring in...
Thank you.
Let's bring in Glenn Kirshner, NBC legal analyst, joins me now. Glenn?
Danny, how are you?
Oh, good. I've been wanting to talk to you today because here's what I've been seeing today, and I wanted to ask you about it. You've got Kurt Volker, who says he was given essentially a directive to talk to Rudy Giuliani, but Kurt Volker looked at it like, he just said, well, ask Rudy Giuliani if you don't believe me. Then today, you have Gordon Sondland describing a very different situation. Essentially, that he was ordered, a la Colonel Jessup in the Code Red, to go talk to Rudy Giuliani. That was an order, and it had to be carried out. Am I missing something?
No, you're not. It's pretty clear now that all roads on Ukrainian policy matters went through Rudy Giuliani. I thought one of the most important pieces of Ambassador Sondland's testimony was that there was no unofficial channel and official channel. It was all one channel, regardless of what you call it. And it went from Trump to Giuliani and then out to the various players who were involved in trying to work the Ukraine policy angle. So that really does bring everything together. And, you see the Republicans...
Glenn,
yes.
I'm so sorry, we got to cut in. Chairman Schiff is seated, and the impeachment testimony of Pentagon official Laura Cooper and State Department official David Hale is beginning. Let's listen in.
Mr. Nunes will have an opportunity to make a statement. Then we will turn to our witnesses for their opening statements if they should choose to make one. For audience members, we welcome you and respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with this hearing. As chairman, I'll make any necessary or take any necessary appropriate steps to maintain order and ensure that the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. This afternoon, the American people will hear from two witnesses who are both veteran national security professionals, one at the Department of State and the other at the Defense Department. David Hale is the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, the third most senior official in the department and the most senior Foreign Service officer. Laura Cooper serves as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, Eurasia, and is responsible for a broad range of countries in the former Soviet Union and the Balkans. Between them, they have several decades of national security experience serving both Republican and Democratic presidents. And as we have heard from other dedicated public servants like former Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, Ambassador Bill Taylor, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, and Jennifer Williams, their only priority has been the security of the United States. Undersecretary Hale was witness to the smear campaign against the Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, and the efforts by some in the State Department to help her. In late March, Yovanovitch reached out to Hale for assistance, telling him in an email that the tempo of social media and other criticisms of her were such that she felt she could no longer function unless there was a strong statement of defense of her from the State Department. Hale pushed to get the State Department to put out a robust, full-page statement of defense and praise for Ambassador Yovanovitch, sadly to no avail. That silence continues to today. In late April, we heard in riveting testimony last Friday from Ambassador Yovanovitch. She was recalled to Washington and informed that she had lost the confidence of the President. The Secretary of State did not meet with her. His subordinates dealt with her instead. With the departure of Yovanovitch, Hale watched as 3 new players moved in to assume a prominent role in Trump's Ukraine policy. The 3 amigos were nominally led by Energy Secretary Rick Perry, but it would be Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Sondland, presumably working with Ambassador Taylor, who would be the ones really doing the continual work here. In midsummer, Trump ordered a suspension of military aid to Ukraine, despite the fact that the aid had been authorized and appropriated by Congress and that the Defense Department, in consultation with the State Department, had certified Ukraine met all the necessary requirements to receive the aid, including anti-corruption reform. The aid was in the national interests of the United States and critical to Ukraine's security, a country that had been invaded by Russia. From her office in the Pentagon, Ms. Cooper oversaw a significant amount of security assistance flowing to Ukraine and was involved in efforts to understand and reverse the suspension of nearly $400 million in U.S. aid. Cooper, along with others, learned about the freeze during a series of interagency meetings in the last 2 weeks of July. At the first meeting on July 18th, an OMB representative relayed that, quote, the White House Chief of Staff has conveyed that the President has concerns about Ukraine and Ukraine's security assistance, unquote, and that a hold had been ordered by the President. No explanation was provided. All of the agencies responsible for Ukraine policy supported security assistance and advocated for lifting of the hold. The only dissenting voice was the Office of Management and Budget, which was following the orders of President Trump. And still, no good explanation of the hold was provided. While the aid suspension had not been made public, word was getting out. Catherine Croft, Special Advisor for Ukraine negotiation, who worked closely with Ambassador Volker and who testified before this committee at a deposition, received 2 separate calls in July or August from officials at the Ukrainian embassy who, quote, approached me quietly and in confidence to ask me about an OMB hold on Ukraine security assistance. Croft was, quote, very surprised at the effectiveness of my Ukrainian counterparts' diplomatic tradecraft, as in to say they found out very early on, much earlier than I expected them to. The Ukrainians wanted answers, but Croft did not have a good response. But then, in late August, Cooper met with Kurt Volker, with whom she had met many times in the past. During that meeting, in which they were discussing the hold on security assistance, Volker revealed that he was engaged in an effort to have the government of Ukraine issue a statement that would, quote, commit to the prosecution of any individuals involved in election interference, unquote. Cooper understood that if Volker's effort were successful, the hold might be lifted. Unbeknownst to Cooper, no such statement was forthcoming. But the aid was abruptly restored on September 11th, days after the 3 committees launched an investigation into the Trump-Ukraine scheme. And with that, I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you. As we Republicans have argued at these hearings, the American people are getting a skewed impression of these events. That's because the Democrats assumed full authority to call witnesses, and they promptly rejected any new witnesses the Republicans requested. So I'd like to take a moment to discuss a few of the people whose testimony has been deemed unacceptable for the American people to hear. The whistleblower. The whistleblower is the key figure who started this entire impeachment charade by submitting a complaint against President Trump that relied on second-hand and third-hand information and media reports. This began a bizarre series of events. Although the complaint had no intelligence component whatsoever, the Intelligence Community Inspector General accepted it and even changed the guidance on the complaint forms to eliminate the requirement for first-hand information. Then his office backdated the forms, to make them appear as if they were published a month before. Democrats then took the extremely rare step of pushing a whistleblower complaint into the public, using it as the centerpiece of their impeachment crusade. We later learned that Democratic staff had prior coordination with the whistleblower, though the Democrats themselves had denied it on national television. Following that revelation, Democrats did a dramatic about-face. They suddenly dropped their insistence that the whistleblower testify to us and rejected our request to hear from him. Then, in a hearing yesterday, the Democrats cut off our questions and accused us of trying to out the whistleblower, even though they claim they don't even know who he is. Alexander Chalupa. Chalupa is a former operative for the Democratic National Committee who worked with officials of the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. in order to smear the Trump campaign in 2016. She met directly about these matters with then Ukrainian Ambassador Hale, who himself wrote an article criticizing Trump during the 2016 campaign. Chalupa's activities were one of several indicators of Ukrainian election meddling in 2016, all of which were aimed at the Trump campaign. Once you understand that Ukrainian officials were cooperating directly with President Trump's political opponents to undermine his candidacy, it's easy to understand why the president would want to learn the full truth about these operations and why he would be skeptical of Ukraine. Hunter Biden. Biden is another witness who the Democrats are sparing from cross-examination. His securing of an extremely well-paying job on the board of a corrupt Ukrainian company, Burisma, highlights the precise corruption problem in Ukraine that concerned not only President Trump, but all of the witnesses we've interviewed so far. The Democrats have dismissed questions about Biden's role at Burisma as conspiracy theories. Yet, they're trying to impeach President Trump for having expressed concerns about the company. If we could hear from Biden, we could ask him how he got his position, what did he do to earn his lavish salary, and what light could he shed on corruption at this notorious company. But Biden would make an inconvenient witness for the Democrats, and so they've blocked his testimony. At these hearings, we've heard a lot of second-hand, third-hand information and speculation about President Trump's intentions. But in the end, the only direct order we've heard from the president is his order to our last witness, Ambassador Sondland, that he wanted nothing from Ukraine. That is consistent with the testimony provided by Senator Johnson, who said that President Trump angrily denied accounts that a quid pro quo existed. Aside from rejecting our witnesses, the Democrats have tried other petty tricks to shape public opinion. Just this morning, they called a break in the hearing in order to press their absurd arguments to TV cameras. Then, for this hearing, they canceled the multiple rounds of initial questioning they had earlier today with Ambassador Sondland, and as they have had with all the previous witnesses, who they bizarrely consider as their star witnesses. When you look through the presumptions, assumptions, and smoke and mirrors, you see the facts of this case are clear. President Trump was skeptical of foreign aid generally, and especially skeptical of aid to corrupt countries like Ukraine. He wanted to discover the facts about Ukrainian meddling in the 2016 election against his campaign. A brief hold on Ukrainian aid was lifted without Ukraine taking any steps they were supposedly being bribed to do. President Zelensky repeatedly said there was nothing improper about President Trump's call with him, and he did not even know about the hold in aid at the time he was supposedly being extorted with it. So what exactly are the Democrats impeaching the president for? None of us here really know, because the accusations change by the hour. Once again, this is impeachment in search of a crime. So, Chairman, I would urge you to bring this to a close, to adjourn this hearing, and move on, and get back to the work of the Intelligence Committee. That, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Today we are joined by Ambassador David Hale and Ms. Laura Cooper. David Hale serves as the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs for the Department of State, a position he has held since August 30, 2018. Mr. Hale joined the Foreign Service in 1984 and holds the rank of Career Ambassador. He previously served as the Ambassador to Pakistan, Ambassador to Lebanon, Special Envoy for Middle East Peace, Deputy Special Envoy, and Ambassador to Jordan. Ambassador Hale also served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Executive Assistant to Secretary of State Albright. Laura Cooper is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia at the Department of Defense. She is a career member of the Senior Executive Service. Ms. Cooper previously served as a Principal Director in the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Global Security Affairs. Prior to joining the Department of Defense in 2001, Ms. Cooper was a Policy Planning Officer at the State Department in the Office of Coordinator of Counterterrorism. Two final points before witnesses are sworn. First, witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be held at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch unclassified information will be addressed separately. And second, Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or any of your colleagues. If you would both please rise and raise your right hand, I'll begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. The microphone is sensitive, so please speak directly into it. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. With that, Ambassador Hale, if you have an opening statement, you're free to give that, and immediately thereafter, Ms. Cooper, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a prepared opening statement, but I would like to just comment, of course, as you said, I've been Undersecretary since August of 2018, a Foreign Service officer for over 35 years, an ambassador 3 times, serving both Republican and Democratic administrations proudly, and I'm here in response to your subpoena to answer the questions of the committee.
Thank you, Undersecretary. Ms. Cooper.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of this committee, I appear today to provide facts and answer questions based on my experience as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. I would first like to describe my background as well as my role and vantage point relevant to your inquiry. I bring to my daily work and to this proceeding my sense of duty to U.S. national security, not to any political party. I have proudly served 2 Democratic and 2 Republican presidents. I entered government service through the Presidential Management Internship Competition, joining the State Department in 1999 to work on counterterrorism in Europe and the former Soviet Union. Inspired by working with the U.S. military on a Department of Defense rotational assignment, I decided to accept a civil service position in the policy organization of the Office of the Secretary of Defense in January 2001, where I have remained for the past 18 years. My strong sense of pride in serving my country and dedication to my Pentagon colleagues were cemented in the moments after I felt the Pentagon shake beneath me on September 11, 2001. My office was scheduled to move into the section of the Pentagon that was destroyed in the attack, but a construction delay meant that we were still at our old desks in the adjacent section on that devastating day. After we had wiped the black dust from our desks and tried to get back to work, I found meaning by volunteering to work on Afghanistan policy and would give my next 4 years to this mission. I later had the opportunity to move into the leadership ranks of my organization and have had the privilege to manage issues ranging from defense strategic planning to homeland defense and mission assurance. I accepted the position of Principal Director for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia in 2016 and was honored to be appointed formally to the position of Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in 2018. In my current role, I work to advance U.S. national security with a focus on deterring Russian aggression and building strong partnerships with the frontline states of Ukraine and Georgia, as well as 10 other allies and partners from the Balkans to the Caucasus. Strengthening Ukraine's capacity to defend itself against Russian aggression is central to my team's mission. The United States and our allies provide Ukraine with security assistance because it is in our national security interest to deter Russian aggression around the world. We also provide security assistance so that Ukraine can negotiate a peace with Russia from a position of strength. The human toll continues to climb in this ongoing war, with 14,000 Ukrainian lives lost since Russia's 2014 invasion. These sacrifices are continually in my mind as I lead DoD efforts to provide vital training and equipment, including defensive lethal assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces. I have also supported a robust Ukrainian Ministry of Defense program of defense reform to ensure the long-term sustainability of U.S. investments and the transformation of the Ukrainian military from a Soviet model to a NATO interoperable force. The National Defense Authorization Act requires the Department of Defense to certify defense reform progress to release half of the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, or USAI, funds, a provision we find very helpful. Based on recommendations from me and other key DoD advisors, the Department of Defense, in coordination with the Department of State, certified in May 2019 that Ukraine had, quote, taken substantial actions to make defense institutional reforms for the purposes of decreasing corruption, increasing accountability, and sustaining improvements of combat capability, unquote, meriting obligation of the entire $250 million in USAI funds. This brings me to the topic. I would like to recap my recollection of the timeline in which these events played out. I testified about all of this at length in my deposition. In July, I became aware of a hold being placed on obligation of the State Department's Foreign Military Financing, or FMF, and DoD's USAI funds. In a series of interagency meetings, I heard that the President had directed the Office of Management and Budget to hold the funds because of his concerns about corruption in Ukraine. Let me say at the outset that I have never discussed this or any other matter with the President and never heard directly from him about this matter. At a senior-level meeting I attended on July 26th, chaired by National Security Council leadership, as at all other interagency meetings on this topic of which I was aware, the national security community expressed unanimous support for resuming the funding as in the U.S. national security interest. At the July 26th meeting, there was also a discussion of how Ukrainian anti-corruption efforts were making progress. DoD reiterated what we had said in our earlier certification to Congress, stating that sufficient progress in defense reform, including anti-corruption, had occurred to justify the USAI spending. I and others at the interagency meetings felt that the matter was particularly urgent because it takes time to obligate that amount of money, and my understanding was that the money was legally required to be obligated by September 30th, the end of the fiscal year. In the ensuing weeks until the hold was released on September 11th, I pursued 3 tracks. First, starting on July 31st at an interagency meeting, I made clear to the interagency leadership my understanding that once DoD reaches the point at which it does not have sufficient time to obligate all the funding by the end of the fiscal year, there were only 2 ways to discontinue obligation of USAI: a President-directed rescission or a DoD-directed reprogramming action, either of which would need to be notified to Congress. I never heard that either was being pursued. Second, I was in communication with the DoD Security Assistance implementing community to try to understand exactly when they would reach the point at which they would be unable to obligate all the funds by the end of the fiscal year. I received a series of updates, and in a September 5th update, I and other senior Defense Department leaders were informed that over $100 million could not be obligated by September 30th. And third, I was advocating for a meeting of the cabinet-level principals with the President to explain why the assistance should go forward. Although I heard of attempts to discuss the issue with the president, I never received details about any conversations other than a status update that the hold had not been lifted. After the decision to release the funds on September 11th of this year, my colleagues across the DoD Security Assistance Enterprise worked tirelessly to be able to ultimately obligate about 86% of the funding by the end of the fiscal year, more than they had originally estimated they would be able to. Due to a provision in September's continuing resolution appropriating an amount equal to the unobligated funds from fiscal year 2019, we ultimately will be able to obligate all of the USAI funds. Given how critical these funds are for bolstering Ukraine's security and deterring Russia, I appreciate this congressional action. That concludes my opening statement, but before answering your questions, there is one other matter I would like to address. I testified in a deposition before this committee and other committees on October 23rd, 2019. At that time, I was asked questions about what I knew about when the Ukrainian government may have learned about any hold on security assistance funds. I answered those questions based on my knowledge at that time. Since my deposition, I have again reviewed my calendar, and the only meeting where I recall a Ukrainian official raising the issue with me is on September 5th at the Ukrainian Independence Day celebration. I have, however, since learned some additional information about this subject from my staff. Prior to my deposition testimony, I avoided discussing my testimony with members of my staff or anyone other than my attorney to ensure that my deposition testimony was based only on my personal knowledge. My deposition testimony was publicly released on November 11th, 2019. Members of my staff read the testimony and have come to me since then and provided additional information. Specifically, on the issue of Ukraine's knowledge of the hold or of Ukraine asking questions about possible issues with the flow of assistance, my staff showed me 2 unclassified emails that they received from the State Department. One was received on July 25th at 2:31 p.m. That email said that the Ukrainian Embassy and House Foreign Affairs Committee are asking about security assistance. The second email was received on July 25th at 4:25 p.m. That email said that the Hill knows about the FMF situation to an extent, and so does the Ukrainian Embassy. I did not receive either of these emails. My staff does not recall informing me about them, and I do not recall being made aware of their content at the time. I do not have any additional information about precisely what the Ukrainians may have said, what may have been their source of information about a hold or any possible issues with the flow of assistance, or what the State Department officials may have told them. My staff also advised me in the last few days of the following additional facts that may be relevant to this inquiry. Again, my staff does not recall informing me about them, and I do not recall being made aware of this. On July 3rd at 4:23 p.m., they received an email from the State Department stating that they had heard that the CN is currently being blocked by OMB. This apparently refers to the congressional notification state would send for Ukraine FMF. I have no further information on this. On July 25th, a member of my staff got a question from a Ukraine embassy contact asking what was going on with Ukraine security assistance. Because at that time, we did not know what the guidance was on USAI. The OMB notice of apportionment arrived that day, but this staff member did not find out about it until later. I was informed that the staff member told the Ukrainian official that we were moving forward on USAI, but recommended that the Ukraine embassy check in with state regarding the FMF. Sometime during the week of August 6 to 10, a Ukraine embassy officer told a member of my staff that a Ukrainian official might raise concerns about security assistance in an upcoming meeting. My understanding is that the issue was not, in fact, raised. Again, I have no further information about what concerns about the security assistance Ukraine may have had at that time. My staff also recall thinking that Ukrainians were aware of the hold on security assistance during August, but they cannot pinpoint any specific conversations where it came up. My staff told me they are aware of additional meetings where they saw officials from the Ukrainian embassy in August, and they believe that the question of the hold came up at some point. But they told me they did not find any corresponding email or other records of those meetings. Consequently, neither they nor I know precisely when or what additional discussions may have occurred with the Ukrainians in the month of August. If I had more details on these matters, I would offer them to the committee, but this is the extent of additional information I have received since my deposition. Mr. Chairman, I welcome your questions. I will answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. For this hearing, we will forego the first round of questions by committee counsel and immediately proceed to member questions under the 5-minute rule. I do want to respond to the comments of my ranking member, however, that I think suggested that this was a surprise to the minority. We informed the minority last night after our hearing that we would, because of the nature of the testimony today, we did not believe that a staff member round was necessary. And the message we got back from the minority was, okay, got it, thanks for the heads up. So the minority was on notice. It raised no objection about going directly to member rounds. I also want to point out that the minority has represented that we have not called any minority witnesses. That is not accurate. Mr. Hale appears tonight as a minority witness. I know that's not how you characterize yourself, Mr. Hale, but your testimony was requested by the minority. Likewise, two of the witnesses yesterday, Ambassador Volker, as well as Mr. Morrison, were both minority requested witnesses. Now, Ambassador Volker testified that he didn't believe any of the allegations against Joe Biden, and in retrospect that he should have understood that an investigation into Burisma was really an investigation into Biden, which he acknowledged would be inappropriate. And Mr. Morrison gave testimony as to conversations that he had with Ambassador Sondland about the conversations that he had relayed to the Ukrainians about the hold on security assistance being a result of the failure to secure the investigation. So I can understand why the minority does not want to now characterize them as minority requested witnesses, but nonetheless, they were minority requested witnesses. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I want to begin by asking you, Ms. Cooper, about what you just informed us of to make sure that I understand the import of what you're saying. As early as July 25th, the same day President Trump spoke with President Zelensky on the phone and asked for this favor, the same day that President Zelensky thanked the United States for its military support and signaled it was ready to purchase more javelins. On that date, you got inquiries, your staff got inquiries from someone at the Ukrainian embassy who was concerned about the status of the military assistance. Is that correct?
Sir, that's correct. I would say that specifically the Ukrainian embassy staff asked what is going on with Ukrainian security assistance.
And did that connote to you that they were concerned that something was in fact going on with it?
Yes, sir.
And you received, I guess your staff received more than one inquiry on that date. What was the nature of the other inquiry on July 25th?
Sir, that's the one inquiry to my staff, but the other points that I had raised were emails reflecting outreach to the State Department.
So the Ukrainian embassy was also contacting the State Department to find out about its portion of military assistance?
Yes, sir.
And was that similarly a concern about what's going on with our military aid?
It was similarly a question about what's going on with security assistance.
And your staff or one of the other department staff also heard in August additional inquiries from the Ukrainian embassy about a potential holdup in the military assistance?
Sir, I want to be careful about how I phrase this. My staff recall having had meetings with Ukrainian embassy representatives during the month of August, and they believe that the topic came up at some point during those meetings, but they don't recall the precise date or specifically what the nature of the discussion was.
But your staff at least gleaned from those conversations that the Ukrainian embassy was aware that there was some kind of a hold on the assistance.
So the way I would phrase it is that there was some kind of an issue, yes.
You are now, Ms. Cooper, the third witness before our committee who has testified that the Ukrainians found out about a problem or a hold on the security assistance prior to it becoming public, but you're the first to indicate that that may go back as early as the date of the President's call with President Zelensky. Let me move to a related issue. In August, you testified at your deposition that you met with Kurt Volker, I believe it was on August 20th. The hold on security assistance was still in place. You testified that Ambassador Volker told you that if he could get Zelensky to make a public statement, quote, that would somehow disavow any interference in U.S. elections and would commit to the prosecution of any individuals involved in election interference, it might lift the hold on security assistance. Is that correct?
Sir, I believe that I testified that it was my inference that that would lift the hold on Ukraine's security assistance.
And that was your inference because at the time you were talking about the hold on security assistance?
That's correct. The first part of our conversation was about the hold on security assistance.
And it was during that portion of the conversation that he brought up the effort to get this public statement?
It was during that conversation. I'm not sure I would say it's during that part of the conversation.
What else did you discuss in the conversation?
The only two topics that I recall are the urgency of lifting the hold on security assistance and then him relaying this separate diplomatic effort that I had previously been unaware of.
So you didn't have any discussion about any White House meeting?
Sir, I don't recall specifically talking about the White House meeting, but I've had many conversations about the desire for the White House meeting, so it's likely that that was a part of the conversation.
But the two things you do recall are that you talked about the hold on security assistance and that he brought up this public statement that they wanted Zelensky to get that he thought might be useful.
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Nunes.
Yield to Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Ambassador Hale, Ms. Cooper, thank you both for being here. In his opening, Ranking Member Nunes referenced President Trump's general skepticism of providing aid and the amount of foreign aid being provided to foreign countries. Would you agree with that characterization, Ambassador Hale?
We've often heard at the State Department that the President of the United States wants to make sure that foreign assistance is reviewed scrupulously to make sure that it's truly in U.S. national interests and that we evaluate it continuously so that it meets certain criteria that the President's established.
And since his election, is it fair to say that President Trump has looked to overhaul how foreign aid is distributed?
Yes, the NSC launched a foreign assistance review process sometime, I think it was late August or early September 2018.
All right. And throughout both his campaign and his administration, President Trump has repeatedly sought to reframe American foreign policy in economic terms, and as he described, America First policy. And consistent with that, well before there was a whistleblower talking about a pause on aid to the Ukraine, the President had expressed genuine concern about providing U.S. foreign assistance. To that point, is it fair to say that the President has wanted to ensure that American taxpayer money was being effectively and efficiently spent outside of the United States?
Yes, that is the broad intent of the foreign assistance review, among other goals.
And has the President expressed that he expects our allies to give their fair share of foreign aid, as evidenced by a point that he raised during the July 25th phone call with President Zelensky to that effect?
The principle of greater burden sharing by allies and other like-minded states is an important element of the foreign assistance review.
Is it fair to say that in the Trump administration, U.S. aid is withheld from foreign countries for a number of factors?
Correct.
And you've testified in your prior testimony that it is normal to have delays on aid.
I may have said it that way, but it is certainly an occurrence. It does occur.
In the past year, Ukraine was not the only country to have aid withheld from it. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the past year, was aid withheld from Pakistan?
Yes, sir.
Why was aid withheld from Pakistan?
Because of unhappiness over the policies and behavior of the Pakistani government toward certain proxy groups that were involved in conflicts with the United States.
And in the past year, was aid also withheld from Honduras?
Aid was withheld from the three states in northern Central America, yes.
In the past year, was aid withheld from Lebanon?
Yes, sir.
And when aid was first withheld from Lebanon, were you given a reason why it was withheld?
No.
So having no explanation for why aid is being withheld is not uncommon?
I would say it is not the normal way that we function.
But does happen?
It does happen.
And is it true that when aid was being withheld from Lebanon, that was at the same time aid was being withheld from Ukraine?
Correct, sir.
And you've testified that the aid to Lebanon still hasn't been released. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. But the aid to Ukraine was released on September 11th, correct?
I read that, yes.
All right. So it's fair to say that aid has been withheld from several countries across the globe for various reasons, and in some cases for reasons that are still unknown just in the past year.
Correct, sir.
So the assertion's been made that President Trump's Ukraine policy changed when there was a pause in the aid, or the aid was withheld. Is that an accurate statement?
That was not the way I understood things to be happening at the time. We were not given an explanation.
And in terms of our policy, in terms of aid to Ukraine, you've described it as very robust.
Our aid to Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes.
As evidenced by President Trump's policy decision to provide lethal defensive weapons, Javelin missiles.
It was very robust, yes, sir.
And that was a decision that President Trump made that the prior administration, President Obama, had not done. Lethal weapons had not been provided to Ukraine in the Obama administration, correct?
I was not involved in Ukrainian affairs during the Obama administration, so I don't feel competent to address that.
And when aid to Ukraine was put on pause, I believe you've testified that there may have been concern by Secretary Kent and by Ambassador Taylor that it was contributing to a potentially negative effect on U.S.-Ukraine relations. Do you agree with that?
Well, the State Department position was to advocate for the continuation of that assistance as an important element, in fact, a key element of our strategy to support the Ukraine against Russia.
My time's expired. I yield back.
Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for testifying tonight. I'm delighted to follow Mr. Ratcliffe because he just perfectly summarized the defense that my Republican colleagues are mounting of this behavior. And the defense goes like this. The president is acting on some deep historical concern, apparently invisible concern, about corruption, and that because he's so concerned about corruption in Ukraine, he's holding up aid and being prudent and judicious. The first part of that is pretty easy to dispose of because President Trump wasn't worried about corruption in Ukraine. In fact, in the two conversations he had with the president of Ukraine on April 21st and July 25th, not once does the president of the United States use the word or mention corruption to the president. The second part of that is a little bit more interesting, that he's just being prudent and holding up aid. That's not just wrong, it's illegal. Because, Ms. Cooper, and I want you to help us walk through this. Since the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, the president has not had the authority to, on a whim or out of prudence, or as my Republicans say, because of a general skepticism of foreign aid, to stop foreign aid. Ms. Cooper, under our Constitution, it's the Congress, not the president, that controls the power of the purse, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the security assistance that was authorized to Ukraine was authorized and appropriated by the Congress, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Congress is also concerned about corruption. It wants to ensure that American foreign assistance is spent wisely and does not worsen corruption. And so when Congress authorized this money, it built in conditions, just as Mr. Ratcliffe suggested, By law, Ukraine wouldn't get all the money until it demonstrated that it had undertaken substantial anti-corruption reforms. Ms. Cooper, under the law, the Department of Defense works with the State Department and other agencies to establish anti-corruption benchmarks and determine whether Ukraine has sufficiently met those benchmarks, correct?
That's correct. That provision pertains to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative.
And that's a legally specified process. That's not the president in the Oval Office manifesting a general skepticism of foreign aid, right? That's
Sir,
a process.
It is a congressionally mandated process, yes, sir.
So did that process take place for the DoD funding that was held up in July?
Sir, the process that took place for the certification took place prior to the May certification to the U.S. Congress.
So, right. Not only did it take place before, as required by law, but months before President Trump froze the money, the Department of Defense, in consultation with state, sent a letter to Congress certifying, and you said this in your opening statement, the government of Ukraine has taken substantial actions to make defense institutional reforms for the purposes of decreasing corruption, increasing accountability, and sustaining improvements of combat capability enabled by U.S. assistance. So by the time President Trump froze the aid, the Department of Defense had spent weeks, if not months, determining that the Ukrainian government met every requirement in the law and made significant strides in combating corruption. Is that correct?
That is correct. We made that determination in May.
So this wasn't about corruption. The timeline proves it. And in fact, if there was any doubt about what was going on here, the chairman referred to your inference from the conversation with Ambassador Volker that if the Ukraine made a statement committing to the investigations, the aid would be lifted. You covered that with the chairman. And then, of course, we have the press conference of October 17th when Mick Mulvaney let the cat fully out of the bag. He revealed that President Trump talked to him about, and I quote Mick Mulvaney here, the corruption related to the DNC server, and admitted that, quote, that's why we held up the money. Any other explanation for the hold is a farce. Now, in my remaining 30 seconds, just so that people understand what I referred to, in the 1970s, Richard Nixon just arbitrarily decided, I don't know, it was because he had a general skepticism of foreign aid or what his motives were, but Richard Nixon decided to hold up congressionally mandated aid. And as a result, Congress went to work and passed the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which prohibits the president from withholding congressionally appropriated funds without the approval of Congress for any reason. Is that correct, Ms. Cooper?
Sir, I am not a lawyer, but that approximates my understanding of the provision of the impoundment control.
Okay, I'll go with that approximates. Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Paul Harvey said, there's the rest of the story, and my colleague failed to put the right emphasis on certain issues with respect to the certification. DOD certification was not corruption writ large throughout the entire country of Ukraine. It was narrowly focused on defense institutional reforms and combat capability. Isn't that correct, Ms. Cooper?
That's correct, sir.
First off, Ms. Cooper, thank you for being here this afternoon. I appreciate that. But my colleague seemed to leave that out as original. He read it when we read your statement, but he left off the corrective emphasis. So the certification in May didn't really speak to the broader concept of corruption throughout the rest of Ukraine that the president would be familiar with, or the rest of us would be familiar with.
Sir, the May certification was specific to the defense sector, defense industry, and it did reference the importance of civilian control of the military, which relates more broadly to
right, but I think all of us would argue, or none of us I think would argue that that fixes corruption throughout the rest of the country. Mr. Cooper, maybe you can shed some light on the specific details. We talk about this the security assistance program, $250 million. Some would argue that because the pause, that people died in August because of the pause. Can you help us understand exactly what obligated, and was there things that were about to be delivered to Ukraine? Was Ukraine out of ammunition? Were they out of javelins? Were they out of all this stuff? And that because of this pause, they didn't get certain lethal equipment that they needed in order to protect their folks during the month of August?
Sir, we will deliver all of the equipment.
I understand. I was trying to get a timeline.
there was no shortfall in equipment deliveries that were expected within that time frame. Obligate means that you're putting the funding on contract.
Okay, and that's
and
contracts
you're starting the process.
Yeah, those contracts will be fulfilled fourth quarter perhaps, or whatever it was?
Sir, I have to say I'm a policy official. I am not a contracting expert, but my understanding is that we will be able to make up for lost time in the contracting process. Fantastic.
You go through 3 or 4 steps that you went to because you disagreed with the hold being placed on the assistants, and I certainly agree with that. But did you get any kind of criticism from the folks that you deal with because you were going against the OMB's direction to put a hold on that? Did you get criticized at all for that?
Absolutely not. My entire chain of command was supportive of advocating for removing the hold on the funds.
And you weren't restricted on full-throated advocating on behalf of getting this hold lifted, were you?
No, sir. I faced no restrictions. Okay.
Well, thank you for that. I thought you might be more in touch with the actual specifics of the accounting process, and so I'll defer any further questions. And again, thank you for being here tonight. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Hale, when did you actually find out about the hold on the Ukraine assistant? Was it July 21st?
Yes, in the deposition that I did, the closed hearing, I misspoke. I was confused, and I confused June 21st, which was when State first sent the CN up to the congressional notification to OMB for clearance. It was only after about July 18, and I think the 21st is when I heard that there was a potential hold.
Thank you for that clarification. Now, did you attend the July 26 deputies meeting, deputies committee meeting that occurred?
Yes, I did.
Was it also your understanding that the president directed the hold?
We were told in that meeting by the OMB representative that they were objecting to proceeding with the assistance because the president had so directed through the chief of staff, acting chief of staff.
What was the State Department's position regarding the hold?
State Department advocated, as I did in that meeting, for proceeding with all of the assistance consistent with our policies and interests in Ukraine.
You believed what you said? You believed in the release of the hold?
Yes, I did.
Did anyone at the interagency meeting at the end of July support the hold? Did anybody want the hold to remain? And if so, who? What agency?
The only agency represented in the meeting that indicated that they supported the hold was OMB.
Ms. Cooper, did you understand similarly that there was an overwhelming interagency consensus to lift the hold and that OMB, at the direction of the president, was the only roadblock?
Yes, ma'am.
How is the security assistance in the national security interests of the United States? What is our interest? Explain that to my constituents in Alabama who are wondering why we should care about the the hold that's on the security assistance.
Yes, ma'am. This specific assistance helps build the capacity of the Ukrainian armed forces. And it's important to understand that these are forces that are fighting to defend themselves against Russian aggression every day. It's an ongoing war. So they do need this equipment to support their ability to defend themselves. And I would say there's a larger issue here that relates to U.S. policy on Russia. We believe it's very important to strengthen the capacity of Ukraine in order to deter Russian aggression elsewhere around the world.
Exactly. Were you ever able to get a reason why that hold was on? Did you ever get a reason?
No, ma'am. The only thing that I heard about it, but this is, again, second, third hand, was that the president was concerned about corruption. But that was all I ever heard.
So would you, were you ever provided any additional information about the reason for the hold?
No, ma'am.
I thank you, and I yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman. My colleagues in the minority asked Mr. Hale, isn't it common to have holds on military aid? And I think you said they're not unusual. Would you agree, though, that it would be very unusual to place a hold on military aid in order to leverage a foreign country to get them to investigate a political opponent?
Yes.
And I take it you would agree that that would be completely inappropriate?
That would be inconsistent with the conduct of our foreign policy in general.
And it would also be wrong, wouldn't it?
Certainly not what I would do.
Mr. Turner.
Of course, it would be interesting if any witness had ever testified that that was the case. I yield my time to Mr. Jordan.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. First of all, I just wanted to go where the chairman started. He said that Ambassador Hale was one of our witnesses. They're all your witnesses. You called 17 witnesses. You subpoenaed 15 of them. They're all your witnesses. We didn't get to subpoena anyone. We didn't get to call anyone. You gave us an opportunity to get a list to you a couple weeks ago where we made suggestions on who you might allow us to have. So we did put 3 people of those 17 on that list so that they could provide at least some semblance of context and framework for this entire thing. So once again, misleading the folks watching this hearing is not helpful. Thank you both for being here and for your service to our country. Ambassador, I read through yours, Ambassador to Pakistan, Lebanon, Special Envoy to the Middle East, Ambassador to Jordan, served in Tunisia, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. You've been to about every hot spot on the planet. Thank you for those hardship assignments. We appreciate your service. Let me go first to earlier today, Mr. Sondland, Ambassador Sondland, excuse me, said that he was denied access to some of his records. And the State Department put out a statement. They said this: Ambassador Sondland, like every current Department of State employee called before Congress in this matter, retained at all times and continues to retain full access to his State Department documentary records and his State Department email account, which he has always been fully free to access and review at will. That's an accurate statement from the State Department, isn't it, Ambassador Hale?
I had not seen it until shortly before entering this hearing room, but it sounds accurate, yes.
Appreciate that. Ambassador, you're aware of no connection between the pause in aid in exchange for any kind of investigation. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed a key word. Could you repeat the question?
You're not aware of any connection between the pause in aid and in exchange for some kind of investigation being announced or done by Ukraine. Is that
Correct.
right? And you're not aware of Secretary Pompeo having any knowledge, direct knowledge of a connection between investigations and security aid. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, and he did not speak to me about that.
You're not aware of any nefarious motive to withhold aid to Ukraine. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you testified that what you knew was that President Trump was, 1, skeptical of foreign assistance generally. Mr. Ratcliffe highlighted that in his round of questioning. And 2, skeptical of the corruption environment in Ukraine. Is that accurate?
Well, we had heard that. That was a general impression at the State Department, correct?
And the aid was actually eventually released to Ukraine. Is that correct as well?
Yes, I read that, sir.
And there was just a 55-day or less than 2 months pause in the actual hold on the aid. Is that right, Ambassador?
Seems so, yes, correct.
And to your knowledge, as a top principal at the State Department, an investigation into the Biden's Burisma of the 2016 election never happened by the Ukrainians. Is that correct?
I don't know that I have the ability to answer that question, having taken this job in August of 2018.
Oh. Well, since you've taken the job, how about that?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Cooper, Ukraine is the first line of defense against Russia's aggression and expansion into Europe. Numerous witnesses testify that Ukraine is in fact vulnerable to Russian influence and control. At your deposition, sir, you testified that providing security assistance is, quote, vital to helping the Ukrainians be able to defend themselves, end quote. What do you mean by that, sir?
That we have a longstanding policy of helping Ukraine become a resilient state in order to be able to defend itself. We want a reliable and resilient and self-reliant security and economic partner in Ukraine that can stand up to Russian intimidation and aggression.
You testified at the time of Russia's 2014 attack that the Ukrainian armed forces were, quote, significantly less capable than it is today, end quote. Would you say, sir, that Ukrainian forces were outmatched by Russia's military in important ways?
I did not so testify. I think I'm Ambassador Hale, and of course, Ms. Cooper may wish to
Madam Cooper,
respond.
would you like to comment?
I'm sorry, I do believe that was my deposition. Could you just repeat the question briefly?
So during the time of Russia's 2014 attack, the Ukrainian armed forces were, quote, significantly less capable than it is today. Would you say that the Ukrainian forces were outmatched by Russia's military in critical ways?
Absolutely.
Are the Ukrainian forces now completely self-sufficient in your mind, essentially in their ability to deter Russian aggression?
No, sir, they have a long way to go.
Would you say that the Ukrainian armed forces are now completely self-sufficient, or how much of an impact does the U.S. need to have in terms of that deterrence, and how critical is the relationship between both Ukraine and the U.S.?
Sir, the Ukrainians are on the right path to be able to provide for their own security, but they will still need U.S. and allied support for quite some time. And they need that support in the form of tangible assistance as well as political and diplomatic support.
So this question is to the both of you. Why was Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea so significant in your mind? Madam Cooper.
Russia violated the sovereignty of Ukraine's territory. Russia illegally annexed territory that belonged to Ukraine. They also denied Ukraine access to its naval fleet at the time. And to this day, Russia is building a capability on Crimea designed to expand Russian military power projection far beyond the immediate region.
In 2014, were there concerns in Washington, here in Washington, and European capitals that Russia might not stop in Ukraine?
I was not in my current position in 2014, but it is my understanding that there was significant fear about where a Russian aggression would stop.
So what about today? If the U.S. were to withdraw its military support of Ukraine, what would effectively happen?
It is my belief that if we were to withdraw our support, it would embolden Russia. It would also validate Russia's violation of international law.
And which country stands to benefit the most, would stand to benefit the most from such a withdrawal?
Russia.
Ambassador Taylor testified about the importance of the U.S. upholding the international system. And it has underwritten peace in Europe since the end of World War II. A critical aspect of defending that system is ensuring that Russia cannot change its borders by military force. That is why there is strong bipartisan support for providing Ukraine with security assistance. That is why it is so incredibly destructive of the President of the United States to withhold this assistance as part of a scheme to pressure Ukraine into investigating a debunked conspiracy theory and attack former Vice President Biden. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. As Army Reserve surgeon, I can say, as both of you had, that I served proudly for 2 Republican and 2 Democrat presidents myself. I want to go to Ms. Cooper, if I can, page 3. Said, I heard the President had directed the Office of Management and Budget to hold funds because of his concerns about corruption in Ukraine. And, you're coming from the DOD side here. I served a year in Iraq, and it was important, and I think it's something that the Army always does, as I have seen, that we don't want to deliver aid or assistance if it's going to some corrupt or being delivered in some corrupt way. In other words, if we're going to build a medical treatment facility for the Iraqis, we want to make sure we're not getting charged 10 times as much. I mean, we're concerned about corruption in general when we're delivering funds through the DOD. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think that's a normal thing to want to be concerned about. And we would do that in Iraq, and especially if we're providing payment for something. So I just want to go through a few things with you, because multiple witnesses have testified that the action to provide javelins to Ukraine by the Trump administration demonstrated strong U.S. support to Ukraine. Ambassador Yovanovitch, in her deposition, said President Trump's decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine, that our policy actually got stronger over the last 3 years. She also said, in terms of lethal assistance, we all felt it was very significant with this that this administration made the decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. Ambassador Taylor said it was a substantial improvement in that this administration provided Javelin anti-tank weapons. Very strong political message that said the Americans are willing to provide more than blankets. Ambassador Volker testified that providing lethal defensive arms to Ukraine has been extremely helpful. Mr. Volker also stated, MREs and blankets and all, that's fine, but if you're being attacked with mortars and artilleries and tanks, you need to be able to fight back. Secretary George Kent stated that javelins are incredibly effective weapons at stopping armed advance, and the Russians are scared of them. Special Advisor Catherine Croft stated, the javelins help Ukraine defend themselves. A decision to provide javelins, we believe, is counter to Russian interest. Do you dispute what these witnesses have testified to, including Ambassador Yovanovitch, Taylor, Volker, and others?
Sir, I absolutely agree that the Javelin system is an important capability and that this was a very important decision to support Ukraine with this capability.
Thank you. And you already testified that you're personally proud of the Trump administration's decision to arm Ukraine with javelins, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So one of the things on page 3 tonight, you were talking about the meeting July 26th, and after that you said, I was aware the national security community expressed unanimous support for resuming the funding as in the U.S. national security interests. That's correct? You said that tonight?
That's correct, sir.
So I guess I take a little question with resuming, because we don't want to resume as is. Would that be correct? Because as is would not include javelins.
Sir, I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, what I was going to say, in the previous administration, javelins were not provided, even though they could have been. President Obama stopped the javelins. He could have delivered javelins, let's put it that way.
Sir, I think I should clarify what I meant by that statement. Resuming was just referring to the fact that OMB had placed a hold on the assistance, so we weren't spending.
Okay.
And I wanted to resume the spending.
Okay, well,
so that we could maintain this policy, maintain the strength.
Maintain the policy, but I guess what I'm asking, there is a difference, and I think Undersecretary Hale, you might, I thought I saw you nodding, the difference being that as it's resumed, in this case, now it included javelins, which the Obama administration denied. Is that correct?
It is true that the Trump administration approved the release of defensive lethal assistance to include Javelin, whereas the previous administration did not support that policy.
Mr. Hale, do you have a comment on that?
That seems correct. I defer to Ms. Cooper as the expert.
Okay. Well, I think we can conclude that more than blankets and MREs has been helping the Ukrainians, and the lethal defensive weapons are something the Trump administration has approved, and it's a benefit to all of us. Thank you.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here this evening. You know, there's this mystery surrounding the hold on the aid in July, it appears. But back in May, Ms. Cooper, I believe you said that there was aid that was conditioned, but you certified in May that the conditions had been met. And they included progress on command and control reform, commitment to pursue defense industry reform, and pass laws to enable government-to-government procurement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So then when you find out in July that they're concerned about corruption, you're scratching your head, right? So,
yes, ma'am, we did not understand.
And Do you know of any effort that was undertaken then to assess the corruption in Ukraine in June, July, August?
Ma'am, as I believe I said in my deposition, the only specific discussions that I am aware of related to that series of interagency meetings, the sub-PCC as we called it, the PCC, Policy Coordination Committee, and the Deputy Small Group. And in those meetings, participants did discuss the degree to which corruption was a concern and the degree to which there was progress. And my recollection of what the participants said in these meetings was that there was a very positive sense that progress was being made.
So you have these meetings, progress is being made, nothing really changes from May until September that would then trigger the release of the money, except a whistleblower came forward.
Ma'am, I do not know what triggered the release of the funding.
All right. The fact that there was reference made to money being withheld for other countries was made by some of our colleagues. But in those situations, in countries like Pakistan, Lebanon, they're multi-year funding streams, correct?
Ma'am, those accounts fall outside of my purview, so I cannot answer that question.
Okay. Well, I've been told that that is indeed the case, so that there's not the immediate angst or hit financially that would potentially accrue. But the difference, as I see it, in Ukraine as compared to these other countries is that Ukraine is engaged in a hot war with Russia right now. And it seems that withholding that money was irresponsible, considering that they had made all of this, taken steps to meet all the conditions that we had requested of them, and Congress had appropriated the funds. Is that not the case?
Ma'am, I and my DoD colleagues advocated strenuously for the release of these funds because of their national security importance.
So basically, the entire interests of the Department of Defense and State Department were consistently supportive of releasing these funds. Everyone was mystified as to why the funds had been withheld, and everyone's running around trying to get an answer, and you're getting kind of obtuse responses saying it was the president because of corruption. Now, what we see is that President Zelensky gets elected in April. The expectation is that Vice President Pence is going to attend the inauguration in September, and then the president pulls the carpet out from under him in terms of him going. And then he proceeds in June or July to withhold the funds. There is a concerted effort by the President of the United States to act in a manner that is not consistent with our interest in wanting to protect Ukraine and help them deal with the Russian aggression at its border. Would you agree with that?
Ma'am, I have advocated for this security assistance, and I have advocated for high-level engagement with the government of Ukraine because I think both are in the national security interest.
I yield back.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Chairman. Undersecretary, Assistant Secretary, thank you both for being here. You're both recognized as experts, dedicated public servants, and I got to tell you, being the President of the United States is perhaps the most complicated endeavor in the history of the world. No one could do it without people like you to provide that backbone that you do, and thank you for doing that. I don't mean to repeat the same questions ad nauseum, but I think we reached a point of nauseum, I don't know, sometime yesterday or some time ago. It's some repetitive here, and you'll forgive me for doing that. Although, Ms. Cooper, I do have some questions based on some things you've said previously, and I would just want to add, for clarification, there's a question about these emails that I think they claimed described withholding the aid, and they had come from Capitol Hill or from someone on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Is that true?
Sir, are you referring to my statement today or something previous?
I believe this was previous, question we had previous. Are you aware of such an email?
I'm sorry, I don't think I have enough information to make an assessment. Is it from a particular page in my deposition?
No, it's just reporting that we've heard that there may have been communications with you with someone on the Foreign Affairs Committee on the Hill. Is that not true?
That there may have been communications with me?
Yes, email with you.
Sir, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you. And for clarification as well, someone may have asked you or queried you from the Ukrainian embassy about the withholding of aid. Is that true? Did you hear from them?
Sir, I testified earlier that the communication from the Ukrainian embassy was to my staff, and my staff mentioned this to me after my deposition. The only specific communication that I recollect with the Ukrainians about this specific issue was on, I believe it was September 5th, at a reception at the Ukrainian embassy.
And just to bore down on that just a little bit, was that just a query generally about the forthcoming aid, or was it specific regarding them being aware that the aid was being withheld?
Sir, just to be clear, the September 5th conversation that I had was specific to the hold. There was an awareness of that, and there was a question of concern.
Okay, thank you. You know, Ms. Cooper, well, to both of you, Undersecretary Hale as well, at the end of the day, it really does, and I've done this before, it really does come down to this. The transcript I'm holding up is a transcript of the phone call between President Zelensky and President Trump that I would hope every American would take the opportunity to read. It's only a few pages long. And much more information beyond that is maybe helpful to inform, but it really comes down to those conversations, those few sentences. But Mr. Hale, going quickly through a series of questions, and I have your answers here, so this won't take long, and you've answered them generally anyway. You agree the United States should evaluate whether a country is worthy of our aid. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you understand as well that President Trump has been skeptical generally of foreign aid and some of the money that we've given. Is that fair as well?
I think so.
And I think that's been fairly consistent. He's done that since before he was elected, I think. Others in the process have testified that Ukraine has a long history of corruption. That's not going to surprise any one of us. We've talked about that about 1,000 times. Do you think it was right that President Trump would test, is a word I think used previously, that he would test President Zelensky prior to providing some of the security assistance?
President Zelensky was new.
Yes.
I had met him in February. I was impressed by him. But I think it was understandable for the administration, as a new president in Ukraine was coming to office, to understand better what that president's policies would be and attitude toward the United States.
And see, Undersecretary, I think that's key because we've had it referred to while the DOD had completed their review about the same time. But this was a person who was elected and we knew nothing about him. He didn't have a history of governance in Ukraine. He came really a little bit like President Trump himself. He did not come from a public background that we would have much information on him. And it seems prudent, as you said, to kind of test him and to see if he was serious about Ukraine. At some point, I'm going to conclude, I believe it was about Labor Day, the Secretary was able to engage the President on the security assistance. About the same time, by the way, that you had some others, Vice President Pence and and Bolton as well as a burden sharing review was completed, and shortly thereafter the aid was released. Is that your understanding?
I was never informed as to why the assistance was released. I did read about it.
Okay, well, those events did happen, and it seemed like they were the reason the aid was released, but thank you both, and I yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for your service. You've both been asked about the importance of this military assistance as it affects Ukrainian sovereignty and its importance because of potential greater ambitions by the Russians. Let me try to put it in context, and please get your reaction from both of you, from someone who had been there before, a renowned international policy expert on such things, Zbigniew Brzezinski. His quote seems to strike home today. He wrote, "Russia can either be an empire or a democracy, but it cannot be both. Without Ukraine, Russia ceases to be an empire, But with Ukraine subordinated and then subordinated, Russia automatically becomes an empire. Your thoughts of how this puts this into context today, please?
Sir, I think that is a very powerful and accurate quote.
I would agree.
Ms. Cooper, you talked about emails that were drawn to your attention, they were sent to your staff. Is that correct?
The emails that I discussed this evening were emails sent to my staff. That is correct.
Okay. I think, first of all, it's important to point this out, that it's not something you are aware of, but it points to a larger issue that the Defense Department and the State Department have refused to comply with a duly issued subpoena to provide this committee with documents that would further shed light on when precisely the Ukrainians knew about the hold. So this isn't something you're aware of, but there's untold information out there being blocked that would draw greater light and help us understand. Is there anything else out there that you're aware of, or possibilities that are out there with DOD or the State Department which could help us shed light on what the Ukrainians knew and when they knew it?
Sir, I have shared with the committee all that I recollect, but I have not done an exhaustive investigation. So I really can't speculate on what else might be available by combing through all of the Defense Department records, which are substantial.
Did the State Department or the Department of Defense ask you for your information, or did they coordinate with you to get information you had?
Sir, I was told not to destroy anything, and our IT personnel have been collecting documents, is my understanding. So that occurs without the individual having to.
But they were collecting it and passing it on to state or DOD, is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
You said your department was collecting it. Well, they weren't passing that on to you, they were passing it on to the State Department?
Sir,
or the Department of Defense?
This is what they reported to me. I have not seen the documents that have been collected. I only know those documents that I have produced or that my staff has brought to my attention or that I have received. So, no, I do not know what has happened with the documents that have been collected.
Same general question to you, sir.
I requested and was granted access to documents that I either originated or that had been sent to me that were relevant to the pertinent matters of this investigation during a finite time period. I don't have really information about what else is going on in terms of other documents that I did not produce or that I did not receive. I do know there was a move to gather them, and I understood generally, indirectly, and informally that they have been gathered. That's the extent of my knowledge. It's not my area of responsibility.
Yes, but did they pass them on to you, or did they pass them on to the administration and somehow?
The only documents I received, sir, were those within the parameters I described. What I requested, which was those and given, were the documents that either I produced or that were sent to me relevant to the matters we're discussing today.
Thank you. I yield back to the chairman.
Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you to both of our witnesses for your service today. Ms. Cooper, I wanted to start with you. You spoke eloquently of the threat of Russia when it illegally annexed Crimea, how that's a threat not only to Ukraine, but it's also a threat to Europe and the United States, a national security challenge. And I sit on the House Armed Services Committee. We know that the most important support for Ukraine in terms of lethal defensive aid is in the forms of javelins. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And which administration were those javelins made available to Ukraine?
This administration, the Trump administration.
And not the Obama administration?
That is correct.
Both of you, have you ever spoken with the president about Ukraine aid?
No, I have not.
No, ma'am.
Undersecretary Hale, you testified that you had no direct knowledge of any nefarious motivations to withhold aid to Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, you testified that there were no strings attached to the aid, correct? That's page 184 of your deposition.
Yeah, I have no such knowledge.
And more specifically, you testified that you had no knowledge of Ukraine aid being held up for investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the temporary hold of security assistance, this was until Ambassador Taylor sent you the cable, you had never even heard the words Burisma or Biden, correct?
Well, in the context of what we're discussing, correct.
Great, you testified that on page 96. And ultimately, as we know, the aid was released to Ukraine, correct?
Yes, I read that.
Now let's talk about the context broadly of this hold. You testified that it's not just Ukraine, that there were in fact other countries whose security assistance was on hold. Quote, the aid package to Lebanon was also being held in the same fashion, correct?
Correct.
And foreign aid was held from Northern Triangle countries of South America, correct?
Of Central America, correct.
Central America. And you also testified that when you served as ambassador to Pakistan, security assistance was also held for their failure to conform to our concerns regarding terrorists and other issues on the Afghan-Pakistan border.
Correct.
You know, basically, let's broadly talk about the context of all of these holds on aid. When we talk about aid, I always think about these are hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
And isn't it correct that this administration, the Trump administration, has been conducting a foreign assistance review to reestablish norms that guide the assistance as we provide aid overseas?
That's correct.
You testified that this review had been going on for quite a while, and the administration did not want to take a business-as-usual approach to foreign assistance, a feeling that once a country has received a certain assistance package, it's something that continues forever. And you continued, the program had to be evaluated that they were actually worthy beneficiaries of our assistance, that our program made sense, that we avoid nation-building strategies, and that we provide assistance to countries that are lost in terms of our policy to our adversaries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you warmly welcomed this assistance review.
Correct.
And again, just to get this on record and for the millions of Americans viewing, security assistance was in fact released to Ukraine. I know I've already asked this, but this is a really important point.
Correct.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Cooper, your testimony today destroys two of the pillars of the president's defense and one justification for his conduct. First pillar, no harm, no foul. The Ukrainians didn't know that the hold was in place, so didn't really hurt them. Second pillar, this president was a real champion of anti-corruption. He cared about corruption in Ukraine. So I want to go through your new testimony today. It's your testimony now that after an employee came forward to you, you believe you have some evidence that the Ukrainians first inquired about security assistance to someone in your office on July 25 of this year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And July 25 is also the day that President Trump officially talked to President Zelensky where investigations of the Bidens were brought up. Is that right?
Sir, I only know what has been reported publicly on this.
And that was reported. Is that right?
That's correct.
Second, this president, as a champion of anti-corruption, your testimony today is that on May 23, you certified that as far as it related to your duties, Ukraine had met the corruption concerns for the aid to be released. Is that right?
Sir, the Defense Department certified.
And after that date, inexplicably, the President of the United States puts a hold on security assistance. Is that right?
That was what I heard in July, yes.
Now, this anti-corruption president who cares so much about rooting out corruption in Ukraine, did he ever call you after he put the hold to say, Ms. Cooper, what's going on in Ukraine?
No, sir.
Ambassador Hale, did he ever call you to ask about an update on Ukraine corruption?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did he ever call your boss, Secretary Pompeo?
I don't know.
Ms. Cooper, did he ever call the many bosses that you've had at the Department of Defense? The secretaries or acting secretaries?
I don't know, sir.
Now as to the justification. The justification is that the Obama administration only provided blankets, so the Ukrainians should be grateful, even after being shaken down, that the Trump administration provided more. But the truth, Ms. Cooper, is that under the Obama administration and the European Reassurance Initiative, $175 million were provided from U.S. taxpayer dollars to the Ukrainians. Is that right?
Sir, I don't have that figure. The figure that we typically use is to say we've provided $1.6 billion to date. But I don't have the breakdown in front of me.
And the Obama administration also trained 5 military battalions of the Ukrainians. Is that correct?
Again, I don't have the figures in front of me, but yes, the training program began in the Obama administration, and we did train many forces.
And under the Obama administration founded Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative provided to the Ukrainians were armored Humvees, tactical drones, night vision devices, armored vests, and medical equipment. Is that correct?
These all sound like pieces of equipment that were provided in the Obama administration, to my recollection.
You'd agree that's a lot more than blankets, right?
Yes, sir.
Ambassador Hale, the aid that was withheld to Lebanon and Pakistan, those were for legitimate foreign policy objectives. Is that right?
I would say that's true. The assistance to Pakistan, I've not heard an explanation for the current hold on the Lebanese program.
And you would agree that withholding aid to investigate a political opponent is not a legitimate foreign policy objective. Is that right?
Correct.
So I guess we can agree that even Bernie Madoff made charitable contributions, but it doesn't make him a good guy. Ms. Cooper, your testimony today demonstrates the power of coming forward and defying lawless orders from the president. Because you came forward and testified, we learned this new information, which destroys a central defense that the Republicans have put forward. Because Ambassador Taylor came forward, one of his employees learned this defense from the Republicans that all we had was hearsay evidence. And Mr. Holmes said, actually, I heard the President of the United States tell Ambassador Sondland, where are we with the investigations? Your courage has aided this investigation despite the President's continued obstruction. And I yield back.
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador Hale, you're in essence the number 3 guy at the State Department, is that correct?
Correct.
You represent roughly 70,000 folks?
I would say I represent them. I'm part of them. I'm one of them, yes.
Well, you are part of a pretty fantastic workforce that I've been proud to be able to serve alongside. We share time together in Pakistan. And so thank them. I know they oftentimes don't get the pats on the back or the accolades for what they do for our national security, but there's some of us that do recognize that and appreciate that. Did anybody raise issues to you, Ambassador Hale, about investigations to Bidens or Burisma?
No, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, you have a great staff. I don't think my staff would have read my 115-page deposition and gave me feedback, so give them gold stars. You said in your deposition, and you just confirmed with my colleague from California, that you certified on 23 May that the Ukraine aid for the review of their defense industry and Department of Defense, was past the corruption test. Is that correct?
Sir, I think the wording was more along the lines of progress has been made or sufficient progress has been made. It didn't reference any kind of an anti-corruption test per se.
Did this change, or was there a reevaluation with a new president coming in? Because President Zelensky was inaugurated in office 2 days before that date. Did that have an impact on how he was going to continue some of those pieces? Was that taken into account in this review?
Not prior to May 23rd, no, sir.
So the review was basically done on the efforts done by the previous Poroshenko administration?
Yes, sir, although it's important to note that the review related most specifically to the Ministry of Defense.
Sure, but there were ultimately changes under the Zelensky regime, is that correct?
Yes, sir, there's a new Minister of Defense.
Can you explain, I know FMF, Foreign Military Financing, is State Departments, but can you explain the difference between FMF and USAI funding and also how the Ukrainians get lethal aid?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part of that? Also, how the Ukrainians
Actually get lethal aid, because is lethal aid covered under one of these two buckets?
So there are three separate pieces to our overall ability to provide equipment to the Ukrainian armed forces. The first is the Foreign Military Finance System, which is a State Department authority, and countries around the world have this authority. That authority is used for some of the training and equipment. There's also the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. That's a DoD authority. Unlike the state authority, the DoD authority is only a one-year authority. And then third, there's the opportunity for defense sales. And that is something that we're working with the Ukrainians on now so that they can actually purchase U.S. equipment. But the Javelin specifically was provided under FMF initially, and now the Ukrainians are interested in the purchase of Javelin.
And there wasn't a hold put on purchasing of equipment, is that correct?
Not to my understanding, no.
Can I ask you a non-impeachment inquiry question, Ms. Cooper?
A non-what?
A non-impeachment inquiry question.
Sir, my time is yours.
What can we be doing to help the Ukrainians defend against Russian electronic warfare? What more can we be doing to help the Ukrainians defend against electronic warfare by the Russians?
Good question.
Well, what I can say in an open hearing is that there actually is some electronic warfare detection equipment that is included in the USAI package. So there's a piece of capability that we're already working to provide them. I think this specific topic, though, is more suitable for a closed-door session.
That's a good copy. Thanks for both of y'all's service to our country, and Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want us to make an important distinction here because a few of my colleagues have rattled off countries where we've actually held up aid. There is a big distinction between holding up aid for a legitimate policy reason, foreign policy reason, and holding up aid because it's part of a shakedown, because it's in the service of a president who asked for a political favor of a country to go investigate a political rival. I think that's important for us to note. And I want to ask you, Ms. Cooper, you said that the money was cleared to go by the DOD on May 23rd, is that right?
That's correct.
And it didn't get released until September 11th?
Yes, I should just clarify the second half of the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative was notified to Congress on, I believe it was May 23rd, and then there was a waiting period for congressional approval. And then after that point, so in kind of mid-June, roughly, it was available for.
So perhaps 90 days or so, 95 days, something like that.
Yes, I don't have
Sure.
the calendar in front of me, but that sounds right.
Well, you both testified that the hold on security assistance was not in the national security interest of the United States, and that the hold might embolden Russia. We've heard the same from numerous other witnesses that have come before us. But this was not the only issue with the hold, right? We understand that people within the United States government had significant concerns about the legality of the hold as it relates to the Impoundment Control Act. This is because the money had been authorized by Congress and signed into law by President Trump. Ms. Cooper, at the July meetings, were there any discussions about whether the hold could be implemented in a legal fashion?
So in the July 26th meeting, my leadership raised the question of how the president's guidance could be implemented and proffered that perhaps a reprogramming action would be the way to do this, but that more research would need to be done. So then after that discussion, we had a lower level discussion at my level on the 31st of July.
And let me ask you about that July 31st meeting. Based on your conversations with colleagues at the DOD at the July 31st interagency meeting, did you share your understanding of the legal mechanisms that were available at that time?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
I expressed that it was my understanding that there were two ways that we would be able to implement presidential guidance to stop obligating the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And the first option would be for the president to do a rescission. The second is a reprogramming action that the Department of Defense would do.
And both of those would require congressional notice.
Yes, sir.
There would be an extra step that the president would have to take to notify Congress. As far as you know, was there ever any notice that was sent out to Congress?
Sir, I did express that that I believed it would require a notice to Congress, and that then there was no such notice to my knowledge, or preparation of such a notice to my knowledge.
And as far as you know, there was never any official rescission or reprogramming of that money?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Instead, what happened was OMB devised an alternative solution involving creative footnotes to implement the hold. And there came a time in August when the Department of Defense no longer supported these unusual footnotes because of concerns that there might not be sufficient time for DoD to obligate the funds before the end of the fiscal year in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. So, despite DoD's concerns in mid-August about the Impoundment Control Act and OMB's footnotes, the hold nevertheless continued through September 11th, even after, now as an aside, this is even after the whistleblower had come forward. Is that right?
It is correct that the hold was released on September 11th, yes.
Well, I know I and many of us here share DoD's concerns about the legality of the hold. And I want to thank you, Ms. Cooper, for voicing DoD's concerns to the White House and pursuing the national security interests of the United States. I yield back.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Cooper, based on the new emails that you mentioned in your opening and then subsequent declarations by some of my Democratic colleagues that those emails were evidence that the Ukrainians were aware of a military hold on July 25th, there's now reporting out there saying that Pentagon official reveals Ukrainians asked about stalled security aid. It's being widely reported that Ukraine asked about the hold on military aid on July 25th. That's not what I heard from you. Is that correct?
Sir, my exact words were that one email said that the Ukrainian Embassy and the House Foreign Affairs Committee are asking about security assistance.
Assistance, not hold.
And then the second email was, the Hill knows about the FMF situation to an extent, and so does the Ukrainian Embassy. Those are the exact words.
And what do security assistance and FMF situation in these emails mean?
I don't want to speculate on what it means.
Right. They don't necessarily mean hold, correct?
Not necessarily.
And isn't it true that around the same time OMB put a hold on 15 State Department and USAID accounts, including FMF?
I don't know that specific detail.
But you can't say one way or another whether the inquiries in these emails were about the hold. Is that fair?
I cannot say for certain.
All right. And you can't say one way or another whether the Ukrainians knew about the hold before August 28th, 2019, when it was reported in Politico, correct?
Sir, I can just tell you that it's the recollection of my staff that they likely knew, but no, I do not have a certain data point to offer you.
Well, it's not unusual, is it, Ms. Cooper, for foreign countries to inquire about foreign aid that they're expecting from the United States, is it?
Sir, in my experience with the Ukrainians, they typically would call about specific things, not just generally checking in on their assistance package.
Are you aware that President Zelensky on October 10th, in response to questions from more than 300 reporters over the course of the afternoon, stated that he was not aware and had no knowledge of a hold on security assistance during the time of his July 25th phone call with President Trump?
I believe I saw that media reporting, yes.
I yield back.
Mr. Heck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you both for being here this evening. Ambassador Hale, last week the country watched as President Trump attacked and intimidated your colleague. He attempted to intimidate your colleague, Ambassador Yovanovitch, who is, of course, a witness to this proceeding, and subsequently Secretary Pompeo declined to condemn that attack. Bluntly put, I think Secretary Pompeo's silence is nothing less than a betrayal of the men and the women whom he swore an oath to lead. And it's a betrayal that has long-term consequences to attracting and retaining workforce, to their morale, to their effectiveness, and to their overall strength. So, Ambassador Hale, I want to give you an opportunity to now do what Secretary Pompeo did not do, either in March of 2019 when the vicious smear campaign kind of got kicked into high gear, and you, sir, rightfully pressed for a strong statement in support of her, or last week when the President and his son attacked her again. I'm offering you the opportunity to reaffirm to this committee and the millions of Americans, hopefully, who are watching, that Marie Yovanovitch is a dedicated and courageous patriot, and that she served with grace and dignity even in the face of that orchestrated and unsubstantiated smear attack against her. Ambassador Hale, I'm giving you the opportunity to demonstrate leadership. I'm giving you the opportunity to send a clear and resounding message to the men and women who serve in dangerous foreign posts throughout the globe that what happened to Marie Yovanovitch was wrong. Ambassador Hale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Congressman. Excuse me. I endorse entirely your description of Ambassador Yovanovitch. I'd only met her when I took this job, but immediately I understood that we had an exceptional officer doing exceptional work at a very critical embassy in Kyiv. And during my visits to Kyiv, I was very impressed by what she was doing there, to the extent that I asked her if she'd be willing to stay, if that was a possibility, because we had a gap coming up. I support and believe in the institution and the people of the State Department. I am one of them. I have been for 35 years. All of us are committed to America's national security, and we are the best group of diplomats anywhere in the world. And that support extends to all state officers who have testified before this committee. If I may, I'd like to read a letter that the Undersecretary for Management wrote on November 18 to the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in response to a communication from him. A number of department employees have testified before the House of Representatives during its inquiry regarding Ukraine. No employee has faced any adverse action by the department for testimony before Congress on this matter. The department will not discipline any department employee for appearing before Congress in response to a subpoena. The department has also proactively established a program to provide financial assistance with respect to private counsel legal fees incurred by department employees. There's additional information, but that's the essence of the message.
Ambassador Hale, then therefore are you saying Marie Yovanovitch is a dedicated and courageous patriot?
I endorse what you say exactly.
And that she served with grace and dignity in the face of the smear campaign?
Yes, she did.
And that what happened to her was wrong?
I believe that she should have been able to stay at post and continue to do the outstanding work.
And what happened to her was wrong?
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying the record, because I wasn't sure where it was that she could go to set the record straight if it wasn't you, sir, or where she could go to get her good name and reputation back if it wasn't you, sir. Indeed, I want to encourage you in the strongest terms possible. Stand your ground. America's security and strength and prosperity is predicated in no small part on the professionalism of our Foreign Services Corps, and they need to know that you, as the highest-ranking professional diplomat in the entire State Department, have their back, sir. Thank you for having Ambassador Yovanovitch's back this evening. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper, why did the Office of Management and Budget put a hold on the funds?
Sir, the only information that I received was from the Office of Management and Budget that they were operating at the direction of the president, and they reported that he had concerns about corruption. That is all that I knew.
Right, you put that in your testimony. The president had directed the Office of Management and Budget to hold the funds because of his concerns about corruption in Ukraine. Very legitimate reason. You agree?
That is the statement that the president reportedly made, as reported to me by the Office of Management and Budget.
And then you said in your testimony that based on recommendations from me and other key DoD advisors, the Department of Defense, in coordination with the Department of State, certified in May of 2019 that Ukraine had taken the steps necessary, and you certified the release of the dollars. Is that accurate?
That is correct, sir.
But there was, there was a small change in Ukraine in the spring of 2019, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and can you elaborate on what that change was?
The government of, President Zelensky was elected to government.
Yeah, you got a brand new guy coming in. In fact, he had just been, I believe, sworn in the day you approved the dollars. Was it May 23rd? I think he was sworn in on, I guess it was a couple days before. But there's sort of a change in circumstances that it seemed to me would warrant at least maybe a second look. And that's exactly what played out for a short time, less than 2 months, 55 days. Our government evaluated the new situation, pretty radical change. You got a new government. In fact, the previous one, we've heard all kinds of things from the Democrats about the Prosecutor General and the Poroshenko regime, Mr. Lutsenko, and how bad he was. So it took a while for that all to happen. New president's sworn in. 2 months later, the new Congress comes in. Takes them a while to. It's not until September 5th, that they get rid of this prosecutor. And just a few days later, the aid actually gets released. But the Democrats got all kinds of other things they want to talk about. But the way this played out seems to me as logical as you can do it, and particularly when you put it in the broader framework of where this president is on concern about foreign aid, his deep-rooted concern in the corruption issue in Ukraine, the experience he had with high-ranking Ukrainian officials criticizing him and supporting Secretary Clinton in the 2016 election. Put all that together, I think shows why it played out the way it did. With that, I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undersecretary Hale, I want to go back to your support and affirmation of Ambassador Yovanovitch. What I understand, and by the way, thank you for that. Our military leaves no soldier on the battlefield, and I think those who are in leadership positions in the State Department and our intelligence community have that bond of loyalty to each other, and it's very reassuring that you represent that. You first, as I understand it, got information about her situation in March. By early March, Secretary Pompeo had mentioned that sometime in the fall he'd received a letter from a former member of Congress with complaints about the ambassador, correct? And that member of Congress was?
Congressman Sessions.
And did you see that there was any basis to the claims of disloyalty?
No, I did not, nor did the Secretary of State.
All right. And you visited Kyiv, and you discussed, in fact, extending Ambassador Yovanovitch's term until to remain at her post, right?
It was a personal idea of mine, yes.
Obviously, an indication that you valued her continued service there. And you also stated to the Ukrainian press that Ambassador Yovanovitch represents the President of the United States here, and the Ukraine and America stands behind her statements, obviously trying to give her some public support, correct?
Correct.
And yet, weeks later, the President and Mr. Giuliani unleashed what can only be characterized as an ugly smear campaign to oust her. What was your reaction to the news articles in late March in which a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor attacked the ambassador?
Well, we were concerned. We put out a statement that some of these allegations are an outright fabrication as they related to the do not prosecute list.
Right.
And we began to discuss what we could do to deal with this matter.
Right. And then the problems continued for Ambassador Yovanovitch. And as I understand it, she emailed you on March 24th and indicated that, quote, the tempo of social media and other criticisms were such that she felt she could no longer function unless there was a strong statement of defense of her from the State Department. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this message, and Secretary Pompeo was aware of her situation. Is that correct?
Yes, I briefed him the next day.
And he's the ultimate authority who could issue that strong statement of support, correct?
Correct.
But he never, ever did issue a statement, right?
We did not issue a statement at that time.
But in fact, you testified around the same time that the Secretary did not render assistance to a long-serving and highly respected ambassador. He made 2 phone calls to Rudy Giuliani. Is that right?
It's correct that I've seen a record that he made those phone calls.
One on March 28 and again the next day on March 29.
I saw the record of that, yes.
Right. So we don't know what he said to Rudy Giuliani, but we have a pretty good idea what Rudy Giuliani said to him. Get rid of Yovanovitch. She was gone and the statement never came forward, right?
Correct.
And when she was recalled and wanted to find out what happened, Secretary Pompeo would not meet with her? Right?
I was out of the country at the time. I can't comment on that.
All right. Well, and then Mr. Breckbuell, who was next in line, didn't meet with her?
I don't know this.
Well, then it came for you to give her the news.
It went to the Deputy Secretary, I believe, held the meeting. I was on foreign travel at the time.
Well, it'd be interesting if we could have Secretary Pompeo be here to tell us what his conversations were with Rudy Giuliani, the person who was fomenting the discontent about an ambassador who was fighting corruption. I want to thank you, and I want to thank Ms. Cooper for your service.
Mr. Maloney. Hello, Ms. Cooper. Hello, Secretary Hale. Ms. Cooper, thank you for working late on a Wednesday. I think the last time we attempted to hear your testimony, the Republicans were good enough to bring pizza down to the Schiff. But kidding aside, I know we detained you for about 5 hours that day, so on behalf of the committee, thank you for your forbearance. We do appreciate your patience with us. Quick question for you, and I think just one question for you, Secretary Hale. Ms. Cooper, was DOD able to put all the security assistance funds into contract before the end of the fiscal year?
No, sir.
And how much were they not able to obligate? What was left unobligated?
I believe the figure was 35 million. We were able to actually obligate 88% total.
And I think you mentioned that you were able, because of legislation the Congress passed, continuing resolution, to do that. Is that right?
So the remainder, we are in the process of obligating right now.
The remainder.
Because of the provision in the continuing resolution.
Right. So, but for literally an act of Congress, you couldn't have spent all the money.
If we had not received the provision in the continuing resolution, we would have obligated 88%, but not the full amount.
Right, which of course would be a violation of law to not spend money that Congress appropriated.
Sir, I am not a lawyer, but that is my understanding.
Sure. Thank you. Secretary Hale, where were you born?
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And is your family from Ireland? Am I right about that?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. Strike it. Another question. With respect to Secretary Yovanovitch, you served as ambassador to, I believe, 3 countries?
Correct.
Jordan?
Jordan, Lebanon,
Pakistan,
and Pakistan.
Lebanon? And while you were ambassador to those 3 countries, did anyone ever ask you to issue a support praising personally the President of the United States?
No.
How would you have viewed such a request?
It would depend on the situation, sir.
If someone said, say you went to someone and you were having a problem with your job and you said, how can I do better? And they said you should publish something personally praising the president, flattering to him. Would that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
If someone told you to go big or go home, would that change your mind?
I don't quite understand the...
Well, that's what Ambassador Yovanovitch was treated to when she went to Ambassador Sondland seeking advice. And she declined to do so. I believe she said it would strike her as too political. Is that consistent with the approach you might take?
I thought that sounds sensible, yes.
Thank you. Yield the remaining time back to the chairman. Thank you both for being here.
Ms. Demings.
Ambassador Hale, Ms. Cooper, thank you both for being with us. Just a quick question before I get into some questions about Ambassador Sondland, who we heard from today. I want to ask both of you, if President Trump withheld critical military aid from Ukraine because high-ranking officials supported the president's political opponent, would you consider that an official, acceptable, appropriate action by the President of the United States? Ambassador Hale?
It's not what I would advise.
Ms. Cooper?
No, that does not sound appropriate.
Ambassador Hale, you testified that you were aware Ambassador Sondland was involving himself in matters that, and I quote, went beyond the normal writ of an ambassador to the European Union, unquote. As you understood it, who authorized Ambassador Sondland to work on Ukraine?
I have no firsthand knowledge of that. I received a readout from a meeting that the President of the United States had with the delegation on May 23rd, in which the briefing I received anyway indicated that the President wanted the members of that delegation, which included Ambassador Sondland, to carry forth the policies that were discussed in the course of that meeting.
So that occurred in a meeting in the Oval Office on May 23rd is where you heard that information from the readout of that meeting?
A written readout from that, yes.
You testified that, and I quote, it was clear that the members of that inaugural delegation were empowered by the president. That's what you testified. You also said, and I quote, as a practical matter, it would be Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Sondland, presumably working with Taylor, who would be the ones really doing the continual effort here. Did you understand that Ambassador Sondland had direct access to the president?
In the few occasions in which I had conversations with Ambassador Sondland, he often would let it know that he was in direct contact with the president. That's all I knew.
So you received that information directly from Ambassador Sondland, that he had direct contact with the president?
In previous occasions, yes. Not related to this particular matter.
Is there anything about Ambassador Sondland's role that struck you as problematic?
Based on what I knew at the time, I was satisfied that this delegation was what the president wanted to have, continue to pursue these policies. And I saw that Ambassador Volklin, who was a professional, had been a Foreign Service officer and an ambassador of distinction, and steeped in Ukrainian affairs, was part of that group. So I had no great concerns.
So what you knew at the time, you were okay with his role, but did your opinion change about the appropriateness of his role?
As I testified, I was not aware of these various activities related to negotiations over investigations, preconditions related to that. I just wasn't aware of it, so I had no reason to be making any kind of judgment one way or the other.
Have you reviewed the text messages between Ambassadors Sondland and Volker?
I've seen some of them that were reported in the media.
Were you surprised by anything in those messages that you heard reported or personally witnessed or observed?
I was surprised by what I saw in those reports in the media.
I want to ensure I understand your testimony, Ambassador Hale. You believed Ambassador Sondland was empowered by the president, according to what you found out from the May 23rd meeting, to work on Ukraine policy, and you said, quote, none of that really struck you as problematic because of the time differences there of what you knew. Is that correct?
Based on what I knew, yes.
Okay. You are the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. You testified that in that capacity, you are responsible for the management of the United States bilateral relations with, and I quote, every country in the world that we recognize for the management of our policies towards those countries, as well as our relationship or policies as they relate to multilateral organizations. Does that include U.S. policy and relations with Ukraine?
It does, but when we have a special envoy who reports directly to the Secretary related to a country or an issue, that special envoy will take the day-to-day responsibilities.
How about U.S. policy and relations with the European Union?
Yes, I am.
But you were not aware fully of Ambassador Sondland's activities on behalf of President Trump?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. Undersecretary Hale, you and your colleagues testified that you've gathered official records at the State Department with the understanding that they would be provided to Congress, right?
I was not involved in the decision-making, or I have no responsibilities related to gathering documents. I understood that it was underway. And I've certainly received the documents that I described earlier.
I see. In terms of the materials that were collected, do they include electronic files and emails, for instance?
I can only speak to the documents that were made available to me, and it did include emails.
And paper documents as well?
And paper documents.
Would tape recordings potentially be among the files that are gathered?
I really couldn't speculate on that.
But you can't rule out that possibility?
I don't know of tape recordings, but so I can't really comment on that.
And are you familiar with from whom the documents have been collected, like the individual custodians?
I don't know that, sir.
You're aware that despite a duly authorized congressional subpoena has been served on the State Department, we have yet to receive even a single document, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Ms. Cooper, in the interagency process, did anyone in any committee potentially bring up the lack of allied funding as a reason for why there should be a hold on military assistance to Ukraine?
I can only speak to the three meetings that I attended, the PCC, DSG, and then PCC, and I have no recollection of the issue of allied burden sharing coming up at that point. I did provide information in my deposition about what I thought was a completely separate query that I received in mid-June from the Secretary of Defense's front office, and one of the questions there just asked a question about the degree to which allies were contributing to Ukraine's security assistance, just to be very clear.
Okay, but after the hold was put in place on July 18th, you haven't heard any concerns about a lack of allied funding as a reason for why the hold should be in place?
In those meetings that I attended, I did not hear that, or I do not recall hearing that as a reason. The only reason that I heard was the President's views on corruption. No further information.
Got it. Same question to you, Undersecretary Hale.
Could you repeat the question, sir?
I assume you didn't hear about the lack of allied funding as a reason for the hold being put in place after July 18th.
No, I never heard a reason for the hold.
You never, I assume neither of you heard any reason whatsoever for why the hold was in place, except for the fact that OMB put it in place at the direction of the President, right?
That's correct.
And I assume, one of my colleagues brought up the idea that the hold was put in place to assess whether or not President Zelensky was legit. I assume that was not a reason that was offered either.
No, sir, I never heard that as a reason.
I heard no reason.
Undersecretary Hale, what is the importance of a world leader having a meeting at the White House?
Well, really, it's case by case, but particularly for a new leader, it's an extremely important opportunity to demonstrate the strength of our relationship, for building of that relationship at a personal level, leadership level, to demonstrate common goals.
How about in the case of President Zelensky? How important was it for him to have this a meeting at the White House with President Trump?
Well, I never talked to President Zelensky about that myself. I met him before he became president. I met with President Poroshenko and the two leading candidates.
But as an expert on these matters, is it fair to say that a new world leader such as President Zelensky having a meeting at the White House with President Trump is extremely important for his image that he projects, especially toward folks like Russia?
Well, an Oval Office meeting is incredibly valuable for any foreign leader. Let me just state that general principle. And for a Ukrainian president, it is indeed what you just said, to demonstrate that the bond between the United States and Ukraine is strong, and that there is continuity in our policies, and that we are going to continue to work together on our policy goals, including countering Russian aggression and intimidation of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
That concludes the member questioning. Mr. Nunes, do you have any concluding remarks?
Thank the gentleman. What have we learned from the Democrats' impeachment inquiry? They promised the country a fair hearing. What have they delivered? The impeachment version of three-card Monte, the notorious short con card trick where the mark, in this case President Trump and the American public, stands no chance of winning. Democrats promised the whistleblower's testimony. In fact, they told us that we need to speak with the whistleblower. And then we learned that the whistleblower coordinated with the Democratic staff before alerting the intelligence community's inspector general. To hide their con, the Democrats pound the table and gaslight the country, telling us that the whistleblower is entitled to an imaginary statutory right of anonymity. They accuse us of trying to out the whistleblower, knowing that they're the only ones who know who he is. They say that if the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. And if both are against you, pound the table and yell like hell. It seems at law school these days, it's teaching their students a fourth tactic. If the facts and the law are against you, simply rig the game and hope your audience is too stupid to catch your duplicity. This is not an impeachment inquiry, it's an impeachment inquisition. In the Middle Ages, the inquisitor was free to act on his own and bring suit against any person who was even vaguely the subject of the lowest rumor. And the accused was denied any right to confront their accusers. Incredibly, or maybe not so much, given the Democrats' track record, an Inquisition victim had more rights than the Democrats are giving the president. After all, Inquisition victims had the right to know their accuser's name. For those of you at home, it's time to change the channel, turn down the volume, or hide the kids, put them to bed. Now I yield to Mr. Schiff for story time hour.
I thank the gentleman, as always, for his remarks. I'll be brief this evening. It's been a long day, and I said most of what I wanted to say earlier in the day. But I did want to end this evening, and first of all, thank you both for your testimony and your long service to the country. We're grateful that you answered the lawful process of a congressional subpoena. I wanted to share a few reflections on two words that have come up a lot in the course of these hearings. And those words are corruption and anti-corruption. We are supposed to believe, I imagine, listening to my colleagues, that Donald Trump is a great anti-corruption fighter. That his only concern about Ukraine was that it would fight corruption. But let's look at that argument. Let's look at the president's words and let's look at his deeds. Ambassador Yovanovitch was an anti-corruption champion. No one has contradicted that has come forward to testify here. She was a champion. And on the day she is at a meeting acknowledging in Ukraine another anti-corruption champion, a woman who had acid thrown in her face and died a painful death after months, she is called back to Washington because of a vicious smear campaign by the president's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, among others. She is recalled. That is not anti-corruption. That is corruption. And one of the people responsible for this smear campaign, in addition to Mr. Giuliani, and it is a long and sordid list of those who were involved, is a man named Lutsenko, someone who the minority's own witness acknowledges has a poor reputation as self-serving and corrupt. And what do we see about Mr. Lutsenko and his predecessor, Mr. Shokin? What does the president have to say about one of these corrupt former prosecutors? He praises them. He says they were treated very unfairly. That's not anti-corruption. That's corruption. And when Ambassador Sondland testified today that there was unquestionably a quid pro quo, and everybody knew it, conditioning a White House meeting that Ukraine desperately wanted to show its friend and foe alike it had the support of the President of the United States, when that was conditioned, that official act was conditioned on the receipt of things of value to the President, political investigations, that was not anti-corruption, that was corruption. And when Ambassador Sondland testified today that he could put two and two together, and so can we, that there was also a quid pro quo on the military aid, that aid was not going to be released unless they did a public statement. Ukraine did a public statement of these political investigations the president wanted. That's not anti-corruption, that is corruption. And let's look at the president's words on that phone call, that infamous phone call on July 25th. Does he ask President Zelensky, how's that reform coming in the Rada? What are you doing to root out corruption? What about that new anti-corruption court? Of course not. Of course not. Are we really to believe that was his priority? No. What does he ask? I want you to do us a favor. Investigate this crazy 2016 server conspiracy, that the server's somewhere in Ukraine. And more ominously, investigate the Bidens. That's not anti-corruption. That is corruption. And the next day, when he's on the phone to Ambassador Sondland in that outdoor restaurant in Kiev, what does he want to know about? Does he want to know how Zelensky is going to fight corruption? Of course not. The only thing he brings up in that call is the investigation he wants into the Bidens. That's not anti-corruption. That is corruption. Every now and then, there's a conversation that really says all you need to know. And sometimes it doesn't seem all that significant. But I'll tell you, this one really struck me. And it was a conversation that Ambassador Volker related in his testimony. And it was a conversation just this past September when he's talking to Andrei Yermak, top advisor to President Zelensky, and he's advising him, as indeed he should. You know, you may not want to go through with an investigation or prosecution of former President Poroshenko. Engaging in political investigations is really not a good idea. And you know what Yermak says? Oh, you mean like you want us to do of the Bidens and the Clintons? Well, there's a word for that too, and it's not corruption or anti-corruption. It's called hypocrisy. And this is the problem here. We do have an anti-corruption policy around the world. And the great men and women in your department, Undersecretary Hale, and in your department, Ms. Cooper, they carry that message around the world. that the United States is devoted to the rule of law. But when they see a president of the United States who is not devoted to the rule of law, who is not devoted to anti-corruption, but instead demonstrates in word and deed corruption, they are forced to ask themselves, what does America stand for anymore? That concludes this evening's hearing. I will ask the witnesses to excuse themselves. Members should remain. We have a business matter to take up. I have the ranking member's request that I concur as chair and the ranking member's request that the committee issue subpoenas pursuant to House Resolution 660, Section 2, Paragraph 4. We received that request this morning and will add it to the record now without objection. By way of overview, 2 of the requested subpoenas would compel deposition testimony by the whistleblower and by Hunter Biden. 3 other subpoenas would compel certain parties to produce records, the whistleblower to produce documents and communications related to the whistleblower's complaint, Rosemont Seneca Baha'i to produce records related to Hunter Biden's role on the Burisma board, and the Democratic National Committee to produce communications with Ukrainian officials and records relating to Alexandria Chalupa. I do not concur in these requests for subpoenas. We will not allow, as I said before, this committee to be used either to out the whistleblower or for purposes of engaging in the same improper investigation that the President sought to coerce Ukraine to commit. The committee will take them up now, beginning with the first minority request to compel testimony by the whistleblower. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to
Mr. Chairman,
table.
this
That is
meeting has not been noticed, Mr. Chairman.
That is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of table the motion,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
say
order.
aye.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
All
order,
those
Mr. Chairman.
opposed, say no.
Point of order, Mr. No. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, the
Point of
motion is
order, Mr.
non-debatable.
Chairman.
Those opposed, say no.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
In the opinion of the chair,
Point of
the
order,
ayes
Mr.
have it,
Chairman.
and the motion is tabled.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Chairman Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Himes. Ms. Sewell.
Aye.
Mr. Carson.
Aye.
Ms. Spear.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Castro. Mr. Heck. Mr. Welch. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Demings. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Ranking Member Nunes.
No.
Mr. Conaway.
No.
Mr. Turner. Dr. Wenstrup. Mr. Stewart. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Radcliffe. Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 4 noes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The motion to table is
Point of
carried.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, was this business meeting noticed properly within the rules of the House?
House Resolution 660 requires that if the minority makes a request for subpoenas, that we will promptly take up that request, and that is what we're doing. On the subpoena to compel
Mr. Chairman,
testimony
however,
by
Mr.
Hunter
Chairman,
Biden.
Rule 11 G
Is there a motion
has
on the
not been
subpoena
honored.
to compel the testimony of Hunter Biden?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is now.
Roll call vote.
Gentleman requests a roll call vote. Please call the roll.
Chairman Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Himes. Ms. Sewell.
Aye.
Mr. Carson.
Aye.
Ms. Spear.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Castro. Mr. Heck. Mr. Welch. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Demings. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Ranking Member Nunes.
No.
Mr. Conaway.
No.
Mr. Turner. Dr. Wenstrup. Mr. Stewart. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Radcliffe. Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 5 noes.
The motion to table is carried. The motion is now on the subpoena to compel documents from the whistleblower. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Chairman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now move to subpoena number 4 to compel documents regarding Hunter Biden's role on Burisma board.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is tabled. The last motion is on the motion to compel documents from the Democratic National Committee. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is tabled.
Point of order,
We
Mr.
are
Chairman.
adjourned.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Chair cannot unit it.